In a secluded haven known as the Hidden Land, located somewhere in the Dragon Kingdom, 10 venerable elders, their hair as white as snow yet faces youthful, formed a circle, their expressions troubled as they encircled a young man at the center. The youth, named Yi Fan, was a disciple to several of them. He was of decent appearance, just a tad more handsome than the esteemed audience gathered around. As Yi Fan stood there, bewildered, his masters began to speak. Yi Fan, you have mastered everything we were meant to teach you, both the essentials and the esoteric. There is nothing left to impart. Moreover, your 9 elder sisters have already begun to shine in the Dragon Kingdom. You should descend the mountain without delay. Masters, I am not ready to leave. What? You wish to remain? The elders nearly succumbed to apoplexy. One master repeatedly struck his own face, teeth scattering across the ground. The scene was shocking, blood gushing forth. Master 10, please do not treat yourself so harshly. Another master, in a fit of exaggeration, drew an axe and began to hack at himself, blood splattering everywhere, causing one to recoil in horror. Master 9, what madness is this? I am here to tend to your wounds. Ah, no need for that, Yi Fan. If only you would agree to descend the mountain, all would be well. Masters, what agony you subject yourselves to. Your disciple merely wishes to remain on the mountain to take care of you. Once a disciple, forever a son. I aspire to provide for you in your twilight years. Upon hearing this, Master 9 swung his axe with renewed vigor. Master 10's thunderous slaps echoed throughout the valley. Stop! Is it not enough that I agree to descend? Do not harm yourselves. Upon hearing Yi Fan's reluctant concession, Master 10 wiped the blood from his lips and hastily inserted a new set of dentures. Did I ask this truly so? Disciple shall descend this very moment. I beseech my masters to accept my reverent bow. Yi Fan knelt before them, offering 3 deep bows. The masters were overwhelmed with emotion. The little prodigy was finally willing to leave the mountain. To prevent any possibility of betrayal from Yi Fan, the elders immediately presented grand gifts. The Empress of the Dragon Kingdom is my beloved. This, he sure, by was a gift from her to me, and now I bestow it upon you. To see the jade is akin to seeing the person herself. Should you encounter trouble, seek her out. She will honor my name. This is a bank card. The wealth contained within exceeds even that of the combined fortunes of the Forbes billionaires. Once you descend, spend freely, do not scrimp on my account. This is the 9 needles of returning yang. When the 9 needles are applied, they reverse the cycle of fate, offering a fleeting chance at life to those on the brink of death. Were it not for your imminent descent, I would not part with it. This is the secret formula for spirit water. It can bolster a man's physique and enhance a woman's beauty. It was with this very spirit water that I won over your master, who was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Dragon Kingdom. Ahem. Do exercise moderation. This tome, Compendium of Materia Medica, is the authentic work of the medicine's saintly surgeon. Now go, masters, these gifts are far too precious. I cannot accept them. Do not feign modesty after receiving such benefits. Now be off with you. Yi Fan's 10 masters were all formidable figures, each possessing extraordinary skills, gathered here for reasons hidden from the world. Yi Fan, however, was the most gifted among their disciples. In 5 years, he not only mastered their signature techniques, but also exhibited an unmistakable aura of advancement beyond them. Yi Fan, having clung to them day in and day out, had surpassed their capabilities. Yet, the masters found it difficult to concede defeat, reluctantly becoming the subjects of Yi Fan's relentless training. As the sun set, the masters embraced one another, tears streaming down their cheeks, gazing at Yi Fan's departing silhouette. Ha ha ha! The tormenting little prodigy has finally left. I cannot express how long I have awaited this day. His 9 elder sisters will soon have their hands full. Once Yi Fan descended the mountain, he made his way directly to the high-speed train station, boarding a train back to Jianbei. As he gazed out the window at the rapidly passing scenery, the harrowing memory of the massacre of the Yi family 5 years prior resurfaced in his mind. One fateful night, a group of martial artists stormed the Yi residence, slaying all in their path without mercy. Yi Fan could scarcely believe that the Su family, longtime friends of the Yi family, was among those assailants. Initially, he had thought the Su family had come to his rescue, only to be ruthlessly mocked by Su Guohua, the second son of the Su family, who was brimming with arrogance. Yi Fan pleaded desperately with his childhood sweetheart, Su Ruojia, but she callously kicked him aside. His elder brother, Yi Chong, and second brother, Yi Chao, fought fiercely to protect him, only to be brutally slain. In the final moments of his consciousness, Yi Fan beheld his parents lying lifeless in a pool of blood, tragically slain. Despair. An overwhelming sense of despair. When Yi Fan opened his eyes once more, he found himself in the presence of an extraordinarily beautiful woman. He later learned that it was the ninth sister who had saved him, bringing him to the hidden land. And thus, 5 years passed that Yi Fan emerged, now skilled and ready to return. Su family. Surely you never imagined Yi Fan would survive. I have returned. I shall use the blood of the Su family to honor the spirits of my parents, elder brother, and second brother. Upon arriving at the Jiangbei Jinling station, Yi Fan hailed a ride and returned to the old Yi family residence. Jiangbei, Jinling City, the Yi family estate. After 5 years, Yi Fan returned once more. Outside the dilapidated estate lay a wild tangle of weeds, a scene of utter desolation. Yi Fan strode into the house, only to suddenly discover 4 gravestones. Swish! Yi Fan could no longer contain himself, collapsing before the gravestones. Father, mother, elder brother, second brother. Before the gravestones lay offerings, clearly indicating that someone had recently visited. Yi Fan gently caressed the gravestones of his family, when suddenly a booming voice erupted behind him. What are you doing? Yi Fan wiped his tears and turned to see Zheng Yong from the security team. My goodness! Is that really Yi Fan? Am I seeing a ghost? Brother Zheng, it is I. I did not perish. Zheng Yong approached Yi Fan, scrutinizing him closely before heaving a sigh of relief. Yi Fan, you have returned. Please accept my condolences. Zheng Yong produced a lighter and offered a cigarette he had tucked behind his ear to Yi Fan. Yi Fan placed the lit cigarette before the gravestones of his family. The vendetta of the Su family for the massacre of the Yi family shall be avenged by me, Yi Fan. Zheng Yong trembled in fear that Yi Fan, do not act rashly. The Su family is no longer the same as it once was. Today, the Su family has ascended to be one of the premier families in Jinling. Furthermore, the Su family has formed a marital alliance with the Wang family of Jinling. I hear that tomorrow is the engagement banquet of Su Ruojia and Wang Junyang. Yi Fan replied coldly, and what of that? They shall be slain regardless. If the Wang family dares to intervene, they shall meet the same fate. Gasp! The Su family had become a formidable force in Jinling City, especially with their connection to the powerful Wang family. Such words were utter nonsense. Zheng Yong thought Yi Fan was jesting. By the way, brother Zheng, who erected these gravestones? Zheng Yong replied, the gravestones were erected by a beautiful woman she claimed to be your classmate. I believe her name was Shun Chue. Yi Fan's gaze hardened as he looked at the gravestones. Father, mother, elder brother, second brother, rest assured it will not be long now. Tomorrow, I shall send the entire Su family to hell. Chapter 2A Flag of Death, sending the Su family to hell at the Marriott Hotel. As the most renowned hotel in Jiangbei, the entire establishment was reserved by the Wang family. Today, the engagement banquet of Wang Junyang and Su Ruojia was to be held here. The upper echelons of the Jinling social circle, along with affluent magnates, gathered to extend their congratulations. At this moment, the parking lot of the Marriott Hotel was filled with an array of luxury vehicles, and the valets were busily attending to the influx. It is evident how lively the engagement banquet was. Inside the hotel's grand banquet hall, laughter and cheer resonated, enveloping the atmosphere in jubilation. Look at the Su family, they really struck gold, managing to forge a union with the Wang family. Indeed, the Wang family has the governor of Jiangbei backing them. Who would have thought they would choose to ally with the Su family? Your words are rather harsh. Ever since the downfall of the Yi family, the Su family has acquired quite a bit of resources and has been gaining momentum recently. It's not as dire as you suggest. Come now, the Su family may thrive in Jinling, but outside of it, they still have to rely on the Wang family. The Wang family is a well-known aristocracy in Jiangbei. Regardless, the Su family has managed to cling to the Wang family's coattails. They are bound to soar from here on. As they observed the young couple on stage, the wealthy attendees could hardly conceal their envy and jealousy. The Su family had arrived early, demonstrating their utmost seriousness regarding this engagement banquet. In stark contrast, the Wang family appeared rather indifferent, with only Wang Junyoung's father, Wang Guhong, present. Wang Guhong's elder brother, Wang Wancheng, a general under the governor of Jiangbei, was said to be delayed due to official duties. The elder patriarch of the Wang family was quite displeased with Wang Guhong for allowing his son to marry into the Su family, even openly declaring his absence from the event. He had never thought highly of the Su family. What a surprise! The elder patriarch of the Wang family didn't he attend? Is that so strange? Wasn't he the Yi family's demise largely due to the Su family's treachery? Such despicable actions. Would the elder patriarch of the Wang family ever regard the Su family with favor? Tread carefully. Those were merely urban legends from back then, not to be taken seriously. You can't hide the truth forever. If the Su family were indeed of noble lineage, would there be so many rumors circulating? The affluent individuals had connections with the Yi family and were privy to some insider information regarding their downfall. Justice will never be absent. The Su family will reap what they have sown. Hush, Mr. Zhu, don't be foolish. Besides, the Yi family fell 5 years ago. The youngest son, Yi Fan, has been missing for years. He has likely met a grim fate. Even if the Su family did bring about the Yi family's downfall, what does it matter to us? It's merely idle chatter. Cursing him won't hurt the Su family. If the Su family hears you, your life may be at stake. It's not worth it for a family long gone. Let us just enjoy the engagement banquet. A friend beside the affluent man whispered a reminder. The engagement ceremony had progressed to the exchange of rings. As Wang Junyang placed the diamond ring on Su Ruojia's ring finger, her face radiated happiness, and they shared a kiss. A thunderous cheer erupted from the audience, filling the room with jubilant excitement. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as a large hole appeared in the banquet hall's door. A pitch-black coffin flew into the hall, crashing down in the center of the stage. Wang Junyang instinctively pulled Su Ruojia back a few steps. The guests stared in shock. Who dared to deliver a coffin at the engagement banquet of the Wang and Su families? This was sheer recklessness. The faces of both the Su and Wang families turned grim. This was a blatant disrespect towards them. Some even felt an impulse to eliminate the intruder. Wang Junyang roared, "Who dares?" Yi Fan emerged into view, carrying a white flag emblazoned with a powerful character for death. This calligraphy was a skill he had learned from his second master on the mountain. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Fan tossed the flag, which struck the coffin with a resounding thud. I, Yi Fan, have come today to seek vengeance against the Su family. All unrelated individuals, step aside. Yi Fan declared coldly, arrogant, utterly audacious. The wealthy attendees erupted in chaos. What? Yi Fan? He is not dead. Is Yi Fan out of his mind? He returns only to seek his demise. It seems the Yi family is doomed to extinction. Those who dared to speak so boldly in such circumstances were either fools or possessed significant power. Clearly, many believed Yi Fan, having been missing for so long, might have lost his senses. Su Ruojia's pupils dilated, gazing at Yi Fan as if he were a ghost, her body trembling slightly. 5 years ago, she had witnessed Yi Fan collapse before her, yet his body had never been found. The narrative of his disappearance had gradually taken shape. However, the Su family knew full well that Yi Fan, having sustained such grievous injuries, could not possibly have survived, and they had paid little heed to it. Yet now, Yi Fan stood before them. Wang Junyang tightly embraced Su Ruojia, reassuring her, "It's all right, don't be afraid." Su Guohua, upon seeing Yi Fan, paused momentarily before coldly stating, "Yi Fan, today is my daughter's joyous day. How dare you come here to cause trouble? Guards, seize him." "Yes, sir." A group of Su family enforcers, brimming with aggression, encircled Yi Fan. Yi Fan calmly retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff before flicking it into the air. "Do you think you can stop me?" As his words fell, Yi Fan swiftly slid his foot, crouching low to sweep the legs of dozens of enforcers, who fell to the ground, howling in agony. Yi Fan straightened up, dusted off his collar, and caught the falling cigarette perfectly. Su Guohua, furiously blushing, seethed, "You are outrageous. Yi Fan, do you think this is just any place? How dare you injure dozens of my Su family members? It seems you're asking for enough." Yi Fan casually grabbed a chopstick from the table and threw it. The chopstick sliced through the air like a blade, decapitating Su Guohua. His head rolled away, disbelief etched on his face. eyes wide open in anger. A collect why was my Yi family exterminated back then? Yi Fan's gaze was fixed intensely on Su Ruojie, who, in her agony, was now without her hands. I don't know. Don't know? Yi Fan pressed his foot firmly onto Su Ruojie's head, and with a thunderous crash, her skull struck the cold floor. The numerous wealthy magnates present all felt a wave of anxiety for Su Ruojie. Just then, a resounding voice echoed from outside the banquet hall. How bold! Does the Wang family's daughter-in-law dare to act? Everyone turned their eyes to see an elderly man in martial attire entering with a measured gait, hands clasped behind his back. It was Old Hong. I can't believe Old Hong is here. This is going to be quite the spectacle. Old Hong was a peak yellow-level martial artist. The old master of the Wang family actually sent his personal guard. Wang Junyang, filled with hope, exclaimed, Old Hong, quickly, save my wife. Old Hong replied calmly, Young master, please rest assured. With steady steps, Old Hong's presence was calm and unwavering, his expression betraying no hint of change, merely casting a cold glance at Yi Fan on the stage. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Release her. Kneel before me and apologize to the Wang family, and I may spare your life. Yi Fan paid no heed to Old Hong's words, increasing the pressure of his foot. Speak. Reveal everything you know. Feeling the chilling force above her head, Su Ruojie hesitated in the face of death. She, too, was human. She feared for her life. Yi Fan, even if the Dragon Kingdom were to be turned upside down, I shall ensure that all parties involved in the tragic annihilation of the Yi family are brought to justice. Very well. Since you refuse to speak, do not waste air. Perish. Yi Fan had no desire to engage in further meaningless conversation with Wang Guhong. Suddenly, a voice of immense authority resonated from outside the hall. Impudence. Is this engagement banquet of the Wang family a place for you to run rampant? I command you to release the person in your grasp immediately. With that, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed. A middle-aged man in military attire, with a square face and piercing eyes, led 1,000 soldiers clad in green armor into the hall. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. The green armored army, one of the most fearsome forces under the command of the 10 generals of the northern governor, had arrived. Indeed, that man is here. At that moment, Wang Junyang, who had already collapsed to the ground, sprang to life upon seeing the military-clad man, excitement surging through him. Uncle, you've finally arrived. Do not fear, my nephew. Upon hearing the voice of his elder brother, Wang Wanchun, Wang Guhong's heart soared with joy. Ha ha ha, there is always a way out. Wang Wanchun waved his hand, his cloak billowing with the wind, exuding an air of authority. The 1,000 soldiers in green armor swiftly encircled Yi Fan. Kid, did you not hear my command to release him? Yi Fan remained steadfast, clutching Wang Guhong's neck. He cast a fleeting glance at Wang Wanchun and coldly uttered, And you are? The moment those words escaped his lips, the assembled wealthy elites were struck with disbelief. That is Wang Wanchun, one of the 10 generals of the northern governor, a formidable warrior of the earth level. His power is truly terrifying. You, Yi Fan, have merely slain a yellow-level warrior, and already you dare to act so arrogantly. Truly, you are unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Enraged yet amused, Wang Wanchun scoffed, Ha ha ha. You are the first to dare to question me in the northern territory. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Just know that I represent the northern governor. Since you are now aware of my status, surrender obediently and release him. With a sudden exertion of force, Yi Fan crushed Wang Guhong's neck with a sharp crack. Nonchalantly, he flung Wang Guhong's lifeless body before Wang Wanchun, coldly saying, Here, I have delivered him to you. You. Wang Wanchun's expression twisted with rage. His gaze fixated on Yi Fan, emanating a chilling, murderous intent. You dare to disregard me? To scorn the northern governor? At that moment, Wang Wanchun's cloak billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, and the entire hall was filled with gasps of astonishment. Chapter 5. Killing the 10 generals of the Northern Territory, Wang Wanchun. Yi Fan coldly regarded Wang Wanchun, declaring, I know not who the Northern Governor is. All I know is that your family participated in the massacre of the Yi family 5 years ago. Even if the Northern Governor himself were to arrive, it would be of no consequence. The Wang family must perish today. The wealthy elites were struck with astonishment. What madness! Yi Fan has truly lost his mind. The northern governor holds absolute power in the northern territory, commanding 20,000 elite soldiers and numerous formidable warriors. Not only does he have the renowned 10 generals, but also the fearsome 4 heavenly kings. In the northern territory, the northern governor reigns supreme, able to extinguish anyone at will. Even 10 Yi families would not suffice to oppose him. For Yi Fan to utter such words publicly is akin to seeking death. Wang Wanqin burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what audacity! You dismiss the northern governor with such disdain. You truly are a tiger among men. Very well, I shall eliminate you, the traitor, on behalf of the governor. Uncle, dispose of him. Witnessing Wang Wanqin's overwhelming murderous intent, Wang Junyang was equally exhilarated. Kill, kill, kill. The 1,000 soldiers in green armor roared in unison. A thunderous, commanding presence echoing throughout the banquet hall. Alas! This young man from the Yi family has reached his end. The wealthy elites sighed, despair etched upon their faces. With a resounding crash, Wang Wanqian stepped forward, his foot creating a noticeable dent in the floor. The surrounding debris was sent flying. Even Wang Wanqing has been slain. This rascal truly offers no respite. On the other end of the phone, a stunning woman clad in a red qipao, her graceful figure accentuated, blushes slightly. The master is still alive. Yi Fan is currently charging towards the Wang family estate. The exquisite woman's face reveals concern. This is bad. Shadow, accompany Yi Fan to the Wang residence and ensure his safety. Yes, master. The heavenly level warrior known as Shadow promptly vanished from the banquet hall. Chapter 6. The fury of the Wang family's patriarch. Within the Wang family estate, a chilling wind swept through, as everyone solemnly gazed at the 3 headless corpses lying on the ground. The patriarch of the Wang family stood at the forefront, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is Jin Ling, who dares to kill a member of the Wang family on their own territory, who possesses the audacity to slay my son Wang Guhong, Wang Wanqing, and my grandson Wang Junyang. Is this an attempt to eradicate the Wang family? The patriarch bared his teeth, fists clenched tightly. The members of the Wang family present at the engagement banquet were suddenly thrown to their knees. It is Yi Fan. Yi Fan? How is that possible? That little bastard was supposed to have died 5 years ago, master. He is not dead. Moreover, he has become a heavenly level warrior. The patriarch's pupils suddenly contracted as he kicked a Wang family servant who was kneeling before him to the ground. Can't you think before you speak? A heavenly level warrior? Do you expect me to believe that? In just 5 short years, this little bastard could become a heavenly level warrior? Absurd. There must be more to this. Fixing his gaze on the 3 corpses, Wang Jiaming's expression twisted with rage, steam emanating from his nostrils. Father, allow me to lead the Wang family to kill Yi Fan right now, to avenge my brother and beloved nephew. The patriarch sternly replied, Wang Laosan, you must not act impulsively. Your elder brother is a terrestrial level warrior, yet he too was ambushed by this little bastard. This fellow is cunning, and he may prove difficult to deal with. Wang Jiaming's bloodshot eyes glimmered with determination. Humph! He dares to declare the annihilation of my Wang family in an hour. Shall we allow Yi Fan to continue his arrogance? The patriarch's gaze darkened with a hint of malice. You are mistaken. Laosan, just because I cannot deal with him does not mean the governor of Jiangbei cannot. Yi Fan, I want him dead. Prepare the car. Yes, master. Shortly thereafter, a black Mercedes sped towards the Jiangbei governor's residence. 50 minutes later, outside the Wang family estate, Wang Jiaming was directing the elite fighters returning from various establishments, bars, and nightclubs to fortify their defenses. Within the Wang family's conference hall, the patriarch was enjoying tea with 2 formidable heavenly-level warriors. Zhang Yuanba and Tian Zhongbao, both subordinates of the Jiangbei governor and second-in-command of the 4 heavenly kings. They had come at the governor's behest to assist. The patriarch, a shrewd man, seized the opportunity to fan the flames of conflict while sipping tea before the 2 generals. With a loud bang, the patriarch slammed his teacup onto the table, spilling tea everywhere. This Yi Fan, setting aside the grievances of slaying my son and grandson, the Jiangbei governor is of utmost authority. Yet in his words, he is worth nothing. He even threatened to kill the Jiangbei governor if he dared to intervene. The patriarch covered his mouth, his eyes darkening as he inhaled sharply. Hiss, that is the esteemed Jiangbei governor. Yi Fan speaks recklessly, utterly arrogant. His crimes deserve execution. Zhang Yuanba, appearing unfazed, replied, "There is no need for you to be agitated, Wang Patriarch. A mere young fool means nothing." Tian Zhongbao chuckled slightly. "Yifan? It's the first time I've heard that name, and it will likely be the last. Ha ha ha. I wonder why the governor would go to such lengths to send us to eliminate a mere youth." After exchanging knowing smiles and slight shakes of their heads, the patriarch rejoiced at the news of Yifan's impending demise, hastily pouring more tea for the two. "I truly did not expect General Zhang and General Tian to come. With you here, I feel much more at ease. In any case, I hope you both will take great care of this matter. I greatly appreciate your efforts." Zhang Yuanba raised his teacup. "Wang Patriarch, you are too kind. Eliminating Yifan is as simple as squashing an ant. Does it take effort to crush an ant?" Tian Zhongbao's expression cooled. "After all, Wang Wancheng was once under our employ. With him dead, we have lost one less ally. Yifan must pay for his reckless actions." A gust of wind swept up countless fallen leaves into the air. A young figure suddenly appeared outside the Wang family estate. Surveying the gathered Wang family members, he bore a dark coffin on his left shoulder, a flag emblazoned with the character for death strapped to his back. Like a harbinger of death, he filled the Wang family with dread. Their bodies trembling involuntarily. "He has come. He is Yifan." Wang Jiaming suddenly appeared with several hundred elite fighters, standing before the tightly shut gates of the Wang family estate. "You are Yifan? The one who killed my elder brother and second brother?" Wang Jiaming's face darkened, his eyes brimming with fury. Wei Yifan coldly regarded Wang Jiaming. "And you are? An hour has passed. Let your patriarch come out and speak." "How audacious! So it is you. Yifan, you dare to invade my Wang family alone. You truly are lacking in intellect. Father, allow me to maintain my composure. You are nothing special. No need for anyone else to intervene. I can handle you myself. Today, I, Wang Jiaming, shall prove to my father that I am no inferior to my elder brothers. The Wang family shall surely flourish under my leadership." Wang Jiaming, brimming with pride, gestured grandly to those behind him. "Capture this man and bring him to me. I shall personally end him." "Yes, third young master." Behind Wang Jiaming, hundreds of fighters armed with various weapons swiftly charged towards Yifan. Boom! Yifan stood his ground, effortlessly tossing the heavy coffin forward, crushing a multitude of opponents in its wake. 1/3 of the fighters were rendered incapable of battle in an instant. The remaining fighters, undeterred by the spectacle before them, continued their relentless charge towards Yifan. In that moment, Yifan leisurely reached out to catch some falling leaves, then casually flicked them away, sending the leaves spiraling through the air with fierce energy, like a celestial maiden scattering blossoms. Where the leaves passed, bodies fell apart, blood gushing forth, before they could close the distance. 2/3 of the hundreds of fighters had already fallen. "What? Leaves can kill. This. What the hell are these leaves? They are like bullets." The remaining third of the fighters exchanged nervous glances, beginning to panic. Yifan removed the death flag from his back, kicked off the ground, and propelled himself forward, the flagpole piercing through the hearts of countless fighters. The last 5 fighters were strung together like a garland, and Yifan withdrew the flagpole. The 5 corpses collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In less than 3 minutes, the entire elite force of hundreds had been annihilated. Wang Jiaming stood in stunned silence, cold sweat pouring down his face as he finally grasped the dire situation and fled, hastily retreating into the Wang family estate and shutting the gates tightly. Wang Jiaming finally breathed a sigh of relief, however. A loud bang echoed behind him as the previously sealed gate was forcefully smashed open by the dark coffin. Wang Jiaming rushed towards the conference hall, crying out in alarm. "It's not good. Yifan has broken in." Just as Wang Jiaming reached the halfway point in the courtyard, a flag shot towards him. Whoosh! The flagpole pierced through Wang Jiaming's calf. "Father, help me!" Wang Jiaming fell to the ground, clutching his injured leg in agony. Hearing the cries for help, the patriarch led Zhang Yuanba and Tian Zhongbao out of the conference hall, only to witness the shocking scene unfolding in the courtyard. "Lao San, what is happening?" The patriarch gazed in astonishment at the death flag embedded in his son's leg. "Father, save me. Yifan has broken in." "What? Yifan?" Before them stood Yifan, hoisting the dark coffin and stepping over the bodies of the Wang family members as he strode into the courtyard. The old man must reveal the truth behind the massacre of the Yi family 5 years ago, or he shall perish. Chapter 7. The might of a heavenly level warrior. The patriarch of the Wang family, hands clasped behind his back, assumed an air of superiority. Insolence. This is the Wang family. How dare you run rampant here? Yi Fan's expression remained indifferent. My patience is limited. I shall say this once more. Answer my question, or he dies. Wang Jiaming, lying on the ground while desperately trying to cover his wounded leg, regarded Yi Fan as if he were death incarnate, his body trembling involuntarily. Jiaming, do not fear. Today, Generals Zhang and Tian are present. He would not dare to harm you. The patriarch dismissed him, unconcerned. Wang Jiaming turned and noticed the two imposing middle-aged men standing beside his father, both clad in martial attire, their arms crossed, watching Yi Fan as if it were a spectacle. Wang Jiaming's previous despair dissipated, replaced by a sense of triumph. Yi Fan, you could never have imagined this. The Jiangbei governor has dispatched 2 of the 4 Heavenly King's generals to assist my Wang family. Both generals are heavenly-level warriors, fearsome forces ranked among the top 10 in Jiangbei. What are you? You think you can kill me? Keep boasting? Annoying. Yi Fan struck the coffin lid with his palm, sending it flying as though it were a cannonball, hurtling towards Wang Jiaming, with a thunderous bang, right before the eyes of the onlookers. Wang Jiaming was severed in half by the coffin lid, his body and head separated. Even in death, the expression on Wang Jiaming's face remained one of terror, shock, regret, and disbelief. Yi Fan had truly taken his life in front of 2 celestial-level warriors. Jiaming, the elder of the Wang family, his eyes bloodshot, erupted in fury. Yi Fan, you have killed my 3 sons and my beloved grandson Junyang. How ruthless you are. You have left the Wang family without a successor. Yi Fan, may you suffer a terrible fate. Today, I shall ensure your body is torn to shreds to alleviate my heart's hatred. Yi Fan replied coldly, are you in such a rush? Have you ever considered how I felt when you ordered the Su family to annihilate my Yi family 5 years ago? Today is merely a chance for you to empathize. Don't be hasty. You will be next. This coffin buries the Su family. It also buries your Wang family. Someone, seize this brat. 10 seconds passed, and no one responded. 20 seconds elapsed, and the elder of the Wang family furrowed his brows slightly. 30 seconds went by, and beads of sweat began to form on the elder's forehead. Damn it. Where are they? Have I raised you all for nothing? Yi Fan tilted the coffin in his hands. Countless heads rolled to the ground, blood splattering everywhere, creating a chilling scene. No need to search. They are all right here. What? The elder of the Wang family's gaze narrowed. Staggering back a few steps, they are all dead. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yi Fan has actually killed this entire elite group of mine without a scratch. This elite squad was the culmination of the Wang family's efforts, invested with a significant amount of time and money to train. Their worth was no less than that of a terrestrial-level warrior. Dozens of yellow-level warriors had perished at the hands of these elite fighters. With the death of hundreds of Wang family elite fighters, their last bastion of support vanished. The Wang family had already suffered greatly from Yi Fan's assault. Even if they were to kill Yi Fan today, it would not alleviate the elder's heartache. The elder's face twisted as he howled to the heavens. Yi Fan, killing you would be too kind. I've changed my mind. I shall sever your limbs and turn you into a human stick. Let you live in misery. Yi Fan slowly walked towards the remnants of Wang Jiaming, pulling out the death flag lodged in his calf, pointing it at the elder. Speak of why you sought to annihilate my Yi family back then. I might consider leaving you with a whole corpse. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as them. Enough. At that moment, a deafening voice resonated throughout the Wang family estate. Zhang Yuanba stepped forward, causing the ground to crater beneath his feet. Kid, I admit you have some skill, but not much. This farce ends here. Kneel and sever your own arms, and perhaps you might spare your life. The elder of the Wang family rejoiced internally. Zhang Yuanba, a true celestial-level warrior, had yet to strike, yet the pressure he exuded was overwhelming. Yi Fan, you should never have provoked my Wang family. The elder was now calculating how to turn Yi Fan into a human stick in his mind. Yi Fan waved the death flag through the air twice, then returned it to his back. Are you with the governor of Jiangbei? Indeed. If you know what's good for you, do as I say. Sever your own arms and kneel before me, otherwise you will face certain death. Yifan's expression turned icy. Does the governor of Jiangbei really wish to involve himself in this matter? Kid, the governor of Jiangbei is the law here. He decides who lives and dies. You have no right to question him. What great authority the governor of Jiangbei wields. Why did he not intervene in the massacre of the Yi family 5 years ago? Could it be he was involved? You dare to openly slander the governor? Prepare to die. With that, Zhang Yuanba darted forward, covering dozens of meters in an instant, leaves swirling around him in a dramatic display. In a blink, he stood before Yifan. The elder of the Wang family exclaimed, "So fast!" Tian Zhongbao crossed his arms, smirking, "What a fuss! This is merely the standard level of a celestial warrior. Kid, die." Black Tiger pounces on heart. Zhang Yuanba's fingers curled into claws, tearing through the air with a sound that echoed like a dragon's roar. Aiming for Yifan's throat, "Yishao, retreat." At that moment, a figure leaped from a nearby tree, descending like a monkey before Yifan, raising a fist to meet the attack. Bang! A celestial-level warrior? Zhang Yuanba's expression turned to one of astonishment as he staggered back several meters. A person clad in a black robe and a ghostly mask also retreated 10 steps. Once steady, this person knelt before Yifan. "Yishao, please forgive me for startling you." Yifan, puzzled, asked, "Who are you?" "I am Shadow, sent by my master to protect your safety." "Yishao, who is your master?" "Miss Du from the Du family." "Du Lisha?" Shadow's face twitched. Who is this kid to dare to call out the master's name so casually? However, recalling the master's order to ensure his safety, he suppressed his anger. "Indeed. Ah, so you are from the 9th senior sister." Clapping echoed through the air, as Zhang Yuanba applauded. "Wonderful. I didn't expect there would be celestial warriors to stir the waters today. Kid, consider yourself fortunate. If it weren't for him intervening, you would already be a corpse." Shadow positioned himself in front of Yifan. His expression grave. "Why, Yishao, you must flee. The farther, the better. They are both celestial-level warriors on the opposite side. I cannot guarantee how long I can hold them." Seeing Yifan remain unmoved, Shadow grew frantic. "Run. Why are you still standing here?" Yifan's expression remained cold. "Run? I shall kill them all." Chapter 8. Slaughtering the 4 great generals of Jiangbei. What? Kill them all? Shadow felt utterly baffled. The 2 before them were among the 4 great generals of Jiangbei. Each held command over 50,000 troops, a position truly one of authority over thousands. The governor of Jiangbei had maintained his control for decades thanks to these 4 great generals. The sharpest spear in the governor's arsenal. They were the aces, undefeated in nearly 100 battles. As a dignified celestial-level warrior, Shadow had no full confidence in escaping unscathed from these 2. Yet Yifan was audacious enough to claim he would kill them all. Based on mere words? Shadow shook his head, feeling a sense of foreboding. It seemed he might perish here today. This Yifan had clearly lost his mind in his rage, abandoning all reason. There was no saving him. However, Miss Du had shown him immense kindness, so he could not abandon Yifan to flee alone. At this moment, Shadow readied himself for a desperate fight. "Why, Yishao, please stand behind me and listen to my commands." Since this task was entrusted by the master, despite the dire situation, he had to grasp at the only hope. Just as Shadow prepared to charge forward, Yifan pressed down on his shoulder. Shadow looked puzzled. Why Yifan slowly spoke. "I appreciate the 9th senior sister's good intentions. You are quite commendable. My 9th senior sister did not misjudge you. There is no need for you to risk your life. From here on, just watch." Shadow's eyes widened in shock. This person was truly foolish. Zhang Yuanba looked at the 2 with a calm demeanor. Raising his head high, "Did I say? You both must die here today. No need to distinguish who goes first." Yifan's gaze darkened. "You wish to kill me?" Zhang Yuanba roared, unleashing a terrifying murderous intent. The surrounding leaves were rendered motionless. "You little brat, I am here to kill you," the elder of the Wang family hurriedly shouted. "Zhang General, take it easy. Don't kill him. Just maim him. I want to turn this brat into a human stick." Zhang Yuanba stepped forward, instantly becoming a blur, pouncing towards Yifan like a ferocious tiger. "You little bastard, try my dragon claw." Zhang Yuanba's fingers transformed into claws, tearing through the air with a sound akin to a tiger's roar, targeting Yifan's throat. The power of this strike was not diminished in the slightest from the previous one. The elder of the Wang family turned pale. "It's over." This kid is finished. Shadow felt a surge of dread, his expression grave. If Zhang Yuanba had unleashed this claw earlier, he would have clearly been unable to withstand it. It seemed Shadow had already foreseen the outcome, shaking his head with a sigh. Alas, Yi Xiao, if only you had listened to my advice and fled earlier, you would not meet such an end. Why must you insist on being stubborn? As Zhang Yuanba's earth-shattering claw approached Yi Fan's throat, a mere 5 centimeters away, Yi Fan remained unfazed, swiftly delivering a punch with lightning speed. Bang. What? How is this possible? The crowd's eyes widened in shock, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Zhang Yuanba's pupils contracted as he stared in incredulity at the gaping hole in his chest created by Yi Fan's punch. Could it be that you are an innate-level martial artist? Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Yuanba crumpled to the ground like a rag doll, his hands drooping weakly, his head tilting to the side, dead beyond revival. Zhang Yuanba, the 4 great generals of Jiangbei, dead? The elder of the Wang family gasped in shock, hurriedly retreating behind Tian Zhongbao. Tian Zhongbao furrowed his brows slightly, a hint of panic flickering across his face. An innate-level warrior? Upon hearing the term innate-level warrior, Shadow's breath quickened, his blood boiling. What an unexpected turn of events. The young Yi Xiao has unexpectedly revealed himself to be a postnatal-level martial artist. Such youth in a postnatal-level warrior could only be attributed to that esteemed individual. Yet, that person is the revered god of war of the Dragon Kingdom. How could an ordinary person ever hope to encounter him, let alone witness the god of war in the midst of battle? Yet today, Shadow has had the rare fortune to witness a combat scene that rivals that of the god of war. Exhilarating, utterly invigorating. Ha ha ha, to think that I, Shadow, could behold such grandeur. Even death would be worth it. Yi Fan gazed at Shadow in bewilderment. What is this? I merely killed someone. Why does that make you so ecstatic? I can't even muster your level of excitement. At this moment, Shadow noticed Yi Fan's gaze and instantly quelled his smile, bowing deeply to Yi Fan. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Why Yi Fan instinctively covered his ears. Before him stood Tian Zhongbao, who was blowing a silver whistle with great fervor. Shortly thereafter, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from all directions surrounding the Wang family courtyard. 3,000 soldiers clad in black armor, armed with carbines, marched in with resolute spirits, encircling the entire Wang family estate with impenetrable precision. A faint smirk of disdain crept across Tian Zhongbao's lips. Yi Fan, did you naively believe that after killing the governor of Jiangbei, the general could simply walk away unscathed? At this moment, the elderly Wang patriarch, hidden behind Tian Zhongbao, exhibited a flickering gaze, exclaiming with excitement. Could it be that this is the legendary Black Armor Army? It is said that several years ago, Jiangbei boasted a few postnatal-level martial artists, yet these warriors refused to serve under the governor of Jiangbei. In a fit of rage, the governor dispatched the Black Armor Army to suppress these martial artists, resulting in their tragic demise and the slaughter of their families. The Black Armor Army truly exists. Shadow's heart sank. He had heard whispers of the Black Armor Army. His emotions today resembled a tumultuous roller coaster. Plummeting into the abyss, however, this time he resolved not to remain passive, but to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yi Fan. Yi Xiao, the Black Armor Army is not to be trifled with. I shall assist you. Just as Shadow was about to make a move, Yi Fan firmly declined. No need, you can stay and watch. What? Shadow was momentarily taken aback, nearly losing his footing. Tian Zhongbao waved his hand. All black armor soldiers, heed my command. Eliminate this traitor. A reward of 10,000 taels of gold. Kill, kill, kill. The Black Armor Army surged forward, their thunderous battle cries resonating throughout the Wang family estate. Yi Fan snorted coldly and instantly activated, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he appeared before Tian Zhongbao like a specter. Before Tian Zhongbao could react, Yi Fan seized him by the throat. Yi Fan's eyes were icy. You wish to kill me? Have you not considered your own predicament? Order your Black Armor Army to vacate the Wang family estate, or I shall end you. Tian Zhongbao's expression twisted in rage. As a formidable general of the 4 great kings, how could he be threatened by Yi Fan? Yi Fan, you are frightened. Even if you kill me, the Black Armor Army will not waver. Military orders are absolute. If you release me now, I may spare your life and take you back to await the governor of Jiangbei's decree. Is that so? Tian Zhongbao's heart leapt with joy. He believed Yi Fan would relent at Yi Fan. In my capacity as the general of Jiangbei, I assure you, if you release me now, I shall spare your life. Do you truly believe you are worthy to bargain with me? With a sharp crack, Yi Fan crushed Tian Zhongbao's neck before the eyes of the 3,000 black armor soldiers. Tian Zhongbao fell lifelessly like a discarded dog, his face still bearing an expression of shock. The general of Tian is dead. The elderly Wang patriarch's gaze was filled with terror, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. The 3,000 black armor soldiers were left stunned. Yi Fan's displayed prowess far exceeded their understanding of postnatal level martial artists. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Yi Fan resembled a harbinger of death. Coldly surveying the 3,000 black armor soldiers, he is your fate. Those unafraid of death may approach. Chapter 9. Pursuing the truth at that moment, 10 men, fierce in appearance and armed, stepped forward from the ranks of the black armor army. With the general now deceased, command had fallen to these 10 captains. Although the general was dead, military orders remained paramount. Those who dare to retreat will be executed without mercy. Brothers, do not forget, we have slain postnatal level martial artists before. The opportunity to earn merit is before us. What of postnatal level martial artists? We, the Black Armor Army, are precisely what they fear. The Black Armor Army's ability to eliminate postnatal level martial artists stems from a specialized high-explosive bullet developed by the Jiangbei governor's research team, capable of detonating upon impact with a warrior's body. Not even a postnatal level martial artist can withstand it. Whoosh! The 3,000 black armor soldiers moved in unison, their spirits soaring, raising their carbines to aim at Yi Fan. Ha ha ha! Excellent! We, the Black Armor Army, are without cowards, a bearded captain at the forefront boasted proudly. Alas! What a pity! Such a young heavenly-level martial artist would have made a splendid addition to our Jiangbei governor. What a bright future lay ahead! Yet you have strayed from the path and will ultimately perish beneath our guns. A dashing female captain beside the bearded man clicked her tongue. Fire! The 10 captains shouted in unison. The hundreds of black armor soldiers at the front pulled their triggers. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted. The elderly Wang patriarch cackled maniacally. Yi Fan, this time you must surely die. Ha ha ha. Shadow collapsed to the ground. Pounding the earth in desperation. Yi Shao. Yi Fan opened his coat, swiftly pulling something from inside, and flung it towards the Black Armor Army. A multitude of silver needles shot forth like lightning towards the barrels of the black armor guns. Yi Fan's actions transpired so quickly that none could discern them. Before the bullets could even exit the barrels, they were detonated by the silver needles. Boom, boom, boom. The guns of the hundreds of black armor soldiers at the front exploded, igniting a conflagration of chaos, with fragments and debris flying in all directions. A torrential rain of blood, mingled with severed limbs, cascaded down. The rear ranks of the black armor soldiers fell like dominoes. Overwhelmed by the immense shockwave from the explosions, 3,000 black armor soldiers let out a collective wail, their combat effectiveness utterly obliterated. Yi Fan shook his head. Why do you insist on ignoring my warnings? Shadow sprang to his feet, exhilarated. Yi Shao, I knew you could do it. Ha ha ha. The Black Armor Army? Merely your plaything. Yi Shao. The elderly Wang patriarch could hardly believe it. How could Yi Fan repeatedly evade peril? And not only evade, but dominate. He found himself with no path to escape, collapsing to the ground, staring vacantly at the sky. Suddenly, a foot pressed against his forehead. It was Yi Fan. Old man, my Yi family has no enmity with you. Why did you orchestrate the annihilation of my entire family? Did the governor of Jiangbei also partake in this? A flicker of malice crossed the elderly Wang patriarch's gaze. Even though he realized the current situation was hopeless, he sought to provoke Yi Fan, attempting to draw him towards the Jiangbei governor. Ascending to the position of Jiangbei governor is no easy feat. The forces behind it are complex and formidable. If Yi Fan dares to confront the Jiangbei governor, he would surely face death. Ha ha ha. You're so formidable. Why not confront the Jiangbei governor and demand answers face to face? Torturing this old man is hardly a display of skill. Crack! Yi Fan stomped down, distorting the old man's face. You sought to obliterate my Wang family. What purpose remains for me to live? Grant me a swift death, and I shall reveal nothing. Yi Fan, you are so close to the truth now. Does that feeling gnaw at you? Yi Fan lifted his leg, yanking the elderly Wang patriarch up and dragging him to the front entrance of the Wang estate. The old man's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Yifan. What? What do you intend to do? Yifan coldly replied. Do you not wish for death? I shall fulfill that wish with that. Yifan picked up a wooden stake from the ground. He tossed the elderly Wang patriarch into the air. And with a swift motion, Yifan shot the stake towards the old man's right shoulder. With a clang, the elderly Wang patriarch was pinned to the plaque at the entrance of the Wang family estate. 2 silver needles followed swiftly, piercing the major artery in his wrist. Drops of blood trickled down his arm. Once your blood has drained completely, you shall perish. Enjoy your demise. The elderly Wang patriarch glared furiously. Yifan, you dare treat me thus? You will not die a good death. It is only in the face of the unknown that death becomes truly terrifying. He watched Yifan's retreating figure. The elderly Wang patriarch crumbled. Why, Yifan? Do not leave. Please, do not go. I was wrong. I will tell you anything you wish to know. Grant me a swift end. The return of the Yi family's youngest son after 5 years of disappearance, along with the news of the annihilation of the Su and Wang families, spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys of Jinling, shocking all. Soon after, even more explosive news emerged. The discovery of the elderly Wang patriarch, gruesomely nailed to his own door plaque, along with what appeared to be the corpses of 2 heavenly-level martial artists under the Jiangbei governor's command within the courtyard. As this news broke, it ignited a frenzy throughout Jiangbei. People clamored to uncover the true identity of this Yi family's youngest son. Within the Yi family's ancestral home, Yifan first placed a blood-stained death flag before the tomb. Then, with a thud, Yifan knelt, bowing 3 times. Father, mother, elder brother, second brother, I have avenged you. The Su and Wang families have been utterly annihilated by my hand. I hope you are aware of this in the afterlife. My child has discovered that this matter is far from simple. There are other forces entangled within. Please grant me a little more time, and I shall thoroughly investigate this matter to its very core. Regardless of who they may be, I will unearth them with my own hands, and none shall be able to thwart me. During today's engagement banquet, Yifan learned from Su Ruojie that the Su family betrayed the Yi family 5 years ago due to the coercion from the Wang family. It was only then that Yifan realized that the Su family's strength at that time was insufficient to obliterate the Yi family. This implies that among those who destroyed the Yi family, there were individuals from the Wang family. Today, Yifan observed the close ties between the Wang family and the governor of Jiangbei. Not only is Wang Wanchen a subordinate of the Jiangbei governor, but the governor has also dispatched 2 generals to assist Old Master Wang. The relationship between the Wang family and the forces behind the Jiangbei governor is undoubtedly intricate. If that is the case, it is quite possible that the Jiangbei governor's men were present 5 years ago. To completely unveil the truth behind the massacre of the Yi family, the Jiangbei governor is the key. As Yifan pondered deeply, a sudden crash echoed, followed by the fragrant aroma of wine. Is that you, Yifan? A trembling voice from a young girl came from behind him. Yifan turned abruptly. Shin Chuyu, Chapter 10. The reversal of fate. Before him stood a beautiful girl, as if she had stepped out from a comic book, holding a box of mung bean pastries, with a bottle of smashed white wine at her feet. Yifan, is it truly you? The girl's previously dull eyes suddenly transformed into a spectrum of colors. Shin Chuyu had heard people discussing the return of the Yi family's youngest son while walking in the streets today. She was skeptical at first and came to the Yi family estate with a mindset of merely testing the waters. To her astonishment, Yifan had indeed returned. Yifan was alive. He stood right before her. A wave of bittersweet emotion surged through Shin Chuyu's heart. It had been 5 years. As Yifan's desk mate during high school, Shin Chuyu had developed feelings for him during their daily interactions. When she heard the news of the Yi family's annihilation in their senior year, she rushed to the Yi residence immediately. The place was unrecognizable, littered with corpses. Shin Chuyu frantically searched the lifeless bodies but could not find Yifan's. In the subsequent days, she spent money to arrange a proper burial for Yifan's parents, elder brother, and second brother. Ignoring her family's pleas, she resolutely abandoned her dream of attending Zhonghai University, opting instead to remain in Jinling, solely to glean information about Yifan's whereabouts. For 5 years, Shin Chuyu never gave up, despite her friends and family repeatedly urging her to let go, insisting that Yifan must be dead. Yet she steadfastly refused to believe it, convinced that he was still alive. With tears in her eyes, She felt that all her hard work over the past 5 years had finally borne fruit. Everything she had done was worthwhile. Old classmate, why are you laughing and crying at the same time? Yifan approached Shin Chuyu, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. I wasn't crying. I was just happy. Shin Chuyu pouted her delicate lips, appearing exceedingly adorable. I didn't come here on purpose. I just happened to pass by and thought I'd check on Uncle Yi, Aunt Yi, and my elder and second brothers. Stop pretending. I already know. You arranged the tombs for my parents, elder brother, and second brother. Thank you, Chuyu. Shin Chuyu's face flushed crimson as she stammered. We were desk mates. So it's only natural to help each other. Quickly, she distanced herself from Yifan, approaching the graves. Shin Chuyu took the mung bean pastries from the box and respectfully placed them before the tombstones. She then bowed before the graves of the deceased. Uncle Yi, Aunt Yi, elder brother Yi, second brother Yi, Yifan has returned. Rest assured, I will take good care of him. Yifan observed all this, muttering softly, Take care of me? Shin Chuyu's gaze suddenly fell upon the grave markers, her pupils constricting. Ah, Yifan, could it be true what they said? You truly killed the Su and Wang families? Yifan did not conceal the truth. Indeed, I did. Yifan, if you have killed them, will you not fear me? Shin Chuyu then scrutinized Yifan carefully. His appearance had not changed much in 5 years. Yet there was now a newfound resolve in his eyes, exuding a more masculine aura. I'm not afraid. After the Yi family's tragedy, I was the first to come searching for your body with my bare hands. Realizing she had let slip too much, Shin Chuyu quickly covered her mouth. A flicker of shock passed through Yifan's eyes to eye in his memories. Shin Chuyu was the daughter of the prestigious Shun family from Zhonghai. Accustomed to a life of luxury, how could she be unafraid even of corpses? Just then, a rustling sound of footsteps echoed from outside the Yi residence. Who goes there? Yifan shouted. Why, Yifan? I never expected you to truly seek vengeance. It was Brother Zhang, the security guard, his face filled with astonishment as he appeared before the two. Oh, it's Brother Zhang. Oh, and the lovely young lady is here too. Yifan, you probably don't know, but this young lady not only arranged the tombs for your parents, elder brother, and second brother, but she also frequently brings offerings to visit them. I've lost count of how many times I've seen her. What a kind-hearted child, Brother Zhang. Please don't say any more, oh my. Are you shy now? Very well, I won't say anything further. Brother Zhang lit a cigarette and handed it to Yifan. Yifan, your revenge has been taken. What are your plans now? Your father did me a great favor. If it's not too much trouble, you could join our security team. I'll arrange a job for you. Yifan took the cigarette, his expression serious. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Zhang, but my vengeance is not yet fulfilled. Perhaps the Jiangbei governor is still involved. I must find the time to inquire with him. What? The Jiangbei governor? Brother Zhang nearly dropped the cigarette he was holding. Do you know that the Jiangbei governor is akin to a deity in Jiangbei? He is not someone the Su or Wang families can compare to. Yifan, heed my advice and let this matter rest. For decades, the Jiangbei governor has ruled with an iron fist, and those who oppose him end up in ruin. He has maintained his position for so long and remains unscathed. Upon hearing Brother Zhang's words, even Shin Chuyu began to worry for Yifan's safety. Why, Yifan? I've heard you killed the Jiangbei governor's general. He will surely not let this slide. Don't be too eager to confront the Jiangbei governor. How about I help you escape the country for a while? Once this storm has passed, you can return. Brother Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. You actually killed the Jiangbei governor's 4 top generals, each a heavenly warrior. What on earth have you been through these past 5 years to become so formidable? Yifan coldly replied. I did indeed kill the 2 generals under the Jiangbei governor. They were aiding the Wang family. That is precisely why I must confront the Jiangbei governor. Brother Zhang suddenly seemed to recall something, shaking his head gravely. Why, Yifan? Perhaps with your previous strength, you could have managed this, but now, it will be difficult. Why? Yifan's expression remained impassive. Brother Zhang sighed heavily. You are unaware. Currently, the Jiangbei governor is engaged in friendly exchanges with the East Sea nation. It's all about mutual benefits. To put it plainly, the Jiangbei governor is spending money while the East Sea nation sends people to solidify his control over Jiangbei. Is that tiny nation really so formidable? Yifan, during your absence, the martial prowess of the East Sea nation has soared inexplicably. A large number of new postnatal warriors have emerged, and it is said that several innate warriors have also made breakthroughs. Not only is their martial strength impressive, but East Sea merchants have flooded into the Dragon Nation in recent years. The East Sea people have become a presence that cannot be trifled with in the Dragon Nation. They disregard our laws, and even if they kill someone, they face no punishment. Yifan's gaze deepened. How dare the East Sea invaders run rampant on Dragon Nation soil? This is utterly outrageous. I must go and pay a proper visit to the Jiangbei governor. I must understand how he governs Jiangbei. Chapter 11. The legacy left by that woman. The Jiangbei governor's mansion is situated in the heart of Jiangbei. Sprawling over 3,000 acres, equivalent to several hundred football fields, in preparation for the arrival of the East Sea emissaries, the entire mansion was adorned with flags of the East Sea nation. A truly extravagant endeavor. Governor Jiang Outyin paced anxiously outside the mansion, flanked by numerous subordinates. Suddenly, a black Toyota Crown came to a stop before them. 3 exceptionally poised individuals from the EC disembarked, and Governor Jiang Outyin promptly stepped forward to greet them. It was hard to fathom that this normally stoic and unyielding figure would now greet them with a beaming smile. Mr. Shimazu Ichigo. You have finally arrived, Jiang-san. It has been a long time. You seem to have aged considerably. Governor Jiang Outyin forced a smile, gesturing for them to enter. Mr. Shimazu Ichigo, I have arranged a banquet for us. Let us dine and converse. Mr. Shimazu Ichigo nodded slightly. Very well, Jiang-san. I shall follow your arrangements. Governor Jiang Outyin led them into an opulent banquet hall, where a grand table was set with pure gold cutlery. An embodiment of extreme luxury. After arranging for several individuals from the land of the rising sun to be seated, Jiang Outyin snapped his fingers. Subsequently, dozens of strikingly beautiful women, each with a slender waist, gracefully presented steaming, delectable dishes onto the dining table. Each lady wore a sheer veil, adding an air of mystery to their presence. Ishida Ichigo licked his lips, pulling one of the beauties into his embrace, exclaiming, "Ah, Miss Hannah, you are exceptionally exquisite." Jiang Outyin's lips curled into a slight smile. Ha ha ha. As long as Mr. Ishida is pleased, there are plenty of such flowers to choose from. Tonight, I shall personally select a batch to deliver to your room. Ishida Ichigo swallowed hard, his expression brimming with excitement. Jiang-san, you truly understand me. Jiang Outyin was acutely aware that Mr. Ishida was a naturally gifted warrior, a formidable presence ranked within the top 1,000 of the Asian martial arts leaderboard. It's worth noting that the 4 heavenly generals under Jiang Outyin's command, all of whom were celestial-level warriors, could not even make it onto this prestigious list. This clearly illustrates Ishida Ichigo's exceptional worth. Furthermore, the 2 companions accompanying Ishida were also formidable, capable of ranking within the top 2,000 of the Asian martial arts standings. Thus, Jiang Outyin dared not treat this illustrious warrior from the East with anything but the utmost respect. After several rounds of toasts, Governor Jiang Outyin's expression turned somber. Mr. Ishida, your arrival is most timely. 2 of my celestial warriors met with a tragic end today. I hope you can assist me in avenging them. Ishida Ichigo replied nonchalantly, Jiang-san, celestial warriors, if they are dead, then they are dead. Jiang Outyin gritted his teeth. But they were my most capable aides. Aides? Ha ha ha. They seem no more than useless trash. Is it really worth such sorrow? Ishida waved dismissively. Fine. Allow me to make a statement. Whoever killed your subordinates shall surely meet their demise at my hands. Jiang-san, you can rest easy on that. Jiang Outyin's face lit up with excitement as he raised his glass. Mr. Ishida, I toast to you. Wait, what is that? Ishida suddenly became captivated by the jade ring adorning Jiang Outyin's hand. Oh, this was retrieved from the Yi family estate during the night we wiped them out. Jiang Outyin explained, extending the jade ring towards Ishida. If Mr. Ishida fancies it, I shall gift it to you. This could very well be a remnant left by that woman. Ishida narrowed his eyes slightly. Jiang Outyin gasped in astonishment. What? You mean to say it was left by that woman? Ishida nodded. Indeed. The higher-ups have tasked me with an important mission while I am in Jiangbei, to seek out her whereabouts. Gasping, Jiang Outyin inhaled sharply. Could it be that the woman has resurfaced? Ishida shook his head. Not exactly. It's just that the remnants of the items we auctioned from that woman back in our homeland have dwindled. The higher authorities are anxious, which is why they sent me to search for any clues. I shall accept this jade ring for now. Please, go ahead. Brother Zhang watched Yifan's composed demeanor in the presence of Governor Jiang and felt an immense shock. Old Yi, I find myself envious of you. You have raised a fine son. As the evening drew near, Brother Xing offered Yifan a place to stay at the security team's quarters. But Shen Shuiwe, standing by, grew anxious. Brother Zong, Yifan can stay at my house. There's an extra room available? Brother Xing waved his hand dismissively. Oh, you're just a girl. I thought it might be inconvenient for Yifan to stay with you. Shen Shuiwe insisted. Inconvenient? Not at all. We are classmates and even desk mates. How could it be inconvenient for him to stay at my home? Seeing the fervor in the young girl's demeanor, Brother Xing chuckled knowingly. After bidding farewell to the two, he departed. Chuiwe, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Perhaps I should just stay at a hotel, Yifan suggested. Hotel? Where is more comfortable than home? If you say that again, I might just get angry, Shen Chuiwe asserted. Hands on her hips, Yifan was touched by Shen Chuiwe's words. He felt he had no home left. With his parents deceased and both his elder brother and second brother gone, Shen Chuiwe's willingness to consider him family deeply moved him. Chuiwe, I will go with you. At 11:30, Shen Chuiwe led Yifan to an apartment in Jinling. It was a 2-bedroom unit. And upon entering, Yifan furrowed his brow. Chuiwe, have you lived here all these years? Yes. Yifan found it hard to believe that the once privileged Miss Shun would now reside in such a modest apartment. What had transpired in the Shen family during his absence of 5 years? Shen Chuiwe approached him with clean clothes and a towel, interrupting his thoughts. Yifan, why don't you go take a shower? I'll prepare something for you to eat. All right. Yifan entered the bathroom, turned on the shower, and steam filled the yard. As he disrobed, preparing to hang his clothes on the hook behind the door. A pair of delicate pink lace panties caught his eye. Wow. What is this? Curiosity piqued, he picked up the silky item. What a smooth texture. Why is there only a single string? How on earth is one supposed to wear this? Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and the bathroom door swung open. Shen Chuiwe, her face flushed, stared at Yifan, who was gazing at her pink lace underwear. That is mine. She quickly snatched the item from his grasp and shut the door with a swift motion. The rapidity of the events left Yifan stunned, and once Shen Chuiwe was gone, he hastily covered his lower half. Damn. I forgot to lock the door. Shen Chuiwe dashed back to the bedroom, burying her face in a pillow, her porcelain-like legs thrashing about. Oh no. How embarrassing. Yifan saw my intimate belongings, and of such a sensual nature. He can't think I'm some loose woman. Can he? What should I do? What should I do? After finishing his shower, Yifan enjoyed a meal prepared by Shen Chuiwe. He patted his belly, content, and retired to bed. Meanwhile, Shen Chuiwe lay awake, unable to sleep. Her mind racing at the thought of seeing Yifan in his natural state. It's only been 5 years, yet he has grown so muscular. What to do? I like it big. What should I do? Shen Chuiwe squeezed a pillow tightly between her legs, spending the night in turmoil. The next morning, she rose early to prepare breakfast for Yifan, bringing a plate of fried eggs and sausages to his room. When she opened the door, Yifan was nowhere to be found. Panic-stricken, she finally discovered a note left on his nightstand. I'm going to meet the governor of Jiangbei. I'll be back tonight. Crash! Shen Chuiwe collapsed to the floor, the white plate shattering into pieces, the fried eggs and sausages rolling everywhere. Chapter 12. A bold infiltration into the East Japan Exchange Conference within a luxurious villa in Jiangbei. A tall and stunning woman held her phone between her shoulder and ear as she slowly drew back the curtains. Just as the curtains were halfway drawn, she hastily picked up her phone. What? Please repeat that. You say Yifan headed towards the governor's residence early this morning? Indeed. I am following closely behind him. Shadow, you continue to trail Yifan, intercept him, and prevent him from doing anything foolish. I'll come over immediately with reinforcements. Yes, master. After the call ended, the beautiful woman gazed at the rising sun outside, her brows furrowing slightly. You can kill the Su family, the Wang family, and even the celestial warriors under the governor's command. And I, your senior sister, can help you handle it with ease. But that is the governor of Jiangbei. I cannot be entirely sure. She then shed her diaphanous nightgown, revealing her flawless figure, and slipped into a leather jacket. No matter, after all, you, Yifan, are my little junior brother. I cannot allow anything to happen to you. The stunning woman wore a tender smile. Today marked the Jiangbei governor's exchange conference with the land of the rising sun. The governor's residence was filled with numerous wealthy individuals from Jiangbei, social elites, and merchants from the east. To demonstrate the importance of the exchange conference, The governor ordered a lockdown within a 5-kilometer radius of the residence. Roads were blocked off, and the streets appeared desolate, with only heavily armed patrols and attending dignitaries visible, leaving almost no ordinary citizens in sight. At this moment, on the empty street, Gu Yong, one of the 10 commanding generals, leisurely observed his subordinates checking the invitations of arriving guests. "Baka, I am from the land of the rising sun. How dare you treat me with disrespect?" Upon witnessing an irate individual from the east, Gu Yong rushed over without hesitation. He delivered a swift slap that sent one of his subordinates crashing to the ground. "Fool! Are you blind? A genuine individual from the east? What is there to check?" Gu Yong turned back, bowing and apologizing profusely to the East Asian man, who finally relented. It is worth noting that Gu Yong was one of the 10 commanding generals, a celestial-level warrior. Even so, he dared not offend any individual from the east lightly. At that moment, an elderly man knelt before Gu Yong, cradling a child in his arms. "Sir, please, I beg of you. My grandson has a high fever and needs to go to the hospital. I implore you to let me pass." Gu Yong coldly regarded the elderly man at his feet. "Do you have an invitation?" "I do not." "Then are you from the east?" The old man fell silent. Gu Yong waved dismissively. "It seems you are not from the east. Return from whence you came." How could I, a proud citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, possibly be that East Asian child?" "Silence." Gu Yong kicked the old man to the ground. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. The seemingly illustrious regional governor, the king of Jiangbei, ultimately finds himself reliant on our esteemed Ishida Ichigo. Let the ignorant denizens of the Dragon Kingdom witness the formidable prowess of our transcendent martial artists from the land of the rising sun. Ha ha ha! Let us deliver a minor shock to the people of the Dragon Kingdom, but let us not terrify them too greatly." As the taunts of the Easterners echoed in their ears, the wealthy magnates present felt a sense of humiliation. Their fists clenched in frustration, yet they were left with no choice but to join in the foolish laughter. Under the guidance of the Jiangbei governor, the gathering moved to the front of the governor's mansion. "Are you the Jiangbei governor? Yi Fan, you have slain 4 of my celestial-level warriors. I demand your life as restitution." Yi Fan, lounging atop a coffin, exhaled a ring of smoke, glancing up. "Are you the Jiangbei governor?" The governor gritted his teeth, filled with a murderous rage, wishing to shred Yi Fan into pieces. "Yi Fan, you dare to kill my 4 celestial-level warriors. I will have your life in return." With a resounding thud, Yi Fan, cigarette in hand, tapped the coffin lid. "Jiangbei governor and Easterners, do take a good look at this coffin I have prepared for you. Are you satisfied?" Following a chorus of derisive laughter, 3 figures emerged from the crowd. Baka, truly unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. How could such foolish youth exist in the Dragon Kingdom? Ishida Ichigo, arms crossed, bore a mocking expression, flanked by 2 fierce-looking Eastern warriors who stood respectfully by his side. At that moment, the discerning magnates outside gasped in unison, recognizing him as Ishida Ichigo, a top 1,000 martial artist in Asia. The 2 beside him, Yamada Ryo and Kikuchiaki, ranked within the top 2,000 of postnatal warriors. Such formidable fighters from the land of the rising sun had come to the Dragon Kingdom? How could Yi Fan compete? Had the game already concluded before it began? Yi Fan's icy gaze swept over the 3. "It is not your turn yet. Why the haste?" He then casually slapped the coffin lid, rising elegantly before flicking the cigarette but at the Jiangbei governor's feet. "Governor Jiangbei, regarding the massacre of the Yi family 5 years ago, does it concern you? Think carefully before you speak. Otherwise, it will be your demise." Chapter 14. The appearance of the 9th senior sister. Ha ha ha. Demise? Yi Fan, do you dare to speak so boldly before Mr. Ishida Ichigo? Kneel and beg for my mercy, and perhaps I might consider allowing Mr. Ishida to make your end a swift one. The Jiangbei governor scoffed contemptuously. Ishida Ichigo chuckled disdainfully. "Jiang-san, you flatter me. Dealing with this brat requires no effort on my part." He gestured to his companions. "You too? Break his legs, but do not kill him. Hi." Yamada Ryo and Kikuchiaki bowed respectfully before casually striding toward Yi Fan. Ishida Ichigo turned to depart. "Jiang-san, let us go. There is nothing of interest here. My men will bring this brat in shortly. At that point, you may dispose of him as you wish." "Excellent. Splendid." Jiang Outyin felt elated, hastening to follow. Yi Fan sighed, shaking his head. "Ah, How pitiable, this is Jiangbei, the land of the Dragon Kingdom. You, the esteemed governor, have actually allied with thieves to secure your reign. You have cast aside your dignity. Today, I shall show you who truly holds power in the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Outyin, not turning back, mused inwardly. Yi Fan, at this point, you have nothing left but bravado. Rest assured, I shall not allow you a swift death. I will ensure your torment is prolonged. Ishida Ichigo and Zhang Outyin strolled leisurely toward the banquet hall. After taking 10 steps, a tremendous crash echoed behind them, followed by a sharp crack. Zhang Outyin beamed with pride. Mr. Ishida, it is all thanks to you. In such a short time, this brat has lost a leg. Ishida Ichigo did not respond, merely chuckling softly. Upon reaching their 20th step, another crisp sound resonated behind them. Crack! Hearing the noise, Zhang Outyin could hardly contain his exhilaration. Ha ha ha! How pathetic! Yi Fan is nothing to fear. Ishida Ichigo shot a disdainful glance at Zhang Outyin, thinking to himself how the people of the Dragon Kingdom truly lacked experience. Just then, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd behind them. Ishida Ichigo shook his head in resignation. Ah, it seems the people of the Dragon Kingdom are all the same. As they prepared to take their 21st step, a chilling voice rang out from behind. Is this the extent of the Easterners? Truly pathetic. Zhang Outyin was struck by lightning, his heart stopping. This is Yi Fan's voice. They quickly turned to see two cold corpses at Yi Fan's feet. Unmistakably Yamada Ryo and Kikuchi Aki. Ishida Ichigo frowned slightly. Could this brat also be a transcendent-level warrior? Yet, in that fleeting moment of concern, Ishida Ichigo surmised that Yi Fan had merely entered the ranks of the transcendent-level warriors. He himself was at the pinnacle of that level, on the verge of grasping the essence of the master level. In the realm of martial arts, above the transcendent-level warriors existed the master and grandmaster levels. However, due to Jiangbei's weak martial arts standards, celestial-level warriors could dominate this region. What astonished him was the presence of a transcendent-level warrior in Jiangbei, especially one so young, around 20 years old. Ishida Ichigo felt a twinge of regret for his misjudgment that had cost him 2 postnatal warriors. Yet, amidst that regret, he felt a surge of excitement. Yi Fan, you have successfully garnered my attention. The land of the rising sun cannot allow such a young prodigy to exist within the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, I shall snuff you out before you ever blossom. Zhang Outyin's voice trembled. What shall we do now? Ishida Ichigo, his demeanor calm, replied. What is there to fear? I shall personally take care of him. The death of 2 subordinates matters little. At least they have confirmed the existence of such a young transcendent-level warrior in the Dragon Kingdom, which is a worthy death. Killing Yi Fan would be a preemptive strike against potential threats to the land of the rising sun, and they would surely be rewarded for their efforts. Hearing Ishida Ichigo's words, Zhang Outyin quickly regained his composure. This is excellent news. The two approached Yi Fan with excitement. Why Yi Fan, stepping atop the corpses, coldly declared, the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom are profound and extensive. Your Eastern martial arts are inferior. Ishida Ichigo, arms crossed, stepped forward with a resounding crash, causing cracks to spiderweb across the ground. Baka! You dare to belittle the martial arts of the land of the rising sun. Then let me personally end your life. As the fractures spread beneath him, the wealthy magnates recoiled in terror. Fearing for their safety, is this the power of one ranked in the top 1,000 of Asia? Utterly terrifying. No wonder the Jiangbei governor is so eager to curry favor with Ishida Ichigo. He is incredibly formidable. As citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, they hoped for the victory of their champion, but reality told them that Yi Fan would not prevail. Alas, it is not that their champion is weak, but rather that Ishida Ichigo is too monstrous. At that moment, Yi Fan suddenly raised a hand. I disdain your Eastern martial arts. Do you believe I could defeat you even with one hand? What? Seeking death? Ishida Ichigo unleashed a tremendous pressure, causing the leaves to rustle without a breeze, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Just as he was about to act, a thunderous roar of an engine shattered the air. A black BMW S1000R motorcycle soared into view, coming to a halt before Yi Fan. As the crowd gazed in confusion, the woman atop the motorcycle removed her helmet, letting her lustrous black hair cascade down, revealing an astonishingly beautiful visage. Jiangbei governor? The crowd gasped in surprise. Is that really her? They exclaimed, recognizing her as Du Lisha, the young lady of the prestigious Du family, who had seen better days but still commanded respect. Surely, the Jiangbei governor would still honor her. Yifan was taken aback. What is my ninth senior sister doing here? Du Lisha dismounted the motorcycle, rushing to Yifan's side, pinching his cheek with her delicate fingers, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Junior brother, are you hurt anywhere? Let your sister take a good look. Senior sister, what are you doing? Yifan felt a bit as hyt seems there are no major issues. Du Lisha breathed a sigh of relief, then positioned herself protectively in front of Yifan as 3 celestial-level warriors landed behind her, one of whom was the shadow who had been trailing Yifan. If you wish to harm my junior brother, it is absolutely impossible. Du Lisha's voice was icy. Ishida Ichigo did not even glance at the 3 celestial-level warriors behind her. His gaze was fixated on the alluring curves of Du Lisha's figure, his throat dry and impure thoughts swirling within him. Well, I did not expect this woman to be even more enticing than the offering presented by the Jiangbei governor last night. Ishida Ichigo, hands clasped behind his back, raised his head high, exuding an air of superiority. I can spare your junior brother, but you must agree to 2 conditions. First, let your junior brother cripple his own martial arts and kneel before me to beg for forgiveness. Second, you shall remain with me tonight. Otherwise, you shall all perish. Chapter 15. The Jiangbei governor, Ishida Ichigo, must die. The Jiangbei governor's face twisted in rage. Mr. Ishida, Yifan's life cannot be spared. Ishida Ichigo shot a fierce glare at the Jiangbei governor. Jiang Sang, are you instructing me on what to do? The governor of Jiangbei felt a chilling, murderous intent and hurriedly smiled. I dare not. Mr. Shimazu, you have the final say. At that moment, Shadow sensed the precariousness of the situation and whispered to Du Lisha and Yifan. Miss Yishao, you both should leave first. The 3 of us, as heavenly-level martial artists, may not be able to hold on for long. The farther you run, the better. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shadow led the charge. And the 3 figures leapt high, landing before Shimazu Ichihiro like monkeys. Shadow pointed at Shimazu Ichihiro and exclaimed, You Eastern barbarian dare to be disrespectful to my lady. Shimazu Ichihiro beckoned with his hand towards the 3. Shadow and his 2 companions, who were also heavenly-level martial artists, immediately launched their assault. Their seamless coordination revealed that these 3 often trained together in martial arts. The trio seemed to merge into one, their martial prowess surging. Even postnatal-level martial artists would find them exceedingly troublesome. With fierce momentum, 3 fists struck towards Shimazu Ichihiro with great force. Foolish Dragon Country people. Shimazu Ichihiro unleashed 3 palm strikes in midair. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 figures were sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, leaving several large craters in their wake. The arena fell silent. The wealthy elite stared in shock at the unconscious trio in the pit, utterly astounded. The 3 heavenly-level martial artists could not withstand even a single exchange against Shimazu Ichihiro. With his hands behind his back, Shimazu Ichihiro looked at Du Lisha with a calculating smile. Do you 2 wish to live or die? Du Lisha furrowed her delicate brows, resolutely shielding Yifan behind her. Yifan, you must ride the motorcycle and leave first. Senior sister will cover for you. It seems Shimazu Ichihiro is indeed formidable. Senior sister, you overestimate him. Yifan stepped forward. The usual rules apply. One hand only. What? Du Lisha turned pale, realizing that their trio of heavenly-level martial artists could not survive even a single round. Yifan, don't do anything foolish. If you get hurt, how will I explain it to our masters? Yifan turned to Du Lisha and smiled gently. Senior sister, trust me. Shimazu Ichihiro mocked. What a deep bond between junior brother and senior sister. Rest assured, I will send you both down below. You can keep each other company on the road to the underworld. Shimazu Ichihiro propelled himself off the ground, shooting forth like an arrow. A gust of wind rustled the leaves. In the next moment, he appeared before Yifan like a phantom, launching a punch. Bang! Yifan met the punch with his own. The force radiated outward, causing bystanders to shield their faces. Crash! The ground beneath Yifan's feet cracked like a spider's web. What? Shimazu Ichihiro was actually sent flying. The wealthy elite gasped in disbelief. The governor of Jiangbei began to sweat profusely. Du Lisha's mouth fell open in shock. After retreating dozens of steps, Shimazu Ichihiro finally steadied himself. Baka! I didn't expect you to have some strength. But even so, you are merely a peak innate level martial artist. Yifan, your arrogance will be your downfall. How dare you challenge me with one hand? Foolish dragon country person. Bang 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 bang. In just a few minutes, Shimazu Ichihiro unleashed dozens of punches, yet Yifan easily neutralized them with one hand. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shimazu Ichihiro's face was filled with astonishment. These were his full-strength punches, and this brat seemed unscathed. Yifan's icy gaze pierced through. I am quite disappointed. Is this the strength of your so-called Eastern nation? I'm done playing now. It's my turn to attack. Yifan leapt into the air, descending with a single punch aimed at Shimazu Ichihiro. Shimazu Ichihiro quickly raised his hands to block. Crack! The immense impact caused Shimazu Ichihiro's arms to shatter. Then, with a thunderous boom, in the astonished gazes of the crowd, Shimazu Ichihiro's upper body exploded into a mist of blood. Only half of his body remained, deeply embedded in the concrete ground. Hiss! The elite billionaires collectively gasped. Incredible! Shimazu Ichihiro is dead. The death of Shimazu Ichihiro did not evoke sorrow among the gathered elite. Rather, they felt an exhilarating thrill. Never, you are not the one, constantly pestering us senior sisters to entertain you. You learn quickly, while I have merely been revolving around you. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the earth and mountains, and the entire Jiangbei prefecture swiftly collapsed. Some Jiangbei soldiers, in a panic, abandoned their helmets and armor, rushing out from the residence. This is bad. It's the self-destruction protocol of the Jiangbei governor's mansion. Run! The prominent wealthy figures, in a frenzy, fled towards the exit of the Jiangbei governor's mansion, their souls nearly escaping them in sheer terror. Du Lisha mounted her black BMW S 1000R motorcycle and patted the rear seat. Junior brother. Hop on. Hold tight to my waist. Yifan quickly seated himself behind Du Lisha, his hands gripping her slender waist tightly. Du Lisha swiftly ignited the motorcycle, speeding away with Yifan, an elderly man, holding a young boy's hand, gazed from afar at the thunderous collapse of the Jiangbei governor's mansion. Was it that person holding the coffin who saved you? Yes, Grandpa. The big brother told me to stay close to you. And then he went to the Jiangbei governor's mansion. Did that person tell you his name? The little boy blinked his large eyes, pondering for a long while. I don't think so. Oh. The big brother said he was going to settle the score with the Jiangbei governor. And he also said he would help us with it. The old man's eyes instantly welled with tears as he deeply bowed towards the direction of the Jiangbei governor's mansion. What a righteous man! The news of the Jiangbei governor's demise swiftly spread through the streets, leaving people stunned. Upon hearing this news, the eastern merchants in Jiangbei hastily chose to liquidate their assets and flee. Meanwhile, the common folk of Jiangbei sang and danced in celebration of this historic moment. The wealthy tycoons were scratching their heads, desperately seeking opportunities to befriend the one who killed the Jiangbei governor in the eastern island as Ishida Ichigo. The name Yifan began to resonate throughout Jiangbei, in Jiangnan province, deep within the military camp. The atmosphere in the conference room was exceptionally tense, as only the upper echelons of Jiangnan's military were present, their status comparable to that of the Jiangbei governor. Everyone stared at the images on the large screen depicting the collapse of the Jiangbei governor's mansion. What? The Jiangbei governor was killed? Moreover, Ishida Ichigo of the Eastern Islands perished at the exchange conference. Is this even possible? The screen shifted, revealing a photograph of Yifan. Him? So young. Could he possibly have killed Ishida Ichigo and the Jiangbei governor? Absolutely impossible. There must be some mistake. Someone, find out his background. A general wearing an officer's cap, his gaze piercing, exuded immense authority. Another general beside him produced a stack of documents. No need to investigate further. IVE already sent people to look into it. Here is all the information. The gathered individuals picked up Yifan's dossier, only to set it back down, appearing utterly flustered. It is indeed true that he killed the Jiangbei governor and Ishida Ichigo. And the Su and Wang families of Jinling also met a terrible fate at his hands. General Ma Lingqiao is preoccupied with official duties and is not in Jiangnan. This complicates matters. Just as everyone sighed in despair, a rumble of a car engine echoed from outside the conference room. Who dares to be so audacious as to drive right to the conference room door? Everyone rushed out to investigate. They beheld a military jeep, where a young man with a prominent nose and thick brows surveyed the crowd with a smile, exuding an air of superiority. What has caused you all to wear such troubled expressions? General Huang Feihu, is that you? The general's frowns faded as they greeted the young man with smiles. Huang Feihu is the new generation of the Dragon Kingdom, gifted and diligent, having been recognized early on by Ma Lingqiao as his closed-door disciple. Heaven rewards the diligent. At the age of 26, Huang Feihu broke through to the Master Realm. Now, at merely 28, he is already a frequent figure in the top 500 of the Asian martial arts rankings. Huang Feihu sat in the jeep, holding an appointment letter, brimming with confidence. General Ma Lingqiao is busy with affairs in Longdu, and I will take full responsibility for all matters in the Jiangnan military camp. The faces of the generals revealed astonishment, and they scrambled to open the car door for Huang Feihu. Only then did he gracefully descend from the jeep, full of vigor. Esteemed generals, why the long faces? Alas, this is dire. The Jiangbei governor is dead. Several Easterners have also perished, a nearby officer sighed. Huang Feihu looked on with disdain. Is that even a big deal? Merely the Jiangbei governor. That way spends his days consorting with Easterners. His death is well-deserved, however. It will be difficult to explain this to the Eastern Islands. Huang Feihu, facing a group of generals older and more experienced than himself, showed no deference. Have we clarified who was responsible? Yi Fan. Yi Fan? That name sounds rather unremarkable. As I take over the Jiangnan military camp, heaven has gifted me with such a grand opportunity. I shall not disappoint my master. Huang Feihu strode forward with purpose, the generals eagerly trailing behind him into the conference room. Chapter 17. Team this, senior sister, surely it's unnecessary. Yi Fan immediately rose and took several steps back. Du Lisha let out a soft laugh. Junior brother, you're shy now. In the past, you would run around the mountains completely bare. What haven't the senior sisters seen? Come, I'll take you for a bath. But senior sister, that was when you all took my clothes in retaliation while I was bathing. Besides, I've grown up now. Yi Fan had retreated to the corner. Du Lisha grasped his hand, giggling. I was just teasing you, junior brother. Do you think I would be willing to accompany you for a bath? You rascal, hurry and wash up. Yi Fan was pushed into the bathroom by Du Lisha. Listening to the sound of rushing water echoing from the bathroom, Du Lisha felt as if she had returned to that secret place in the mountains. Those were the carefree and joyful times spent with junior brother. Back then, Yi Fan would always shout to join the senior sisters for a bath. That little tail would even sneak under the covers with her from time to time. Lost in thought, Du Lisha tightened her legs. Yi Fan emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, drying his hair. What are you thinking about, senior sister? Oh, nothing much, by the way. I've booked the finest restaurant in Jiangbei for tonight. I'll take you there shortly. Yi Fan showed an expression of reluctance. Junior brother, what's wrong? I'm afraid I can't join you tonight, senior sister. I want to head back early. I worry that Shin Chuyue might overthink things alone at home. Du Lisha's face displayed surprise. Junior brother? You have a girlfriend? And you're living together? Yi Fan hurriedly clarified. No, senior sister. Shin Chuyue is just my classmate. I'm merely staying at her place temporarily. Du Lisha wore a gossiping expression. Really? Why doesn't senior sister believe me? How could I possibly deceive you, senior sister? By the way, Yi Fan, this place is spacious, with many rooms. Why don't you move in here? There's no need to trouble you, senior sister. I'll head back now. Hey, you're leaving just like that. You said there's nothing going on. I see you're quite eager. Du Lisha chuckled lightly and quickly caught up with him. I'll see you off. A bright moon hung high in the sky. Shin Chuyue had been home for quite some time. She hadn't eaten, nor had she removed her stockings, pacing anxiously in the living room. She had heard that the Jiangbei governor had died, and even the governor's residence had been reduced to ruins. It's nearly 10 o'clock. What if something happened to Yi Fan? Yi Fan, you must come back alive. Shin Chuyue clasped her hands together and prayed. That moment, a rapid knocking sounded at the door. It must be Yi Fan. He.S. back. Shin Chuyue rushed to the door. Flinging it open, who are you? Chapter 18. Forceful refusal of arrest. Shin Chuyue looked at the unfamiliar man before her with evident disappointment. Hua Leidong lowered his hat brim. Sorry to disturb you. Madam, I'm from the gas company. Someone just called the repair hotline saying there might be a gas leak in our apartment. The company sent me to check. Hua Leidong handed her a business card. Shin Chuyue glanced at Hua Leidong, then at the card in her hand. Jinling Gas Company, repairman, Hua Fei. Come in, no need to take off your shoes. There are shoe covers at the entrance. After Hua Leidong donned the shoe covers, he entered the room with a toolbox. The kitchen is this way. Noticing Hua Leidong standing in the living room looking around for a long while, Shin Shuya pointed towards the kitchen. Upon arriving in the kitchen, Hua Leidong set the toolbox down and began taking out some tools to inspect. Shin Shuya peeked from beside the door, leaving a line before departing. Please do your inspection. If there's any issue, just call me. I'll be in the living room. All right, through the kitchen window. A glint from a sniper scope caught Hua Leidong's eye, followed by the voice of Sniper Yu Chujian emanating from his hidden earpiece. Target Yifan has not yet been located. Everything appears normal, understood. Hua Leidong confirmed that Shin Shuya had entered the house and whispered back into the earpiece. A Barrett heavy sniper rifle was positioned on the rooftop of another building not far from Shin Shuya's apartment. Yu Chujin was observing the situation inside the room through the 16x scope of the Barrett sniper rifle. INA van parked below the apartment building. The leader of the Tsanglong team, Suku, lounged with his feet propped up on the steering wheel. Relaxed in the seat, he focused on the live feed transmitted by Hua Leidong on his tablet. According to last night's surveillance, the 3 members of Tsanglong team confirmed that Yifan had spent the night at the residence of this Shin Shuya. Thus, Captain Su could devise a plan to trace the trail and uncover the gang behind Yifan. However, the current situation clearly disappointed Suku. There was no one else in Shin Shuya's home, and Yifan was nowhere to be found. Could it be that this kid has fled in fear of being caught? In that case, the Tsanglong team would be left with no options. Suku helplessly spoke into the intercom. Hua Leidong, secure the equipment and pull out. Yes, Captain. Hua Leidong smiled slightly as he extracted a hidden compartment from the toolbox, which contained not only several listening devices but also a bundle of C4 explosives. Just then, a black BMW S1000RR motorcycle came to a halt outside the apartment building. Yifan released his grip on Du Lisha's slender waist and handed her the helmet. Senior sister, thank you for giving me a ride. It's getting late. You should head back early. Be careful on the road. Du Lisha casually accepted the helmet. You little rascal, have you forgotten your senior sister now that you have a girlfriend? Look at how anxious you are, senior sister. Let me add one more thing. Pay attention to personal hygiene and take proper precautions. Yifan replied helplessly. Senior sister, Shin Shuya is really not my girlfriend. She's just a classmate. How can I convince you? Du Lisha waved her hand. Hurry up and go. She must be waiting anxiously. Also, consider what I said about bringing your girlfriend to stay at my villa. All right, I'll think about it. Yifan swiftly vanished into the corridor. At that moment, the sniper Yu Chiojian on the rooftop spotted Yifan in the corridor through the 16x scope. Captain, target Yifan has appeared. Hearing this, Suku straightened his posture, excitement coursing through him. How many people? Just Yifan alone. What? Just one person? Suku felt somewhat disappointed. He had thought he could find the true culprit behind the murder of Ishida Ichigo through Yifan tonight. Suku was truly interested in the powerful individual responsible for Ishida Ichigo's death. Capturing Yifan alone was hardly worth his attention. Tsanglong team does not engage with nameless individuals. Capturing Yifan would be making a mountain out of a molehill. Damn it. Whatever. For now, let us capture Yifan and report back. As for his accomplices, the one who killed Ishida Ichigo will eventually fall into my hands. Suka casually spoke into the microphone. Hua Leidong, wait until Yifan goes upstairs, and then bring him down. Also, be gentle. You have no sense of moderation. Don't kill him. The higher-ups ordered to keep him alive. Hua Leidong secured the toolbox and carefully tossed the paper towel into the corner garbage bin. Don't worry, Captain. Yifan saw Shin Shuya's door open and felt a sense of foreboding. He dashed into the house, only to find Shin Shuya sitting on the sofa watching television. So it was my overthinking. Yifan sighed in relief. Upon seeing Yifan, Shin Shuya froze for a few seconds, then excitedly leaped into his arms. Why Yifan? Boo-hoo-hoo. Yifan gently patted Shin Shuya's pristine back. Shin Shuya looked up with tear-stained eyes. Yifan, why are you so foolish, going alone to find the Jiangbei governor? What if something happened? I've been worried about you all day. Do you know that? Yifan awkwardly scratched his head. Didn't I leave you a note? I said I would come back tonight. I would definitely return. Shin Shuya quickly composed herself and wiped her tears. Why, Yifan, you must be hungry. I'll go cook you a bowl of noodles right now. Great. Don't forget to add a fried egg for me. It must be runny. Sure. Yifan, you sit and watch some television for a while. Just then, Hua Leidong emerged from the kitchen, tossing aside his maintenance worker uniform to reveal the special operations attire underneath. a dragon claw emblem glinting gold on his chest. Miss, no need to fuss. Your little boyfriend won't be able to eat that bowl of noodles. Ah, Shin Shuiwe screamed, startled. She hurriedly hid behind Yifan. Yifan gently told Shin Shuiwe, you need to go out and close the door. No matter what sounds you hear inside, don't come in, do you understand? Shin Shuiwe looked at Yifan with concern. All right. Yifan, please be careful. Once Shin Shuiwe left and closed the door, Yifan leisurely poured cola into a glass, tossing in a few ice cubes, and took a big gulp. Cola is best with ice. Burp now, can we talk? What do you want from me? Hua Leidong looked at Yifan's composed demeanor, infuriated. Others would have been terrified upon encountering a member of the Tsanglong team, yet Yifan remained so nonchalant. Kid, I'm here to arrest you, and you still have the leisure to drink cola in front of me? Yifan's eyes turned icy as he stared at Hua Leidong. Arrest me? On what grounds? Stop pretending with me. What have you done today? Are you not aware of your own actions? Indeed, it was I who ended their lives, but they deserved it. Ha ha ha, it was you who did it. I never expected you to be so gallant as to take the blame upon yourself. Unfortunately, General Huang Feihu is not easily deceived. As Hua Donglai spoke, he deliberately waved a pair of silver handcuffs in front of the dragon claw emblem on his chest. I am Hua Donglai, a member of the Special Operations Group of Longhua, from the Tsanglong team. Handcuff yourself and come with me obediently. Yifan glanced at the silver handcuffs that Hua Donglai had carelessly tossed onto the table and replied coldly, What if I refuse? Chapter 19. Hua Donglai has been captured. Hua Donglai crossed his arms, incredulous. Kid, no one has ever dared to say no to us Tsanglong. Yifan retorted icily, then I shall be the first to defy you. So what? Hua Donglai snorted in disdain, thinking that the captain had only instructed him to bring Yifan in alive. As for crippling him, that was of little consequence. It was essential to make this brat understand the might of Tsanglong. You are asking for trouble. Hua Donglai's gaze turned icy, his fingers clawing through the air like talons, lunging for Yifan's shoulder. Boom. The sofa was obliterated by Hua Donglai's strike, creating a gaping hole. Huh? Where did he go? Hua Donglai could hardly believe his eyes. Yifan had vanished. Just then, Yifan's frigid voice emerged from behind Hua Donglai. You wish to kill me? Suddenly, Yifan struck, seizing Hua Donglai's wrist and yanking it forcefully. One of Hua Donglai's arms was brutally torn from his body. Blood gushed from the wound on his shoulder, creating a gruesome scene. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Hua Donglai clutched the gaping hole in his shoulder and leaped away from Yifan. Yifan! You actually dared to cripple my arm. Shock, astonishment, and fury contorted Hua Donglai's features. Why, Yifan coldly declared, not only do I dare to cripple your arm, but I also dare to take your life. What? You? Hua Donglai could hardly fathom that as a member of Tsanglong, he would experience the terror of being at another's mercy. Captain, report to the captain. Requesting backup. Captain. Yifan is, Captain. There was no response in his earpiece as he watched Yifan advance menacingly. Hua Donglai panicked completely. Damn it. Yu Qiujian, for heaven's sake, shoot already. I'm about to die here. What are you doing? On the rooftop of the building across the street, Yu Qiujian leaned against the railing, casually smoking while holding a black briefcase. Damn it. Hua Donglai has taken care of this easy task. I've been stuck on this cursed rooftop all night, freezing. Suddenly, Hua Donglai's cries for help crackled through the earpiece. Huh? Something's happening. Could it be? Yifan's accomplices have appeared. Yu Qiujian swiftly unfolded the black briefcase, retrieving a Barrett sniper rifle, which he set up on the railing, scanning for a target through the 16x scope. Huh? There's no one else in that room besides Yifan. As Yu Qiujian aimed the sniper scope at Hua Donglai, he was shocked to discover that one of Hua Donglai's arms was missing. Old Hua, what happened? Where's your arm? Yu Qiujian's face was filled with disbelief. Hua Donglai was a mid-stage innate level warrior. A bold thought crossed Yu Qiujian's mind. Could there have been an error in the intel? Yifan might actually be a peak innate level warrior. It was the first time he encountered such a young innate level warrior, and instead of feeling fear, Yu Qiujian was exhilarated. Ha ha ha, I'm about to achieve great merit. Hua Donglai, don't panic. I will take care of this kid's legs. Hua Donglai's heart soared with joy. Yu Qiujian was a sharpshooter famed for his precision. He never missed within 3 kilometers. Not even a fly could evade his bullets. Kid, I was careless earlier, but now I declare the game is over. A victorious smile played on Hua Donglai's lips. Bang, bang. Without hesitation, Yu Qiujian pulled the trigger twice, then confidently stood up. What if he is a peak innate level warrior? Even a master would fall to my bullets. The bullets sliced through the night air, heading straight for Yi Fan's kneecap. Is there an old six? Yi Fan furrowed his brows slightly, leaning forward and seizing Hua Donglai by the neck, yanking him backward, instantly swapping positions with him. Hua Donglai let out a scream as he felt two egg-sized holes appear in his knees, blood oozing profusely. Yi Fan used Hua Donglai as a human shield, dragging him swiftly into the kitchen and pulling the curtains shut. Yu Qiujian dusted himself off, smugly speaking into the earpiece. Hua Donglai, how did my shots fare? In critical moments, you still rely on me. 10 seconds passed, and the earpiece remained eerily silent. 20 seconds passed, and still, no sound came. Damn it, something's off. Yu Qiujian hastily lifted the Barrett, peering through the scope. Not good. The curtains have been drawn, as a sharpshooter. How could I have let this slip by? At that moment, down below the apartment, Suka returned humming a tune, having just finished urinating. Upon opening the van's door, he noticed the screen was pitch black and swiftly donned his earpiece. Hua Donglai, what are you doing? Who told you to turn off the camera? Captain. It's bad. Hua Donglai is in danger. Huh? Yu Qiujian, what do you mean by that? How could Hua Donglai be in danger from just capturing Yi Fan? Hua Donglai has been captured by Yi Fan. Perhaps it was Yi Fan who killed Ishida Ichigo. What? Suku could hardly believe it. Yi Fan had actually managed to capture Hua Donglai. After a brief moment of shock, a smile crept across Suku's face. Interesting, things are starting to get exciting. Yu Qiujian remained on high alert. I'm heading upstairs to assist Hua Donglai. In the kitchen of Shen Shiyue's apartment, Yi Fan tightly gripped Hua Donglai's neck, lifting him high. Speak. Who sent you? And also, what were you sneaking around doing in the kitchen? Hua Donglai's face was a mask of terror, yet he refused to utter a word. Fine, you refuse to speak, do you? Biffed. Yi Fan tore off Hua Donglai's other arm. Hua Donglai couldn't help but scream. Then, glaring menacingly at Yi Fan, he spat. I am a member of Songlong. How dare you? Yi Fan replied coldly. It matters not what dragon you claim to be. It holds no sway here. I will give you one last chance, or you will die. Ha ha ha. I don't believe it. You dare to kill me. I am Songlong, if you have the guts. Then try. Yi Fan shook his head, discarding the armless Hua Donglai aside as he searched through the kitchen. After a short while, Yi Fan's hands were filled with several listening devices, and to his surprise, he found a C4 explosive hidden beneath the kitchenware. This C4 was enough to reduce Shen Shiyue's entire apartment to ashes. Yi Fan furrowed his brows, crushing the listening devices in his hand, then turned his cold gaze toward the incapacitated Hua Donglai on the floor. Had he not returned in time to discover this, the C4 might have claimed both his and Shan Shiyue's lives. Yi Fan lifted Hua Donglai as if he were a mere chick, then stuffed the C4 into his mouth. Hua Donglai scoffed. Yi Fan, do you think this will frighten me? I am not easily intimidated. Yi Fan retrieved a rubber band and tightly sealed Hua Donglai's mouth. You talk too much. He then hurled Hua Donglai out the window. Hua Donglai's heart plummeted into an icy abyss. As a member of Songlong, Yi Fan had truly thrown him out without a moment's hesitation. This was dozens of floors high. He was doomed. Yi Fan, I curse your ancestors. Chapter 20. Your warnings seem ineffective on the rooftop across the street. Yu Qiujian quickly aimed his sniper rifle at the shadow suddenly tossed from the window. Huh? Something was thrown out of the window. Upon seeing Hua Donglai's face, filled with sheer terror, Yu Qiujian shouted. Old Hua, damn it. You nearly scared me to death. Yu Qiujian, can you not be so dramatic? A voice of reprimand crackled in the earpiece. Captain, Hua Donglai has been thrown from several floors up. What did you say? Repeat that. Just then, an enormous explosion erupted, sending flames and debris flying, shattering the apartment's windows. Yu Qiujian stood in shock. Hua Donglai. He was blown to bits. Old Hua, damn it. Yu Qiujian, this is your fault. If the higher-ups come down on us, I will bear the brunt of it alone. Yi Fan must die tonight. We cannot let Hua Donglai's sacrifice be in vain. A fierce voice echoed through the earpiece, filled with wrath. Yu Qiujian snapped back to reality. His teeth clenched in fury, his anger bubbling to the surface. Yi Fan, if you dare to kill Hua Donglai, I will make you pay with your life. A sharpshooter cannot afford to miss twice in a row. I have absolute confidence in myself. Yu Qiujian forcefully loaded 5 copper bullets into the magazine. Yi Fan, having discerned the sniper hidden atop the opposite rooftop through the luminous explosion caused by Hua Leidong, identified his adversary, Yu Jinxiu. Old 6, I found you. With a sudden leap, Yi Fan vaulted through the window. Yu Jinxiu, utilizing his 16x scope, locked onto Yi Fan's position. What? Yi Fan jumped off the building. Himph. You wish to commit suicide? It won't be so easy. Bang bang. 2 bullets streaked through the air, following the trajectory of Yi Fan's descent. Upon hearing the gunfire, Yi Fan swiftly extended his arms, fingers curled like claws, reaching for the wall. A miraculous scene unfolded. Yi Fan halted his fall, his fingers embedding into the concrete. At that moment, he resembled a spider, securely perched against the wall. The 2 shots missed their mark, and Yu Jinxiu's pupils constricted as his mouth fell agape. What? Yi Fan can cling to the wall without falling. However, Yu Jinxiu soon sneered. Still trying to struggle in your dying moments? Yi Fan, you are nothing but a living target. Let us see where you can hide now. Bang, bang. Another 2 shots rang out, bullets swiftly aimed at Yi Fan's head. Suddenly, Yi Fan sprang into action, scaling the wall with astonishing speed, leaving behind 10 deep, finger-sized holes. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he leapt downwards. Bang! The concrete floor bore 2 deep impressions of his feet. The surrounding concrete began to crack like a spider's web. What? Ah? Yu Jinxiu was now utterly Yud. Suka's words remained unspoken as his lower body became ensnared in the concrete, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth, utterly lifeless. Yi Fan gazed regretfully at the 2 corpses on the rooftop, lost in thought. Alas, no clues could be extracted from their lips. All that was known was that they were members of the Songlong. Who was behind Songlong? Who, indeed, wished to eliminate me? Never mind, it is unwise to linger here. I must first seek a secure refuge. Yi Fan casually picked up a Songlong badge from the ground and tucked it into his pocket. Shun Shuiwe stood outside the apartment, her hands clasped in fervent prayer. Yi Fan, you must not come to harm. And in the next moment, he suddenly appeared from the corridor. Shun Shuiwe looked as if she might burst into tears. Yi Fan, are you all right? I'm fine now, but this place is no longer safe. I will take you to my senior sister's house. All right, let me grab some clothes. Just as Shun Shuiwe was about to enter, Yi Fan stopped her with a firm hand. No need. My senior sister's home lacks for nothing. We must depart quickly. Shun Shuiwe was filled with confusion. Why did Yi Fan insist that she not bring any clothes? Little did she know, Yi Fan feared that the gruesome scene within would leave her with lasting psychological trauma. Shun Shuiwe obediently followed in Yi Fan's wake as they swiftly exited the apartment. Vanishing into the night. In the depths of a military camp in Jiangnan province, 3 corpses lay before Huang Feihu. Useless. Truly a bunch of worthless fools. Relay my military orders. The Songlong squad has failed in their duties. They are all to be expelled from military service and stripped of their titles as martyrs. Huang Feihu felt a revulsion akin to having swallowed a fly, gazing at the 3 bodies before him without a hint of sorrow. The generals surrounding him exchanged glances, and then an elder general stepped forward. General Huang Feihu, your actions may not be prudent. After all, the Songlong squad has made the ultimate sacrifice. Do you still wish to revoke their slap? A resounding slap sent the venerable old general sprawling. Silence fell. Huang Feihu fixed a menacing glare upon the fallen general, advancing to grasp his collar fiercely. Do I need your guidance in how I conduct my affairs? The old general, terror-stricken, knelt at Huang Feihu's feet. I acknowledge my error, General Huang Feihu. I implore you, have mercy. Bang. Huang Feihu kicked the old general down, grinding him beneath his foot. I expect you all to remember who holds authority in the Jiangnan military. Should anyone defy my orders again, they shall face execution without mercy. The generals promptly bowed in unison, proclaiming loudly, we shall heed General Huang Feihu's commands. Huang Feihu sneered disdainfully. This vast Jiangnan military camp is filled with nothing but incompetence. Not a single one is reliable. It seems I must personally intervene. Yi Fan, and your accomplices behind you. I shall see how long you can continue to evade my grasp. Chapter 22. Master Jun Ruanhui within a luxurious villa in a certain location in Jiangbei. Shin Shuiwe, clad in a cartoon apron, busied herself in the kitchen frying eggs for Yi Fan. Yi Fan savored a steaming bowl of noodles with great delight. Du Lisha gazed at the industrious Shun Shuiwe and then at Yi Fan. who was relishing his meal. I must say, junior brother, your little girlfriend is truly remarkable. She can grace the hall and tend to the kitchen. I find myself a bit envious. Yifan lifted a strand of noodles, blowing gently. Senior sister, I told you, we are merely classmates. Dulisha chuckled knowingly. All right. If you say you are just classmates, then so be it. There is no need to hide anything from your senior sister. At that moment, Shinshuyue brought the fried eggs to Yifan and inquired, looking at Dulisha. Sister Du, would you like some? Shall I prepare a bowl for you as well? Dulisha looked at Shinshuyue with affectionate eyes. Our Chuyue is truly wonderful. I'm not hungry. Please, take a moment to rest. By the way, Sister Du, during this time, I hope it's not too much trouble for you that Yifan and I are staying here. No need for politeness. I heard from Yifan that you two are classmates, as his senior sister. It is only right. In the blink of an eye, Yifan finished all the noodles, leaving not a drop of broth. Seizing the opportunity while Shen Chuyue washed the dishes, he retrieved the dragon claw badge from his pocket. The individuals who pursued me tonight bore this badge. They claim to be from the Tsanglong squad. Sister, are you familiar with this? Dulisha accepted the dragon claw badge, examining it closely, and suddenly appeared to recall something. The Tsanglong squad. I have heard of them. They are one of the special operations groups of the Dragon Nation, reputedly tasked with handling martial artists. If I am not mistaken, the Tsanglong squad should be under the command of the war god Ling Chao. The war god Ling Chao is the Grandmaster Ma Ling Chao I mentioned to you last time. Upon mentioning the name of the war god Ling Chao, Dulisha's expression grew grave. Why Yifan's face remained impassive. So the Tsanglong squad was sent to eliminate me by him. The high-ranking individuals the Jiangbei governor mentioned before his demise might very well include Ma Ling Chao. Suddenly, Yifan seemed to have a realization and hastily turned to Dulisha. By the way, sister, before his death, the Jiangbei governor mentioned that the downfall of the Yi family was due to assisting a woman. Have you heard of this woman? Dulisha's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue as she shook her head. I have not heard of any close connections between the Yi family and a woman. But do not worry, junior brother. I can utilize connections in Jinling to help you investigate. Excellent. Thank you, sister. Once Shinshua finished tidying up the dishes, Dulisha suggested that the two of them retire early. It is getting late. Allow me to escort you to your rooms. Very well, sister. Yes, Sister Du. Yifan and Shan Shuyue's rooms were located on the second floor of the villa, directly opposite each other. After Dulisha arranged their accommodations, she departed. Yifan lay on the bed, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, contemplating the jade ring. Why has something from the Yi family found its way into the hands of the Eastern barbarians? It seems that the tragedy of the Yi family's annihilation is far more complex than I had imagined. First, I must ascertain who that woman was that the Yi family aided back then. Finding her may unravel everything. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knocking sound echoed from outside the room. Yifan hastily donned a robe and opened the door. Chuyue, why are you still awake at this late hour? Shinshuyue hesitated, her slender fingers fidgeting. Yifan, What is it? We are classmates. Is there anything you cannot say? Yifan regarded Shinshuyue with confusion. Shinshuyue bit her lip, thinking to herself, oh well. It doesn't matter. Yifan, could you pretend to be my boyfriend tomorrow? As it turned out, an hour ago, Shinshuyue's friend Shinmangjia had called her. She mentioned returning to Jinling tomorrow and bringing along a group of friends from Zhonghai University to introduce to Shinshuyue. Initially indifferent, Shinshuyue became concerned when Chen Mengjie revealed that her classmate, the young master Jun Wanhui from the Jun family, had seen a photo of Shinshuyue from high school in Chen Mengjie's circle and had fallen for her at first sight. Requesting an introduction, Chen Mengjie, unwilling to offend the young master Jun Wanhui, concocted this excuse to arrange the meeting. To spare her friend from embarrassment, Shinshuyue steeled herself to attend, but as her heart belonged to another, she sought Yifan as assistance. Yifan calmly replied, Sure, pretending to be your boyfriend for a day is no trouble at all. You mean you agree? Shinshuyue's face lit up in astonishment. She had expected Yifan to refuse her request, but was pleasantly surprised by his enthusiastic agreement. We are classmates, after all. I will certainly help you. Well, I have nothing else to say. I'll head to bed now. Call me tomorrow. Just as Yifan was about to close the door, Shinshuyue seized it. Yifan, I'm a bit scared. Could we sleep together tonight? No problem. Come in. Yifan welcomed Shinshuyue inside, pointing to the bed. Here's the deal. You sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor. Shinshuyue nestled under the covers, glancing anxiously at Yifan lying on the floor. Why not come up and sleep? We are classmates. It shouldn't be an issue. Indeed, then we shall each sleep on our respective sides. Yifan climbed into bed, and the two lay side by side. The following morning, Du Lisha woke up early to call Yifan, only to discover the two had slept in the same bed. She was taken aback but couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. You little rascal claimed you were merely classmates. Yet here you are, sharing a bed. She refrained from interrupting them and went downstairs to have a generous breakfast prepared for both Yifan and Shen Shuyue. Upon awakening, Shen Shuyue found herself nestled in Yifan's embrace. And as she gazed at the sunlight illuminating his well-defined muscles, she couldn't resist reaching out with her delicate fingers to touch him. Why Yifan, still half asleep, mumbled. Why are there still mosquitoes? Shen Shuyue's face flushed crimson as she withdrew her hand. Her heart racing. Fortunately, Yifan scratched an itch and drifted back to sleep. By 11 in the morning, after washing up, the two descended for breakfast and then set off. Ingzi drove them to the location of the gathering scheduled for that afternoon. The Zuiyu Building. The Zuiyu Building is a renowned establishment in Jiangbei, with its owner being revered as the culinary god. Wealthy magnates traverse great distances, lavishly spending to savor his dishes. Although it was not yet mealtime, an array of luxury cars was already parked outside the Zuiyu Building. Yifan and Shen Shuyue had just stepped out of the car when they noticed, not far away, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked with a few stylish young men and women standing before it. Chen Mengjie, Shen Shuyue. Chen Mengjie rushed forward and enveloped Shen Shuyue in a warm embrace. You are becoming more and more beautiful, and your figure is absolutely stunning. Chen Mengjie playfully reached out to feel Shen Shuyue's chest. Shen Shuyue let out a delicate huff. You're no different. Noticing Yifan's ordinary attire, Chen Mengjie disregarded him entirely. She turned to introduce her friends to Shen Shuyue, placing particular emphasis on Jun Ruanhui, the dashing young master of the Jun family. The other individuals were merely supporting characters in her narrative. The moment Jun Ruanhui laid eyes on Shen Shuyue, he was filled with exhilaration, for she was even more enchanting in person than in her photographs. In his view, the campus belle of Zhonghai University paled in comparison to Shen Shuyue. As the host, Shen Shuyue initially intended to treat everyone, but upon seeing the menu displayed outside Zuiyu Lu, with no dish priced below 1,000, she grew concerned and tugged at Chen Mengjie's sleeve. Mengjie, this place is a bit too expensive. I might not have enough money. Shall we go somewhere else and grab a bite? Upon overhearing their conversation, Jun Ruanhui approached Shen Shuyue, deliberately showcasing the lavish watch adorning his wrist, worth several $100,000. Miss Shen Shuyue, there's no need to worry. Today's expenses will be on me, he continued, and that Mercedes G-Class over there is also mine. After our meal, we can take a leisurely drive together. Shen Shuyue stood there, feeling quite conflicted. Just then, Yifan reached into his pocket, where he found the bank card left to him by his master, and stepped forward from behind Jun Ruanhui, taking Shen Shuyue's hand and walking into Zuiyu Lu. Order whatever you like once we get inside. It's on me. Yifan's nonchalant declaration left everyone in shock. Frozen in place. Chapter 23. No need to save money for me. It's truly unnecessary. The onlookers exchanged glances, and after a prolonged silence, someone scoffed. What are you trying to show off in front of young Master Jun? Ha ha ha, just trying to impress the woman he loves, huh? Blowing up your own ego. Don't be fooled by his bravado. Just wait until he is unable to pay. This Zuiyu Lu is certainly beyond his means. Noticing young Master Jun's displeasure, Chen Mengjie hurriedly reached for his hand. Oh, young Master Jun, please don't be angry. I'm not sure what is going on with my friend, the guy she brought. I truly don't know him. Dressed in a low-cut outfit, Chen Mengjie brushed her chest against Jun Ruanhui's arm repeatedly. The wicked smile crept across Jun Ruanhui's lips. Didn't he say he was treating us? Let us not hold back, everyone. Order to your heart's content. He relished the thought of watching Yifan squirm. Soon, everyone entered Zuiyu Lu. Yifan and Shen Shuyue had nearly finished ordering when they noticed the group arriving. Shen Shuyue waved at Chen Mengjie. Mengjie, over here. Chen Mengjie forced a smile, feeling awkward. All right, after everyone settled at the table, Yifan placed the menu on the surface. We nearly ordered everything. Is there anything else anyone would like? Feel free to order. Before descending the mountain, his master had given him a bank card, boasting about his wealth and how it could easily compete with the Forbes billionaires list. Today, Yifan planned to test just how much money was on the card. Jun Ruanhui crossed his arms, thinking to himself, the Jun family is one of the wealthiest in Zhonghai. comfortably ranked within the top 10. What does a poor boy from a small place like Jinling think he is doing, competing for women with me? With a disdainful glance at Yifan, he picked up the menu. Waiter, bring me every dish on this menu. The waitress, clad in a qipao, approached Jun Ruanhui with respect. Sir, are you sure you can finish all of this? Jun Ruanhui glared menacingly at her. What business is it of yours whether I can finish it or not? Are you here to conduct business or not? Shin Shuyu, alarmed, looked at Chen Mengjia. Mengjia, what does your classmate mean? Yifan said he was treating us. Isn't he just making things difficult for him? Ordering so much will be incredibly expensive. Chen Mengjia, feeling embarrassed, murmured, Young Master Jun wants to pursue you. Jun Ruanhui smirked, looking at the two, whispering, Indeed, I, Jun Ruanhui, wish to pursue you. He has no money. I have plenty. What are you waiting for? Go tell the kitchen to prepare the dishes. The young waitress hesitated but quickly left without further comment. Shin Chuyu's expression shifted dramatically as she prepared to confront Jun Ruanhui. But Yifan intervened. He looked at Jun Ruanhui, smirking as he shook his head. Order as much as you like, but there's one condition. You must finish everything you order, and most importantly, Shin Chuyu is my girlfriend. The revelation stunned everyone. What? This kid dares to challenge young Master Jun to his face. He is speaking so boldly in front of someone who can command respect in Zhonghai. How dare a minor character from Jinling provoke him? Meanwhile, upon hearing this, Shin Chuyu's eyes glistened as she instinctively wrapped her arms around Yifan's sturdy arm. Jun Ruanhui, far from being offended, merely regarded Yifan's statement as absurd. Ha ha ha, even if you have a bit of cash. So what, do you even realize Zueyu Lu is a place I secured through the Jun family's connections? Shun Shuyu anxiously glanced at Chen Mengjia, seemingly seeking confirmation of Jun Ruanhui's words. Chen Mengjia, feeling extremely uncomfortable, merely nodded. Suddenly, a commotion erupted throughout Zueyu Eloyut. To the astonishment of the onlookers, an elderly man clad in a master chef's uniform approached Jun Ruanhui, hands clasped behind his back. Ah, how could you arrive in Zhonghai without notifying me? The chef bowed respectfully to Jun Ruanhui, who merely waved dismissively. It's just a casual meal. No need for such fanfare. At that moment, the other patrons dining in Zueyu Lu, all prominent figures, were stirred by the mention of Zhonghai. Creating a wave of excitement, the Jun family, the young master has graced Zueyu Lu with his presence. No wonder the chef has come out to greet him. Let us go pay our respects to young Master Jun. You had the foresight. Why wait? Go now. Wealthy patrons rushed to Jun Ruanhui's side. Seeing this, Jun Ruanhui swelled with pride, looking down on Yifan. Don't even think about comparing yourself to me. From the moment you were born, it was clear there was an insurmountable chasm between us. At that moment, the chef followed Jun Ruanhui's gaze and turned to Yifan. With a loud clang, the chef suddenly knelt before Yifan, catching the attention of the approaching wealthy patrons. Shock filled the room. Did the chef just kneel? Are you serious? Unbelievable. It seems this table is indeed extraordinary. We thought young Master Jun was impressive, but it turns out there is someone even more remarkable. The subsequent scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Chef, please accept my respect, Mr. Yi. Yifan quickly recognized that the chef was the grandfather of the child he had saved during his trip to Jiangbei Wangfu. So it's you, Mr. Yi. I thought you went to Jiangbei Wangfu for that. Why? Yifan interrupted the old man. Rescuing your grandson was merely a small act. No need for thanks. Please, rise. The chef immediately understood Yifan's desire to keep his identity concealed and complied. Rising without further mention of Jiangbei Wang, Mr. Yi, today's meal is on the house. Also, here is a lifetime free dining card for Zueyu Lu. You won't have to pay for meals here in the future. Even Jun Ruanhui found this unbelievable. What? A complimentary meal and a lifetime free card? What kind of person is Shun Chuyu's boyfriend? In the envious gazes of the crowd, the chef presented a black card to Yifan. Yifan stood, took the card, and placed it back in the chef's pocket before retrieving a silver card from his own pocket. No need to save money for me. It's truly unnecessary. How much can a meal cost? I was just worried I had nowhere to spend this. The chef, unable to refuse, swiped the card, and as the white receipt slowly unfurled, his expression froze. The meal totaled 100,000. The balance shows a staggering 99 trillion. The wealthy patrons were left agape, utterly astounded. 99 trillion? I've only seen such amounts in web novels. The GDP of the Dragon Kingdom is only 30 trillion a year. And this person has 99 trillion. That's beyond comprehension. This is what it means to be wealthier than a nation. We mere millionaires look like nothing in comparison. Hearing the amount on Yifan's card, Jun Ruanhui felt utterly deflated, sitting there like a lifeless dog. Shin Chuyu and Qin Mengjie gaped at Yifan in disbelief. Even Yifan himself was taken aback by the revelation of having 99 trillion. Feeling a mix of astonishment and awe, I never imagined my master was truly this wealthy. Suddenly, a hearty laughter interrupted Yifan's musings. An elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire appeared before the crowd, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful young woman and an elegant middle-aged man. Ha ha ha! This Zuiyu Tower is indeed bustling with activity. Seeing is believing. The crowd turned their gazes toward the Tang-clad elder. What special occasion could it be today? Even the venerable patriarch of Zhonghai's foremost family, Zheng Hua, had graced us with his presence. Chapter 24. The 9 needles of returning Yang, the culinary god, rushed forward, his face adorned with a beaming smile. Exuding utmost respect, Zheng Lao, your esteemed presence has truly illuminated my humble establishment. Zheng Hua replied in a calm tone. I've been feeling unwell lately and lack appetite. I heard your culinary skills are commendable, so I came to sample your offerings. The culinary god bowed slightly. Zheng Lao, you flatter me. At that moment, Jun Ruanhui sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Zheng Hua and his companions. Thinking to himself, my opportunity has arrived. That detestable fellow Yi, who just stole the limelight. What if he has wealth? Does he possess my status, power, and connections? No matter how much money you have, you are but a fish on the chopping block. Jun Ruanhui's lips curled into a smug smile as he approached Zheng Hua respectfully. Zheng Lao, I am Jun Ruanhui from the Jun family of Zhonghai. Zheng Hua scrutinized the young man before him. Frowning slightly, Jun Ruanhui, I do not recognize you. However, the Jun family does indeed work for our Zheng family. Zheng Hua walked past Jun Ruanhui, nearly ignoring him. The beautiful young woman accompanying Zheng Hua scoffed. Imph! How dare the Zhonghai Jun family seek to associate with my grandfather? Jun Ruanhui's complexion turned pale, frozen in place. The culinary god led Zheng Hua and his companions to a table not far from Yifan. Zheng Hua casually flipped through the menu before tossing it aside. Just whip up a couple of dishes for me to taste. The refined man accompanying him adjusted his glasses and suddenly interjected. Take it easy. Zheng Lao has not been well lately. Please serve him some light dishes. Once the culinary god had departed, Zheng Lao smiled at the refined man. Dr. Ma, you are too considerate. Zheng Lao, Ma Guibao, have practiced medicine for 30 years. Yet I have never encountered a condition like yours. However, rest assured, with my careful treatment, a complete recovery is not out of the question. Zheng Lao chuckled wryly. I am well aware that a complete recovery from my ailment is more challenging than ascending to the heavens. You truly have your work cut out for you, Dr. Ma. Suddenly, a voice from the adjacent table interjected. You are indeed putting Dr. Ma in a difficult position. His ability to suggest light food speaks volumes about his understanding of your condition. A hush fell over the crowd as all eyes turned to Yifan. Jun Ruanhui, panic-stricken, exclaimed, What nonsense are you spouting? This is Dr. Ma, invited by the Zheng family of Zhonghai. His medical skills are renowned. Go apologize to him at once. As Jun Ruanhui observed that Yifan remained unfazed, continuing to eat and drink, he stepped forward and seized Yifan by the collar. Damn it. I command you to apologize to Dr. Ma. Did you not hear me? Slap. Yifan's hand swiftly struck Jun Ruanhui back to his seat. I've tolerated you for long enough. Next time, be more cautious. You only have one life. Yifan refrained from using excessive force. Knowing Jun Ruanhui was a classmate of Shen Chuyue's close friend, Jun Ruanhui staggered, clutching his swollen cheek, speaking haltingly, You. Suddenly, the beautiful young woman stormed up to Yifan, hands on her hips. Are you implying that the individuals our Zhonghai first family invited are questionable? Or do you doubt my grandfather's judgment? Yifan casually picked up a green pepper and popped it into his mouth. I am merely stating facts. Your grandfather evidently suffers from excess dampness within his body and a deficiency in his spleen and stomach. His digestive capacity is waning. Consuming only light foods will not remedy the situation. He should be eating spicy foods to dispel the dampness. Of course, these are merely superficial observations. The root of your grandfather's ailment is nonsense. Do you think I would believe such wild claims? I can even tell you have kidney deficiency. Yifan then realized that the young woman before him was adorned in exquisite luxury, exuding the aura of a high society lady, a true daughter of the Zheng family. Go. Kneel before me and apologize to my grandfather and Dr. Ma, Zheng Shuyi haughtily commanded, pointing to the table next door. The crowd broke into a cold sweat. The Zheng family's presence was indeed formidable. Even Zheng Shuyi's mere aura was intimidating. At that moment, Zheng Hua gestured for Zheng Shuyi to return. Cease your impudence and come back. Grandfather. Zheng Shuyi shot a glare at Yifan but reluctantly returned to her grandfather's side. Young man, step forward. Now, tell me, what do you believe is the root of my ailment? Though Zheng Lao's tone was calm, everyone could sense the brewing storm. Should Yifan err in the slightest, it would spell disaster. Very well. I shall explain it to you. Shen Shuiwe tightly grasped Yifan's hand, her eyes filled with concern. As if to say, Yifan, please don't go. Why Yifan gently patted her hand, resolutely walking toward Zheng Hua, exuding an air of grace and confidence. Zheng Hua regarded Ma Guebao thoughtfully. Dr. Ma, this young man claims you do not comprehend my ailment. What is your take on this? Having heard Yifan's challenge, Ma Guebao remained unperturbed, exuding an air of elegance. He smiled slightly. Many have questioned my medical skills, yet in the end, who has become your personal physician? Zheng Lao, youth, with lofty ambitions yet lacking competence, often speak recklessly. I have encountered many such young people, and you are no exception. Yifan ignored Ma Guebao. Zheng Lao, I surmise your affliction stems from martial arts practice in your youth, leading to now obstructed meridians, causing episodes of dizziness and fatigue. Release. Zheng Shuyi raised an eyebrow, arms crossed, but before she could finish, Zheng Hua pulled her back with excitement. Let him continue. As for your martial prowess, it has indeed diminished significantly. Zheng Hua was taken aback. Yifan had accurately identified not only his ailment but also his waning martial capabilities. This was something he had never disclosed to anyone. Zheng Hua eagerly inquired, Young man, is there a possibility of restoring my martial prowess? Yifan arranged a row of silver needles on the table. Not difficult. My 9 needles of returning yang can cure you. Your martial prowess can be restored to its former levels. However, it will require 3 courses of treatment. What? The 9 needles of returning yang. Ma Guebao's pupils dilated, his excitement reaching a fever pitch. Who exactly are you? The disciple of the medical king? Medical king? I don't know him. The 9 needles of returning yang were bestowed upon me by my 7th master. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ma Guebao knelt before Yifan, bowing in reverence. Ha ha ha. I have sought the medical king for half my life. I have long yearned for the opportunity to study under him, and now I find his disciple before me. Heaven truly has eyes. Yifan shook his head. Rise. I do not take disciples. Ma Guebao stood, his face filled with regret. Sir, might I request your treatment? Zheng Hua stood and approached Yifan, excitedly grasping his hand. I am not in a hurry. Yifan's simple 3 words caused the crowd to collectively gasp. This was the Zheng family of Zhonghai. If he could earn their favor, it would elevate him for life. Such an opportunity, yet he declined? What on earth was this young man thinking? Jun Ruanhui was utterly stunned. The chance he desperately sought had been casually dismissed by Yifan. Humph. You are overreaching. Zheng Shuyi rushed forward, eager to confront Yifan. Zheng Shuyi, step back. Apologize to the gentleman. Grandfather. Apologize. Reluctantly, Zheng Shuyi faced Yifan and muttered, I'm sorry. Zheng Hua remained undeterred. I, Zheng, have never sought favors from others. This time, I humbly request your assistance. Yifan's expression remained impassive. Once I have avenged my family's grievances, I may consider treating you. May I ask your esteemed name? Yifan. Upon hearing that thunderous name, the crowd's hearts trembled. What? This is the infamous killer who slew the governor of Jiangbei. Yamamoto Ichiharu. No wonder he is so arrogant. He is a true killer. Chen Mengjie became infatuated, her gaze fixed on Yifan, unable to look away. The killer I admire and long for is actually Shen Chuyue's boyfriend. At that moment, sensing his phone vibrate, Yifan pulled it out and read a text message. Du Lisha has been captured by me. If you wish to save her, come to Jiangnan Shenqiao Temple. Chapter 25. Marching towards Jiangnan. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yifan swiftly approached Shen Chuyue and whispered, I must step out for a moment. I will find you shortly. Shen Chuyue nodded in agreement. Yi Fan hurriedly exited the Zuiyu Tower. Chun Mengjia, witnessing the affectionate exchange between Yi Fan and Shin Shuiyue, was filled with envy. Yeah, your boyfriend is actually Yi Fan. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Now you know, don't you? That is indeed Yi Fan, and he was whispering sweet nothings to you. Oh my, gazing at the departing figure of Yi Fan, Chun Mengjia felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Suddenly, Jun Ruanhui went into a frenzy, wildly shoving countless dishes into his mouth. The crowd, bewildered, asked, Jun Xiao, what on earth are you doing? No one is competing with you. You simply don't understand. The god of death has proclaimed that whoever orders must finish. If I don't eat, I'm done for. That's the god of death we're talking about. Even Zhang Lao stood frozen, repeatedly marveling in his heart. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. This young man not only possesses extraordinary skills but also remarkable medical prowess. He is indeed a prodigy. At that moment, Zhang Lao silently resolved to seek an opportunity to befriend Yi Fan. In a castle somewhere in Europe, a group of nobles clad in bespoke suits gathered beneath a large screen, holding glasses of red wine, perplexed by the black screen that displayed no image. Just then, the crowd parted to make way for a white man, who elegantly approached with a glass of red wine in hand. His fair skin, tall stature, and sharply defined features, including an aquiline nose, exuded an unmistakable air of nobility. The gaze of the crowd instantly converged upon him, and they slightly bowed, saying, Count Charles. Count Charles was the master of this castle. Renowned as the most astute businessman in Europe, his enterprises spanned the entirety of the continent. While you may not have heard of Count Charles, you must surely be familiar with the Explorer Consortium. Only billionaires from the Forbes list are permitted to join this consortium, which was founded by none other than Count Charles himself. Those summoned by Charles today were the absolute core members of the Explorer Consortium, each worth billions. Charles raised his glass, addressing the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just received notification and hurried here. It seems the Global Hawk drone has pinpointed the richest man's bank card. The revelation that the richest man's bank card had finally surfaced indicated that he was still alive. Upon hearing this news, the crowd erupted in cheers. Charles gestured for silence. Next, let us witness the footage transmitted by the Global Hawk drone. As his words fell, the black screen crackled to life with static. A young boy appeared before them, and the crowd gasped in astonishment. Oh no, this is not the richest man. Shit. Even Count Charles was taken aback. What? This is not the richest man. Who is this kid? Why is the richest man's bank card in his possession? Charles promptly shut off the screen, a ruthless glint flickering in his eyes. Have you considered a crucial question? As long as that card exists, half of our earnings will automatically be siphoned into that account. Let us put aside whether the richest man is dead or alive. Our immediate priority is to reclaim that card from this kid, by any means necessary. Remember, by any means necessary? Understood, Count Charles, the crowd responded in unison. After the others departed, Charles indulged in a frenzy of drinking. As the alcohol took hold, he revealed his deranged side, shattering his wine glass into pieces. I thought you would hand over that bank card. But you did not. Richest man, you vanished decades ago, and I resolved to surpass you. I have worked tirelessly to forget you completely. I am now far superior to you. Once, you grasped a third of Europe's wealth. Now, the entirety of Europe's wealth lies in my hands. Ha ha ha. Abandoning me was the most foolish decision of your life. Yi Fan hastily returned to his senior sister Du Lisha's villa in Jiangbei. Upon arriving, he was confronted with the sight of several martial artists' corpses sprawled across the ground. Further inside, he discovered the villa's main door ajar, with several heavenly-class martial artists who often accompanied his senior sister lying dead in a pool of blood. Yi Fan quickly searched each room but found no trace of his senior sister. It seemed to be true. His senior sister had indeed been kidnapped. Furrowing his brow, Yi Fan turned to leave. But at that moment, a faint cry for help emerged from the pile of bodies. Help me! Help me! Yi Fan moved the bodies aside and found Shadow lying weakly in a pool of blood. Covered in deep knife wounds, the bone visible beneath the gashes, truly a horrifying sight. This was clearly the work of a katana. Damn it. Those despicable invaders. How could they be so ruthless? Yi Fan spat. Immediately producing I'm sorry. I can't assist with that. 50 elite warriors from the Eastern Land were vanquished by Yi Fan in a mere 5 minutes. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The vice president of the Eastern Merchants Guild, Kamada Washi, gasped in astonishment. What manner of monster is this? Not even a steel cage could contain him. The toxins of the soft muscle powder could not fell him. Even with the demise of all 50 elite warriors from the East, he remained unscathed. Kamada Washi regarded Yifan as one would a creature from the depths of nightmares, instinctively retreating a few steps. Only to be steadied by the island samurai. Fear not, Vice President. I am here. Upon witnessing the confident demeanor of the island samurai, Kamada Washi furrowed his brow. Are you truly considering using that? Are you willing to risk your life? The island samurai retrieved a small pill, tossing it into his mouth with fierce determination, glaring at Yifan. Even if I perish, I shall drag you down with me. Yifan instantly recognized the pill as a body-strengthening pill. He had presumed this was a treasure exclusive to the military of the Dragon Kingdom. How then did it find its way into the hands of the Easterners? Yifan's brow furrowed as he pondered. Suddenly, a cacophony interrupted his thoughts. The island samurai's physique expanded, doubling in size. He loomed like a small mountain, towering over 3 meters tall, his muscles bulging, tearing through his clothing. With a snort, he exhaled 2 plumes of white mist, stepping forward, sending all the corpses strewn across the wooden floor flying, the scene utterly astonishing. Yifan, I have now reached the level of master. Do you fear me? Yifan chuckled derisively, shaking his head. When have I ever feared you Easterners? You seek death? The island samurai leaped into the air, fists clenched, descending upon Yifan with the force of a falling mountain. Yifan remained unmoving, while Kamada Washi's eyes narrowed. That strike from the island samurai could very well reduce this boy to a mere puddle of flesh. It seems I have overestimated him. This boy must be terrified of the power of a master. As the ferocious assault descended, Yifan leisurely raised his fist to meet it. A resounding boom echoed, and countless bodies soared into the air. The island samurai was blasted away by the tremendous impact, crashing through the roof and landing heavily in the courtyard, while Yifan stood firm, unyielding. Kamada Washi's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. This? How is this possible? However, the island samurai, having fallen, swiftly regained his feet with a roll. Boy, I did not expect you to possess some measure of strength. I shall now take this seriously. There will be no chance left. Yifan swiftly closed the distance to the island samurai, delivering a punch to his chest. There are no chances left. A ripple visibly emanated from the island samurai's heart, his chest caving in as he was propelled backward. Crashing to the ground, lifeless, Kamada Washi, stricken with terror, bolted toward the courtyard exit. Did I grant you permission to leave? Came Yifan's icy voice from behind. With a swift motion, a bamboo tube pierced Kamada Washi's calf. Ah, he cried, collapsing to the ground. Yifan approached slowly, placing a foot upon Kamada Washi's head. Speak. Where is my senior sister? Who are you? And what is your connection to these Easterners? Chapter 28. He is the god of death. Kamada Washi's heart raced, his scalp prickling with fear, pleading for mercy. Do not kill me. I truly do not know about your sister. I am merely the vice president of the Eastern Merchants Guild. The island samurai invited me for tea, and I know nothing else. Yifan coldly replied. Do you truly not know, or are you feigning ignorance? Kamada Washi's complexion shifted dramatically. I genuinely do not know where your sister is. If I did, I would surely tell you. Yifan produced an emerald ring. Look closely. Do you recognize this ring? Kamada Washi's eyes widened in shock, hesitating before he spoke. This belongs to that woman. Yifan pressed down harder. Speak. Who is this woman? Otherwise, you shall die. I shall tell you everything I know. Just do not kill me. This woman is exceedingly mysterious. All I know is that they refer to her as Xiangu. Xiangu not only possesses formidable martial prowess, but also wields countless treasures unknown to man. Kamada Washi divulged all in one breath. Yifan pondered. Are you finished? I have disclosed all that I know. Might I request that you remove your foot? Kamada Washi ventured tentatively. Who said I would let you go? Since you have finished speaking, you shall die. Oh, dare to trample upon Vice President Kamada? You are quite audacious. A voice laced with mockery and anger suddenly rang out as a group of handsome men and beautiful women approached from a distance, each impeccably dressed in high-end luxury attire. The scent of blood reached them even from afar, prompting some to cover their noses. The leader, a young man with fair skin and an aristocratic bearing, bore a sinister glint in his eyes. Instead of showing fear, a mocking smile spread across his face. "Oh, you have killed someone. It seems we have underestimated you. Seeking to be a rebel? Ahahaha." In the next moment, his expression shifted, eyes narrowing with intensity as he pointed at Yi Fan. "You possess great audacity. How dare you create a disturbance at Shinchao Temple? You have one choice. Release Vice President Kamada and turn yourself in, or face death." The aristocratic youth's tone was menacing, laden with authority. Kamada Washi, lying on the ground, gazed at the approaching youth with elation. "It is Gao Xiao, Gao Wang, the heir of the Gao family from Jiangnan. His mother is the daughter of a prominent figure from Zhonghai. His father, Gao Da, is a renowned figure in Jiangnan, the vice president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Gao Da is a master. Gao Wang walks unchallenged in Jiangnan, feared by all. Even elders bow before him. Gao Xiao, save me." Kamada Washi's plea was interrupted as Yi Fan lifted his foot. Bang! Kamada Washi's head shattered instantaneously, brain matter splattered everywhere. Yi Fan coldly regarded the young man in the distance. "I choose for him to die." Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, astonished, setting aside the significance of the vice president of the Eastern Merchants Guild. How could one dare to disregard Gao Wang and kill? Insanity! Playing tricks, are we? Yi Fan scoffed coldly, shaking his head. He directed a fierce punch towards the sky. "I am Yi Fan." Bang! This punch not only neutralized dozens of attacks, but also pierced through Wang Wenji's body. How is this possible? Wang Wenji's face was filled with disbelief, and the next moment, his body exploded in a shower of blood, raining down upon the onlookers. Holy cow! Holy cow! He killed Elder Wang. He is the god of death. Yi Fan, Chapter 29. The genius Master Gu Xiaobai Gao Wang was drenched in cold sweat, utterly unable to believe the events unfolding before him. He was indeed Yi Fan, the very same Yi Fan who had caused chaos in Jiangbei, the one who annihilated the Su family, the Wang family, slayed the governor of Jiangbei, and defeated Ishida Ichigo. Yi Fan descended from the heavens, landing before Gao Wang. Before he could react, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped him. "You!" Yi Fan gripped Gao Wang's neck tightly. "Are you afraid now? Didn't you just want to see who was tougher?" The flicker of fear in Gao Wang's eyes vanished, replaced with indifference. "Ha ha ha, Yi Fan. You are too arrogant. This is Jiangnan, and my father is Gao Da, the vice president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. You have killed Elder Wang. You've landed yourself in serious trouble. Do you dare to kill me? I care not who your father is. You just had him kill me, so you might as well die too." Crack! With a sharp sound, Gao Wang's neck was crushed to pieces. The onlookers gasped in horror and retreated, as Yi Fan stood before them like a deity of death. Thud! Yi Fan released his grip, and Gao Wang's corpse collapsed onto the ground with a dull thud. Witnessing this, the crowd turned to flee. Yi Fan's expression remained impassive. "I said, who told you to leave?" They were all children of affluent families in Jiangnan, accustomed to a life of luxury, often disregarding their parents' words. Yet at this moment, upon hearing Yi Fan's voice, they froze as if struck by a paralyzing spell, not daring to take another step. "Go back and tell your parents, from now on, if anyone dares to consort with the Eastern Yamato people, they shall be mercilessly slain. There is nothing to enjoy at Shinkeisai. Let it be closed." Yi Fan left behind this statement and turned to walk toward the courtyard, searching for his senior sister. Just then, his phone rang. Yi Fan pulled out his mobile to see an unfamiliar number. "Hello? Who is this, Junior? I heard you want to rescue me. Where are you? Are you all right?" Dulisha inquired anxiously from the other end. "Eh? Shouldn't I be the one asking you where you are?" Yi Fan was somewhat bewildered. "Today, while I was handling affairs at the gate, someone stole my phone, and it was only when I returned home that Shadow informed me of everything." "Junior, did Shadow mention that those people are vicious and murderous, entering villas and killing anyone they see? Did they hurt you?" Dulisha was extremely worried. It dawned on Yi Fan that his senior sister had not been kidnapped. It was a plot orchestrated by the Eastern Yamato people to lure him to Jiangnan for an attack. "Sister, I'm fine. I killed all of them." Yi Fan's simple declaration left Dulisha utterly shocked. Her subordinates had suffered significant losses due to this group, yet Yi Fan had managed to annihilate them all. Only then did Dulisha feel relieved. "Junior, you are incredible. Wait for me. I will personally come to pick you up." All right, Yifan hung up and immediately sent his location to his senior sister. The Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. 2 cold corpses lay in the Grand Hall. Several martial arts masters and a dozen heavenly-level warriors gathered. The elders wore solemn expressions as Vice President Gao De lifted the white cloth covering Gao Wang's body. Crash! The sound of something crashing to the ground. Wang Er. Who dares to kill my son? Gao De cried out, tears streaming down his face. Roaring in madness, a burly, round-faced master stepped forward. It was a group of Gao Wang's friends who brought back the bodies of young Master Gao and Elder Wang. They said that the one who killed them was none other than Yifan, who previously caused a ruckus in Jiangbei. What? Yifan? How did he come to Jiangnan to cause trouble? My son had no grievances with him. How could he be so ruthless? Gao De gritted his teeth. Moreover, I have heard that Ishida and the vice president of the Eastern Yamato Chamber of Commerce, Kamadawashi, were also brutally slain by this scoundrel. Such audacity from Yifan. Does he think Jiangnan is a lawless land? Jiangnan is not his playground. Our president is currently in seclusion, and I am in charge of all matters in the association. All elders, listen up. We must gather all our strength to kill Yifan. Upon hearing this, an elder with white eyebrows immediately approached Gao De and whispered, Vice President, we must not act rashly. We must prioritize the bigger picture. Jiangbei is already in chaos. This is our crucial moment to seize it. We cannot afford to be distracted. As for Yifan, why must we dirty our hands? The Eastern Yamato Chamber of Commerce has the support of the war god Ling Chao. We cannot afford to offend them, let alone Yifan. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed from the basement of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. The floor beneath them began to crack, and the entire hall shook. Moments later, the tremors ceased, revealing a celestial-looking youth standing proudly before them. Who says we cannot afford to offend the Eastern Yamato people? The crowd was both startled and elated, hastily kneeling. We welcome President Gu into the Grand Master realm. The youth referred to as president was strikingly handsome, exuding an extraordinary aura. I have been in seclusion for merely 8 years. I never expected Jiangnan to undergo such a significant transformation. Jiyu Shaobai was hailed as a once-in-a-millennium martial arts prodigy in the Dragon Kingdom, breaking through to the master level at the age of 18, becoming the youngest master in the country. Thereafter, he remained undefeated in Jiangnan, and by 20, he had become a leading figure in the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Shortly after he became the president, he made a stunning decision to enter seclusion to break through to the Grandmaster level. Today, 8 years later, Gu Xiaobai had finally succeeded in joining the ranks of the Grandmasters. Gu Xiaobai's gaze fell upon the 2 corpses in the hall, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Why Yifan? Killed Elder Wang? Enslaved your son Gao De? How interesting. At the Jiangnan Eastern Yamato Chamber of Commerce. Within a grand Eastern Yamato building, President Matsumoto Tsuji was furious upon receiving news of Kamadawashi and the Ishida family's demise. He overturned his desk, shattering the wooden bookshelf in a fit of rage. Baka Yeru, Yifan. When Matsumoto Tsuji learned that the Ishida family had lured Yifan to Jiangnan's Shinkeisai, he had been thrilled. He immediately dispatched Vice President Kamadawashi to witness the moment. With Yifan's death, he would promptly send photos of the corpse back to Eastern Yamato, and Tokugawa Yasukane would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. Yet, the outcome was unexpected. Not only did Yifan annihilate the entire Ishida family, but he also killed his own deputy. Even more astonishingly, he had received numerous calls from his Han Ruofei, not a major celebrity. What brings her to Jiangnan? She possesses a devilish figure and an angelic visage. Han Ruofei, I adore you. Her appearance stirred a commotion among the passengers aboard the vessel, and her manager, Wang Yuan, appeared somewhat anxious. Ruofei, you have so little vacation time as it is. Why must you insist on coming to Jiangbei instead of enjoying your time in Longdu? What could possibly be the reason? The regions of Jiangnan and Jiangbei have been quite perilous lately. I heard someone over here has killed the governor of Jiangbei and even a Japanese national. Han Ruofei flashed a sweet smile. His name is Yifan. Yes, I believe that's the name. Wait, how do you know he is called Yifan? Wang Yuan stepped in front of Han Ruofei, blocking her path. Han Ruofei replied earnestly, because I came to Jiangbei specifically for him. Wang Yuan was utterly stunned, reaching out to touch Han Ruofei's forehead. My dear young lady, you don't have a fever, do you? Han Ruofei playfully linked arms with Wang Yuan and moved forward. Sister Yuan, I want to meet him, but that doesn't guarantee I'll actually see him. Wang Yuan gently tapped Han Ruofei's head. You If your father finds out you sneaked out of Longdu, you'll be in trouble. Han Ruofei stuck out her tongue. My father is always working. He is closer to those ancient martial families than to me. The two headed straight to the third floor of the cruise ship, sitting not far behind Yifan. With Han Ruofei's arrival, the third floor became extraordinarily lively, with crowds clamoring for autographs, photos, and contact information. However, all requests were ruthlessly denied by Han Ruofei. She rejected me. I don't even feel sad. Instead, I'm thrilled. I'm so happy. Indeed, the aloof goddess Han Ruofei. Although turned down, the crowd continued to hold her in absolute adoration. Du Lisha turned around, her eyes sparkling, and urged Yifan to look. Junior brother, look. A stunningly aloof beauty has boarded the ship. Yifan showed no inclination to turn. Not interested. Han Ruofei noticed that everyone on the deck was focused on her. Except for Yifan, who sat with his back turned. Humph. That man must be gay. Curiosity piqued, Han Ruofei gazed at Yifan's silhouette, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Just then, a suave Caucasian man in a black suit approached, elegantly presenting a black gift box to Yifan.M.R.Y. Yifan. A gift for you. The gentleman handed over the box with great courtesy before hastily departing. Yifan examined the gift box, then turned to Du Lisha. Sister, today isn't my birthday. Why is someone giving me a gift? Du Lisha looked astonished. Junior brother, I didn't give you anything. That gift isn't from me. Not you? Then who could it be? Skeptical, Yifan unwrapped the box. Oh no, it's a bomb. Upon hearing Yifan's exclamation, everyone froze for a moment, then turned their gazes toward him. The Caucasian man hid behind a pillar on the ship, watching the drone feed from the third deck. Surprise! Without hesitation, he pulled out a remote control and pressed a red button. Yifan, holding the gift box, leaped 5 to 6 meters toward the edge of the ship's railing and hurled it aside just as it exploded. The entire sequence took less than 3 seconds. Still reeling from the shock, the crowd heard a series of splashes. The explosion's shockwave had swept those standing at the edge into the river. Instantly, the passengers on the cruise ship were like ants on a hot pan, scrambling down from the third floor to the first. The Caucasian man, disappointed that Yifan had survived, muttered, "Damn it," however. He quickly retrieved a wetsuit he had stashed on the ship and plunged into the river. Plan A has failed. Yifan is not dead. Commencing Plan B. Surrounding the cruise ship, 5 divers clad in camouflage wetsuits aimed torpedo launchers at the vessel and simultaneously pressed the launch buttons. Watching 5 torpedoes streak toward the ship, the Caucasian man dove deeper, distancing himself from the vessel. Well done, team. Yifan is as good as dead. Don't forget to retrieve that bank card. Chapter 31. Are you Yifan? Du Lisha hurriedly rose from her seat and ran to Yifan's side. Junior brother, are you all right? Yifan frowned at the shimmering surface of the river. Sister, I'm fine. Can you hear anything unusual beneath the water? Du Lisha leaned against the railing to peer into the depths. Aside from the cries of those who fell overboard, nothing seems amiss. Yifan's expression darkened. No? Listen more closely. At that moment, one of the fallen shouted, "Oh no! There are torpedoes underwater." Torpedoes! Du Lisha's demeanor turned serious. Junior brother, I've got this side covered. You handle the other. Yifan hesitated, looking at Du Lisha. Sister, can you manage? A glimmer of confidence shone in Du Lisha's beautiful eyes. Don't underestimate me. Junior brother. Remember, I also emerged from the mysterious realm. It was you who prevented me from taking action before. Yifan silently marveled at her hidden strength. All right then, let's split up. Stay safe. Du Lisha leaped into the river with a graceful dive. Yifan, not to be outdone, sprang off the railing and dove in as well. Han Ruofei, who had been frozen in her seat, stood up abruptly upon seeing Yifan plunge into the water. Could it be him? At this moment, passengers on the third floor rushed downstairs, and Wang Yuan appeared particularly anxious. Ruofei, we need to leave. It's not safe here. Let's hide below. Wang Yuan grasped Han Ruofei's hand, trying to pull her down, but no matter how hard Wang Yuan tugged, Han Ruofei remained resolute. In the next instant, she broke free from Wang Yuan's grasp and ran toward the railing. Ruofei, what are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Wang Yuan shouted in alarm. Sister Yuan, you go ahead. Don't worry about me. He seems to be the man I've been searching for. What? That's impossible. How could you encounter Yifan in a place like this? You must be mistaken. Unable to dissuade her, Wang Yuan anxiously pleaded beside Han Ruofei. After diving into the water, Yifan noticed 3 torpedoes hurtling toward him. With a snort, he swiftly swam toward one of the torpedoes and executed a perfect backflip, redirecting it with a powerful kick. The other 2 torpedoes followed closely behind, and Yifan stomped down on one, reminiscent of Mario stomping on a mushroom. The torpedo was suddenly thrust downward by tremendous force, sinking several meters and missing the cruise ship entirely. The last torpedo skimmed over Yifan's head, and he punched its propeller, sending it flying off. The torpedo instantly lost its propulsion, sinking to the riverbed. The 3 divers, witnessing this spectacle from a distance, were left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Dulisha successfully neutralized the remaining 2 torpedoes. The previously calm radio channel erupted in chaos. "Boss, we have a serious problem. Our torpedoes." "Hans, I can see that." "Damn it. Oh my God. Who on earth is this person? He destroyed all our torpedoes in mere seconds." "James, this person is Yifan." "What? He is Yifan?" The Caucasian man, having witnessed the scene, was profoundly shocked. But as a killer, he would not relent. "Team, since we can't play dirty, let's make sure he dies clearly. Board the ship. Kill him, understood?" Having dealt with the torpedo crisis, Yifan returned to the 3rd deck, stripped off his soaked shirt, wrung it out, and draped it over the railing. Dulisha soon rejoined him, her clothes clinging to her body, accentuating her perfect curves. "Junior brother, well, did I not tell you? I am quite formidable. Not worse than you, right?" Dulisha playfully felt Yifan's chest and then pulled him into her embrace. Why, Yifan awkwardly chuckled. "Sister, you're wet. Let's not embrace right now. You're making me wet too." Dulisha playfully pinched his abdomen. "What, are you rejecting your sister?" "I wouldn't dare, sister." "I apologize, I'm ticklish," Yifan pleaded. Just then, Han Ruofei, standing nearby, shyly asked Yifan, may I ask if you're Yifan?" Dulisha's eyes lit up. "Oh? Isn't that the aloof beauty? Up close, her face is utterly flawless. I truly envy her." Yifan glanced at Han Ruofei, his demeanor cold and machine-like. "Do you need something from me?" Wang Yuan, unable to hold back any longer, stepped forward. "What kind of attitude is this? Do you even know who she is? How dare you speak to her like that?" Yifan furrowed his brow and exclaimed. "Who is she? I do not recognize her." Wang Yuan, losing her footing and almost tumbling, immediately assumed a confrontational stance, ready to challenge Yifan. "It seems you did that on purpose, didn't you?" "She is." Han Ruofei quickly pulled Wang Yuan aside, her expression pleading as she implored, "Sister Wang, please, don't say anything." Wang Yuan's mouth fell agape, unable to believe such words could come from Han Ruofei. Embarrassed, Han Ruofei cast a shy glance at Yifan and said, "I apologize, this is my manager, Sister Yuan. She has a rather fiery temperament, but she is genuinely kind-hearted. She harbors no ill intentions." Are you truly Yifan?" Han Ruofei mustered her courage, lifting her gaze hopefully towards Yifan. Just then, 6 figures burst forth from the water, their makeshift propeller devices unfurling like umbrellas. They had long since locked onto Yifan's position via drone, and with propellers strapped to their backs. They soared directly to the 3rd level of the boat, landing with poise, weapons drawn, each brandishing fully equipped M4A1 assault rifles, aimed squarely at Yifan. "Ladies and gentlemen, I advise you to remain still. Otherwise, death awaits." A Caucasian man leisurely stepped forward from behind the others, a smirk playing on his lips. His martial prowess rivaled that of a grandmaster, while the remaining 5 were all innate level warriors. Yifan regarded them coolly and demanded, "Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me?" The Caucasian man scoffed. "Yifan, hand over that bank card, and I shall divulge the information you seek." Upon hearing Yifan's name, Han Ruofei scrutinized the man before her, an unmistakable thrill coursing through her, betraying no hint of fear. Conversely, Dulisha and Wang Yuan appeared markedly different. Dulisha gazed at Yifan with concern, while Wang Yuan remained tense, her body trembling slightly. Why Yifan frowned, retrieving the bank card and holding it firmly in his hand. "If you desire this card, come and take it yourself." Chapter 32. The Eye of God. The assassin group having uttered those words, Yifan cast a knowing glance at Dulisha. Despite her evident worry, she nodded in understanding. Why Yifan then turned to Han Ruofei and softly asked, "Can you swim?" Han Ruofei gazed at Yifan, her cheeks flushed. The Caucasian man let out a sinister laugh. "Ha ha ha! You think I'll just walk over to retrieve it? You're sorely mistaken. Now that after much effort, I finally found you. I cannot allow you to perish before my eyes. Wang Yuan's eyes were bloodshot as she screamed, Ruo Fei. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed to Han Ruo Fei's side. Supporting her, Ruo Fei, why are you so foolish? I couldn't even stop you. Was it worth it for this man? Wang Yuan's voice trembled with suppressed tears. Why Fan, he is a man I admire. I cannot let him go just like that. Ruo Fei replied, her body suddenly going limp and collapsing to the ground. Ruo Fei? Fan, you. Wang Yuan cradled Han Ruo Fei in her arms, furiously shouting at Fan. Though Fan's expression remained indifferent, he felt a stir of emotion within. Alas, why is this woman so reckless? I could have handled this alone, yet she insists on taking an arrow for me. What folly! The white man observed the scene before him with a hint of regret. Damn it. Always just a step away. Fan had to admit, you truly are fortunate. Enough. I won't play any longer. Let me finish you off myself. The white man snorted coldly, attempting to break free from Fan's grip. Yet Fan held his neck tightly, rendering him immobile. Huh? What's happening? I cannot break free. Impossible. How could this be? Even a master would struggle to control me. The white man was filled with disbelief. Why Fan, like a harbinger of death, exuded a terrifying killing intent. You think you can toy with me? Walk away as you please? Who do you think you are? Is that even possible? Carson shook his head with a sigh and swiftly exited the renowned Blue Ribbon Western restaurant in Jiangbei. Han Ruo Fei firmly grasped Fan and Wang Yuan, making her way toward the restaurant. Fan, I'm feeling much better now. Let us eat first and discuss the injection later. Sister Yuan, I'm truly famished. Let us have our meal. Don't worry, Fan won't he escape. He.s. right here. Where could he possibly run to? Wang Yuan shot a glare at Han Ruo Fei, exasperated. You glutton. Fine. We just arrived at the restaurant. Escape? Let him try. If he dares to run, I'll make sure to drag him back. Fan chose to ignore Wang Yuan, turning to Han Ruo Fei with a hint of resignation. After I finish your injection, I have other matters to attend to. I don't have the luxury of circling around you both. Han Ruo Fei adopted a pitiful expression. Please, please. Fan refrained from further discussion and followed the two into the restaurant. To their surprise, the spacious establishment was completely devoid of patrons, with not a single diner or waiter in sight. The dim yellow light cast eerie shadows on the floor. Fan scanned the surroundings. Furrowing his brow, shall we consider another place? Han Ruo Fei chuckled softly. Fan, I never thought you'd have a moment of fear. This restaurant emphasizes its dark ambience. It's perfect for couples on a date. Mentioning a date caused Han Ruo Fei's cheeks to flush bright red. Wang Yuan rolled her eyes at Fan. What is the big deal? It's a weekday, so of course there are fewer diners. Besides, this is a high-end restaurant. Who would come here casually? It's ridiculous. Welcome. Just then, a waiter hurried over to them. I apologize. All our staff were in a meeting, and I hope you can forgive the inconvenience. The waiter adjusted his bulky tailcoat as he led them to a table deep within the restaurant. Han Ruo Fei quickly grabbed the menu. I'm starving. I want to eat more meat. I'll have a tomahawk steak and, oh yes, a filet mignon as well. The waiter jotted down the orders. Fan, Sister Yuan, what will you have? Order whatever you like. It's on me. Han Ruo Fei handed the menu to Fan. I recommend the filet mignon. It is quite delicious. I don't mind either way. I'll have the filet mignon. Fan tossed the menu onto Wang Yuan's plate without even glancing at it. Can you at least be a bit more polite? Wang Yuan felt a twinge of annoyance at Fan's dismissive attitude towards Han Ruo Fei. All right, it's just a meal. It's not that complicated. Han Ruo Fei gestured for Wang Yuan to be quiet. Ultimately, the trio ordered 1 tomahawk steak, 3 filet mignons, and a bottle of champagne. Soon, the waiter wheeled over a cart laden with their steaks and champagne. As the delectable dishes were served, Han Ruo Fei swallowed hard in anticipation. Just as she was about to spear a steak with her fork, Fan abruptly snatched it from her plate and popped it into his mouth, washing it down with a gulp of champagne. Wang Yuan exclaimed angrily, Fan, you have your own food. Why are you stealing from Ruo Fei? Fan frowned deeply. This steak is tainted. It's been poisoned. Don't drink the wine. What? Han Ruo Fei and Wang Yuan stared wide-eyed in shock. You both pretend to be poisoned and collapse. I'll handle everything. Han Ruo Fei nodded obediently, while Wang Yuan's face was etched with disbelief. cursing Yi Fan in her mind for being overly dramatic. How could one possibly get poisoned in a high-end steakhouse? It was absurd. Besides, Yi Fan had consumed it. Why was he unaffected? It was clearly a prank. Just then, Han Ruofei pressed down on her head. Leaning over the table, she whispered, "Sister Yuan, Yi Fan must have his reasons. Let us trust him. I believe in Yi Fan." Wang Yuan felt somewhat speechless, but reluctantly complied. 10 minutes later, three figures strode confidently toward them from a distance. Two wore chef's uniforms, while the third was the waiter from earlier. They discarded their outer clothing, revealing tight black outfits underneath, all three at the initial stage of mastery. Yi Fan, you truly are a martial artist. Your physical condition far exceeds that of ordinary people. However, even if you are a martial artist, you cannot escape death from the poison we administered. Ha ha ha, Yi Fan, how does our poisoned meat and wine taste? Is it delicious? Yi Fan downed his champagne in one go. Who sent you? One of the shorter men chuckled. Oh, quite brave of you to drink the poison. Ha ha ha, since you're already a dead man, it matters not to tell you. You can blame your worth. Someone paid 20 billion on the dark web for your life. Hearing the figure of 20 billion startled Yi Fan. He had never imagined someone would pay such a sum for his life. Who is it? He inquired. The short man smirked knowingly. We only kill for money. The identity of our employer is none of our concern. Yi Fan scoffed, shaking his head at I see. You're here for the money. Unfortunately, you will be disappointed. Chapter 35. Is Crane's top red considered poison? Disappointment? Yi Fan, do you truly understand your predicament? In 10 minutes, the poison will spread throughout your body, and you will suffer excruciating pain. The short man glanced at his watch. Disdainful, Dado? Is that so? Yi Fan didn't even glance at him, continuing to eat his steak. The three exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of what to make of Yi Fan's behavior. Was he truly so daft as to enjoy poisoned meat? What does it matter? We have 8 minutes left. Once the time is up, Yi Fan is dead. Let him enjoy while he can. Once he is in hell, he won't have the chance to taste such delicacies. Eat more, die from overeating, ha ha ha. The trio erupted in mocking laughter. With 3 minutes remaining, Yi Fan continued to savor his steak. With 2 minutes left, he polished off Wang Yuan's steak as well. In the final minute, Han Ruofei's 2 steaks met the same fate. Yi Fan burped contentedly. I'm full. Time passed the 10-minute mark, yet Yi Fan appeared completely unaffected. The three were left in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. We used Crane's top red. Crane's top red is highly toxic. Once ingested, it leads to death without remedy. Yi Fan, what trickery are you playing? We used the strongest Crane's top red. The short man's pupils constricted. Yi Fan coldly replied, Crane's top red? Is that even considered poison? You do realize I've probably consumed more Crane's top red than you have salt. What? Eating poison like it's a delicacy? Yi Fan, what kind of monster are you? The short-haired man was taken aback. Yi Fan wiped his hands with a napkin and slowly rose. My apologies, gentlemen. I must disappoint you. I am immune to all poisons. The short-haired man snorted derisively. Ha ha ha. Even if you are immune to all poisons. So what? 3 against 1. You have no chance of winning. Kneel and beg for mercy, and we might consider leaving you with a whole corpse. Annoying. Yi Fan seized a beef bone from the table and hurled it forward. The rib bone pierced through the short-haired man's skull. Thud. Laughter ceased abruptly. Silence enveloped the room. The short-haired man's eyes widened in disbelief, a blood hole forming in his forehead as blood dripped from the bone. Thud. His corpse collapsed, his expression frozen in astonishment. The 2 remaining master assassins trembled at the sight. Yet, as seasoned international killers, they had witnessed such scenes before. The shorter man quickly regained his composure, clapping his companion on the shoulder. Brother, we just lost a share of the spoils. Once we eliminate Yi Fan, we each get 10 billion. After this job, we can retire in bliss. The taller man, unfazed, replied, Yi Fan, thank you. We were just worried about how to split the 200 million among 3 of us. Now it's settled. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly dashed to Yi Fan's left side, while the shorter man wore a sinister smile, leaping to Yi Fan's right side. The 2 masters flanked Yi Fan, forming an encirclement. Yi Fan, don't blame us for wanting to kill you. It's your worth that draws us here. Ha ha ha. The 2 fists, filled with a howling wind, struck at Yifan with ferocity. Your fist technique still leaves much to be desired. Yifan, unperturbed, clawed out with his fingers, firmly grasping the wrists of both masters. Their faces paled as they felt their strength drain away. What the hell? I can't move. Yifan's icy voice rang in their ears. Speak. Which hand did you use to poison me? The two masters broke into a cold sweat. Why? Yifan's gaze darkened. Since no one wishes to speak, I'll assume both hands were involved. With a swift motion, Yifan yanked, and the arms of the two masters snapped, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. Ah, my hand! No! My hand is gone! The two masters writhed in agony, sweat soaking through their black outfits. Thud! Yifan casually tossed the severed limbs aside. The two masters, filled with terror, stumbled as they attempted to flee. Yifan swiftly pursued, gripping the last remaining arm of each and yanking back forcefully. Buffed! The last remaining arm of the two individuals, still taut with sinew, was brutally wrenched off by Yifan. Blood gushed forth, pooling upon the ground as the two masters, in agony, lacked the strength to flee and collapsed to the earth. Writhing in pain at Yifan, nonchalantly holding a glass of champagne and a steak. Squatted before them. Come, savor the fruits of your own labor. No, Yifan, you are nothing short of a devil. One of them cried out, Yifan, we are already rendered useless. Grant us a path to survival. Yifan coldly retorted, when you were poisoning others, you surely envisioned counting your riches. Did you ever consider my life? As Yifan forcibly stuffed the steak and champagne into their mouths, the pupils of the two masters constricted in horror. A minute later, their bodies began to convulse uncontrollably, frothing at the mouth, their heads tilting at impossible angles, lifeless and beyond help. Yifan approached Han Ruofei and Wang Yuan, declaring, all is safe now. Only then did Han Ruofei and Wang Yuan slowly lift their heads. I told you so. You must have faith in Yifan. Han Ruofei beamed at Wang Yuan. Upon witnessing the two frothing corpses not far away, Wang Yuan finally understood that Yifan had saved her. Remembering her unfounded accusations against him as soon as she stepped into the restaurant, her face flushed crimson. Stammering, she addressed Yifan. Sorry. Just now it was my fault. Thank you for saving me. Yifan, expressionless, replied, do not flatter yourself. I merely dealt with the trouble, without any intention of saving you. Suddenly, Han Ruofei fixated on her empty plate. Where is my steak? Yifan, you didn't consume it all, did you? Even if it's delectable, it's still poisoned. Yifan suddenly belched. Hick, not at all tasty. Han Ruofei, filled with anxiety, quickly stood, leaning over the table to scrutinize Yifan. Even if you are immune to toxins, it is still poison. Do you feel any discomfort? This low-grade poison? IVE consumed my fair share on the mountain. What could it do to me? Yifan shrugged off her concerns. It's still poison. Yifan, it would be best if you refrained from eating it in the future. You nearly scared me to death. Han Ruofei's expression softened slightly. Wang Yuan observed the two, resembling a bickering couple, and couldn't help but smile. At that moment, Han Ruofei's stomach growled incessantly. Yifan glanced at her. Let us go. I know Jiangbei well. There's a night market nearby where we can grab a bite before heading back to the hotel for your acupuncture. All right, I agree. Let us hurry. Han Ruofei exclaimed, excitement coursing through her at the mention of food. As they exited the restaurant, Yifan glanced back at the two frothing corpses. Thankfully, Master Lu often fed me those peculiar poisons on the mountain. Back then, I was reluctant, but now, it seems Master Lu truly cared for me. Chapter 36. A letter. After Yifan, Han Ruofei, and Wang Yuan had their fill at the night market, they returned to the hotel, burdened with bags of culinary delights. The hotel was a luxurious 5-star establishment in Jiangbei, where Han Ruofei had booked the presidential suite. With 3 bedrooms, it was perfect for each of them to have one. Since leaving the Blue Ribbon Western restaurant, Wang Yuan's attitude towards Yifan had undergone a complete transformation. And no longer did she utter biting remarks. Instead, she appeared quite perceptive. Ruofei, I'll head back to my room and not intrude while Mr. Yi attends to your acupuncture. Observing the two chatting casually by the bed, Wang Yuan quietly exited and gently closed the door behind her. In that moment, she began to comprehend why Han Ruofei held Yifan in such high regard. His remarkable talents at such a young age earned her admiration. Once Wang Yuan departed, It became a world of two for Han Ruofei and Yi Fan. Han Ruofei suddenly appeared a bit flustered. Yi Fan, I'm going to take a shower first. After wandering around for so long, I'm all sweaty, and I fear there might be an odd scent when you give me acupuncture later. As she gracefully moved, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Isn't it rather fragrant? What odd scent could there possibly be? The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Warm water cascaded down Han Ruofei's smooth white legs. She bit her lip, her mind consumed with memories of Yi Fan holding her in his embrace earlier that day, unintentionally letting out a soft moan. After several minutes, Han Ruofei emerged from the bathroom. Draped in a gossamer nightgown, her face flushed. The translucent fabric revealed her alluring figure in its entirety, a sight that would leave any man breathless. Yi Fan looked up at her. Finished with your shower? Han Ruofei lowered her gaze, sweetly murmuring, Yi Fan, you can give me acupuncture now. On the large bed, Han Ruofei slowly peeled away her nightgown. Lying there in serene stillness, her physique, skin, and beauty utterly exceptional. Yi Fan inhaled deeply, managing to steady his thoughts as he took out the silver needles, swiftly inserting them into several key acupoints on Han Ruofei. 10 minutes later, Han Ruofei, drenched in sweat, appeared radiant. Yi Fan, I feel so light and comfortable. It seems there are no remaining issues. The toxins in your body have been completely expelled. Yi Fan prepared to leave the room when Han Ruofei gently grasped his wrist with her delicate hand. Thank you for detoxifying me. Can you stay with me? She implored. After everything that happened today, I can't sleep alone. I'm so frightened. Yi Fan glanced at her, seeing her vulnerable expression, and relented. Fine. I'll sleep on the sofa then. Han Ruofei's cheeks flushed, and she murmured, Actually, there's no need for you to sleep on the sofa. We can share the bed. All right, but you said it. I want to hold back. Yi Fan tossed the blanket aside and lay down on the opposite side of the bed. That night, Han Ruofei found it hard to fall asleep. She lay on her side, gazing dreamily at Yi Fan. Are you asleep? I am, came his reply. Han Ruofei chuckled softly. How can someone who is asleep still be talking? I'm a bit cold. Can I hold you while I sleep? After much hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to voice her desire. Yi Fan remained silent, causing Han Ruofei's brows to furrow. Could it be that he truly had fallen asleep? What should she do? A voice within her urged, You are a superstar, with admirers lining up from Longdu to Zhonghai. Why are you feeling so timid now? Be confident. Oh, never mind. I'll just go for it, she thought. Having finally convinced Yi Fan to stay with her, she couldn't let this opportunity slip away as she reached out to embrace him. Suddenly, with a loud crash, an arrow burst through the window, embedding itself in the headboard. Ah, she screamed, instinctively clutching Yi Fan tightly. Who? Yi Fan gently extricated himself from her grasp and rushed to the shattered window. A shadow leapt from the rooftop across the street, vanishing into the night. Yi Fan returned to the bedside. Are you hurt? Han Ruofei shook her head, still shaken. Is someone trying to kill you? Yi Fan furrowed his brow. I don't know. The person escaped. Suddenly, Yi Fan noticed a bamboo tube tied to the tail of the arrow embedded in the headboard. Quickly, he removed it. Inside the tube was a letter. Yi Fan unfolded the note, revealing several bold lines. To Yi Fan, I know you are searching for another woman. That woman is connected to your Yi family. I can provide you with a lead about her. If you trust me, you might want to visit the Han family in Longdu. Perhaps there is something of hers left behind. And Yi Fan flipped the note over, only to find it blank. Frustration surged through him. What more could it have said? Why couldn't the writer complete their thoughts? He fell into contemplation, pondering who had sent him this letter. How did they know he was searching for that woman? And what was this about her belongings at the Han family in Longdu? Should he trust this mysterious correspondent? Han Ruofei, concerned, looked at Yi Fan. Are you all right? What's wrong? What does the letter say? Yi Fan tucked the letter away. Nothing much. A friend in Longdu said they miss me and want to arrange a meeting. Han Ruofei sighed in relief. You scared me. I thought it was an assassin. Turns out it's just your friend. By the way, my family is also in Longdu. You should come visit. Han Ruofei's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Wait a minute. Han Ruofei's surname is Han too. Her family just happens to be in Longdu. Could it be? No. It couldn't be that coincidental, Yi Fan casually replied. All right, the following morning, Wang Yuan knocked on the door, and Han Ruofei, still groggy, got up to open it. Wait, Ruofei, did you sleep with Yifan last night? Han Ruofei glanced back at the still sleeping Yifan on the bed and gestured for Wang Yuan to be quiet. We didn't fall asleep until quite late. Keep your voice down so you don't wake him. Wang Yuan was taken aback. What? You two didn't sleep until late? Does that mean you had quite the battle last night? How foolish. Although Yifan is great, how could he be worthy of you? You are a sought-after superstar and the daughter of the Han family. How could you share a bed with him? If your father finds out, it would be a disaster. Though Wang Yuan thought this, she refrained from saying too much. After all, this is a matter of mutual consent, where one is willing to engage while the other is willing to endure. There is no one to blame, including Yifan. Since it has already transpired, further discussion is futile, and I hope this secret can be forever concealed. Chapter 37. The Eastern Ninja appears in the Dragon Kingdom at 11 in the morning. After waiting for Yifan to rise, the three of them proceeded to the hotel restaurant to indulge in a rather sumptuous 5-star buffet. After satisfying their appetites, they checked out. Standing at the entrance of the 5-star hotel, they prepared to part ways. Han Ruofei, reluctant to leave, expressed her desire to explore Jiangbei for a few more days and, if time permitted, wished to spend some time with Yifan. However, stated that he had no time to accompany her. But after persistent pleas from Han Ruofei, he eventually divulged the location of Du Lisha's villa. Just as Yifan took a few steps away, Wang Yuan suddenly rushed over, pulling Yifan aside. Noticing that Han Ruofei had not followed, she said, Yifan, forget about what happened with Ruofei last night as soon as you step out of this hotel. Ahem. We are all adults. The stirrings of affection and passionate flames are inevitable. Wang Yuan, slightly embarrassed, dashed away. Yifan felt somewhat bewildered. What exactly transpired with Han Ruofei last night? Aside from tending to his injuries, he had not done anything else with her, the headquarters of the Jiangnan Eastern Chamber of Commerce. Matsumoto Tenzo received news that Mr. Tokugawa Koji would be arriving in the Dragon Kingdom today, which greatly uplifted his spirits. That moment, he was humming a tune while amusing himself with a bird. Yifan, you are like this caged bird. No matter how strong your wings, you cannot escape this iron cage. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Welcome, Lord Sasaki. Welcome, Lord Yuan Feizhua. Welcome, Lord Kato Dans. Matsumoto Tenzo's heart leapt with joy as he set down the feather he was using to play with the bird and hurriedly made his way outside. They have arrived. Mr. Tokugawa Koji has certainly come. He saw 3 figures clad in black ninja attire, each adorned with a gold-threaded insignia on their shoulders. Behind these 3 black-clad ninjas trailed 20 white-clad middle ninjas, all of whom were of celestial warrior caliber. Welcome, Mr. Tokugawa Koji. As Matsumoto Tenzo awaited a response, he slowly raised his head, only to find the 3 black-clad ninjas smiling at him. I must inform you, Matsumoto Tenzo, that Mr. Tokugawa Koji did not accompany us to Jiangnan. He remains in Longdu to attend a wedding of a notable figure. However, Mr. Tokugawa has instructed us to assist you wholeheartedly in eliminating Yifan. Upon realizing the identities of the 3 black-clad ninjas before him, Matsumoto Tenzo's pupils constricted. You are the upper ninjas, he gasped in astonishment. As the highest-ranking ninjas of the Eastern nation, upper ninjas typically do not mobilize lightly. Their involvement signifies impending bloodshed. Matsumoto Tenzo had long admired the names of these upper ninjas. Upper Ninja Sasaki, early stage master, ranked 495 in the Asian martial arts standings. Upper Ninja Yuan Feizhua, early stage master, ranked 493. Upper Ninja Kato Dans, mid-stage master, ranked 373. Matsumoto Tenzo struggled to contain his excitement and respectfully bowed to the 3 upper ninjas. The Dragon Kingdom's useless war god is utterly unreliable. With your presence, I feel much more at ease. With 3 esteemed figures here, Yifan is not to be feared. The 3 upper ninjas laughed in unison upon hearing Matsumoto Tenzo's words. The people of the Dragon Kingdom must submit upon encountering our upper ninjas. Yifan? Merely a minuscule insect? Ha ha ha. Today, Shin Shuiwe, as per her usual routine, returned to her apartment to gather some change of clothes. This time, she intended to take more, hoping to avoid the weekly back and forth between Du Lisha's villa and her own apartment. As Shin Shuiwe opened the door, 3 unfamiliar figures suddenly materialized before her. Clatter! The keys in Shin Shuiwe's hand fell to the ground. Just as she was about to scream, someone covered her mouth. The three black-clad ninjas lounging on the sofa appeared utterly relaxed, reclining with their legs crossed and arms draped over the chair's backrest. Not finding Yifan. What a pleasant surprise. Bring her in. Two white-clad ninjas escorted Shin Shuiue to the front of the sofa. Sasaki waved his hand, indicating for Shin Shuiue's mouth to be uncovered. Terrified, Shin Shuiue gazed at the three black-clad ninjas. Who are you? What do you want from me? Slap. Sasaki sneered coldly and struck Shin Shuiue across the face. Baka, foolish woman of the Dragon Kingdom, do you not kneel when speaking? Covering her swollen face, although frightened, Shin Shuiue mustered her courage upon realizing they were from the Eastern nation. We, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, never kneel to Eastern scoundrels. Yuan Fei's was suddenly rose and approached Shin Shuiue, grasping her chin. Is that so? Yuan Fei's was expression darkened as he kicked Shin Shuiue's knee. With a crack, one of her knees shattered, causing her body to collapse. It was unimaginable how a girl could endure such excruciating pain, beads of sweat forming on Shin Shuiue's forehead. Gritting her teeth, she declared, I will not kneel, Baka. You have no say in this. Yuan Fei's were ruthlessly kicked Shin Shuiue's supporting leg. Crack. Shin Shuiue fell to the ground, fainting from the pain. At that moment, a white-clad ninja suddenly appeared. Esteemed upper ninjas, here are the materials you requested. Kato Dan swiftly took the documents, casting a glance at the unconscious Shin Shuiue. Enough. No need for further questioning. This woman from the Dragon Kingdom is Yifan's. Take her away. Yifan will undoubtedly come looking for her. Why should we go to such lengths to find Yifan? In the Dragon Kingdom, there is an old saying, wait by the stump for the rabbit. Yifan returned to Du Lisha's villa just after 3 in the afternoon. Senior sister, have you seen Shin Shuiue? After wandering around the villa without discovering any trace of Shin Shuiue, Yifan approached Du Lisha, who was carrying a large plate of freshly washed strawberries. Junior brother, Shin Shuiue left early this morning, saying she was going back to her apartment to fetch some clothes. However, she should be back soon, right? What, are you missing your little girlfriend? Yifan turned to leave, exclaiming, what nonsense? Du Lisha seized him, stuffing a strawberry into his mouth. So, how is it? Are the strawberries I washed sweet? Yifan, somewhat helpless, replied, sweet. But senior sister, that's a bit unfair. Strawberries are supposed to be sweet, and it has nothing to do with the one washing them. Du Lisha casually placed the strawberry on the table, pulling Yifan close and ruffling his hair. You little rascal. Is your mischief acting up again? You deserve a scolding. No. Senior sister, I was wrong. Yifan pleaded for mercy under the weight of 2 mountains pressing down on him. Just then, Yifan's phone rang that he answered, and a voice with poor Mandarin came through. Why Yifan? If you want to save your girlfriend, come to the Jiangnan Eastern Chamber of Commerce. Yifan, don't come, it's a trap. Shin Shuiue's cries echoed through the phone. Baka, foolish woman of the Dragon Kingdom. A resounding slap rang out from the other end of the line. Yifan clenched his fists and shouted into the phone. Easterners, if you dare to harm Shin Shuiue, I will see to it that your entire Eastern Chamber perishes. The Easterners on the other end scoffed and abruptly hung up. Chapter 38. No harm comes from being cautious. After the Yi family met with tragedy, they were left to languish in obscurity, with only Shin Shuiue showing concern for them, managing their affairs, and erecting graves and memorials. When Yifan was left homeless, it was Shin Shuiue who stepped forward to invite him to stay at her home. Yifan treasured Shin Shuiue's kindness, vowing to repay her one day. Now, with thoughts of the debt he had yet to settle and Shin Shuiue falling into the hands of the Eastern invaders, her life hanging in the balance, Yifan's eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Senior sister, I need to borrow your car. I'm going to destroy the Eastern Chamber and return. Du Lisha's face was etched with worry. Junior brother, why not let me accompany you? No need. How could I trouble you over a mere Eastern invader? Yifan took the car keys Du Lisha handed him and strode toward the villa's garage. Watching Yifan's departing figure, Du Lisha felt uneasy and immediately summoned Shadow. Shadow, drive Yifan. I'm worried about his emotional state. He might have an accident. Understood. I will ensure Yi Xiao reaches the Eastern Chamber safely. Shadow bowed to Du Lisha before hastily pursuing Yifan. Yifan, noticing Shadow approach, asked curiously, what brings you here? Shadow replied respectfully, Yi Xiao, Miss Du is concerned for your safety while driving, so I'm here to escort you. Yifan, feeling pressed for time, responded, I'm in a hurry. Are you sure you want to drive? Shadow appeared confident. Rest assured, Yi Xiao. I had a nickname in my early years, the car god of Jiangbei. Yi Fan then tossed the keys to Shadow. Fine, you can drive. Shadow caught the keys and immediately brought out a pink Porsche 911 from the garage. Yi Fan settled into the passenger seat, and Shadow pressed the accelerator, the tires of the Porsche 911 spinning rapidly. Yi Xiao, please fasten your seatbelt and brace yourself. Riding in the car of Jiangbei's car god might make you feel nauseous. Yi Fan coldly replied, I don't mind. Just drive as fast as you can. After a puff of white smoke, the sports car surged forward, leaving behind a trail of black tire marks at this hour. The roads in Jiangbei are heavily congested. Yingzi navigates the Porsche with great difficulty, threading through the traffic. Yi Fan furrows his brow slightly. Yingzi, get out, let me take over. Yingzi responds with a hint of grievance. Young Master Yi, it's a massive traffic jam. I can't do anything about it. If you drive, you'll surely be slower than me. Just let me handle it. That remains to be seen. Yingzi. After Yi Fan's persistent insistence, Yingzi ultimately relinquishes the driver's seat. Yingzi, pay attention. Back in the mountains, I was skilled at navigating treacherous roads. With a firm press on the accelerator, the Porsche 911 roars like a beast. Suddenly, amidst the traffic, a pink Porsche glides effortlessly, resembling a shooting star. Look at that pink Porsche. The driving is absolutely extreme. There's barely 3 centimeters of space on either side. It's practically glued to the rear of the car in front while changing lanes. Who on earth is this car king showing off in Jiangbei? Their driving skills are simply astonishing goodness. Yingzi clutches the door handle in fright. Oh my god. I want to go home. At the entrance of the Jiangnan Dongying Chamber of Commerce. A pink Porsche speeds in. Yi Fan covers a 1-hour journey in just 30 minutes and 3 seconds. He opens the car door and steps out, while Yingzi hurriedly follows. Young Master Yi, let me assist you. No need. You might want to grab a plastic bag to throw up first. Yi Fan strides swiftly towards the Dongying Chamber of Commerce. Just as Yingzi intends to follow, a sudden wave of nausea overwhelms him. And in the next moment, he is retching uncontrollably. The Jiangnan Dongying Chamber of Commerce serves as the stronghold for the Japanese in the Dragon Country, with nearly half of the Japanese merchants investing here and becoming members. The main goal of the chamber is to unite Japanese merchants and gradually seize the industries owned by the Dragon Country in Jiangnan. Their methods are ruthless and insidious, employing seduction and coercion, leading many wealthy magnates of Jiangnan to fall victim to the chamber, resulting in their financial ruin. Some beg on the streets, while others resort to taking their own lives. In the past year alone, thousands of Dragon citizens have met a tragic end at the hands of the Dongying Chamber. As soon as Yi Fan steps through the chamber's entrance, he is surrounded by a large group of Japanese warriors. Baka Yeru, Dongying Chamber of Commerce. Dragon citizens are prohibited from entering. Yi Fan's gaze is icy cold, seemingly unfazed by the warning, and continues to advance. Seize him, Baka. Several Japanese warriors draw their swords and approach to block Yi Fan. Those who attempt to stop me shall perish. Yi Fan scoffs disdainfully, lifting his foot to kick a few small stones on the ground. The stones soar through the air, striking the heads of several warriors and creating gaping wounds. With a series of dull thuds, the lifeless bodies of the warriors slump to the ground, blood pooling around them. What on earth are you? The Japanese warriors' pupils tremble violently, their faces turning pale as they retreat in fear. The one who will kill you is, with a firm push against the ground, Yi Fan launches himself into the air. With a series of flying kicks, the heads of the Japanese warriors soar away like footballs. Those attempting to flee are not spared. They're bloodied and contorted. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Is this truly considered a concealed weapon? Yi Fan casually caught 2 leaves swept up by the wind and gently tossed them forward. Whoosh, whoosh! The leaves sliced through the air with a sharp sound, severing Sasaki's arms cleanly. A chilling scream echoed as Sasaki writhed in agony on the ground. Who could have imagined that such seemingly innocuous leaves could wield such devastating power in Yi Fan's hands? It was nothing short of miraculous. Sarutobi Sasuke, sensing the impending doom, flung his hook and chain, attempting to escape by clinging to the wall of the second floor. Yi Fan let out a cold laugh. Do you think you can flee right under my nose? With a powerful leap, akin to that of a monkey, Yi Fan propelled himself into the air, rapidly closing the distance to Sarutobi Sasuke. Glancing back, Sarutobi Sasuke smirked ominously. Yi Fan, you've fallen into my trap. The people of the Dragon Kingdom truly do not understand the principle of not pursuing a desperate enemy. Prepare to die. Suddenly, Sarutobi Sasuke executed a dramatic spin in midair, hurling the hook and chain towards Ifan. The weapon lunged at him like a ferocious serpent, writhing as it charged forward. Sarutobi Sasuke reveled in his confidence, believing that at such close range, even a grandmaster would struggle to react, let alone Ifan. Yet Ifan remained unperturbed, swiftly adapting to the perilous situation. His body contorted into a shrimp-like shape as the Shinshuyue's shattered kneecap and calf miraculously began to heal, for the technique known as the 9 needles of returning yang. This was hardly a challenge. Exhausted, Shinshuyue succumbed to slumber. That moment, Delicia entered, carrying fresh water and bandages. Junior brother, here are the items you requested. Thank you, senior sister. Ifan replied, accepting the water. He tossed a pill into the liquid, which instantly turned a milky white. Delicia gasped in astonishment. Could this be spirit-infused water? Not only is it beneficial for beauty, but it also prevents scarring when applied to wounds. Ifan nodded. It was given to me by Master Wu. Delicia felt a twinge of jealousy. Humph! That old man never shares any good items with me. Ifan offered an awkward smile. Don't worry, senior sister. I have plenty to spare. I'll give you a few when the time comes. Women, by nature, possess an affinity for beauty. Upon hearing that Ifan had extras to share, Delicia excitedly embraced him, tightly holding him while affectionately ruffling his hair. Junior brother truly cares for his senior sister. Ifan chuckled wryly. Senior sister, please, I'm still busy. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. Delicia released him and exited the room. Why? Ifan murmured softly. Why does it feel like senior sister has grown quite a bit? Subsequently, Ifan meticulously applied the spirit water to Shinshuyue's wounds, wrapping them in bandages before retreating to his room to rest. The Jiangnan Eastern Merchant Association, Gu Xiaobai emerged from the main hall with a relaxed expression, soon noticing the shattered plaque at the entrance. Ha ha ha, how amusing. I, Gu Xiaobai, also harbor a deep disdain for the Easterners. However, Ifan, even though I respect you as a man, you cannot escape death. After all, you have slain members of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Chapter 41. Han Ruofei has been kidnapped. The following day, throughout the streets and alleys of Jiangnan, everyone was abuzz with discussions about the downfall of the Eastern Merchant Association. Have you heard? Yesterday, someone spotted the God of Death at the Eastern Merchant Association, and shortly after, it was annihilated. Ha ha ha. The God of Death is truly formidable. I heard he not only killed every Eastern person in the association, but also left behind 20 corpses of Eastern teen. What mean in front of the God of Death? You may not know, but 3 Eastern Grandmasters mysteriously arrived. And what happened to them? They met a gruesome fate, their bodies utterly unrecognizable. What Grandmasters? No way. The God of Death has defied the heavens. At Delicia's villa, Shinshuyue awoke, having slept soundly the previous night, completely unaware of Ifan's ministrations. She threw off her covers, slipped into her slippers, and approached the mirror, only to discover her face and body wrapped in bandages. I didn't realize my injuries were this severe. Oh no. Surely, there will be scars. Shinshuyue felt a pang of sorrow. Wait, wasn't my leg broken? How did I manage to walk to the mirror? It dawned on her that her legs had healed. She hastily removed the bandages, revealing skin as tender as a newborn's. Smooth and flawless, devoid of any scars. Staring at her reflection, Shinshuyue was astonished. Her skin appeared even better than before her injuries. Ifan strolled in, stretching lazily. Chuyue, you're awake? Elated, Shinshuyue twirled around. Ifan, look, wow, this is incredible. How did you do it? Ifan scratched his nose. I learned it from my masters on the mountain. Ifan, in just 5 years, you've transformed remarkably and acquired such skills. You must have endured great hardship, Shinshuyue exclaimed, throwing herself into Ifan's embrace, gently caressing his face with her delicate fingers. Why? Ifan smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself, it wasn't that hard. I had my senior sisters with me. Outside Delicia's villa, 2 figures stood at a distance, peering inside. Wang Yuan expressed her confusion. Ruofei, do you think this will make Ifan resent you? It's only been a short while, and you're already eager to find him. Han Ruofei's chest heaved. Sister Yuan, you don't understand. Being apart from someone you love feels like an eternity. It's already a miracle that I managed to sneak out from home, and to encounter him in Jiangnan is beyond my expectations. Han Ruofei scrutinized her phone's GPS. Yi Fan's address is definitely here. Come on, Sister Yuan. He must be staying here. Wang Yuan sighed. Ruofei, I've never seen you so devoted to any man. The suitors for you are countless. Yet you've never looked twice at them. This Yi Fan has you yearning so. I admit he is impressive, but there are many formidable people in the world. You're a big star. From the Han family of Longdu. Sigh. Han Ruofei smiled softly. Sister Yuan, you just don't understand. Yi Fan is truly special. Wang Yuan responded helplessly. What can I say? You are Han Ruofei after all. But you must promise me, after seeing Yi Fan, we'll return to Longdu. If your father discovers you left Longdu without permission, we'll be in trouble. Han Ruofei nodded. All right, Sister Yuan, I'll listen to you. At that moment, an elderly voice interrupted. Miss, please wait. The two turned to see an elderly man in a white uniform gazing at them with piercing eyes and a smile. What brings you here? Wang Yuan exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Mu Lao. Han Ruofei called out in astonishment. I apologize for any offense, Mu Lao said, narrowing his eyes. In a swift motion, he knocked both women unconscious with a couple of precise strikes. He then seized each of them and leapt into the air, swiftly disappearing into the dust. Within the depths of the Jiangnan military camp, Huang Feihu was engrossed in studying the art of war when the roar of fighter jets suddenly echoed overhead. Who dares to intrude upon the airspace of the Jiangnan military camp in a fighter jet? Huang Feihu flung the book aside and stormed out of the barracks, followed by numerous senior officers, all gazing anxiously at the circling aircraft. Suddenly, one of the jets dove down. Huang Feihu's expression shifted in alarm. An enemy attack. But it doesn't seem like it. That's clearly a Dragon Country aircraft. How could this be? In the next moment, a figure leaped from the jet, plummeting from a height of 100 meters without a parachute. What is going on? Was this a mistake? Did he forget his parachute? Everyone broke into a cold sweat as the figure descended rapidly, just 50 meters from the ground. Huang Feihu finally recognized the man's face and exclaimed in astonishment. It's the war god Ling Chao. Master has returned. With a thunderous crash, Ling Chao landed, creating 2 deep craters in the ground beneath him. Cracks spread in a spiderweb pattern from his feet, sending a jolt of fear through the onlookers, who immediately knelt in reverence. The war god Ling Chao. Huang Feihu remained standing, bowing respectfully. Master, what brings you here? Ling Chao ignored the others and approached Huang Feihu directly. With a swift motion, he slapped Huang Feihu, sending him flying several meters. I entrusted you to oversee the Jiangnan military camp, not to make a mess. You've created quite the predicament for me. How could you, my disciple, be so careless? Huang Feihu scrambled to his feet, kneeling before Ling Chao. Master, what have I done wrong to provoke your ire? Ling Chao glared down at Huang Feihu, his anger palpable, and kicked him away several meters. The others gasped, realizing how fortunate Huang Feihu was to have just reached the peak of the Grandmaster level. Otherwise, he would not have survived such a blow. Ling Chao's eyes widened in surprise. I didn't expect you to have broken through to the peak of the Grandmaster level. I shall grant you another opportunity. Huang Feihu, nursing his injuries, continued kneeling. Thank you, Master, for sparing my life. But I do not understand why you are so enraged. Just then, a round-faced general with a buzz cut rushed in, panting heavily. This is bad. Great trouble has befallen us. The Eastern Merchant Association has been wiped out by Yi Fan. Not a single soul was spared. Every member was killed, and the body of their president, Matsumoto Denzho, has already been taken away by the Eastern Embassy. Huang Feihu finally grasped the true reason behind Ling Chao's fury. Yi Fan. I will personally hunt you down and kill you. Huang Feihu's eyes turned crimson as he roared skyward. Chapter 42. The formidable Zhang Shuyi in the conference room of the Jiangnan military camp. Ling Chao sat at the center, exuding an air of authority. The generals looked on with grave expressions as Huang Feihu reported. So, the Songlong squad also fell at Yi Fan's hands? Why did you not report this? Ling Chao's voice boomed, causing all the generals to tremble. Huang Feihu stammered, Master, I was eager to redeem myself, which is why I didn't inform you. Then why have you not taken action? Ling Chao narrowed his eyes, showing signs of displeasure. Master, I initially intended to apprehend this villain, but I was suddenly informed that Elder Wang Wanjia of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association has fallen at the hands of Yifan. Thus, I refrained from acting rashly, contemplating instead to enhance my strength before capturing Yifan securely. Hiss! A collective gasp escaped the crowd. What? Wasn't Huang Feihu claiming that Yifan had accomplices? Yet, Yifan has slain a master of the Martial Arts Association. Elder Wang Wanjia was indeed a genuine master. Unlike those fraudulent masters who rely on pills, Yifan has attained mastery at such a young age. It seems he is on par with Huang Feihu. Both are exceptionally gifted youths, but alas, they have strayed from the righteous path. No, wait. Huang Feihu has already reached the pinnacle of mastery, while Yifan is at most a mid-level master. Currently, the only one in Jiangnan who could rival Huang Feihu is the prodigious master Gu Xiaobai. At that moment, the war god Ling Chao stood upright. Huang Feihu, I command you to bring Yifan to me at once. Remember, I want him alive. Yes. Though Huang Feihu outwardly agreed, inwardly he yearned to reduce Yifan to mere pulp. In the villa of Delicia, Shen Shuiyue donned a cute bunny apron as she prepared noodles for Yifan and Delicia. While Yifan and Delicia sat at the dining table, eagerly awaiting their meal. Shuiyue, could you add a fried egg for me? As per usual, I prefer it with a runny yolk. Yifan patted his flat stomach. Shuiyue, do you need my help? You've just recovered, so let me assist with the cooking. Delicia looked at the busy Shen Shuiyue with concern. Sister Du, Yifan has healed me completely. Look, my skin is even smoother than before. Besides, Yifan enjoys the noodles I make. Shen Shuiyue replied cheerfully. Suddenly, Delicia had a thought and pulled Yifan into her embrace. Hee, you little rascal. Have you forgotten to bring something for your senior sister? Senior sister, what are you doing? It's still early in the morning. Yifan struggled to breathe under the weight of Delicia's ample bosom. Got a hint for you. It's milky white. Delicia gently patted Yifan's head. Isn't at the spirit water? I'll get it for you after I finish the noodles. Yifan replied helplessly. Delicia, feeling satisfied, released Yifan. That's more like it. Shen Shuiyue brought the noodles and fried egg to the table, and Yifan eagerly dug in. Delicia praised Shen Shuiyue's cooking. After the trio finished breakfast, a loud bang echoed at the entrance. They turned to see a shadowy figure clutching its chest, collapsing in agony. A mere heavenly-level warrior dares to obstruct me. Huang Feihu stormed in. Flanked by dozens of fully armed soldiers, Delicia cast a worried glance at the shadowy figure. Shadow, are you all right? Miss, I'm not seriously injured. The shadow spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing. Yifan rose and approached Huang Feihu, coldly stating, Who are you to intrude upon my senior sister's villa? Huang Feihu's heart quaked. He hadn't anticipated Yifan to be even younger than he appeared in the photographs. Perhaps he was only in his 20s? Yet he has become a master? Truly exceptional talent. However, even so, in the face of my peak mastery, what can Yifan possibly be? Huang Feihu internally scoffed. Don't you see my military uniform? Yifan, my master wishes to see you. Come with me. Huang Feihu's face was filled with disdain. Why Yifan sneered and shook his head. Who is your master? Why should I go meet him? Is he incapable of coming here himself? Or is he disabled? Huang Feihu's expression darkened. You. If it weren't for my master wanting you alive, you'd have already become a corpse for daring to insult him to his face. Shen Shuiyue anxiously inquired of Delicia. Sister Du, who is this person? Delicia, with a worried expression, looked at Yifan. Given his uniform, he should be from the Jiangnan military district, if I'm not mistaken. He is the direct disciple of the Grand Master Ling Chao, Huang Feihu. Shen Shuiyue turned pale. What? Just then, a melodious voice rang from outside. Huang Feihu, what audacity you possess. How dare you treat Dr. Yi with such disrespect? Zhang Shuyi, dressed in a qipao, entered, flanked by two elderly men in combat attire. Huang Feihu immediately recognized the woman. Miss Zhang, what brings you here? I have a gift for Dr. Yi. Zhang Shuyi respectfully presented a stack of documents to Yifan. Yifan raised an eyebrow. What is this? Zhang Shuyi replied respectfully. Dr. Yi, this is something my grandfather entrusted me to deliver to you. Yifan took the documents. Zhang Lao gave this to me? What is contained within? Zhang Shuyi hurriedly explained. Dr. Yi, it contains some records regarding the Yi family from years past. Yifan did not open the documents but returned them to Zhang Shuyi unopened. Ive said it before. I don't have time to treat your grandfather. I am quite busy. I understand your grandfather wishes to curry favor with me, but it is futile. Zhang Shuyi promptly opened the documents. Extracting a page to hand to Yi Fan. Grandfather insisted that I deliver these materials to Dr. Yi unconditionally. Yi Fan felt an increased fondness for Zheng Hua and decided not to refuse any longer. Does the Yi family harbor any other secrets? Perhaps I might find some clues in the materials Zheng Hua provided. Yi Fan quickly scanned the text. It was the Yi family's household register. Within it was an unfamiliar name. Yi Qingmei. I have an aunt. Yi Fan was taken aback, as he had no recollection of ever meeting this person. Could it be that the aunt is that woman? Why has she vanished without a trace? Where could she be now? In an instant, Yi Fan was filled with questions. Yet this also revealed to Yi Fan that he was not alone in this world. He had an aunt named Yi Qingmei. If he wished to uncover the truth behind the annihilation of the Yi family, it seems he must locate his aunt. Wait. Yi Fan joyfully discovered a line stating that for a period, his aunt Yi Qingmei was very close to the war god Ling Chao. Huang Feihu crossed his arms, growing increasingly impatient. I say, Miss Zheng, are you done yet? My master is still waiting for his quarry. Zhang Shuyi shot a glare at Huang Feihu. You be quiet. Get lost. No sooner had she spoken than the two elderly men behind Zhang Shuyi released an overwhelming aura of killing intent, blocking Huang Feihu's path. Huang Feihu was well aware of the strength of the two elders. One was at the peak of mastery, the other at mid-level mastery. Very well, Zhang Shuyi. You are obstructing the Jiangnan military from executing justice. I shall return to inform my master Ling Chao. Huang Feihu turned with his soldiers to leave. The disciple of the war god Ling Chao. At that moment, Yi Fan set down the documents. His gaze icy as he fixed it upon Huang Feihu. Anyone can leave, but you shall not. Chapter 43. Huang Feihu is furious. What? Say that again. Huang Feihu turned, astonished as he stared at Yi Fan. Thinking, I can't handle the two martial artists beside Zheng Shuyi, yet I can't deal with a mere Yi Fan. Yi Fan's voice was cold. I said you will not leave this villa. Huang Feihu let out a scoff of derision. Kid, are you under some delusion? Just as Zheng Shuyi was about to speak, Yi Fan halted her with a gesture. This is my affair. It has nothing to do with your Zheng family. You may leave. As for your grandfather, I will find time to visit him in Zhonghai. Zheng Shuyi's beautiful eyes sparkled. Yi Fan has actually agreed to see her grandfather. There is finally hope for Grandpa's illness. Dr. Yi, our Han family in Zhonghai is not afraid of offending Huang Feihu, nor are we intimidated by the war god Ling Chao behind him. Allow me to assist you in eliminating him. Zhang Shuyi's eyes gleamed fiercely as she looked at Huang Feihu, and the two elders blocking the door nodded slightly. Huang Feihu felt a twinge of panic. Dealing with a peak master and a mid-level master was daunting. He was a cautious individual, and the moment those two elders entered the room, he calculated his odds of overcoming them. He found his chances nearly non-existent, which is why he initially sought to retreat and call for reinforcements from Ling Chao. Do you not understand? I have stated this is my affair. Yi Fan's expression remained icy as he regarded Zheng Shuyi. Zheng Shuyi furrowed her brow. This, Dr. Yi, I apologize, then we shall take our leave. Zheng Shuyi bowed to Yi Fan and swiftly departed with the two elders. Huang Feihu inwardly rejoiced. He had calculated that he would have a 100 success rate against Yi Fan. Just now, I was sparing you because of the Zheng family's influence in Zhonghai, but you actually let them leave. Are you foolish? Ha ha. Huang Feihu grinned widely, directing his soldiers to encircle Yi Fan once more. Shin Shuiwe, frightened, dove into Delicia's embrace, anxiously watching Yi Fan. Delicia gently stroked her back. Do not fear. Your boyfriend is quite strong. Yi Fan's eyes darkened as he glared at Huang Feihu. I will give you half an hour to have Ling Chao come to see me. Otherwise, you shall all perish. Huang Feihu scoffed dismissively. Yi Fan, do you even comprehend who you are speaking to? Before he could finish, Yi Fan appeared before Huang Feihu like a specter, reaching out towards him. What are you doing? Huang Feihu's face was filled with shock. He found himself utterly unresponsive to Yi Fan's sudden movement. Yi Fan's arm circled around Huang Feihu's neck, and with a sharp crack, he crushed the throat of one of Huang Feihu's soldiers standing behind him. The first. Yi Fan carelessly tossed aside the lifeless body of the soldier. Huang Feihu, gripped by fear, broke into a cold sweat. His face a mask of disbelief. Yi Fan, do you dare to kill someone from the Jiangnan military camp? Yi Fan shook his head with a cold smirk. If I can slay that Songlong squad? What do you think of that? The soldiers exchanged glances, retreating in unison. What? General Huang Feihu said that Songlong squad was slain by Yi Fan's accomplices, didn't he? Could it be that the Songlong squad fell to the hands of this young man? It is simply inconceivable. Huang Feihu exhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. It was his own carelessness that allowed Yi Fan to kill before his very eyes. In a direct confrontation, Yi Fan would surely not be his match. With a frigid gaze, Huang Feihu declared, Yi Fan, it is only because the war god Ling Chao allows you to live that I have refrained from attacking. You actually dare to summon Ling Chao to come and see you. Do you wish to die? Yi Fan disregarded Huang Feihu entirely, his attention fixed on the clock on the wall. You speak too much. Subtract 10 minutes, leaving only 20. Choose your fate, life or death. Shen Shuiyue gazed at Yi Fan. Her cheeks flushed. Why Yi Fan is so domineering? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Du Lisha's eyes. Could it be that her junior brother had transcended to that realm? Huang Feihu's fury was ignited instantly. Arrogance, sheer arrogance. Yi Fan had the audacity to ignore him. Why Yi Fan? If that is the case, do not blame me. If my master is to be blamed, let it be for Yi Fan's ignorance. Huang Feihu unleashed a terrifying aura. An invisible force causing the crystal chandelier on the ceiling to rattle violently. The tableware clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. Even the soldiers standing beside Huang Feihu were taken aback. They had never witnessed General Huang Feihu exuding such a dreadful presence. Pinnacle of the Grandmaster. Shock, astonishment, disbelief, jealousy. Various expressions flashed across their faces. Seeking death, Huang Feihu's fist crashed towards Yi Fan, emitting a roar akin to a tiger and a dragon. The force enveloped his fist, forming a tiger's head. Yi Fan's voice was icy. You harm my master's subordinate and damage her utensils. Get out. As he spoke, Yi Fan retaliated with a punch. The moment their fists collided, a thunderous sound reverberated, shaking the entire villa. Dust fell, blinding eyes, a scream pierced the air, followed by a heavy thud as someone collapsed to the ground. The soldiers rejoiced internally. It must be Yi Fan. He has defeated him. As the smoke cleared, the soldiers stared in shock at Yi Fan, who stood unwavering in the courtyard of the villa. Huang Feihu lay on the ground, wailing in agony. One of his arms was grotesquely twisted, a horrific sight. What? General Huang Feihu? The soldiers rushed to the courtyard, helping Huang Feihu to his feet. Gazing at his arm, pierced by bone, Huang Feihu whispered, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am a leading figure of the younger generation in Long Country. How could I possibly be defeated by Yi Fan? Yi Fan slowly stepped forward, surveying the crowd like a harbinger of death. Only 10 minutes remain. Have you not yet summoned your war god Ling Chao to save you? The soldiers, supporting Huang Feihu, continued to retreat. Huang Feihu's pupils flickered wildly. Why Yi Fan? You have severed my arm, and now you think to kill me. Before you attempt my life, consider your own worth. I have the entire Jiangnan military camp behind me, and I am the sole disciple of the war god Ling Chao, the only apprentice of the war god Ling Chao. I challenge you to. Suddenly, Yi Fan appeared before Huang Feihu, and with a crisp snap, Huang Feihu's body fell lifelessly before the soldiers, his head held aloft by Yi Fan. A little gift for you. The soldiers, gripped by terror, turned to flee. Just moments ago, when told to summon Ling Chao, not a single one acted. Now they were filled with urgency. Alas, it was too late. Yi Fan's icy voice echoed in their ears. Not a single soldier could escape even 100 paces, all falling to Yi Fan's fists in death. Holding Huang Feihu's head, Yi Fan surveyed the multitude of corpses. Since no one was willing to notify the war god Ling Chao, I shall deliver this gift, personally, to give him a surprise. Chapter 44, Grandmaster Ling Chao War God. In the depths of the Jiangnan military camp, the conference room was filled with tension. This was the first assembly since the war god Ling Chao returned from Longdu to reclaim military authority. All the prominent generals of the Jiangnan military district were present, dressed impeccably in military uniforms, pens and paper in hand, diligently recording every word spoken by the war god. Let Yi Fan's incident serve as a cautionary tale for all. Though he appeared as nothing more than an ant before me, during my absence, he caused chaos in Jiangnan. I expect you all to reflect deeply upon this. Strengthen the military's foundations and enhance your own qualities. You cannot rely on me for every resolution. With a swish, the generals, whose status is rivaled that of the governor of Jiangbei, rose in unison, standing rigidly as they saluted the war god with utmost respect. Yes, war god Ling Chao. The war god glanced at his watch. Huang Feihu should be bringing Yi Fan back shortly. Follow me to the training grounds. There, we shall conduct Yi Fan's trial. Hiss. The generals gasped in shock. What? The war god Ling Chao intends to hold a trial for Yi Fan. It is known that throughout his decades in the Jiangnan military district, the war god has never personally judged anyone. The methods of the war god were well known, and it was said that even a tiger does not eat its young. Huang Feihu was the war goddess disciple, akin to a foster son. Yet even so, just moments ago, in the military camp, the war god nearly struck down his own son. Had Huang Feihu not reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster, he would have truly met his demise. Yi Fan, that small frame of his would surely crumble under the war goddess torment. Ha ha ha. Even if Yi Fan has recently gained notoriety in Jiangnan, what of it? Once in the clutches of the war god Ling Chao, his death would be a spectacle. The thought alone was exhilarating. The atmosphere was relaxed, filled with laughter as they followed the war god towards the training grounds. Ling Chao stood atop the high platform, head held high, surveying the crowd. At that moment, the expansive training ground was filled to capacity, yet not a single soul dared to utter a word. The scene was deathly silent. The attendees gazed solemnly at the war god on the platform. Just then, a deafening crash resounded at the entrance of the military camp. What is happening? Is the war god not present at the training grounds today? Are they still conducting drills? Do they wish for their lives? A few senior generals standing at the rear of the training grounds frowned, rushing toward the sound, fearful of incurring the war goddess' wrath. At this moment, a young man stood at the military camp's entrance. A bundle in his hand, a dozen soldiers on guard lay in agony on the ground, while Yi Fan coldly addressed the remaining soldiers. This is a warning. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall die. The soldiers' pupils dilated in terror, retreating continuously. What is happening? The war god Ling Chao is at the training grounds. What are you all doing? A bald, round-faced general strode forward with an imposing demeanor, flanked by two generals from the Jiangnan military district. Report. This young man has injured others and demands to see the war god Ling Chao. The bald general S2 accompanying generals exchanged glances with a smirk. This kid? Does he think he can see the war god? Get lost. You are not worthy to be here. We have no time to entertain you. The trial is about to commence. Do not impede us. Yi Fan coldly inquired. Trial? What trial? Get this brat out of here. The three generals turned to leave, completely ignoring Yi Fan. Just as they had taken a few steps, a series of dull thuds echoed. Several soldiers' corpses landed at their feet. The three turned in unison, only to see Yi Fan's icy gaze. When did I ever permit you three to leave? Before the words had faded, Yi Fan swiftly unleashed three punches. Bang, bang, bang. Two generals collapsed, their chests caving in, blood spewing as they perished on the spot. Only the bald general remained, clutching his stomach, retching. Yi Fan advanced toward him, and in that moment, the general noticed the bundle in Yi Fan's grasp was oozing blood, leaving a trail behind him. This is a human head. What do you intend to do? Stay back. This is the Jiangnan military camp. The bald general's heart raced, desperately retreating. Why? Yi Fan's cold stare bore into him. Speak. What is this trial? The bald general felt the weight of Yi Fan's gaze sending shivers down his spine. Do not kill me. I will tell you. Today, the war god Ling Chao intends to publicly judge the criminal Yi Fan. Yi Fan's expression remained indifferent. Oh? So has Yi Fan been captured by you? The bald general hurriedly replied. Yes, General Huang Feihu personally went to capture him. He should be arriving shortly, Yi Fan smirked. Then tell me, who is this? A bloodied head rolled to the feet of the bald general, rendering him speechless. Ah, this is General Huang Feihu. No, it's impossible. How could General Huang Feihu be dead? Yi Fan's eyes darkened. Pick up the head and lead the way. Ling Chao, standing atop the high platform, had his hands clasped behind his back, eyes closed in meditation. The assembled soldiers beneath the platform dared not breathe a word, quietly awaiting the return of Yi Fan, who was to be brought back by Huang Feihu. At that moment, a path was cleared at the edge of the training ground as people stepped aside. A bald general, cradling a black bundle, led the way, followed closely by a young man. They proceeded directly to the foot of the high platform. Huang Feihu, what is the meaning of this? Why the delay? The war god Ling Chao suddenly opened his eyes. Eh? Where is Huang Feihu? Who is this person? Ling Chao demanded sharply. The bald general, drenched in sweat, replied, report to war god Ling Chao. This person claims to bring you a gift. Then, under Yi Fan's watchful gaze, the bald general presented the black bundle. Ling Chao opened the bundle to reveal Huang Feihu's severed head. With a resounding slap, Ling Chao struck the bald general, reducing him to a mist of blood. Witnessing this scene, all the soldiers present were rendered speechless. Yi Fan coldly regarded the grimacing Ling Chao on the platform. I wonder, war god Ling Chao, how do you find my gift? Ling Chao smiled faintly. I thought you looked familiar. It turns out you are Yi Fan. What? He is Yi Fan. Where is General Huang Feihu? Why did he come alone? The soldiers began to speculate. What could this gift be that would provoke such fury in the war god? He must be courting death. Just then, Ling Chao's expression shifted dramatically as he fixed his piercing gaze on Yi Fan with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yi Fan, you dare to kill my close disciple. Do you understand the consequences? Chapter 45. The war god Ling Chao kneels at that moment. Huang Feihu's head rolled down from the high platform. This gift is indeed Huang Feihu's head. Huang Feihu is dead. How could he die at the hands of this boy? It defies logic. The soldiers gasped in shocked. Yi Fan's eyes were icy as he looked at Ling Chao. It seems you are not very pleased with this gift. Never mind. I have come to speak with you about the woman from the Yi family 5 years ago. Will you confess willingly? Or shall I compel you to speak? A collective gasp echoed among the soldiers. This was the war god of Jiangnan, commander of 1,000,000 troops, a figure ranked among the top 100 in the Asian martial arts hierarchy. There were perhaps no more than 10 war gods in the entirety of Long Nation, and Ling Chao was among them. How present the war god with a severed head and question him in such a manner? Insanity! This boy has truly lost his mind. Ling Chao's eyes glinted with a strange light upon hearing Yi Fan's words, and then he stepped forward, releasing a terrifying aura of murderous intent. With a thunderous crack, the high platform fissured, dozens of deep cracks appearing. Yi Fan, when you descend to hell, you can ask her yourself. Yi Fan suddenly froze, his mind blank and buzzing. Could it be that my aunt is already dead? Ling Chao sneered, I haven't even begun, and you've already been rendered speechless. Die. With a leap akin to a monkey, he soared toward Yi Fan, a tiger's head vaguely forming behind him. The tiger descends the mountain. With a single punch, he charged at Yi Fan like a ferocious tiger. The soldiers were left dumbfounded. Good heavens, is this the might of a grandmaster? The power of a single punch is simply terrifying. Yi Fan, if you can force the war god to unleash his full strength, then your death would not be in vain. Yi Fan remained rooted in place, his eyes a shade of crimson. Just as the punch was about to land on his head, he suddenly unleashed a lightning-fast punch, producing a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. If my aunt is dead, it must be your doing. Go down and accompany her to the grave. Bang. As their fists collided, the force erupted with a cataclysmic power. Ling Chao's pupils contracted in disbelief, retreating several steps, while Yi Fan stood unwavering, his crimson gaze fixed upon him. You? What realm are you at? Ling Chao's expression was one of shock, feeling his entire arm lose sensation. Yi Fan did not answer. Instead, he swiftly moved to Ling Chao's front, delivering another punch. Ling Chao hurriedly raised his other hand to block. Bang! The two fists collided violently, unleashing a force that shattered all in its path. Ling Chao's eyes widened as he felt a sharp crack. His wrist snapped under the overwhelming power, sending him flying across the training ground. Crashing heavily onto the ground, he spat out blood, struggling to rise. Impossible! This cannot be. You are a grandmaster? The revelation sent shockwaves through the ranks of soldiers, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. A grandmaster under 30? How could this be? If it weren't for witnessing it firsthand, none would believe it. Yet the reality was that the supreme war god of Jiangnan had been repeatedly forced to retreat by a mere 23-year-old. Yi Fan was truly extraordinary, a grandmaster at 23. Perhaps only the prodigious grandmaster Gu Xiaobai from Jiangnan could rival him. Yi Fan strode toward the center of the training ground, the soldiers parting like the Red Sea before him, as if in the presence of death itself. Enough chatter, descend and accompany her to the grave. Yi Fan approached Ling Chao, raising his fist to strike. Faced with death, Ling Chao abandoned his once mighty demeanor. With a clang, he knelt before Yi Fan in full view of the soldiers. "Spare me. Yi Qingmei is not dead. She is merely missing." Yi Fan's gaze flickered. "What? You say she is not dead?" "Indeed. I only said that to provoke you, to make you believe she was dead," Ling Chao pleaded, his tone resembling that of a chastised child. Yi Fan coldly regarded the kneeling Ling Chao. "Then where is she now?" Ling Chao sensed a chill creeping up from his feet. "Truly do not know." Yi Fan's voice turned steely. "Then what use are you to me? I will give you one last chance. Speak. Has my aunt Yi Qingmei had any contact with you before?" Ling Chao's eyes narrowed, regret flooding his heart. "I will tell you. Yi Qingmei had previously entrusted me to safeguard a treasure, but after that, she never appeared again." Yi Fan extended his hand. "What about the item my aunt left behind? Where is it?" Ling Chao was in a state of panic. The item was taken by the Han family in Longdu. Yi Fan sighed. "So you knew all along that I am her nephew. How could my aunt have trusted you so much, and yet you dared to betray her?" Ling Chao frantically bowed before Yi Fan. "I am sorry. I was wrong, Yi Fan. I should not have betrayed your aunt. I had no choice. Those powerful figures in Longdu had long coveted the treasures on Yi Qingmei. They forced me." Yi Fan's expression turned icy as he produced several silver needles, aiming for Ling Chao's dantian. "The moment you betrayed my aunt, you should have been prepared to face the consequences. If you fear death so much, then go die." "Ah, no," Ling Chao screamed, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll. What is happening?" Ling Chao clutched his abdomen, realizing he had not perished. "For now, I shall spare your life. You may still be of use when we confront the Han family in Longdu. Consider yourself fortunate that I have merely crippled your cultivation." Yi Fan pocketed the silver needles, folding his arms behind his back. Ling Chao nodded vigorously to Yi Fan. "As long as you do not kill me, I will do whatever you ask." At that moment, a booming voice echoed from the rear of the training ground. "I did not expect today to be so lively, Yi Fan. I have finally found you." A young man, ethereal in appearance, clad in white, stepped forward. Do you Xiaobai? The genius Grandmaster. No, if he stands here, it means he has already attained the level of Grandmaster." At that moment, all eyes were drawn to Gu Xiaobai. He approached Yi Fan directly. Yi Fan. "I want you dead." Chapter 46. Gu Xiaobai's heart shatters. Yi Fan regarded Gu Xiaobai coldly. "Who are you?" "I have no enmity with you. Why do you wish to kill me?" Gu Xiaobai's expression shifted. "Elder Wang Wanjia of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association and the son of the vice president, Gao Wang, are among those you have slain." Yi Fan pondered for a moment before replying coldly. "Indeed. Those two sought to rescue the people from Dongying. They deserve to die." Gu Xiaobai suddenly smiled. "Yi Fan, I did not expect you to be so honest. In fact, I had someone secretly investigate you. Did you not anticipate that?" Gu Xiaobai spoke leisurely, hands behind his back. Yi Fan, son of the Yi family from Jinling, mysteriously disappeared 5 years ago after his family was slaughtered. 5 years later, he suddenly reappears as a martial artist, and it appears your strength is not to be underestimated. As he spoke, Gu Xiaobai cast a glance at the kneeling Ling Chao in your quest for vengeance. "You have found yourself at odds with the people of the East, who seek to bring about your demise. Indeed, it is true that you acted against them because they sought to rescue their compatriots." Suddenly, Gu Xiaobai approached Yi Fan, whispering, "I too harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Easterners. Their demise would not be a loss, however. The genius of Jiangnan can only be me, Gu Xiaobai. You must perish." An overwhelming aura of murderous intent caused the temperature around the soldiers to plummet. Even the formidable Ling Chao, kneeling at Yi Fan's feet, could not help but shivered. Yi Fan remained unperturbed. "I advise you against such foolish thoughts. Otherwise, you shall meet your end." Gu Xiaobai, a prodigy, regarded even Ling Chao with disdain. At merely 28 years of age, he had reached the mid-stage of Grandmaster, while Ling Chao had toiled for 40 years and 10 months to attain the initial stage of the Grandmaster level, yet had failed to ascend further. Observing the younger Yi Fan before him, Gu Xiaobai estimated that Yi Fan's cultivation was not far behind Ling Chao's. Ling Chao's defeat was a result of his own foolishness and underestimation of his opponent. In contrast, Gu Xiaobai delved deeply into the study of martial arts, never underestimating any adversary. With a sudden leap, Gu Xiaobai executed a magnificent 360-degree spin in midair and landed not far from Yi Fan. I, Gu Xiaobai, never engage in ambushes. I shall strike you openly and earn your submission. When the time comes, begging for mercy will be futile. With his hands clasped behind his back, Gu Xiaobai surveyed the scene with arrogance. Yi Fan coldly scoffed and shook his head. If you wish to fight, then do so. Why waste breath on trivialities? Gu Xiaobai pushed off the ground, instantly appearing before Yi Fan, delivering a tentative palm strike. Yi Fan met it with a raised fist. Bang! A fierce shockwave erupted, knocking soldiers to the ground. Gu Xiaobai staggered back several paces, astonished as he gazed at Yi Fan, who stood firm. After all these years, this is the first time I feel my blood racing. Yi Fan, you have rekindled my fighting spirit. However, my next strike will show no mercy. Yi Fan remained expressionless. Next strike? Apologies, but I have no time to indulge you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan sprang into the air, launching a fist toward Gu Xiaobai's head. Gu Xiaobai grinned, raising both fists to block Yi Fan's blow. Bang! Upon impact, Gu Xiaobai's pupils constricted in alarm, and his knees buckled, bringing him down to one knee. Boom! The ground around Gu Xiaobai's knee exploded outward, resembling a spider's web. The soldiers looked on in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief. What the hell? What on earth is Yi Fan? Yi Fan's fists had bested Ling Chao, and now a single blow had brought the genius Gu Xiaobai to his knees. Why Yi Fan continued to apply pressure. Gu Xiaobai's complexion turned pale, and he found himself overwhelmed. I yield. I yield. Please, no more. I have news about your aunt. Only then did Yi Fan cease his assault, raising his arm. Speak. What do you know? I discovered that your aunt was once quite close to Ling Chao. Upon hearing this, Ling Chao's scalp tingled, and his pupils contracted in fear of what Gu Xiaobai might have uncovered. Yi Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Continue. Gu Xiaobai feigned innocence. But I've said all I know. Ling Chao exhaled in relief, narrowly escaping. Why Yi Fan smirked coldly. My apologies, but before you arrived, Ling Chao had already divulged everything. What? He already confessed? Gu Xiaobai turned to look at Ling Chao, suddenly realizing the implications and inwardly cursing him. Damn it, Ling Chao, how could you be so spineless? The next moment, Yi Fan raised his fist to strike Gu Xiaobai again. Seeing Gu Xiaobai kneeling on one knee, he quickly dropped to both knees. I, Gu Xiaobai, view martial arts as my life's pursuit. Today, you have opened my eyes, Yi Fan. Please allow me to bow before you. Gu Xiaobai's act of kneeling left Yi Fan momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Why Yi Fan? Your martial prowess has shattered my illusions, making me realize how foolish I have been. I always thought of myself as a towering mountain, only to discover I have merely reached your foothills. If you would not disdain me, please take me as your disciple. I, Gu Xiaobai, am willing to serve you faithfully. Gu Xiaobai bowed repeatedly before Yi Fan in front of the assembled soldiers, who were left in utter disbelief. In just half an hour, 2 Grand Masters had knelt before Yi Fan. This news would be unbelievable if it spread. Yi Fan pondered whether to accept Gu Xiaobai as a disciple. His impression of Gu Xiaobai was not entirely negative. He was a righteous individual who harbored a hatred for the Easterners. His only flaw was his arrogance and occasional disdain for others. Yet, Yi Fan understood this was the impulsiveness of youth. Everyone experiences such folly. Moreover, having a Grand Master at his side could help protect his loved ones. However, he could not accept him as a disciple. Gu Xiaobai, I cannot take you as my disciple. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaobai's expression fell. Yi Fan was younger and possessed extraordinary martial skill. Gu Xiaobai's fervent pursuit of martial arts was unparalleled, and he sought neither fame nor fortune. Titles such as President of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association or Genius Grandmaster held no allure for him. What he desired was to one day ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Today, his resolve was shattered by Yi Fan, and he realized that only by following Yi Fan could he hope to reach the summit. Gu Xiaobai, feeling utterly defeated, collapsed to the ground. But you can recognize me as your master. You have 3 seconds to consider, Yi Fan said coldly. I am willing, master. Before even a second had passed, Gu Xiaobai knelt before Yi Fan, bowing thrice. Rise, Gu Xiaobai. You are quite astute. I accept you. Thank you, master. Gu Xiaobai, who had just moments ago seemed like a defeated wretch, now radiated newfound vigor. Yi Fan glanced at Ling Chao in the distance. Take Ling Chao into custody and bring him to the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Prepare to accompany me to Lengdu tomorrow. In the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, Yi Fan reclined leisurely in a chair on the steps, his legs crossed comfortably. Beside him stood Gu Xiaobai, while Ling Chao knelt on the other side. The assembly room was filled with elders and association members who exchanged incredulous glances and whispered among themselves, "Isn't that Yi Fan? How dare he sit in the chairman's position? No, no. Yi Fan bears a deep-seated grudge against our Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. There must be a twist in this tale. Surely Chairman Gu Xiaobai will uphold justice for us." Gu Xiaobai cleared his throat, and the assembly fell silent, the only sound being Yi Fan trimming his nails. The members glared at Yi Fan, while Gu Xiaobai respectfully offered him a nail clipper and then turned to address the crowd. "Everyone, I, Gu Xiaobai, have summoned you here today to convey an important message. From this day forth, Yi Fan is my master. Yi Fan's words are my words. No, my words may be disregarded, but you must heed Yi Fan." At this declaration, the assembly erupted in chaos. "What? Chairman Gu, you must be mistaken. You, a grandmaster, acknowledge Yi Fan as your master. This is utterly absurd. Not to mention, Yi Fan has killed Vice Chairman Gao Wang and Elder Wang Wenjia. Impossible. This must be some kind of deception." Just as Gu Xiaobai attempted to respond, Yi Fan halted him. Yi Fan blew on his nails, passing the nail clipper and file to Gu Xiaobai. "Gao Wang and Wang Wenjia conspired to kill me over an Eastern person. They deserve to die. They have forgotten their roots, abandoning their identity as citizens of the Dragon Nation to bow before the Easterners. Is this acceptable?" Gu Xiaobai had already made himself clear. "From this day forward, I, Yi Fan, hold the authority in the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. I hereby establish a rule. Should I discover any member of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association colluding with Easterners to harm their own, they shall face death. You may choose to stay or leave. Those who remain must abide by my rules." Yi Fan's expression was cold as he surveyed the crowd. Shock spread across their faces. They could hardly believe this was real. "I refuse. Why should this position of chairman be given to this brat?" Gao Da stormed in, pointing accusatorily at Gu Xiaobai. Yi Fan's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on Gao Da. "Dare you insult him again?" Gao Da, a mid-stage grandmaster and ranked among the top 400 in the Asian martial arts hierarchy, dismissed Yi Fan entirely. "Not only will I insult Gu Xiaobai, but I'll also insult you. You killed my son, Gao Wang, you scoundrel." Gu Xiaobai was about to retaliate when Yi Fan firmly restrained him. "Let me establish my authority." Yi Fan leaped in front of Gao Da, seizing him by the throat and lifting him high. "What is happening?" Gao Da was taken aback, unable to react before Yi Fan subdued him with a single move. With a sharp crack, Gao Da's neck shattered, and his lifeless body was tossed aside by Yi Fan like a discarded rag doll. The onlookers were engulfed in shock, gasping in disbelief at the scene before them. The vice president stood powerless before Yi Fan, a stark reminder of their own inadequacy in the face of his overwhelming strength. "Who dares to defy me? Step forward if you have the courage. I, Yi Fan, am a reasonable man." With his hands clasped behind his back, Yi Fan returned to his seat. Clang, clang, clang. The crowd fell to their knees before Yi Fan. Exclaiming, "We welcome Chairman Yi." Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. "Enough. You may leave now. I have matters to discuss with Gu Xiaobai." Once the crowd dispersed, Yi Fan began strategizing with Gu Xiaobai about their upcoming journey to Lengdu the following day. Concerned that traveling together would attract too much attention, Yi Fan decided that Gu Xiaobai would escort Ling Chao, the war god, while himself taking a different train. After finalizing their plans, Yi Fan instructed Gu Xiaobai to enlist a few members from the Martial Arts Association to keep a close watch on Ling Chao before they proceeded to Du Lisha's villa. Aiming to foster introductions among the group. At Du Lisha's villa, Shadow was busy sweeping leaves in the courtyard when he spotted Yi Fan approaching with an ethereal young and Yi Xiao, have you brought a friend? Shadow quickly took the large bags of gifts from Gu Xiaobai's hands. Your friend is quite the character. If he is with you, why bring gifts? Yi Fan remained silent, but Gu Xiaobai spoke up, Master. Who is this? Oh, he is my senior sister's subordinate, Shadow, Master. Shadow was taken aback. Yi Xiao, who exactly is he? When did you acquire a follower? Yi Fan casually replied, Gu Xiaobai. Just recruited. At that moment, Gu Xiaobai respectfully greeted Shadow. Greetings, Brother Shadow. Just as Shadow was about to nod in acknowledgement, a realization struck him. What? Gu Xiaobai? The genius master Gu Xiaobai. The name resonated in Shadow's ears like a thunderclap. In a wonder, he looked so familiar. It truly is Gu Xiaobai. I'm meeting the real Gu Xiaobai, haha. Shadow approached Gu Xiaobai with the enthusiasm of a devoted fan. Wait, what did you just call me, brother? Gu Xiaobai grinned widely. Shadow, overwhelmed with excitement, dashed into the house exclaiming, Did you all hear that? The genius master Gu Xiaobai just called me brother. Incredible. Yifan shook his head, leading Gu Xiaobai into the house. Shen Shuiwe prepared a lavish dinner to celebrate Gu Xiaobai's arrival, and Yifan recounted the tale of how he had recruited Gu Xiaobai to do Lisha and Shen Shuiwe. Du Lisha was astonished to learn that her junior had triumphed over two renowned grandmasters, her heart swelling with pride and her eyes sparkling. Shen Shuiwe felt her 5 years of perseverance had finally borne fruit, as she welcomed a peerless healer and martial artist in Yifan. However, upon hearing that Yifan would be departing for Longdu the next day, concern etched itself across their faces. Longdu was the realm of the Empress, a place rife with danger and formidable foes. Among these, the ancient martial families posed the gravest threat. Mysterious and unconcerned with the affairs of the Dragon Kingdom, they relentlessly pursued martial prowess. Even the Empress held them in trepidation. Yet, they knew they could not sway the determined man before them. Their only recourse was to silently pray for Yifan's safe return. After bidding farewell to Gu Xiaobai, Yifan returned to his room and retrieved the mysterious letter he had received earlier. The events of the day had thoroughly validated the claims within the letter. If Ling Chao, the war god, spoke the truth, then the treasures left by his aunt were indeed in the possession of the Han family in Longdu. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Knock, 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 Yifan. May I come in? Yifan tucked the letter away and opened the door to find Shen Shuiwe, clad in a delicate spaghetti-strap nightgown that accentuated her alluring curves. The short hem revealed her long, slender legs. Yifan. I couldn't sleep. Chapter 48. Han Ruofei's worries. The next morning, Shen Shuiwe awoke with bleary eyes, only to find Yifan had vanished. Oh no. How did I fall asleep last night? I had so much to say to Yifan. I was all prepared. Shen Shuiwe unconsciously squeezed her legs together. Just then, Du Lisha opened the door. Junior, wake up. Breakfast is ready. Huh? Junior has already left? Shen Shuiwe scrambled upright. Du Jia. Good morning. Du Lisha wore a knowing smile. Did you two sleep together last night? Shen Shuiwe's cheeks flushed. We did. Du Lisha teased. Shuiwe, did my junior give you a hard time? Shen Shuiwe quickly clarified. Du Jia, it wasn't like that. Nothing happened between us. We just slept. That's all. Du Lisha giggled. I understand. Come on, Shuiwe, let us go eat. At the Jiangnan train station, Yifan met up with Gu Xiaobai and Ling Chao, the war god, early in the morning. Following their plan from the previous day, Yifan and Gu Xiaobai were to take separate trains. Given that numerous assassin organizations had recently been targeting him, especially after the downfall of the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce, it was clear that the Japanese would not let it go easily. Thus, opting for a train over a plane was deemed safer. Should an assassin plant a bomb on a flight, the consequences would be dire. Even with Yifan's formidable skills, a fall from a great height would be fatal. By having Gu Xiaobai escort Ling Chao on a different train, they aimed to remain inconspicuous and prevent distraction in case of any threats. After issuing a few instructions to Gu Xiaobai, Yifan entered the train station. The journey from Jiangnan to Longdu would take 3 hours. Yifan used the bank card his master had given him to secure the finest business class seat. Upon arrival, he presented his ticket and boarded the train. Though it was only 7 in the morning, the train was nearly full. As Yifan made his way to his designated business compartment, the attendant greeted him with a warm smile. The service in business class was markedly superior to that in standard compartments. As soon as Yifan passed, the attendant's demeanor shifted to a more neutral expression. Checking his ticket, Yifan arrived at Car 1, which featured only 5 seats and ample space. He settled into seat 1F, where his attention was drawn to a stunning woman with long legs clad in black stockings, her elegant and exquisite features rivaling those of any celebrity. Noticing Yifan's gaze, she pressed a document folder tightly against her thigh. In response, Yifan averted his eyes to the window in a study within a certain estate in Longdu. A serious-looking middle-aged man with piercing eyes stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Facing his desk, this man, Han Xin, was the head of the Han family in Longdu and the Minister of Finance for the Dragon Kingdom, wielding immense power. The Han family was one of the 10 prominent families in Longdu. With a forceful slam, Han Xian struck the desk. Bang, he exclaimed. Han Ruofei, your audacity knows no bounds. You dare to defy my words. Han Ruofei and Wang Yuan stood before him like two children caught misbehaving. Wang Yuan stepped forward. Sir, the young lady merely wished to get some fresh air. She has done nothing untoward. Silence. With a swift motion, the middle-aged man slapped Wang Yuan, sending her crashing to the floor. Blood trickled from her mouth as she looked up at Han Xian in terror. Wang Yuan, I appointed you as my daughter's manager, and yet you play your part so well that you now act as her shield. Do you even comprehend your own role? Han Xian crouched down, gripping Wang Yuan's chin. Do you understand? I expect you to keep a close watch on the young lady. Every move she makes must be reported to you. Han Xian glared menacingly at Wang Yuan. And did you report to me? I know full well that Ruofei snuck out of Longdu. What do you think I am, oblivious? Another powerful slap sent Wang Yuan reeling. Spitting blood. Father, I was wrong. Please don't hit Sister Yuan, Han Ruofei cried, rushing to shield Wang Yuan with desperation. Han Xian seized Han Ruofei by the delicate throat. You are driving me to madness. Han Ruofei struggled like a frightened rabbit, grasping at Han Xian's robust arm. Father, please let go of me. I can't breathe. Ruofei, what do you think you're doing? You're to marry into the ancient martial family, yet you run off to Jiangnan to find a man? If the ancient martial family discovers this, and the marriage falls through, you will be our family's eternal disgrace. Han Ruofei's eyes rolled back, on the verge of suffocation. If it weren't for your impending marriage to that man from the ancient martial family, I swear I'd strangle you myself. With a dismissive shove, Han Xian tossed Han Ruofei to the ground, treating her not as his daughter but as a mere pawn in his dealings with the ancient martial family. Tears streamed down Han Ruofei's cheeks as she collapsed before Han Xian, clutching his ankles. Father, I have someone I like. I do not wish to marry into the Guwu family. Woe is me! Throughout my life, I have always obeyed your every command, but this time, I implore you, dear father, to allow me to avoid this union with the Guwu family. Han Xian scattered a handful of photographs across Han Ruofei's face. I know you have feelings for Yifan. Han Ruofei, remember that you are my daughter, Han Xian, and you have no choice. You must wed into the Guwu family. By the way, the members of the Guwu family will arrive tomorrow, and I shall host a grand wedding for you. Han Ruofei picked up a photograph and gasped in shock. Her father had actually sent someone to follow her, capturing images of her entering a hotel room with Yifan. She was acutely aware of her father's ruthless nature. Yifan would undoubtedly face difficulties at his hands. Father, Yifan and I truly did not engage in anything improper. Please do not make it difficult for him. Han Ruofei clung desperately to Han Xian's leg. Pleading, Han Xian kicked her away. Did nothing happen? Do you not know that Yifan took a train to Longdu early this morning? I have already dispatched old Mu to the Longdu train station. You should give up on Yifan and prepare for tomorrow's wedding. Someone, keep an eye on the young lady. Without my orders, she is not to leave. 3 innate-level martial artists entered, bowing respectfully. Yes? Master. No, father. Please don't. Do not harm Yifan. Yifan did not come to Longdu to see me. He has come to find his friend. Han Ruofei lunged forward. Stop her. The 3 innate-level martial artists firmly blocked Han Ruofei. Young lady, we apologize for any offense. Watching Han Xian's retreating figure, Han Ruofei collapsed to the ground like a little duck, murmuring softly, Yifan, you cannot die. Chapter 49. The train crisis on the train from Jiangnan to Longdu. The speed was astonishing, reaching a remarkable 220 kilometers per hour. Yifan sat in a spacious seat, gazing at the fleeting scenery outside the window, deep in thought about who had sent him that letter. Furthermore, what was the treasure that the Han family of Longdu had seized from the war god Ling Chao? Yifan took out his phone to check the time. They would arrive at Longdu station in 2 hours. The answers to all his questions were about to be revealed. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door to carriage number 1 was kicked open. The train attendant desperately tried to block 3 fierce-looking men. All martial artists, 2 innate level and 1 master. Sir, apologies. This area is for business class. You cannot enter without a proper ticket. The leader, a scar-faced man, wasted no time and slapped the attendant across the face. Smack! Ah! The attendant screamed and fell to the ground, her flesh-colored stockings torn and bloodied. Let us go. The scar-faced man signaled to the others. The three strode over to the beautiful woman in black silk seated beside Yifan. "Oh, is this not the eldest daughter of the Qin family from Zhonghai, Qin Xuaning? Do you know how hard we searched for you?" Qin Xuaning clutched her document bag tightly, her face tense and her body trembling slightly. "What do you want?" The scar-faced man reached out and forcefully grabbed the document bag, pressing it down against her thigh. "Hand over the document obediently. Or else." As soon as he finished speaking, his hand began to slide toward Chen Xuaning's thigh. This crude action triggered a reflex in Chen Xuaning. She immediately stood up, raising her delicate hand to slap the scar-faced man across the face. The scar-faced man seized her wrist with a vice-like grip. "Oh, Chen Xuaning, I didn't expect you to have some spirit. How dare you strike me, however. I do find you intriguing. So feisty, haha." As he spoke, he reached out with his other hand to grope Chen Xuaning. She held the document bag across her chest to prevent him from succeeding and struggled to break free from his grasp. Running to Yifan's side, pleading, "Save me. I am the eldest daughter of the Qin family in Zhonghai. If you save me, I will pay you. How much do you want?" Yifan glanced at his phone coldly and replied, "Sorry. I have no interest in money. I will give you half of my family's company shares. Our cosmetics company is a leader in Zhonghai and very valuable." Yifan did not even look at her. "So what?" Chen Xuaning was momentarily stunned. "How can you be like this?" In Zhonghai, she was known as a talented woman, possessing not only high intelligence but also exceptional management skills. Coupled with her breathtaking beauty and stunning figure, she was the dream woman of every man in Zhonghai. Yet this man before her refused to even glance her way and outright rejected her, leaving her in disbelief and feeling quite dejected. At that moment, the three men slowly approached, arms crossed, mocking her. "Chen Xuaning, your company is on the brink of collapse. You have no money at all. Your father ran away after accruing massive debts. And most of your company's employees have left. Yet you still foolishly cling to the hope of turning things around with what you have. You are too naive. There is no way we will allow you to deliver the formula to the research institute in Longdu. Accept your fate, Miss Chin." The two men behind the scar-faced man licked their lips. "Brother, this girl is too tempting. I can't take it anymore. Why not just deal with her here? We could have some fun together." Just imagine the thrill. The men salivated, their eyes burning with desire as they stared at Chen Xuaning's long, slender legs clad in black silk. The scar-faced man understood their intentions and signaled to them. "Second, third, get rid of this kid. And be careful. Smash his phone to prevent any trouble." The two henchmen stepped in front of Yifan, rubbing their hands together. "Are we doing it ourselves, or are you leaving?" Yifan remained unfazed. "I said, kid, are you deaf?" The scar-faced man shouted impatiently. Why? Yifan replied with irritation. "I paid for this seat. If anyone is leaving, it's you." One of the men immediately flared up. "Damn it. You re-asking for trouble, aren't you?" He reached out to grab Yifan's shoulder, using the strength of an innate-level martial artist. If an ordinary person were caught in his grip, their shoulder would likely shatter. Yifan shook his head with a cold smile, hooking his fingers to catch the man's wrist and twisted it gently. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the man's arm contorted. His shoulder dislocated. "My hand, damn." The pain made the man break out into a cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. The crew-cut man beside him was taken aback. "Oh, this kid is actually a martial artist." The crew-cut man retreated several steps, colliding with the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man shoved him aside. "Useless, get lost." He then approached Yifan with a menacing expression. "So you want to be a hero and save the damsel?" Yifan's gaze darkened. "I'll save your mother." He struck the scar-faced man in the chest, who felt a heavy impact before being sent flying, crashing into the aisle and spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Boss!" The crew-cut man rushed to help him up. The scar-faced man stared at Yifan in terror. "Retreat. We need to get the hell out of here. This guy is an expert." Watching the three of them flee in disarray, Yifan barked, "I'm giving you a chance. If I see you again, you shall face the consequences." The three, hearing Yifan's words, fled even faster, disappearing from the carriage moments later. Yifan returned to his seat as if nothing had happened. Chen Xuaning stood beside him, clutching her document bag, utterly stunned. She had thought that not only would she lose important materials today, but perhaps even her own purity. At one point, she had resolved to face death, only to find Yifan suddenly intervening and driving the villains away. In truth, Even if she were to lose her purity, she would not have minded. The essence formula in her possession had taken 2 years of painstaking research by a team of experts, costing the company a fortune. The formula was of utmost importance, the key to whether the Chen family could turn their fortunes around. Thus, Chen Xuening valued the formula more than her own life. Her face flushed crimson, and she shyly said to Yi Fan, I apologize for my earlier attitude. Thank you for saving me. My name is Chen Xuening, CEO of the Beautiful Woman Cosmetics Company. Here is my business card. Chen Xuening produced a business card and extended it to Yi Fan. Yi Fan remained seated. Unmoving, I did not assist you. Those people brought it upon themselves. I have no interest in your affairs. Chen Xuening bit her lip. You? Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Fan interrupted. Don't just stand there. Don't you have your own seat? I'm tired. Don't disturb my sleep. Chapter 50. This formula is lacking. Chen Xuening, having never faced adversity from men before, found herself at a loss against Yi Fan today. Humph. Just as she intended to turn away, the train jolted unexpectedly, causing her to lose her balance and tumble into Yi Fan's embrace. Yi Fan opened his eyes just in time to see the expanse of white before him. Yi Fan became lost in thought. A sheet of formulas was abruptly thrust before his eyes. He seized the document with a firm grip, his brow furrowing in discontent. No wonder your company is on the verge of bankruptcy. You regard this nonsense as a treasure. Chen Xuening's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly stood up and snatched the formula from Yi Fan's hand, swiftly placing it into a file. What do you know? This is the result of our company painstakingly hiring the top research team from Zhonghai, costing us 50 million. And the leader of this elite team is none other than the esteemed Dr. Su Zhao, a titan in the beauty industry of Zhonghai. Are you familiar with Dr. Su Zhao? Your expression suggests you are not. How ignorant! Chen Xuening clutched the file as if it were a precious gem. Yi Fan scoffed. I have no need to know who Dr. Su Zhao is. All I recognize is that what you possess is nothing but worthless trash. Chen Xuening, her face flushed with anger, retorted. You, all talk and no action. If you are so capable, why not become a doctor yourself or engage in scientific research? Yi Fan silently shook his head, a cold smile forming on his lips. The formula for this essence was pitifully inferior compared to the alchemical recipe imparted to him by his master on the mountain. Moreover, before descending, his master had gifted him a copy of Compendium of Materia Medica, rendering Yi Fan exceedingly familiar with the properties and uses of various herbs. Substituting the American ginseng in the formula with summer withering grass and adding a touch of calendula. The results could be astonishing. If you doubt me, feel free to test the original formula and see if it succeeds. Enough of this. I simply wish to cease this pointless chatter. Upon hearing the names of the herbal ingredients from Yi Fan's lips, Chen Xuening's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Could it be that he actually understands? Impossible. He must have merely jotted down a few ingredients while purchasing cosmetics for his girlfriend. Skeptical yet intrigued, she returned to her seat, refraining from further confrontation with Yi Fan. By the time the train reached Longdu, it was already noon. Yi Fan stretched leisurely and followed the crowd out of the Longdu train station. Since Gu Xiaobai's train would arrive an hour later than his, Yi Fan planned to explore the vicinity of the station. Chen Xuening cursed under her breath while exiting the station. She fortuitously bumped into Yi Fan. Ever since he had remarked on the flaws in her formula, she had been in a state of unease, fearing that any misstep could jeopardize her painstaking efforts. If this formula failed, her Chun family would be utterly finished in Zhonghai. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that the man before her might be someone extraordinary. Perhaps this was the sixth sense of a woman. Regardless, there was still ample time. I'll just follow him and see. With that resolve, Chen Xuening sprinted to keep pace with Yi Fan. Not long after exiting the station, Yi Fan spotted 2 middle-aged men clad in black attire approaching him. Both were martial artists, their prowess evident at the mid-level of the master realm. Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi? Yi Fan furrowed his brow slightly. How do you know me? It's like this. A friend of yours ahead instructed us to bring you to him. Yi Fan immediately discerned that despite the men's courteous tone, a hint of disdain flickered in their expressions. Could they be assassins? No, assassins wouldn't be so polite. Perhaps they are connected to my aunt and have learned of my arrival in Longdu? Yi Fan chose not to confront the men immediately, instead opting to follow them and investigate further. Lead the way. The 2 men gestured for him to proceed. After a short walk, They arrived at an abandoned construction site nearby. The two then respectfully addressed a partially constructed building. Master Mu, we have brought the person. Suddenly, a powerful voice resonated from the 5th floor. You are Yi Fan? An elderly man in a white training outfit stood on the eve of the 5th floor. His piercing gaze fixed upon Yi Fan. Yi Fan replied coldly. And you are? A man destined to die. It is unnecessary for you to know my name. Before he finished speaking, Master Mu leaped down from the 5th floor with remarkable agility, landing firmly before Yi Fan. The two black-clad men watched in awe. Any ordinary martial artist would have likely shattered their legs from such a height. Truly, the great master Mu Chongqing. Seeing Yi Fan frozen in place, Mu Chongqing chuckled. Youngster, I've heard tales of the upheaval you've caused in Jiangnan. Seeing you in person is rather underwhelming. I'll give you a chance. Reveal who sent you, or face death. Yi Fan's eyes hardened as he regarded Mu Chongqing. Upon hearing this, the two men in black burst into laughter. Young one, do you even know who you are speaking to? Death? You are hardly worth consideration before Master Mu. Enough of this nonsense. Yi Fan kicked up a steel pipe lying on the ground. Whoosh! The pipe shot through the air like a sword, piercing through the chests of the two men, blood splattering everywhere, silencing their laughter in an instant. The two men's eyes widened in shock as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yu Chongqing remained calm, his hands clasped behind his back as he observed the scene before him. A mixture of surprise, incredulity, and disdain playing across his face, yet not a trace of fear or trepidation. At that moment, two figures approached. Young Master, Gu Xiaobai escorted the formidable Ling Chao, the god of war. Into Yi Fan's presence, Ji Xiaobai, your timing is impeccable. Bring Ling Chao over here. Let him take a good look and ascertain whether these individuals hail from the Han family of Longdu. Yi Fan spoke coldly. As you wish, young master, Gu Xiaobai replied respectfully. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Xuaning's breath quickened, her heart racing. The renowned genius master, Gu Xiaobai, was indeed his subordinate. The powerful Ling Chao, who commanded 1,000,000 troops in Jiangnan, had become his captive. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have regarded the recent astonishing tales of Yi Fan circulating in Zhonghai as mere gossip for casual conversation. As for their authenticity, it had been marked with a significant question mark. However, the real Yi Fan stood before her, and it dawned on her that those rumors were not without merit. Yi Fan was even more terrifying than what was rumored. Chen Xuaning's beautiful eyes flickered with astonishment. When Ling Chao beheld the corpse of Mu Chongqing hanging from the eaves of the 3rd floor, his expression shifted as well. What if the Han family's venerable master Mu Chongqing has perished just like that? He dared not hide the truth and promptly revealed that these individuals were indeed under the command of the Han family. Yi Fan's gaze turned icy as he looked at the corpses. Then perhaps it would be splendid to become somewhat familiar in front of the two, allowing for some boastful conversations with friends in the martial arts circle. After glancing at the time, Han Xian beckoned the guests to proceed towards the auditorium. Inside, the MC shouted, "Let the groom and bride make their entrance." At that moment, Wu Xie strolled out with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of indifference. "Where is the bride?" The crowd began to look around, and after a considerable wait, they spotted Han Ruofei. Adorned in a red qipao, her head covered by a veil embroidered with a golden phoenix. Reluctantly, she was tugged forward by Wang Yuan, who had persuaded her for quite some time before she begrudgingly agreed to attend the wedding. The change of heart was prompted by Wang Yuan's warning. If you wish for Yi Fan to live, do not defy the family head. Even so, Han Ruofei still displayed a strong aversion to the wedding. Upon seeing the couple finally appear, the MC let out a sigh of relief. The auspicious time has arrived. Let the couple bow to one another. Rumors had spread that the bride was a major celebrity, and the crowd's gaze converged, eager to catch a glimpse of her beauty. After the bowing, they would unveil the veil. Wait. Wu Xie carelessly glanced at the MC. Why complicate matters? In the next moment, he directly lifted Han Ruofei's red veil. Wu Xie's eyes lit up. Oh, I didn't expect her to be a beauty, far surpassing the women I encountered at the spa yesterday. Han Ruofei instinctively took a step back, her eyes wide with terror. The MC, flustered, exclaimed, "This is absolutely not permissible. The veil must not be lifted before the bowing." With a loud slap, Wu Xie sent the MC flying, who crashed into a table laden with wedding candies. Shattering it to pieces, Blood sprayed from the MC's mouth as he fell lifelessly to the ground. Some timid female guests screamed, while their male companions swiftly covered their mouths in unison. The venue fell into a deathly silence. This MC truly lacks understanding. Well done, son-in-law. He deserved that. At this moment, Han Xian, wearing a broad smile, approached. Son-in-law? Slap? Wu Xie delivered a resounding slap to Han Xian's face. Kneel before me. Address me as young Master Wu. Han Xian's face turned ashen. This? Young Master Wu, please, not here. There are so many people watching, kneel. Wu Xie's voice was menacing. The next second, a loud clatter echoed as Han Xian knelt before Wu Xie. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasped. What on earth was the ancient martial arts Wu family treating the esteemed Minister of Finance of Long Country as? I told you, the ancient martial arts Wu family would never regard the Han family with any importance. For such a significant occasion as a wedding, only 2 members of the Wu family, including the groom, had arrived? Is this reasonable? It was said that Wu Xie was the least valued among the Wu family. A man consumed by carnal pleasures and idleness. Such words should not be uttered lightly. Wu Xie was the 3rd young master of the ancient martial arts Wu family, even if he was the least esteemed. In our secular world, he would still be a paragon of excellence. To achieve the status of a grandmaster in one's 20s is an unparalleled talent only found in ancient martial families. Shh, keep your voices down. Do you wish for your doom, discussing young Master Wu so openly? On stage, Han Ruofei gazed in horror at the approaching Wu Xie. What do you want? Wu Xie leered. Weddings are dull. The bridal chamber is far more entertaining if you are a maiden. That makes it even more delightful. Just then, with a loud bang, the grand doors of the auditorium were kicked open, and Yi Fan appeared before the crowd. Who is the head of the Han family? I have a matter to discuss. All eyes turned to Yi Fan, expressions filled with astonishment. Who is this person? Can't he see that the head of the Han family is kneeling on stage? To demand a person before young Master Wu? This man truly had a bold spirit. At that moment, Han Ruofei and Yi Fan's gazes briefly met. Why Yi Fan? It's Yi Fan. Han Ruofei's heart raced. Could it be? Was Yi Fan truly here for her? Yi Fan, equally surprised, realized the Han family mentioned in the previous letter referred to the Han family of Long City, where Han Ruofei belonged. To his astonishment, Han Ruofei's father was indeed the person he sought, yet he couldn't dwell on that now. How intriguing! He was eager to see how this drama would unfold. Wu Xie gave Yi Fan a cursory glance before turning to take a seat at the main table not far behind. Han Xian, someone is looking for you. Will you not respond? Han Xian, too frightened to rise, turned to face Yi Fan while kneeling. Upon seeing Yi Fan, his heart raced with horror. Isn't that Yi Fan? If he is here, could it be true that Mu Chongqing has perished? As this thought crossed his mind, Han Xian's face paled, and he recoiled a few steps. Wu Xie frowned slightly, about to speak, when a young man in the audience stood up, disdainfully addressing Yi Fan. Kid, do you know whose wedding this is? You dare crash young Master Wu's wedding? What audacity! Gasps erupted from the crowd. This was none other than Xue Jiaowen, the heir of the prominent Xue family in Long City. His father, Xue Buhui, was the commander of the Songlong Special Forces, and his mother hailed from a prestigious family in Long City. Xue Jiaowen was a prodigy among the young generation in Long City. Known for his sharp intellect, he had previously pursued Han Ruofei but withdrew upon learning of her impending marriage to the ancient martial arts Wu family, severing ties with her. If he could showcase his prowess before the ancient martial family today, the Xue family would surely benefit. He had been waiting for an opportunity, and now a foolhardy young man had delivered himself right to him. With a sly grin, Xue Jiaowen gestured grandly, and 3 grandmasters appeared before Yi Fan. Throw this kid out. If he dares to resist, kill him. After speaking, Xue Jiaowen settled back down. Around him, sighs of disappointment arose. Xue Xiao got to it first. Such good fortune has fallen into his lap. Damn! Xue Xiao's mind works too quickly. I just realized what was happening, and he has already taken action. Xue Jiaowen wore a proud expression, confident that his decisive actions would earn the favor of the ancient martial family. The 3 grandmasters advanced step by step towards Yi Fan, emanating a formidable pressure point. One of the grandmasters coldly stated, "Young man, this is not a place for you. Don't make us take action. Leave on your own accord." Leave? I'm afraid I cannot do so. Perhaps you could demonstrate? Yi Fan replied with a cold smirk. kid, seeking death. One grandmaster took a step forward, only to vanish in the next moment. The crowd erupted in exclamations. Yifan, behind you! Han Ruofei shouted urgently. The assailant, with remarkable agility, had circled behind Yifan and struck with a powerful punch aimed at his back. Such a close-range ambush left no room for reaction. The other two grandmasters smirked in anticipation. Just then, Yifan's hand inexplicably twisted 180 degrees backward, lightning fast, and seized the assailant's wrist. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the grandmaster's bone was crushed. Ah! The grandmaster screamed in agony. Unable to comprehend the events unfolding before him, Yifan swiftly turned and delivered a punch to his head. Bang! The Gu Xiaobai unexpectedly referred to that young man as his master. What on earth is happening? Why does the formidable Jiangnan overlord Ling Chao look so disheveled? Could it be that the Grandmaster Mu Chongqing was slain by this young man? This is utterly unbelievable. Who exactly is this young man? Tokugawa Kohui, hiding in the shadows, widened his eyes in astonishment. I never expected even Ling Chao to fall into the hands of this brat. Yifan seized the severed head from Gu Xiaobai's grasp, thrusting Ling Chao forward with a forceful kick to his rear. Lead the way! Ling Chao glanced at the two individuals kneeling behind Han Xian on the stage and hesitated for a moment. However, now reduced to a mere shell of his former self, he dared not play tricks in front of Yifan. The trio navigated through the crowd, making their way directly to the stage. As they passed by Xue Jiaruan, who trembled uncontrollably, cowering under the table, Yifan continued onward without pausing, allowing Xue Jiaruan to exhale in relief as he immediately pulled out his phone to make a call. Yifan ascended the stage, raising the head of Mu Chongqing high. The head of the Han family dares to send someone to kill me. Are you too cowardly to accept the gift I have prepared for you? Han Xian, kneeling on the stage, saw Yifan approaching step by step, retreating to stand before Wu Xie, turning to clutch Wu Xie's ankle. Wu Xiao, save me! Chapter 54. The god of death arrives in Longdu. Who the hell are you to deserve my help? Wu Xie stood up and delivered a powerful kick to Han Xian's abdomen. Bang! Han Xian rolled several times, collapsing at Yifan's feet. I don't know him. You may continue. Wu Xie gestured for Yifan to proceed. Returning to his seat to enjoy the spectacle, Yifan disregarded Wu Xie, tossing Mu Chongqing's head at Han Xian's feet, causing Han Xian to tremble like a frightened quail. Speak. Why did you want to kill me? Han Xian's voice quivered as he replied, I don't know you. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Han Ruofei's heart sank. She now realized that her father had not merely been threatening her but had genuinely intended to harm Yifan. Had it not been for Yifan's formidable martial prowess, she feared he would have already become a casualty at the hands of Mu Chongqing's subordinates. She could no longer accept her father. Throughout her life, she had received no paternal love, only ruthless exploitation. The last shred of hope she held for her father shattered. She shifted her gaze back to Yifan, whose eyes turned icy as he addressed Ling Chao. Ma Ling Chao, open your eyes and see clearly. Is this man not the head of the Han family? Ling Chao immediately knelt down, exclaiming, Yi Xiao. This man is indeed Han Xian, the head of the Han family. The arena fell into a deathly silence. Who is this young man? Ling Chao has actually knelt before him. It is understandable that the ancient martial families looked down on the Han family. But what grants this young man the audacity to despise the Han family of Longdu? Just then, Han Xian slowly rose, pointing at Ma Ling Chao with gritted teeth. Ma Ling Chao, do not forget your identity. Were it not for me, Han Xian, could you sit atop Jiangnan's hierarchy? You are nothing but a pathetic warrior. How dare you speak in favor of Yifan? Ma Ling Chao lowered his head, remaining silent. The crowd recognized Yifan's name, feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to recall where they had heard it before. At that moment, a series of beeping sounds erupted as everyone's phones simultaneously rang. They retrieved their devices to find a headline notification. The god of death descends upon Jiangnan's Dongying Business Association, leaving no survivors and a scene of utter devastation. The god of death. Wait a minute, isn't the god of death Yifan? Yifan. Everyone's eyes widened in unison as they turned to stare at Yifan. Oh, this young man is the one who has recently propelled Jiangnan into the limelight. Yifan. Incredible. The god of death has arrived in Longdu. Tokugawa Kohui's expression darkened as he read the news. Damn. I never anticipated that even the Eastern ninja couldn't kill you. You remind me of that woman. Han Ruofei and Wang Yuan simultaneously gasped. their eyes narrowing in shock. Wu Xie and Wu Yong, however, remained unfazed, casually munching on sunflower seeds, appearing to enjoy the unfolding drama. Han Xian narrowed his eyes as he gazed at Yi Fan before him. He had not realized that Yi Fan was the legendary god of death. Previously, he had only noted this brat's presence alongside Han Ruofei at the five-star hotel. No wonder Mu Chongqing had fallen into this brat's trap. Yi Fan's gaze darkened. Han family head, do you now recognize me? Han Xian's demeanor shifted dramatically. I was wronged, Yi Xiao. I did not send them to kill you. They acted on their own accord. I had no part in this, Yi Fan coldly replied. Your acting skills are quite poor. Henceforth, I only wish to hear the truth. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise. Have you ever taken a treasure from Ma Lingqiao? Han Xian's eyes darted as he responded, indeed. I did take something from Ma Lingqiao. However, that item is rather ordinary. Initially, I believed it to be a treasure, but upon acquiring it, I found it to be utterly unimpressive. Yi Fan's icy gaze bore into Han Xian. Where is it? Take me to it immediately. At that moment, Wu Xie spat out the shell of his sunflower seed. Brat, how dare you covet something the Wu family has set its sights on? Yi Fan turned to Wu Xie. That item belongs to my aunt. Why should I not claim it? Realization dawned on Han Xian. The ancient martial Wu family desired to ally with the Han family due to their interest in that item. That item is truly not as remarkable as you may think. Han Xian felt slightly embarrassed. Wu Xie and Yi Fan spoke in unison. Shut your mouth. The atmosphere grew tense. Mere ants daring to vie with me for a treasure? Foolish. Wu Xie fixed his gaze on Yi Fan, instantly unleashing a terrifying aura. A tempest of internal power erupted, sending plates and candies flying from the dining table. Han Ruofei gasped, sensing Yi Fan was in peril, and attempted to rush to his side, only to be restrained by Wang Yuan. Ruofei, do not act impulsively. Wu Xie is ranked 49th on the Asian martial arts master list. He could crush you to pieces with a single punch. Don't be foolish. Are you suggesting I should stand by and watch as Yi Fan is killed? Han Ruofei was nearly in tears. Ruofei, do you truly believe Yi Fan came to the Han family for you? Wang Yuan shouted. Did you not hear him say he came for a treasure? Why must you do this? In defiance, Han Ruofei broke free from Wang Yuan's grasp, sprinting to stand before Yi Fan. Wu Xie, if you spare Yi Fan, I will share a bed with you. Wu Xie glared at his bride, who stood in front of Yi Fan, scoffing. I never imagined, Yi Fan, that not only would you dare to covet my treasure, but you would also dare to steal my woman. I haven't encountered a fool so unafraid of death in ages. How amusing. Ha ha ha. But I, Wu Xie, am never short on women. The laughter abruptly halted as Wu Xie lunged forward like a rocket, delivering a punch aimed at Han Ruofei's chest. The speed was blinding, and the sound of the air being ripped apart echoed like a roaring tiger. Han Xian rubbed his temples, not out of concern for Han Ruofei's safety, but rather frustration at how she had ruined everything. The Han family would suffer because of her. Wang Yuan shouted in desperation. Ruofei? No. Yi Fan's heart raced. This woman truly had no regard for her life. In the next instant, he swiftly embraced Han Ruofei. Raising his palm to greet Wu Xie's oncoming strike, bang, Wu Xie's punch landed as if striking cotton. The ferocious force completely dissipated. Huh? Why can't my hand move? What? How is this possible? Wu Xie's expression changed dramatically as he realized Yi Fan's palm had completely enveloped his fist. Yi Fan turned to Han Ruofei in his arms, exclaiming, I hope you won't be so impulsive next time. He then pushed her aside to Gu Xiaobai. Take good care of her. Do not let her do anything foolish. Rest assured, young master, Gu Xiaobai steadied Han Ruofei. She stood obediently behind him, gazing dreamily at Yi Fan, her legs instinctively tightening. Hiss! Han Xian inhaled sharply, his eyes nearly bulging. I cannot be mistaken. Tokugawa Kohui wore a face of disappointment. He had thought he had called the embassy too early. Perhaps the embassy personnel had yet to arrive, and Yi Fan would already be dead at the hands of the ancient martial families. Yet, Yi Fan had managed to withstand the Grandmaster's blow. Even Ling Chao, still kneeling, found it hard to believe. How strong is this Yi Fan? Not even the ancient martial families can contend with him? At that moment, a tremendous crash echoed as Wu Yong smashed the wooden table before him to splinters. Enough, brat. Release my nephew Wu Xie. Kneel and apologize, and I will spare your life. Chapter 55. A devastating blow to the pinnacle Grandmaster. Everyone inhaled sharply. He is furious. The pinnacle Grandmaster Wu Yong, ranked 28th on the Asian martial arts list, a top-tier martial artist, could no longer remain seated. It is known that ascending even one rank on the Asian martial arts list can eclipse thousands of martial artists of equivalent rank, let alone Wu Yong, who surpasses Wu Xie by a solid 20 ranks. What of the god of death from Jiangnan? In the end, he would still be forced to kneel before the esteemed Wu Yong and beg for mercy. Yi Fan shook his head, a cold smile on his lips. The ancient martial families have quite the audacity. Your nephew is in my hands, and you dare to threaten me? With a swift motion, Yi Fan twisted his wrist. Uncle, please, please. It hurts, it hurts. Wu Xie's wrist had been twisted at a 90-degree angle, and his face contorted in agony. Wu Yong frowned. Kid, I advise you to tread carefully. The ancient martial arts Wu family is not a force you mundane beings can provoke. Oh? You believe I cannot provoke them? Yi Fan's gaze turned icy as he glared at Wu Yong. In the next instant, with a sharp crack, Wu Xie's wrist was brutally twisted and broken by Yi Fan. Bone piercing through his skin, blood gushing forth. My arm is broken. It's broken. Yi Fan, I was wrong. Please spare me. Whatever you desire, women, treasures, or money, I will give it all. The ancient martial arts Wu family keeps its word. Wu Xie, drenched in sweat from the pain, had never endured such humiliation. Not even in the mundane Longdu, nor in the territories of those ancient martial families, had anyone dared to lay a hand on him. But Yi Fan was an exception. Wu Xie was genuinely terrified. Wu Yong roared furiously. Kid, are you serious? This is the third young master of the ancient martial arts Wu family. Are you tired of living? Yi Fan ignored Wu Yong entirely and coldly addressed Wu Xie. Is this amusing? Wu Xie's pupils constricted in fear. No, it's not amusing. Yi Fan's expression darkened. Not amusing. With a swift motion, Yi Fan forcefully tore off one of Wu Xie's arms, severing muscle, bone, skin, and blood vessels with merciless ease. I am from the ancient martial arts Wu family. You worthless arm, Yi Fan. Sweat soaked Wu Xie's back, his face twisted in agony. Why? Yi Fan chuckled coldly. I am a man of fairness. I care not for your family. If you provoke me, death is the only outcome. I shall ask you once more. Is this amusing? Wu Xie trembled, fully aware that a dissatisfactory answer would cost him his life. Why? Yes, it's amusing. Yi Fan fixed his gaze on Wu Xie. Since you find it so amusing, I shall proceed to tear off another arm. With a brutal rip, Wu Xie's last remaining arm was mercilessly wrenched away, blood staining the surrounding white tablecloth crimson. I'm a cripple now. I'm a cripple. Wu Xie had succumbed to madness. He appeared to laugh, yet tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Yi Fan delivered a punch to Wu Xie's chest with a resounding thud. Wu Xie flew backward, collapsing like a lifeless dog at Wu Yong's feet. Lifeless, a deathly silence enveloped the room. All that broke the stillness was Wu Yong's thunderous roar. Sierra, Wu Yong, clutching Wu Xie's lifeless body, glared fiercely at Yi Fan. You truly do not know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. Today, I shall show you that there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. I will use your blood to appease Sierra's spirit in the afterlife. Prepare to die, Yi Fan. White mist erupted from his nostrils as Wu Yong propelled himself into the air, the stage exploding beneath him. He shot forward, faster than lightning, and in the next moment, he stood before Yi Fan. Surprised, are you? Did you not expect this? You frog at the bottom of the well, die. Wu Yong swung a punch, but Yi Fan sprang upward like a monkey, avoiding the blow entirely. Kid, if you have the ability, then keep dodging. Dodge? Why should I? A voice resonated from above as Yi Fan descended with a powerful punch aimed at Wu Yong's head. Wu Yong hastily raised his arm to block. The impact was tremendous, driving Wu Yong into the concrete floor, his ankle sinking entirely into the ground. Wu Yong's eyes widened in shock. His fist had lost all sensation, and one arm hung limply at his side. Kid, what kind of power is this? It's terrifying. Yi Fan leapt again. This isn't over. He descended once more with another punch, and Wu Yong raised his only arm that still had feeling. The two fists collided with a crack, Wu Yong's arm snapping under the immense force, his knees sinking into the concrete. Unable to move, Wu Yong's pupils reflected Yi Fan's foot hurtling towards him. Thud! Yi Fan kicked Wu Yong in the abdomen, sending half of his body flying, the lower half remaining wedged in the concrete floor. Wu Yong's expression remained one of terror, shock, regret, and disbelief, even at the pinnacle of a grandmaster. He was no match for Yi Fan. The onlookers' eyes twitched violently, their pupils trembling, hairs standing on end. Was this truly the destructive power a human could unleash? Had the 28th ranked martial artist in Asia been literally pummeled into the ground? Unbelievable. A killing god. This was utterly beyond comprehension. Gu Xiaobai's heart raced, exhilaration coursing through him as he silently marveled at his decision to recognize Yi Fan as his master. Han Ruofei trembled in shock. Staring at Yi Fan in awe, Tokugawa Koji broke into a cold sweat, hastily dialing the embassy in the east. Hello. Why hasn't your team arrived yet? Yi Fan has gone mad. Even the peak grandmaster is no match for him. Ling Chao, originally intending to rely on the ancient martial arts Wu family to escape amidst the chaos, now dared not entertain any such thoughts. Shuejiran had crawled under the table, terrified that Yi Fan might spot him. Han Xian collapsed to the ground. Had he known Yi Fan possessed such power, he would not have dared to send anyone to kill him, even if given 1,000 lives. Cursed. I acted too rashly. The best strategy is to flee. Han Xian turned to escape, but Yi Fan appeared before him like a specter. If the Han family head prefers crawling, shall I assist you? Han Xian scrambled to his feet. No need, Mr. Yi. You were looking for that treasure, right? I will take you there immediately. Yi Fan turned to Gu Xiaobai, commanding, Gu Xiaobai, guard the entrance. No one is to leave without my order. There may be someone among them who knows my aunt. I will retrieve the treasure first. Understood, master, Gu Xiaobai replied, making his way to the entrance. The guests held their breath, staring at Yi Fan's departing figure, frozen in place, afraid to make any sudden moves. Han Xian led Yi Fan to a faux mountain in the estate. He touched an inconspicuous stone at its base. With a thunderous roar, the mountain split in two, revealing an elevator hidden within. Han Xian flashed Yi Fan a smile and guided him into the elevator. The elevator descended into a vast underground chamber, comparable in size to 4 or 5 football fields combined. It resembled a warehouse, filled with an array of treasures: jade, agate, diamonds, and other rare gems. However, Yi Fan showed little interest. Merely glancing around, Han Xian led Yi Fan to a towering iron door at the deepest part of the basement. Yi Xiao, the treasure you seek is inside. Han Xian glanced at the password lock on the door. A sinister thought crossing his mind, he deliberately misled Yi Fan. The password is 3/8. Internally scoffing, Han Xian thought, even if you are a grandmaster, what can you withstand against explosives? If you enter the wrong password, the explosives inside will detonate, obliterating you into oblivion. Ha ha ha. Why bother with a password? Suddenly, Yi Fan launched a punch at the iron door. With a resounding crash, the door shattered, and he stepped inside. Han Xian's pupils dilated in horror as he witnessed the iron shrapnel, his scalp prickling Yi Fan. How could he defy all logic? Eventually, they arrived at a shelf covered in dust, where a black stocking lay on the ground. Upon closer inspection, 2 handprints of women were visible on the shelf. Han Xian awkwardly approached, kicking the black stocking aside. Yi Xiao, the item you're looking for is right here. As soon as he spoke, Han Xian casually picked up a severed arm from the shelf. Yi Fan frowned as he took the arm from Han Xian's hand. What is this? The severed arm was entirely black, adorned with dragon scales, resembling a charred chicken foot. Are you certain this is what my aunt left behind? Yi Fan's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized Han Xian. Han Xian, drenched in sweat, hastily explained, absolutely true. This is indeed what your aunt left with Ma Ling Chao. I was curious and borrowed it for a few days, HM? A few days? Yi Fan's tone was frigid, slip of the tongue. I meant a few years after acquiring this. I studied it for over half a year and couldn't discern any special qualities. I even doubted whether your aunt had made a mistake. This is nothing more than a severed arm. Han Xian shook his head. Yi Fan, perplexed, pondered how this severed arm could belong to his aunt. If his aunt had left this behind, it must hold some significance. Regardless, I'll take it first. Yi Fan tucked the severed arm away and seized Han Xian by the throat. What else do you know about my aunt? Yi Qingmei? Han Xian's face turned pale, struggling for breath. I've investigated your aunt. She once went to Zhonghai. Yi Fan's heart jolted. Could it be that his aunt was in Zhonghai? He immediately pressed for answers. What did my aunt go to Zhonghai for? In the Middle Sea, There exists a plethora of alchemists, creating an atmosphere steeped in the art of elixir concoction. Perhaps your aunt is after the elixirs. Beyond that, I truly know nothing. I have divulged all my knowledge to you. Yifan, spare my life. I am the Minister of Finance of the Dragon Kingdom. I cannot perish, Yifan sneered coldly. What a Minister of Finance you are. Instead of leading by example and benefiting the people, you covet my aunt's treasures. You deserve to die. Do not think I am unaware. There were explosives concealed behind the iron door. Your demise is merely a consequence. Han Xian was utterly astounded, his face filled with terror. I was wrong, Yifan. I beg you to spare me. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as Yifan snapped Han Xian's neck, carelessly discarding his lifeless body to the side. Returning to the wedding hall of the Han family estate, Yifan ascended the stage, surveying the crowd below. He turned sharply to Ma Lingqiao, his voice laced with menace. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Are there not still those seated below who participated in the annihilation of my Yi family? At that moment, the figure of Tokugawa Koihui squirmed uncomfortably in his seat, anxiety gripping his heart. He turned his head aside, fearful that Ma Lingqiao would point him out. 5 years ago, he had been one of the masterminds behind the massacre of the Yi family. Ma Lingqiao cast a quick glance and responded hastily. None. Tokugawa Koihui breathed a sigh of relief. Very well, Ma Lingqiao. I knew you wouldn't dare expose me. After all, I have the Emperor's backing. You have shown yourself to be quite astute. Yifan produced several silver needles, embedding them into Ma Lingqiao's body. None? I find that hard to believe. In an instant, Ma Lingqiao felt as if thousands of tiny insects were crawling all over him, an unbearable itch overwhelming him. The next moment, excruciating pain radiated from every part of his body, as if those insects were gnawing at his flesh and blood. At that moment, living became a torment, each second more agonizing than the last. Young Master Yi, spare me, young Master Yi, do not torture me any further. I have discovered the mastermind behind the massacre of the Yi family, Tokugawa Koihui. He was also involved in the atrocity 5 years ago. He sits right below. Yifan raised his hand slightly, and several silver needles instantly shot from Ma Lingqiao's body. Lingqiao gasped in relief, leaping to his feet and pointing towards Tokugawa Koihui. That is Tokugawa Koihui. Tokugawa Koihui felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue, the realization crashing down upon him. Internally, he raged at Ma Lingqiao. You fool! How dare you betray me? Yifan's icy gaze fell upon Tokugawa Koihui. Eastern barbarian, come forth at once. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. The Tokugawa family has been a prestigious lineage in the East since the Warring States period. As the current head of the Tokugawa family, Tokugawa Koihui wields immense influence in his homeland. What does the god of death intend? Does he dare to summon Tokugawa Koihui with such audacity? This could escalate into an international incident. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Several soldiers adorned with dragon claw insignias pressed their weapons against Gu Xiaobai's head, subduing him. Yifan, you have the audacity to offend even Mr. Tokugawa Koihui. Following this, a middle-aged man clad in a dark green military uniform strode in confidently. This man exuded an aura of authority that demanded respect, a palpable pressure silencing the crowd. Suddenly, everyone noticed the insignia on the man's shoulder. Their mouths agape in astonishment. A single ear of wheat, 3 stars, a general. It is the commander of the Tsanglong Special Forces, Xue Buhui. The war god of Buhui. Yifan had just bullied his son. Xuejiaran. Surely, the war god of Buhui would seek retribution for this affront. Yifan was in deep trouble now. Upon seeing Xue Buhui, Han Ruofei's face turned ashen with fear, her instinct screaming disaster. She rushed towards Yifan, gripping his muscular arm, desperate to lead him to safety. Yifan, I know of a secret passage in my home. Let me take you away. Yifan remained steadfast as a mountain. Gently extricating himself from Han Ruofei's delicate grasp, he pushed her towards Wang Yuan, who looked on with concern. Keep an eye on her. Do not allow her to act foolishly again. Wang Yuan was taken aback. Wait, Yifan truly intends not to flee. This is the war god of Buhui from the Tsanglong Special Forces. The Dragon Kingdom boasts over 20 war gods, each safeguarding different provinces. Each one commands formidable forces. Yet in terms of prowess, the strongest remains the war god of Longdu. The Jiangnan war god, Ling Chao, pales in comparison to the war god of Buhui. Yi Fan stood on the stage, observing Xue Buhui's approach with a slight frown. It seems this war god is indeed significantly stronger than Ma Lingqiao. Even his martial prowess surpasses that of a pinnacle grandmaster. Tokugawa Koihui was equally taken aback. Longdu truly is a place of hidden talents. Even the top shinobi from the east is insignificant before this war god. Suddenly, Ling Chao stood erect, bowing to Xue Buhui from afar. War god Buhui, save me. At this moment, Xue Buhui finally noticed Ma Lingqiao. Ma Lingqiao, what are you doing here? You should be in Jiangnan. Xue Buhui's tone carried a hint of displeasure. I was threatened by this scoundrel. He forced me to come to Longdu. Xue Buhui halted his steps, looking at Yi Fan with hearty laughter. You mean to tell me that this little brat controlled you? I say, Ma Lingqiao, have you lost all your faculties? A dignified war god of the Dragon Kingdom. Reduced to being dominated by this child? Wouldn't he that be a laughingstock? Ma Lingqiao's face flushed crimson. War god Buhui, this child is not to be trifled with. Do not underestimate him. Xue Buhui waved his hand dismissively. No need for further discussion. Once I rescue you, I shall report to the Empress and have your war god title revoked. You are unworthy of the name war god. Humph. Bestowing upon you the title of war god is an insult to our name. Yi Fan scoffed. What a worthless being, even possessing such a grandiose title. War god. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Has Yi Fan lost his senses? Does he truly believe he can compare the war god of Longdu with the Jiangnan war god? This is the end. The god of death is doomed. Alas, what a pity. To dare to openly insult the war god of Longdu, Yi Fan has ventured too far. Suddenly, Yi Fan moved with lightning speed. Appearing at a large round table, bending low to seize Xue Jiaran by the neck, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick. Xue Jiaran's feet left the ground, his eyes widening in fear. What do you intend to do? Xue Buhui bellowed. You have the audacity? I command you to release my son at once. Yi Fan's expression darkened. First, you must release my subordinate. Otherwise, your son will perish. Xue Jiaran felt the tightening grip around his neck. Yi Fan, do not kill me, father. Save me. Save me. Gu Xiaobai's expression shifted, eye in his eyes. Yi Fan had always been decisive and ruthless. He had merely regarded Gu Xiaobai as a servant. He never imagined that his master would care so deeply for his life. Gu Xiaobai exclaimed. Master, this man's strength far exceeds that of a grandmaster. You must flee while you can. Do not sacrifice yourself for me. I, Gu Xiaobai, do not regret it. I serve you willingly. Upon hearing Gu Xiaobai's heartfelt words, Yi Fan did not flee. Instead, he turned to Gu Xiaobai and said, You are my person, and I shall not allow anyone to harm you. Gu Xiaobai was moved to tears, and the crowd was astounded. Yi Fan was far too arrogant. Does he not realize he stands before the war god of Longdu, Xue Buhui? Xue Buhui waved his hand, and several members of the Canglong Special Forces pressed their gunstocks against Gu Xiaobai's shoulders, pushing him forward. Why, Yi Fan? I have released your man. Now put down my son. Yi Fan snorted coldly. Throw your weapons to the ground. Xue Buhui regarded Yi Fan with disdain. He turned and shouted, Throw all your weapons to the ground. Clang, clang, clang. The soldiers of the Canglong Special Forces removed their firearms and tossed them aside. Xue Buhui looked at Yi Fan with scorn, wholly unconcerned that Yi Fan would dare to kill his son in public. Still not releasing him, Yi Fan exchanged a glance with Gu Xiaobai, who instantly understood, and with a light leap, he joined Yi Fan's side. Thank you, young master, for saving my life. I, Gu Xiaobai, shall never forget this, Gu Xiaobai. I have seen your loyalty. Now, just stand back and observe. Yi Fan struck Xue Jiaran's back with a palm, and several silver needles swiftly penetrated his body. Xue Jiaran soared into the air. Xue Buhui caught his falling son, a cold smile creeping across his face. Why, Yi Fan, you are truly foolish. You had an opportunity to escape. That chance is now gone. Before you lies only a path to death. At that moment, bang! Xue Jiaran's body exploded into a mist of blood, leaving only a few silver needles in Xue Buhui's grasp. Jiaran! My Jiaran! Xue Buhui roared to the heavens in rage, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Yi Fan. Why, Yi Fan? What have you done to my son? How dare you kill my child? The collective gasp of the crowd echoed in waves. Yi Fan has killed Xue Jiaran. Xue Buhui, having only one son, Xue Jiaran, and that son-born in his later years undoubtedly cherished him deeply. Now, Yi Fan had thoroughly incensed the formidable warrior Bu Hui with a sweeping gesture. Shue Bu Hui declared, "Yi Fan, you have slain my son, and now your crimes are compounded. I shall take your life and rid the Dragon Kingdom of your menace." Yi Fan coldly met Bu Hui's gaze. "I am guilty? Pray tell, what crimes have I committed?" Shue Bu Hui's eyes glinted with the venomous gaze of a serpent as he replied, "Your first crime. The murder of the ancient martial arts family members. Wu Xie and Wu Yong, your second crime. The abduction of Jiangnan's Ling Chao, threatening our friends from the Eastern Isles, your third crime. The slaying of my son, Xue Jiran. If you acknowledge your sins, kneel and accept your demise." With his hands clasped behind his back, Shue Bu Hui assumed a condescending posture. Why Yi Fan's eyes turned icy. "You speak utter nonsense. The Wu family regards lives as mere chaff. And yet you turn a blind eye to their indiscriminate killings? The Jiangnan warrior colludes with the Easterners, and you still feign ignorance? Xue Jiran aided the wicked, and you remain indifferent. If you cannot even manage your own son, how can you govern the Dragon Kingdom? Today, I shall represent the Dragon Kingdom and administer justice upon you self-righteous so-called warriors." Chapter 58. The Eastern Isle Sword Spirit, Miyamoto Musashi Yu. Shue Bu Hui exclaimed, his face flushed with rage. "Do you not know what words are appropriate to speak?" With a thunderous roar, he stepped forward, unleashing a wave of energy that surged toward the crowd like a tumultuous tide. The onlookers staggered backward, their insides churning from the force of the blast. Tables and chairs were sent flying into the air, creating a scene of sheer terror. Yet, Yi Fan remained unfazed, coldly stating, "I, Yi Fan, speak only the truth." Seeking death, Shue Bu Hui's entire body launched towards Yi Fan like a cannonball, his arms enveloped in a shroud of white mist, a sight to behold. Observing Yi Fan standing still, he taunted, "Regretting your choices. Are you? Alas, it is too late." With a powerful punch, Shue Bu Hui unleashed a resonant dragon's roar, the force of his blow sending the red wedding decorations flying. Guests standing behind Yi Fan quickly scattered to avoid being crushed by the fierce energy. Yi Fan, with a cold smirk, met the oncoming Shue Bu Hui's punch with one of his own. A thunderous crash resounded. To the astonishment of the crowd, the mighty warrior Bu Hui was actually pushed back. Shue Bu Hui felt a tingling numbness in his fist, completely losing sensation. He staggered backward 7 or 8 steps, each impact leaving a deep dent in the floor. Meanwhile, Yi Fan stood resolutely in place. Seemingly unfazed, Shue Bu Hui, with a face full of disbelief, questioned, "You little brat, what strength do you possess to send me retreating?" "My goodness. The god of death, Yi Fan, has forced the warrior Bu Hui back. Could it be that the skies are the limit for the god of death? How can it be that the Dragon City warrior is bested by one from Jiangnan?" Whispers of astonishment echoed throughout the room. "Apologies, I too am unaware of my strength, however. I am more than capable of dealing with you." Yi Fan propelled himself off the ground, creating a spider web of cracks that spread outwards in the blink of an eye. He closed the distance to Shue Bu Hui, his fist raised with unwavering resolve. Shue Bu Hui summoned all his energy, a wolf-headed phantom materializing behind him as he launched a punch. The crowd seemed to hear a wolf's howl, a sound that reverberated through them, with a resounding impact. Their fists collided, producing a sharp crack. Shue Bu Hui's fist was left bloodied and mangled, the white bone exposed. "I cannot believe I am bested by this boy. Where does he hail from? He appears merely 23 years old. Has he surpassed that realm?" Shue Bu Hui was left in utter shock, his body sent crashing against a large decorative character on the wall. With a deafening crash, the character shattered, and the wall caved in. The room fell into a hushed silence. Jiyu Shaobai stared, dumbfounded. "Good heavens, my master is utterly incredible. Who can stand against him?" Han Ruofei's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of her head. Wang Yuan's mind went blank. Her body stiffened. The war god Ling Chao could only exclaim before collapsing to the ground. Taking advantage of the chaos, Tokugawa Kohei had stealthily made his way to the entrance. Upon witnessing the fallen Shue Bu Hui, embedded in the wall, his cheeks involuntarily twitched. He turned to flee, racing towards the Han family estate's exit. Yi Fan caught a glimpse of Tokugawa Kohei's escape. Thinking of running, Yi Fan pivoted and leaped forward several meters. Pursuing him, Outside the Han family estate, a convoy of Toyota Land Cruisers arrived late. A sharply dressed Eastern Isles official opened the door, her brows furrowed in concern. Beside her sat a swordsman clad in crimson armor, his hair styled like a wolf's tail, a cross-shaped scar on his cheek, and two 1.3-meter-long katanas strapped to his back, exuding an aura of menace. This man was Miyamoto Musashi, renowned sword spirit from the Eastern Isles. From afar, Tokugawa Kohei spotted the anxious figures waiting at the entrance, and his gloomy expression brightened. He couldn't help but turn back to taunt Yi Fan. Baka, foolish Dragon Kingdom insect, with Musashi the sword spirit here. What can you possibly do to me? I refuse to believe you can kill me before these esteemed individuals. Indeed, I slay Eastern invaders. Yi Fan leaped forward, covering 10 paces in mere moments, catching up to Tokugawa Kohei. He landed a powerful kick on his back. The sound of impact echoed as Tokugawa Kohei's back caved in, his chest protruding grotesquely. He was sent flying, crashing to the feet of the Eastern Isles official guarding the Han estate. Coughing up blood, Tokugawa Kohei's face was a mixture of astonishment, disbelief, and dread. Why Yi Fan dares to die in front of our Eastern Isles embassy minister to kill? Before he could finish, his head drooped, lifeless, witnessing Tokugawa Kohei's death before her eyes. The Eastern Isles official turned pale. Hmph, to dare kill a citizen of our great Eastern Isles empire before us. Musashi-sama, this boy is yours to deal with. Miyamoto Musashi drew the two katana from his back, gripping them firmly, and shook his head. Rest assured, Miss Aoi, this boy shall surely meet his end at my hands. Just then, Yi Fan stepped out through the entrance. Who are you? Before the two could respond, a voice echoed, Boy, the one before you wielding dual swords is at the pinnacle of martial spirits. Yi Fan snorted disdainfully. Pinnacle of martial spirits? Is that formidable? Ha ha ha, do you, a mere mid-tier martial spirit, have the audacity to claim that others at the pinnacle are not strong? Yi Fan's expression hardened as he turned around. What? You say I am mid-tier martial spirit? HM? No one. What is happening? Am I hearing things? Yi Fan glanced around, failing to locate the speaker. The voice returned, Stop searching. I am in your pocket, in my pocket. Are you my second brother? Please, I meant pocket, not pants. Yi Fan's face displayed shock. Could it be that severed hand? Severed hand? Please don't give me ridiculous names. I am the Dragon Scale Hand. In any case, boy, you must flee. You are no match for this individual. At that moment, Miyamoto Musashi revealed a terrifying smile. Is this boy truly frightened? I have yet to make a move, since you are so scared. Kneel. I shall grant you a swift death. Yi Fan, realizing the gravity of the situation, held steadfast to his resolve. As a son of the Dragon Kingdom, even in death, he would not flee before the Easterners. If death were to come, it would be the Eastern invaders who would perish first. With a roar, Yi Fan embraced his fate. Miyamoto Musashi struck like lightning, his blade slicing toward Yi Fan with such speed that he could barely react. The Eastern Isles official, Aoi, turned to flee. I do not wish to smell the blood-stained odor of Dragon Kingdom people. Just then, a figure appeared, standing firmly between Yi Fan and the incoming blade, extending two slender fingers to grip the edge of the sword. How audacious, Easterners! Do you dare to kill a major general of the Dragon Kingdom? Chapter 59. The Sword Spirits Challenge. Yi Fan stood frozen in place. Who is this woman? What does Major General mean? At that moment, Xue Buhui, accompanied by members of the Songlong Special Forces, charged out. Why Yi Fan? I'll be damned if I don't kill this little wretch. Upon recognizing the insignia on the woman's shoulder, Xue Buhui's mouth fell agape, his eyes nearly bulging out. What? How did she arrive here? Xue Buhui rushed before her, kneeling on one knee in reverence. Marshal Quanglong, what brings you here? Since the establishment of the Dragon Kingdom over 60 years ago, there have been fewer than 10 marshals born within its ranks. A marshal stands second only to the emperor, commanding unparalleled authority. Moreover, this woman led an elite special forces unit composed entirely of masters, Quanglong. One of the top 3 special forces in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The Songlong Special Forces ranked 20th among the Dragon Kingdom's special forces. Songlong appeared as a mere child in comparison. Hardly worth mentioning. As Yi Fan was lost in thought, the woman standing before him suddenly turned around and flashed a gentle smile. Rest assured, little junior brother, your senior sister is here. Even if the heavens were to collapse, I would shield you. She had an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, a graceful figure, and an alluring physique, all crowned with the visage of a glamorous star. This individual was none other than Yi Fan's esteemed 8th senior sister. Zhou Lena! Yi Fan's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, 8th sister. What brings you here? Zhou Lena cast aside the sword of Miyamoto Musashi and shot him a fierce glare. If I hadn't come, you would have been reduced to minced meat by now. Yi Fan awkwardly scratched his head. How did you know we hadn't even begun fighting yet? The onlookers were taken aback by Zhou Lena's demeanor towards Yi Fan. This was the formidable general of the Crazy Dragon, known for his stern and unyielding nature, whose gaze was typically filled with murderous intent. Today, for the first time, they witnessed the general exhibit such tenderness towards someone. At this moment, Xue Buhui, who was kneeling on one knee, felt his heart plummet into an icy abyss. What? Yi Fan is actually the junior brother of the Crazy Dragon General. This though, my wayward child, how have you stumbled upon such an insurmountable obstacle? Forget about seeking revenge. I may soon be at my wit's end. Zhou Lena gave a cold snort. Xue Buhui, you dare trouble my junior brother? We shall settle accounts later. For now, encircle these eastern barbarians. Her voice was commanding. If they dare to make a move, show them no mercy? Yes, General. Xue Buhui hastily rose, ordering his team from the Songlong Special Forces to surround the Easterners. Miyamoto Musashi crossed his 2 swords defiantly over his chest and coldly retorted. Do you think these people can stop me? I am a sword spirit of the East. Zhou Lena's eyes glinted with frost. And what of it? Should you dare to strike, I will not hesitate to end your life. Just then, Songjing Huili returned, her expression fraught with panic as she positioned herself in front of Miyamoto Musashi. No, you must reconsider. Before you stands the general of the Dragon Kingdom. If this escalates into an international incident, given her immeasurable strength, you might find yourself outmatched. Miyamoto Musashi begrudgingly sheathed his swords and approached Yi Fan, taunting, You, boy, have killed the head of the Tokugawa family. Tokugawa Keiki, I will make you pay for this. Dragon Kingdom men, do you lack the courage to confront me? Hiding behind a woman. Ha ha ha. Zhou Lena gently grasped Yi Fan's tightly clenched fist and whispered, Junior brother, it's fine. Tokugawa Keiki is dead. Let it be. As for Miyamoto Musashi, you need not concern yourself with him. As long as you are in the Dragon Kingdom, he dares not lay a finger on you. From this day forth, you are officially a major general of the Crazy Dragon. Zhou Lena handed Yi Fan a badge emblazoned with a golden dragon's head. Noticing Yi Fan's silence, Miyamoto Musashi scoffed, as a major general of the Dragon Kingdom. I challenge you, 1 month from now, on the stage of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Conference, to the death or not at all. Do you dare accept? Zhou Lena anxiously shook her head at Yi Fan. Oh dear, junior brother, why must you be so headstrong? You are playing right into Miyamoto Musashi's hands. Once on the Zhonghai martial arts stage, it's a matter of life and death. I cannot guarantee your safety. The crowd was stunned, hearts racing with fervor, for Yi Fan had done what none dared to do. Aware of the impending defeat, Yi Fan still charged forward, unwavering in his resolve to face the challenge. Songjing Huili, the Eastern lady-in-waiting, watched Yi Fan in disbelief. Boy, relish your final month of life. Miyamoto Musashi did not look back as he delivered his parting words and departed. After the Eastern delegation left, Zhou Lena instructed Xue Buhui to clean up the scene, suppress the news, and spin the deaths of the ancient martial arts clan members Wu Xie and Wu Yong as mere accidents. She then led Yi Fan away in Zhou Lena's general's residence. Yi Fan sat on the sofa while Zhou Lena playfully poked his cheek. Junior brother, why are you so disobedient? Hurry, take off your pants so your senior sister can spank you. Yi Fan chuckled awkwardly. Senior sister, stop it. I'm not a child anymore. Zhou Lena crossed her arms, her ample bosom rising and falling. Seems my little junior brother has grown up and become bold enough to challenge the Eastern sword spirit. Do you realize that Miyamoto Musashi's strength surpasses yours? Yi Fan's gaze was resolute. I do. Zhou Lena draped her long, fair legs over Yi Fan's lap. If you know, do you dare? Or shall I, your senior sister, march to the Eastern Embassy tonight and eliminate him to prevent future troubles? Yi Fan shook his head. No need, senior sister. Trust me, a month from now, on the martial arts stage in Zhonghai, I will make all those who look down upon our Dragon Kingdom pay a heavy price. Zhou Lena nestled into Yifan's embrace. Wow, junior brother, you are so manly. From now on, your senior sisters will rely on you for protection. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would be utterly astonished. Their general was not known for such behavior. Typically, one would feel an icy aura even standing beside her, making her seem unapproachable. Yet with Yifan, she was so intimate at that moment, a messenger girl rushed in. Her eyes wide with urgency, only to stumble upon Zhou Lena resting in Yifan's arms. Covering her eyes, she turned to leave. Zhou Lena rose slowly. Where are you going? What is the matter? The girl halted and turned back. Bowing, General, there is a woman outside claiming to be Han Ruofei, insisting on seeing Yifan. Zhou Lena looked at Yifan with a curious expression. She is looking for you? Yifan rubbed his forehead. Having killed her father, Han Ruofei was likely here for just that reason. Senior sister. Let her in. Chapter 60. The Dragon's Claw. Leading you toward the path of invincibility, Zhou Lena fastened her undone buttons and then gracefully took a seat beside Yifan. The messenger girl ushered Han Ruofei and Wang Yuan into the room, bringing them before Zhou Lena and Yifan. Wang Yuan looked somewhat awkward. I'm sorry, Yifan, I couldn't stop her. Ruofei insisted on coming to the general's residence to find you. Yifan smiled awkwardly. If you could stop her, she wouldn't be Han Ruofei. Then his expression turned serious. Han Ruofei, I admit that I killed your father, Han Xian. If you have any anger, unleash it. Wang Yuan gasped, reproaching Yifan in her heart. How could you say that? Don't you know that Han Ruofei has feelings for you? Even if you're going to deceive her, you shouldn't just say you killed her father. Oh, poor Ruofei. After today, can you still harbor feelings for Yifan? Losing two of your most important people must be devastating. Though Zhou Lena maintained a stoic expression, she secretly chuckled to herself. So this is my junior brother's romantic entanglement. Han Ruofei's beautiful eyes sparkled as she trembled, her blood boiling with emotion. Why Yifan's actions today regarding her familial ties shocked her, but there was also a tinge of exhilaration, electric currents coursing through her. Her heart raced wildly. At that moment, she approached Yifan with newfound determination. Why Yifan? Actually, the person I like is you. I want to leave Longdu, this sorrowful place, and return to Jiangnan with you. I want to be your woman. Upon hearing this, everyone was left speechless. Zhou Lena couldn't help but snicker. I didn't realize my junior brother had such charm. The superstar Han Ruofei has publicly declared her feelings for him. Wang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. No, this is not how I envisioned it. You're a superstar, Han Ruofei. You don't resent Yifan, and now you're confessing your feelings for him? You want to return to Jiangnan with him? As your manager. This is very embarrassing for me. Yifan gazed at Han Ruofei, whose chest rose and fell rhythmically, lost in contemplation. With the absence of Han Xian, the pillar of the Han family in Longdu, chaos was undoubtedly imminent. Leaving Han Ruofei behind might not enable her to navigate such a convoluted situation. Furthermore, if the ancient martial arts families came knocking to hold the Han family accountable, her life could very well be in jeopardy. Everything had stemmed from his actions, and Yifan was determined not to entangle Han Ruofei in this mess. He scratched his head and declared, Very well, Han Ruofei, you shall accompany me back to Jiangnan tomorrow. However, you need not feel obligated to become my woman. I will still ensure your safety. Should you wish to reclaim your place on the stage, I will wholeheartedly support you and help you establish a company in Jiangnan. Han Ruofei then flung herself into Yifan's embrace, wrapping her delicate porcelain-like hands around his neck. I will do as you say. At that moment, Yifan felt an overwhelming weight pressing against his chest. Wow, that's quite substantial. Zhou Lena cast a knowing glance at Wang Yuan, who responded with an understanding nod. Ruofei, I shall head home to prepare the outfits for tomorrow. You stay here. All right, Jie Yuan, please be careful on your way to AT. That instant, lying in Yifan's arms, Han Ruofei felt an immense surge of happiness. Once Wang Yuan departed, Zhou Lena rose and said, It's getting late. Let me escort you both back to your room for some rest. Yes, thank you, sister. Yifan rose slowly, while Han Ruofei clung to him like a koala. Zhou Lena led them to a grand chamber. Here, you two shall sleep tonight. Yifan frowned slightly, sister, but there's only one bed. How are the two of us supposed to sleep? Sleep however you wish. It's the only room I have left. Zhou Lena turned and left, suppressing a chuckle. Junior brother, as your senior, I can only assist you this far. Yifan lingered at the door, hesitant to step inside. when Han Ruofei grasped his hand and pulled him forward. "It's all right, I don't mind." Yifan shook his head. "There's no other choice, fine. Rest assured, I won't do anything to you." Han Ruofei's face flushed crimson as she murmured shyly, "Yifan, even if you were to do something, I wouldn't reject you." Yifan looked at Han Ruofei with confusion. "What do you mean by rejecting?" "And nothing. I'm going to take a shower first." Han Ruofei's heart raced as she dashed toward the bathroom. Watching her retreating figure, Yifan wore a perplexed expression. "What's the rush? I won't snatch anything from you." He then settled onto the expansive sofa, retrieving the dragon scale hand. "Broken Hand, are you there? Broken Hand, speak to me." After several unanswered calls, he slapped the dragon scale hand. "Stop playing dead. I know you can hear me." Suddenly, the dragon scale hand began to vibrate, emitting a blinding white light. Yifan collapsed unconscious. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a strange realm, surrounded by chaos. In front of him loomed a massive circular stone platform, awe-inspiring in its enormity, equivalent to the size of a standard football field. A golden staircase appeared at his feet, and without hesitation, Yifan ascended it. Reaching the colossal stone platform, in the center of the platform floated the dragon scale hand. Yifan, astonished, observed the ever-changing, magnificent scenery around him, akin to a holographic projection. "Where is this?" The dragon scale hand drifted towards him, its tone serious. "Young man, this is my consciousness space. You could say you are currently within my body." Yifan nodded slightly. "I see." The dragon scale hand continued. "You seek strength, do you not? Now, kneel and recognize me as your master. I will lead you down an invincible path." As soon as the words left its mouth, a dagger floated down from the sky. "Kid, drop your blood on this stone platform. Once the master-servant bond is established, we can share consciousness." The dragon scale hand's authoritative voice echoed in Yifan's ears. Yifan furrowed his brows. "Broken Hand, are you suggesting I recognize you as my master? Is that not obvious? Do you not wish to grow stronger? I am a part of the strongest being in this world. Do you understand how fortunate you are? In the martial arts world, who wouldn't desire the power of the dragon scale hand? Yet, none had the opportunity. I have slumbered for millennia, awakened only when you acquired me. It is fate that binds us, and thus I offer you this master-servant pact. Furthermore, let me clarify. My name is Dragon Scale Hand, not Broken Hand." At this point, the dragon scale hand's voice held a hint of displeasure. Yifan's expression turned serious. "If that is the case, then let it be. I, Yifan, shall not become anyone's servant. Even without your assistance, I can become strong. Release me," Yifan scoffed, shaking his head. The dragon scale hand was momentarily taken aback. It had not anticipated Yifan's refusal. Many had stirred up bloodshed in the martial arts world in pursuit of the dragon scale hand. How could this young man turn down such an offer? The current predicament left the dragon scale hand feeling somewhat awkward. Having finally awakened thanks to Yifan, it was disheartening that Yifan refused to acknowledge it as his master. The dragon scale hand, somewhat begrudgingly, remarked, "Kid, do you not comprehend the terror of my power?" Yifan shook his head. "Even if your power surpasses mine, I remain uninterested. You are you, and I am I. If you are unwilling to assist me, then there is nothing more to discuss. Release me." The dragon scale hand felt as though its heart had been plunged into an icy abyss. It never imagined Yifan would be so obstinate. It had no desire to return to slumber. "Fine, kid. I will take a step back. Let us sign an equitable pact. I have no desire to elaborate further. If not for our fateful connection, I would never concede." The tone of the dragon scale hand softened slightly. Yifan surmised that his ability to awaken the slumbering dragon scale hand was likely tied to his aunt, if it were his aunt. What would she do? After much internal conflict, Yifan's expression hardened, and he fixed his gaze on the dragon scale hand. "Broken Hand, I shall also take a step back, provided you acknowledge me as your master. I will immediately shed blood to complete the binding. Otherwise, there shall be no discussions." The dragon scale hand was somewhat irked. "You, kid, are you not satisfied with signing an equitable pact? You wish to elevate the terms? Dream on." Though the dragon scale hand spoke thus, it secretly admired Yifan's spirit. This young man was neither servile nor arrogant, displaying considerable courage. If it did not make an exception and recognize Yifan as its master, who knew how long it would slumber? Yet, Yifan sparked a sense of anticipation within it. Perhaps Yifan could achieve that feat. Yifan, arms crossed behind his back, concluded, well, if we cannot reach an agreement, then release me. I am weary after a long day. The dragon scale hand appeared somewhat awkward, gritting its teeth. You truly are ungrateful. Alas, fine, fine, drop your blood. I, the esteemed dragon scale hand, never anticipated I would be bested by you. Inwardly, the dragon scale hand mused, if Yifan truly achieves that feat, I shall be reborn, and then we shall see how this young man behaves. Yifan remained expressionless as he swiftly seized the dagger hovering before him. Slicing into his thumb, he allowed his blood to drip onto the stone platform, giving no chance for the dragon scale hand to retract its offer. The moment Yifan's blood touched the platform, a golden light surged upward, enveloping the expansive stone platform entirely. The dragon scale hand's jaw dropped in astonishment. This is celestial blood, goodness. What a windfall! In a flurry, the dragon scale hand pressed its finger to Yifan's forehead. Let us commence the contract. At that moment, Han Ruofei emerged from the bathroom, her hair damp and wrapped in a towel, steam rising from her body. Why, Yifan, you should take a shower. Huh? Why is he asleep? With her long, slender legs, Han Ruofei approached the sofa, only to discover Yifan with his eyes tightly shut. He must be exhausted after today, but he shouldn't sleep here. Han Ruofei gently slid her hand around Yifan's waist. Attempting to lift him to the bed as she exerted herself, the towel wrapping her body accidentally slipped to the floor, revealing her flawless form. Inside the realm of the dragon scale hand, the scenery abruptly transformed into an image of Han Ruofei in her undress, leaving Yifan utterly dumbfounded. I had no idea your girlfriend had such an impressive figure. It dawned on Yifan that the dragon scale hand could see all of this. Broken hand. I command you not to look. Boom. A barrier descended upon the dragon scale hand. Damn. After signing the master-servant pact, I can truly control the dragon scale hand's every move. Yifan rejoiced inwardly. The dragon scale hand? However, resigned. If you don't wish to look, then I shan't. I've seen more stunning women than you have had meals. Yifan scoffed. What a boast. By the way, broken hand, can I leave now? Of course. The contract is signed. Our consciousness is now shared, so you are free to come and go as you please. The dragon scale hand responded, very well. Yifan suddenly opened his eyes. Upon seeing him awake, Han Ruofei hurriedly covered her vital areas. Flustered, unbeknownst to her, Yifan had already seen her naked form while within the dragon scale hand. He picked up the towel from the ground and draped it over Han Ruofei before heading to take a shower. In the deep of night, the two lay in bed. Han Ruofei felt a twinge of regret for being so shy and evasive earlier. Having resolved to become Yifan's woman, her body was now his as well. Would Yifan misunderstand her intentions, thinking she had yet to fully commit? Han Ruofei turned over, anxiously gazing at Yifan, her heartbeat echoing in the quiet room. Was he asleep? Meanwhile, Yifan found it difficult to forget the exquisite body he had glimpsed within the dragon scale hand. Making sleep elusive, Han Ruofei gently touched the tip of Yifan's nose with her slender fingers. Why Yifan showed no reaction, indicating he was indeed asleep. Gaining confidence, Han Ruofei inched closer, parting her lips to plant a kiss upon him. Yifan felt his lips enveloped in a tender warmth, a thrill coursing through him like an electric current. Han Ruofei, you are tempting me to commit a crime. Chapter 62. The crisis of return. Yifan felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Focusing his thoughts, in the next moment, with a whoosh, he found himself in the chaotic space within the dragon scale hand. He opened his eyes to see the familiar massive stone platform beneath him. That was close. He nearly lost control. The dragon scale hand descended from above, appearing before Yifan with a sly grin. Kid, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold coins. With such a beauty by your side, why are you here instead of enjoying her company? Yifan remained silent, merely offering an awkward smile. The dragon scale hand was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect your self-restraint to be so impressive. It seems I underestimated you. Yifan shook his head. It was precisely because I was on the verge of losing control that I came here to chat with you. By the way, you mentioned before that I am at the mid-stage of martial spirit. Why have I never heard anyone mention this? How much do you truly know about the martial realms in this world? Previously, while training with his masters in the hidden place, Yifan had never inquired about his martial realm. After descending the mountain, he thought himself to be only slightly stronger than a grandmaster. Yet the dragon scale hand claimed he was at the mid-stage of martial spirit, a realm he had never heard of, piquing his curiosity. The dragon scale hand laughed heartily. You asked the right person. Who am I? I once stood at the pinnacle of the martial world, hailed as the greatest under heaven. How could I not be familiar with the realms of this world? Yifan frowned slightly. Aren't you just a severed hand? What are you bragging about? I don't care about those titles. The dragon scale hand had intended to recount his heroic tales, but was abruptly silenced by Yifan's words. All right, before discussing martial realms, I must reiterate that I, the dragon scale hand, do not boast. Yifan regarded the dragon scale hand with skepticism. The dragon scale hand slowly floated around Yifan. 10,000 years ago, the first batch of martial practitioners emerged on Earth. At that time, all practitioners were collectively referred to as fighters. The ranks of fighters were divided into fighter, great fighter, spirit fighter, king fighter, emperor fighter, which corresponds to what you now refer to as grandmaster. Great grandmaster, martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor. Yifan exhaled a heavy sigh, feeling somewhat disheartened. So it turned out his realm was merely at martial spirit. How disappointing. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes brightened. Right? Severed hand. You promised to help me grow stronger. What does that entail? The dragon scale hand abruptly halted, hovering before Yifan. Kid, do you know how to refine pills? Pill refining. My master did teach me the methods of pill refining on the mountain. Yifan replied confidently. The dragon scale hand scoffed. Kid, pill refining is not as simple as you think. It requires a recipe, a cauldron, and aged medicinal herbs. All three are essential. Do you have any of those? Yifan shook his head. No. The tone of the dragon scale hand grew serious. The only thing that can help you quickly break through your realm now is medicinal pills. And the method I mentioned for you to grow stronger is precisely this. But it seems things have become somewhat tricky. Yifan suddenly recalled what Han Xian had said today about his aunt going to Zhonghai, seemingly for medicinal pills. Coincidentally, the martial competition he had agreed upon with the Eastern Sword Spirit would also take place in Zhonghai in a month. Perhaps he could take a trip to Zhonghai and try his luck. Yifan found clarity in his thoughts. The next morning, Han Ruofei had hardly slept through the night. That moment, she lay atop Yifan, gazing at him with infatuation. Yifan had his eyes tightly shut, actually meditating within the dragon scale hand. Suddenly, Han Ruofei's slender arm slipped and accidentally brushed against the hard object beneath Yifan's abdomen. What is that? Han Ruofei, inexperienced and curious, reached out to confirm. Just as her hand was about to touch the object, Yifan seized her wrist. Han Ruofei, stop fooling around. Let me sleep a bit longer. Am I making you uncomfortable by lying on top of you? Han Ruofei's beautiful eyes sparkled. Yifan awkwardly smiled. Not exactly uncomfortable, just a bit. The last few words were whispered so softly that Han Ruofei did not hear them. At that moment, Zhou Lena was carrying breakfast, intending to personally deliver it to their room. Hearing the sounds from within, she chuckled softly and turned to leave. She hadn't expected her junior brother to be so impressive. It seemed the two had not gotten enough rest last night. Youth truly has boundless energy. Half an hour later, after Yifan and Han Ruofei had freshened up, they arrived in the living room, where the table was laden with soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed buns. Zhou Lena smiled brightly at the two and beckoned. You must be exhausted. Come eat. Yifan grabbed a fried dough stick from the table and stuffed it into his mouth. Senior sister, what do I have to be tired from so early in the morning? Zhou Lena covered her mouth. I misspoke. I meant to say you must be hungry. Yifan replied. You are indeed right. You should cherish delicate beauties. Why are you spending the morning with Han Ruofei? Yifan and Han Ruofei both widened their eyes. Senior sister, what are you talking about? Han Ruofei and I have not. Zhou Lena pushed a bowl of soy milk toward Han Ruofei. All right, we are all adults here. There is no need for you two to explain. Come, eat. After breakfast, Wang Yuan arrived at the marshal's mansion just in time to finish packing her luggage. Zhou Lena personally drove Yifan and his party to the Longdu train station. Before parting, Zhou Lena called Yifan aside to remind him, the Zhonghai martial arts tournament will see participants from various countries, including the military from the Stick Country, Eastern Japan, the Elephant Country, Bear Country, Eagle Country, and Kangaroo Country. They will send some young elites to compete, disguising themselves as ordinary people. Although somewhat against the rules, this is a customary practice in the martial world. And we in Dragon Country can only turn a blind eye. Yifan, remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal your identity as the young general of the dragon. It could attract unwanted attention. Also, be extremely cautious. Once on the martial stage, it becomes a fight to the death. Understood, senior sister. You can return now. Don't worry about me. I will find a way to defeat Miyamoto Hanzo. As a citizen of Dragon Country, I cannot retreat without a fight, Yifan declared before turning and entering the Lengdu train station. On the train bound for Jiangnan, as the business class tickets were sold out, Yifan had Gu Xiaobai purchase regular seats. Yifan and Gu Xiaobai sat together, facing Wang Yuan and Han Ruofei. Han Ruofei was in high spirits, like a bird released from its cage, chattering away with Wang Yuan, while Yifan closed his eyes to rest. The dragon scale hand suddenly reminded him, "Kid, can you sense it? There is one martial spirit and two great grandmasters in this carriage. Their killing intent is palpable." Yifan abruptly opened his eyes. Astonished, "I can feel it. They are at the 12 o'clock position behind me." Chapter 63. Taking the initiative at that moment, not far behind Yifan sat a Caucasian couple. The man sported a buzz cut and wore sunglasses, holding a newspaper filled with English text. Beside him sat a stunning blonde, with captivating blue eyes. The woman pulled out a small mirror, applying dark red lipstick. Though they appeared engrossed in their own affairs, they both subtly directed their gaze towards Yifan's direction. The man casually flipped through the newspaper. "Julie, I say we should just go up and kill him. Is such caution really necessary?" The blonde beauty put away her lipstick, smacking her lips. "Peter, Mad Jack fell at this kid's hands." Peter scoffed. "That waste, Mad Jack, has tarnished the reputation of our Eye of God. If we can't eliminate a 20-something kid, he deserves to die." A smile played at the corners of Julie's mouth. "Yifan is currently worth 20 billion. If he were that easy to kill, would he still be alive?" Peter dismissed her words. "When the two of us join forces, let alone a great grandmaster, even if he is a martial spirit, he would still fall at our hands. I say the other assassins are just too incompetent. However, thanks to them, the bounty of 20 billion is firmly in our grasp. Peter and Julie might be relatively unknown in the world of assassins, yet there exists one name that resonates with all, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. This fearsome duo, a husband and wife assassin team, epitomizes the principle that one can indeed exceed two, despite both being masters of the highest caliber. The number of martial spirits vanquished by their hands exceeds 20. The Smiths hold the 105th rank on the global assassin leaderboard. At that moment, a long-haired Caucasian man wearing a baseball cap approached them. "Excuse me, coming through." Upon recognizing his face, the Smiths were taken aback. "Oh my God, it's the notorious killer Anton. What brings you here?" Anton, the 75th ranked psychopath assassin on the global list, is known for his ruthlessness, leaving no body intact after his killings. He has a particular penchant for tormenting women, and those who catch his eye often meet a dreadful fate. Anton took a seat beside Julie. "Why, lady, would you care to join me in my room tonight?" A cold sweat broke out on Julie as the thought of Anton's madness made her retch. Peter wrapped his arms around Julie protectively, glaring at Anton. "I warn you, do not entertain any thoughts about my woman. After all, we are all part of the Eye of God. We see each other often enough." Anton shrugged nonchalantly. "Relax, buddy. I was just joking. No need to be so tense. Besides, can a woman I fancy truly escape my grasp?" The Smiths felt a mix of anger and helplessness, as if they had swallowed a fly. After a considerable pause, Peter finally asked, "By the way, Anton, what brings you to the Dragon Kingdom? Here to kill Yifan?" Anton frowned. "Who is Yifan? I'm merely vacationing in the Dragon Kingdom, scouting for new prey. The women here are indeed exquisite." He gestured towards a young woman sitting opposite Yifan, Han Ruofei. Peter sighed in relief, realizing Anton wasn't there to compete for the bounty. "Anton, that woman is all yours. But the young man opposite her must be left to us. We have a score to settle." Without a moment's hesitation, Anton agreed. At that moment, Yifan suddenly felt his hearing sharpen considerably, clearly catching the conversation among the three. "What is going on? Why is my hearing so acute? It shouldn't be like this," the dragon scale hand quickly explained. "Kid, have you forgotten? We signed a contract, so what I sense, you can sense too. You can feel what level of power Gu Xiaobai possesses next to you. Yi Fan turned to look at Gu Xiaobai. Astonished. I can feel it. Mid-level Grandmaster. Gu Xiaobai was also staring at Yi Fan. Master, is there something on my face? Since it was a mental exchange, Gu Xiaobai couldn't hear the conversation between Yi Fan and the dragon scale hand. Yi Fan patted Gu Xiaobai on the shoulder. Keep it up, Gu Xiaobai. I hope you can break through to the Grandmaster peak soon. Gu Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief. Master, how did you know my level? Yi Fan ignored him and turned back. Broken hand, I didn't expect you to have some skills. The dragon scale hand boasted. Skills? I could easily annihilate a martial king while utilizing your body. Want me to take care of those assassins for you? Yi Fan's heart jolted. Is it really that strong? Then why didn't you just help me eliminate that Eastern Sword Spirit directly? The dragon scale hand replied meaningfully. First, at that time we hadn't signed a contract, so I couldn't control your body. Secondly, if I had controlled your body, it could lead to your internal energy being drained, leaving you weak for days, or worse, severing all your meridians. The greater the disparity in levels, the more it exhausts your body. The highest among those three is merely at the initial stage of martial spirit, so it wouldn't consume much of your internal energy. Thirdly, I only just realized this now. Yi Fan nodded slightly, then, with a swift motion, he stood up. The dragon scale hand eagerly inquired, Kid, what do you think? Do you want me to lend a hand? Yi Fan scoffed, Broken hand. I underestimated you. But there's no need for you to get involved in dealing with these few people. Although the dragon scale hand felt a bit disappointed, he admired Yi Fan even more. That's something I should be saying to you. As Yi Fan approached, Julie gently nudged Peter's shoulder. This isn't good. Could it be that this kid has discovered us? Peter tucked away the newspaper, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Does he really think he can spot us? Julie, are you still dazed from Anton's scare? Relax, Julie. He.s. just going to the restroom. The next second, Yi Fan stood beside Peter. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, 105 teach on the global assassin list. Dio, you wish to kill me? Peter looked up, meeting Yi Fan's icy gaze. Hiss! Peter inhaled sharply, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. How does this kid know? But it doesn't matter. What's it to a dying man if he knows the identity of his assassin? Peter crossed his legs, a look of disdain plastered on his face. Indeed. We, the Smiths, are here to kill you. No sooner had he finished speaking than Peter drew a silenced pistol from his ankle, aiming it at Yi Fan's head. Chapter 64. Let me show you what a psychopath is. The surrounding passengers screamed in terror, with the more timid girls bursting into tears. Gu Xiaobai was drawn by the commotion. Turning to see a Caucasian man pointing a gun at Yi Fan's head, Gu Xiaobai shouted in panic, Young master. Han Ruofei and Wang Yuan also witnessed the scene, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Yi Fan. Han Ruofei was about to rise when Yi Fan pointed at Gu Xiaobai with an air of authority. Protect the women. Don't concern yourself with anything else. Despite his worry, Gu Xiaobai complied. Yes, master. He turned and pressed Han Ruofei down. Miss Han, please trust the master. Han Ruofei was in a state of panic. Yi Fan, I haven't truly become yours yet. Please make sure you survive. My first time must be with you. Peter sneered at Yi Fan. Kid, you're already a dead man, yet you still think about women? It's fools like you who don't understand how to kill Crazy Jack. Yi Fan snorted coldly. Soon, you will find out. Peter's expression remained carefree. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan, you're on the brink of death and still putting up a brave front. Killing you is easier than I imagined. That bounty is mine. Die. Peter pulled the trigger. Biffed. A bullet shot out rapidly from the silencer, heading straight for Yi Fan's head. At such a close range, Peter was confident Yi Fan wouldn't possibly react in time. He laughed joyfully, never expecting that killing Yi Fan would be so effortless, leading him to question who had miscalculated Yi Fan's bounty. How could Yi Fan possibly be worth 20 billion? It was practically a gift. But in the next second, Peter's smile froze. His eyes nearly bulged out, his mouth agape in shock. Damn it. How can you catch a bullet? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must be dreaming. Staring at the bullet pinched between Yi Fan's fingers. Cold sweat trickled down Peter's face. Is it a dream? Let us find out. Yi Fan flicked his finger, sending the bullet flying. Peter stood frozen, his gaze vacant, as if he were a walking corpse. Impossible. God, Lord, please save me. This must be a dream. Pfft. The bullet pierced through the center of Peter's forehead and exited through the back of his head. Bang. Peter's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, his face still bearing an expression of disbelief. Julie fell to Peter's body, screaming, "No, Peter, you can't die. God, Peter will surely awaken." Pressing her face against Peter's cheek, her eyes ablaze with fury, she glared at Yifan. "You killed my husband. God will never forgive you." Yifan chuckled coldly. "Are there not enough people who have died at your hands? If there truly is a God, you have no idea how many times you've been sent to hell. Don't be sad. I will send you down shortly to join your husband." Julie gently laid Peter's body down, swiftly rising to draw a shotgun from behind her. "Die, Yifan!" Bang, bang, bang. A series of shots rang out as Yifan leapt onto the adjacent seat. The shotgun's power was tremendous, blasting several large holes in the carriage, letting the wind rush in. The dragon scale hand warned, "Kid, if you had waited any longer, you might have been turned into a sieve. This gun is incredibly powerful. Be extremely cautious." Broken hand, "Thank you for the reminder. I have a plan." Yifan retrieved the dragon scale hand, slowly extending the backrest, feigning a shot. The dragon scale hand cursed, "Damn it, kid. What are you doing?" Bang, bang, bang. The shotgun fired relentlessly at the dragon scale hand. Seizing the opportunity while Julie was reloading, Yifan swiftly sprang up, taking several strides to stand in front of her. Julie raised her gun to shoot, but as soon as she lifted the shotgun, Yifan struck her hand, sending the weapon spiraling into the air. He caught it deftly as it fell back down. With a resounding bang, Julie was instantaneously transformed into a bloody mess by the shotgun blast. Her lifeless body was propelled backward, crashing against the door of the train car before sliding down slowly, leaving a trail of crimson stains. Two Peak Grandmasters, who were among the most formidable assassins, could not withstand even 10 minutes in the face of Yifan's onslaught. This stunning counterattack left the onlookers utterly astounded. Who, indeed, was the true assassin here? A few audacious individuals uploaded the footage online. Beep, beep, beep. It wasn't long before the comments skyrocketed to 99. Holy moly! Is that not the god of death? Truly, it is Yifan. The god of death, damn. I feel such regret for not being present at the scene. Wait. Look closely at that long-haired man wearing a cap. Is that not the globally wanted notorious perverse killer? Anton? Holy shit, brother. Keep recording. Don't stop. I want to see who is truly more formidable, the god of death or the perverse killer. Yifan suddenly noticed that a woman was inexplicably seated on Anton's lap. Her posture was most peculiar. Although she faced away from him, her limbs were wrapped tightly around him. As Yifan approached, he discovered that her limbs had all been twisted backward at a horrifying 180 degrees. The woman's eyes were tightly shut, presumably having fainted from the agony. "You are also an assassin. Why do you not come to kill me?" Yifan coldly inquired. Anton did not even glance at Yifan. "Apologies, but I am not particularly interested in men." With a sharp crack, Anton swiftly decapitated the woman. "Women from Dragon Country are truly not durable," he then added. "Oh, you happen to be here just in time. Bring that woman sitting in front of you to me." Yifan understood he was referring to Han Ruofei. "What if I refuse?" Anton scoffed dismissively. "My God, how could there be such an ignorant brat like you? Do you think it is impressive that you killed the Smith couple, ranked 105th on the global assassin list? The Smith couple is nothing but worthless scum who couldn't even break into the top 100. Do you have any idea where I stand?" Yifan replied coldly. "I don't need to know. You insult the women of Dragon Country. Since you have such a fondness for God, I shall send you to meet him right now." Anton stepped forward, causing the entire train car to tremble. The crowd screamed in terror. Jiu Shaobai desperately shielded Han Ruofei and Wang Yuan. Anton's aura was chilling, akin to a venomous serpent. "Rest assured, I shall play with your woman for an entire night before returning her to you. Oh, and perhaps she won't even last until tomorrow before joining you." "Ha ha ha." Yifan coldly chuckled and shook his head. "I've heard you are the perverse killer, Anton. I believe it may be because your kind has never witnessed my prowess. However, today is a fitting occasion for you to understand what perversion truly means." Chapter 65. The Jiangnan Martial Arts Association is slaughtered. How amusing, kid. Don't flaunt your skills in front of me. It's time for you to relish my torment. Ha ha ha. Anton twisted his wrist, his 5 fingers resembling eagle talons, suddenly unleashing a burst of power aimed at Yifan's shoulder. The strike was so swift that a grandmaster would hardly be able to react. "That's quite slow," Yifan scoffed, shaking his head. Just 5 millimeters away from his shoulder, Yi Fan clawed back, mirroring Anton's technique to lock onto his shoulder. Pfft. Yi Fan's fingers plunged directly into Anton's flesh. Ah! Anton let out a wretched scream, his arm that had reached for Yi Fan now hanging limply at his side. Aren't you fond of dislocating others' arms? Yi Fan coldly laughed, then with his other hand, he seized Anton's wrist and pulled with great force. Rip, the global assassin ranked 75th, the perverse killer Anton, had his arm brutally torn off by Yi Fa and I in utter panic. Anton had initially thought Yi Fan was merely a lost lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Little did he know, Yi Fan was a devil, a demon, a nightmare he would never forget. Anton's face was a mask of terror, his pupils dilating as sweat soaked his back. No, 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 please, Yi Fan. You are a demon. Oh no, sorry, Yi Fan. Spare me. I know many women from Dragon Country, all types. I will give them all to you. You can have your way with them. Apologies, but I do not understand foreign languages. Yi Fan's expression darkened as he crushed Anton's other shoulder. The bone shards pierced through the skin, with only a single tendon remaining, on the verge of snapping under the weight of his arm. Fuck, Yi Fan. I'm sorry. I was wronged. I should not have provoked you or toyed with your woman. You enjoy tormenting others, do you not? I have only just begun, and you are already begging for mercy. How boring! Yi Fan observed Anton, who was drenched in sweat, with an impassive expression. Anton forced a smile. Mr. Yi Fan, I beg you to spare me. I shall never dare again. I, Anton, swear that I will never set foot in Dragon Country again or harbor any improper thoughts about its women, Yi Fan coldly replied. Do I need your promise? I simply require your company for play. Anton's body began to tremble, overwhelmed by an endless wave of fear. Yi Fan, you are truly a demon. I should never have crossed you. Fuck! Yi Fan grasped Anton's pale neck, lifting him up. The game has escalated. Enjoy it well. Yi Fan dragged him to the shattered glass of the train car, lifting him up and extending him through the broken window. Anton felt the fierce wind rushing towards him, slapping against his face. Fan, what the hell do you want? Ah? Yi Fan fixated on the train hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. I merely wish to indulge in something interesting. The blaring horn of the oncoming train echoed as Yi Fan lightly tossed Anton. Bang. Deafening crash ensued as Anton collided with the speeding train, resulting in his instantaneous demise. His body was shattered, blood splattering across the entire windshield of the train. The train conductor was left in shock. What the hell? What just happened? Did someone just get smashed? In an ancient courtyard belonging to the Wu family, news of Wu Xie and Wu Yong's unexpected deaths at their wedding reached back. The atmosphere in the grand hall was stifling. Wu Di, the head of the Wu family, sat at the main seat, dressed in a long green robe, frowning slightly. How is this possible? You say Wu Xie and Wu Yong are dead, and it was an accident. What kind of accident could they encounter at the Han family's gathering in Longdu? You are spreading lies. Speak another word, and I swear I will kill you. A grandmaster from the Wu family knelt before Wu Di. Head, it is absolutely true. How could I dare deceive you? Wu Di abruptly stood, his voice radiating authority. Then where are their bodies? The grandmaster trembled as he replied, There are no bodies. They say there was an unexpected fire at the wedding, and the third young master and second elder were burned to death. Wu Di approached the grandmaster. Fool, do you just believe whatever others say? Can't you investigate for yourself? They could not have burned to death. Before the kneeling grandmaster could explain, Wu Di raised his hand and struck him. Slap! The grandmaster was instantly obliterated into a mist of blood. Hiss! The individuals present in the hall collectively gasped. It seemed the head had once again surpassed his previous limits. Wu Di, hands clasped behind his back, walked to the crowd, adopting an air of condescension as he proclaimed, It appears the ants of the secular world do not wish to live anymore, daring to concoct such ludicrous tales. Wu Xie and Wu Yong burned to death? Do any of you believe that? The crowd responded in unison. We do not believe. Wu Di muttered to himself, This ungrateful son of mine seems to have forgotten my instructions, and my second brother has only encouraged his mischief. He then turned to a young man, Wu Tiangao. You are closest to Wu Xie. Immediately go to Longdu and bring him back. Wu Hui, Wu Kai. You two accompany him for support. Wu Hui, Wu Kai. and Wu Tiangao stepped forth from the crowd. Bowing to Wu Di, yes, head, Wu Tiangao felt some displeasure. As a standout among the younger generation of the Wu family, having reached peak grandmaster status in his 20s, he found it unnecessary for the head to send along 2 initial-stage martial spirits. Longnan train station. Yifan and his party exited the station. The dragon scale hand complained to Yifan, "Kid, you nearly got me shot just now." Yifan scratched his head. "Come on. Don't be so petty. I had no choice but to borrow you for a moment." But it worked remarkably well. The female assassin was clearly deceived into firing indiscriminately. The dragon scale hand was somewhat speechless. If I had taken action? Could these assassins even have fired their weapons? Yifan replied helplessly. "Next time, we'll see if there's another opportunity." The dragon scale hand suddenly perked up. "Kid, you have no idea how powerful I was before. I've been cooped up for thousands of years. My hands are itching to fight." Yifan coldly interjected. "Stop right there. Your prowess has nothing to do with me. I'm not interested in hearing it." At that moment, Han Ruofei tightly clung to Yifan's arm. "Yifan, today you have shown me a side of yourself that I had never seen before." Yifan's heart leapt in alarm. "Oh no, she isn't seriously beginning to think of me as a pervert, is she?" Yifan hurriedly explained. "Han Ruofei, it's not as you think. I'm quite normal." Han Ruofei's delicate face flushed with heat as she clutched Yifan's arm more tightly, and he could feel the rhythmic rise and fall of her chest. "In truth, I am quite fond of your mischievous demeanor." Wang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaobai gazed at Yifan with even greater admiration. Just then, Gu Xiaobai's phone rang with a series of urgent beeps. He answered it, and a frantic voice came through. "This is bad. Vice President Gu. The Jiangnan Martial Arts Association has been invaded by several foreigners. They are slaughtering everyone in sight with extreme brutality. It seems they are targeting President Yi." Whoosh! The sound of an arrow shot rang out from the other end of the line. Thud! Ah! The phone suddenly fell to the ground. After a while, someone picked it up. "Hello, do you know where Yifan is? Please tell him that if he doesn't arrive soon, we will slaughter everyone at the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association." "Ha ha!" The phone was filled with the sounds of anguished screams. Beep! The call was disconnected. Jiu Xiaobai clenched his fists. "You scoundrels, I will avenge them by killing you all." Yifan, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly inquired, "Gu Xiaobai, what is happening?" Gu Xiaobai's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Master, our Jiangnan Martial Arts Association is being massacred." Yifan's expression darkened. "Tio dare to come to my territory and kill, they shall die." Chapter 66. The Killing Game at the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. A white man clad in a black cloak with a quiver of arrows on his back threw the phone to the ground, crushing it underfoot. The Dark Archer, ranked 45th on the global assassin list, was at the initial stage of martial spirit. He shouted towards 2 figures nearby. "Hey, Soul Slayer, big guy. Let us have a contest to see who can kill more before Yifan arrives." A towering bald giant, standing at 2.28 meters and shirtless, sporting a golden belt, smashed the skull of a martial artist of the earth level with a single punch. First one, big guy, ranked 47th on the global assassin list, was also at the initial stage of martial spirit. Another martial artist, wearing an asymmetrical mask, effortlessly spun 2 short knives forged from extraterrestrial iron on his fingers, like a child playing with a top. Soul Slayer, ranked 50th on the global assassin list, was also at the initial stage of martial spirit. He easily chased down 2 fleeing members of the Martial Arts Association in a few strides, swiftly slicing their necks with the spinning blades. Thud! Their heads flew off, and a fountain of blood erupted. Killing these Dragon Country people is simply too easy. "I've got 2. Dark Archer, you're falling behind." "Ha ha ha!" The man in the black cloak drew 3 arrows from his quiver and knocked them. "What is the rush? The competition has just begun." The Dark Archer pulled the bowstring back like a full moon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! 3 arrows shot forth rapidly, obliterating the heads of 3 fleeing celestial-level martial artists nearby. "You all need to step up your game. I've got 3. At this moment, the 3 treated this place as a hunting paradise. The entire Jiangnan Martial Arts Association estate transformed into a hellish nightmare, drenched in blood, with corpses strewn about, inciting horror. Just then, a master with white eyebrows grit his teeth and led 5 celestial-level martial artists into battle. "The Jiangnan Martial Arts Association will not tolerate foreign invasion," the Dark Archer sneered. We're about to kill everyone here, and you dare to say we can't invade? Big Guy and Soul Slayer's eyes sparkled with excitement as they charged towards the 5 martial artists almost simultaneously. Don't steal my kill, Soul Slayer. Damn it. I saw them first, Big Guy. The master with white eyebrows turned to his celestial-level companions with a serious expression. Since President Yi and Vice President Gu are absent, we shall protect the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association for now. Let these foreigners witness the valor of our dragon country people. The 5 celestial-level martial artists roared. We vow to protect the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association with our lives. Kill! No sooner had the words left their mouth than Big Guy arrived before 2 celestial-level martial artists, sweeping his muscular arm forward. Bang! The heads of the 2 celestial-level martial artists exploded under his blow. 159. The remaining 3 celestial-level martial artists did not falter. After a brief hesitation, they charged forward, shouting, "There are no cowards in the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association." Kill, Big Guy scoffed. Just a bunch of ants. I'll take their heads. He was about to strike when, unexpectedly, Soul Slayer suddenly blocked his path, raising his knife. With a swift motion, he sliced through the necks of the 3 celestial-level martial artists. My apologies, Big Guy, but I killed these 3. 158. The white-browed master was utterly shocked. In less than 10 seconds, all 5 celestial-level martial artists had perished. His expression twitched, and he howled to the heavens. Come on. You bastards, come kill me. Kill me, and President Yi will avenge us. The dark archer suddenly appeared before the white-browed master, a derisive smile on his face. Ha ha ha, what can Yi Fan do for you in terms of vengeance? Utterly deluded. Old man, since you're blind, you might as well lose your eyes. The dark archer drew an arrow from his quiver and pierced one of the old man's eyes. The white-browed master screamed in agony, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, yet he stood tall, refusing to yield. Damn it, if you have the guts, kill me. The dark archer drew 2 more arrows from his quiver and stabbed them into the old man's kneecaps. The old man's knees were pierced, blood gushing forth. Clang with a thud, the old man collapsed to the ground. The masters of the dragon country are nothing but this. The dark archer crouched before the old man, gripping his hair to lift his head. Still hoping for Yi Fan to avenge you? You're all just a bunch of ants, understand? I leave you one eye so you can witness how we kill Yi Fan. Ha ha ha! The dark archer's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, indifferent, and disdainful. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the entrance of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. How dare you slaughter my Jiangnan Martial Arts Association? I will ensure you pay for your blood debts in blood. Yi Fan entered, hands clasped behind his back. Upon seeing the corpses scattered across the ground, Yi Fan frowned slightly. Are you part of the Eye of God assassin organization? The dark archer laughed coldly. Eye of God? What a trivial assassin organization. Those worthless fools dare to claim they are the top assassin organization in Europe. In the face of our dance of death, they are nothing but a joke. Oh, by the way, Ivy just killed 301 people. Adding you and makes it 302. The dark archer raised a finger to count. Soul Slayer crossed his 2 knives over his chest. Dark archer, leave this kid to me. I can finally match Big Guy's kill count. I don't want to fall behind him. The dark archer sneered. Whoever kills him is the same. Anyway, the 20 billion reward will be split among the 3 of us. Big Guy nodded slightly in agreement. The dragon scale hand suddenly reminded. Kid, you sense it, right? These 3 are all at the initial stage of martial spirit. You might find it a bit challenging to deal with them. Yi Fan scoffed. Who said I was going to handle them myself? Severed hand. I temporarily entrust my body to you. I want them all dead. The dragon scale hand replied excitedly. It's been thousands of years. IV waited thousands of years for this. I can finally make my move. Rest assured, kid. Killing these martial spirits will be a piece of cake. Then Yi Fan felt a buzzing in his head, and with a loud thud, his body was no longer under his control. To his astonishment, he discovered that his right arm had transformed into a claw covered in scales. What the hell? Why has my hand turned into a chicken claw? The dragon scale hand retorted impatiently. Kid, look closely. This is my hand. At that moment, Yi Fan's aura underwent a monumental transformation, exuding an enigmatic feeling. Why Yi Fan's face lit up with excitement. Awesome. I haven't felt this way in ages. The 3 assassins exchanged surprised glances, Then Soul Slayer snorted disdainfully. Fuck. Stop pretending. I want Yifan's head. Yifan stood like a deity, and then an incredibly cold and authoritative voice echoed. The slaughter begins now. Chapter 67. Displaying divine power, the Dark Archer retrieved 3 arrows from his back quiver, knocking them with a sinister glint in his eyes. Soul Slayer, I'm here to assist you. Soul Slayer sneered. Fuck. Dark Archer, if you want to steal the kill, just say so. He quickened his pace, charging towards Yifan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 whooshing sounds came from behind Soul Slayer. Why? Yifan laughed coldly. The strength of your arrows is the weakest I've seen among archers. Too pathetic. He then raised the dragon scale hand to shield his chest. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 arrows met what felt like an impenetrable fortress, their tips snapping and falling uselessly at Yifan's feet. It is known that the Dark Archer's deadly arrows could pierce through cars and even armored vehicles. Yet, they were effortlessly blocked by Yifan's peculiar arm. Damn. Who are you? How can you withstand my deadly arrows? The Dark Archer's pupils contracted repeatedly, cold sweat pouring down as he instinctively took 2 steps back. The deadly arrow. The name is indeed quite imposing, yet to me, it merely tickles my fancy. Yifan raised his dragon scale hand, from which emanated a dark aura. The wraith rushed towards Yifan, lifting its twin blades overhead in a fierce strike. You brat, die! Yifan extended his dragon scale hand to grasp the wraith's neck. With a resounding clash, the moment the wraith's short swords made contact with the dragon scale hand, they shattered into countless fragments. Those unaware might have been taken aback, yet the burly man and the Dark Archer understood all too well. The wraith's twin blades were forged from celestial meteorite iron, renowned for their indestructibility, capable of slicing through steel with ease. How could they possibly break? The wraith exclaimed, but before he could finish, a sharp crack echoed as his head rolled to the ground. His expression frozen in fear, eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. After ensuring the safety of Han Ruofei and Wang Yuan, Gu Xiaobai hurried over, witnessing the scene unfold. Holy moly! Master! This is outrageous! The burly man clashed his massive fists together. You dare to slay a wraith? You must be tired of living. Yifan cast a cold glance at the burly man. A master of brute strength, I presume. The burly man sneered. Indeed, I am a master of brute strength. Kneel and accept your fate, and I may grant you a complete corpse. Yifan shook his head. Your physical prowess is woefully inadequate to even earn the title of a master. A master of brute strength is one who seeks to achieve the pinnacle of physical might. Honing their body into a fortress of muscle and bone, it is said that some masters can withstand bullets with their flesh alone. Yet, in the eyes of the dragon scale hand, a true master could endure cannon fire. This burly man could at best withstand a few blades or swords. Not worthy? I'll turn you into mush. He laughed wildly, charging at Yifan like a savage bull. With each step, the cement ground beneath him erupted. In no time, he was upon Yifan, a mountain of muscle bearing down on him. You're paralyzed with fear, aren't you? Prepare to die. With a brutish charge, the burly man grinned, his speed increasing as he barreled towards Yifan. Even a grandmaster would struggle to withstand such a collision. This was his signature technique. Yifan nonchalantly lifted his dragon scale hand. With a swift thrust, it pierced through the burly man's chest, crushing his heart. The burly man's face was a mask of shock, disbelief etched in his eyes. His savage charge could generate 3 tons of impact force, enough to shatter Yifan's arm. He believed he could obliterate a truck with his might. Yet he could not fathom how Yifan had achieved this. With a dull thud, Yifan withdrew his arm, leaving the burly man's corpse sprawled in a pool of blood. The Dark Archer swiftly drew an arrow. Trembling as he spoke, "What the hell are you? You cannot be Yifan. You are a demon." Yifan picked up an arrow lying nearby with his toe, then grasped it in his hand. "You insignificant wretch, you are unworthy to know my identity." With a flick of his wrist, Yifan hurled the arrow forward. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air with a sound like a tiger's roar. An explosive impact resounded as the arrow tore a gaping hole in the Dark Archer's chest, blood gushing forth. Clattering to the ground, the Dark Archer gazed at the wound in disbelief, his cheeks twitching. How is this possible? I, the Dark Archer, defeated by a mere youth from Longwa, and to be slain by my own arrow, damn it. I refuse to accept this, Yifan. In a flash, Yifan sent another arrow flying, striking the dark archer in the head. Bang! His skull exploded like a watermelon. The global assassin rankings had claimed the dark archer was ranked 45, now dead. The sigh of the dragon scale hand echoed. Alas, it has been a while since I've had a workout. I am rather out of practice. It took me 3 minutes to dispatch a few initial stage martial spirits. In an instant, the body returned to Yifan, who observed his right arm restored to its original form, broken hand. I must admit, I underestimated you. I never anticipated you possessed such power. Yifan had witnessed the terrifying strength the dragon scale hand exhibited. It appeared that what the dragon scale hand had claimed about being able to contend with martial kings was no boast after all. The voice of the dragon scale hand resonated. What are you pondering, lad? Remove the uncertainty. The higher your martial realm, the greater the strength I can unleash. Yifan replied solemnly, broken hand. You have solidified my resolve today. Though you are formidable, you are of no consequence to me. I cannot rely on you indefinitely. It seems I must find a way to break through my mid-stage martial spirit realm. The dragon scale hand chuckled coldly. Boy, while you may be unruly, your indomitable spirit is something many lack. I admire that in you. Rest assured, I shall aid you in becoming stronger. Just then, Gu Xiaobai rushed to Yifan's side. Master, this battle has stirred my blood. It was simply magnificent. Yifan remained expressionless. This is not my true strength. Gu Xiaobai was taken aback. What? This is even Master's full power? Incredible. I was not mistaken. One day, you shall lead us to the pinnacle of martial arts. At that moment, Master Bai Mei struggled to crawl towards Yifan. Thank you, President Yi, for saving my life. Only then did Yifan notice the arrow lodged in Master Bai Mei's knee, his eyes also having suffered grievous wounds. Master Bai Mei, there's no need for thanks. I have witnessed all that you have done for the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Rest assured, I will find a way to heal your eyes, Master Bai Mei. Tears streaming down his face, responded, President Yi, do not concern yourself with my eyes. I would give my life for the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Yifan knelt, supporting Master Bai Mei and removing the arrows from his body. Gu Xiaobai, lend a hand. Yes, Master. Gu Xiaobai promptly steadied Master Bai Mei. Yifan produced a few silver needles, swiftly treating Master Bai Mei's knee injury. Master Bai Mei, your knee injury is not severe. With a few days of rest, you will be able to walk again. Thank you, President Yi, Master Bai Mei expressed, his face filled with emotion. That moment, a dozen family members of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association rushed out from the shadows. Wah? President Yi, Vice President Gu, my husband is dead. My grandfather is gone. Yifan surveyed the field of corpses with a grave expression. Jiyu Xiaobai, we must ensure the families of our Jiangnan Martial Arts Association are well taken care of. This shall be their home from now on. You have 2 days to arrange everything. Gu Xiaobai bowed deeply to Yifan. Master, rest assured, I, Gu Xiaobai, will ensure these families are settled. The families and Master Bai Mei regarded Yifan with newfound respect and reverence, tinged with regret. Regret for having previously perceived Yifan as a merciless demon, a cold-blooded killer, questioning his qualifications to lead the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Yet today, they realized Yifan was no demon or killer. He was an angel. In unison, they knelt before Yifan. Thank you, President Yi. At that moment, Shadow appeared at the entrance of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, panting heavily, his expression one of sheer panic. Yi Shao. It's bad. Miss Du and Miss Shun are in danger. Chapter 68. The Hammer Legion. Yifan hurried to Shadow's side, furrowing his brow. You say my senior sister and Shin Chuyue are in danger? What exactly is happening? Shadow's pupils constricted, his heart racing. This afternoon, after buying groceries for the ladies, I returned to the villa and sensed something was amiss. The front door was wide open, and I could hear the shouts of foreigners and the sounds of things being smashed inside. I rushed to investigate, just as Miss Du spotted me through the window and signaled for me to flee. It dawned on me that this was not a simple matter, so I came to find you. Only you can save my family's ladies. At this, Shadow fell to his knees before Yifan. Yi Shao, I implore you, please save the ladies. Yifan swiftly helped Shadow to his feet, a surge of killing intent rising within him. Get up, Shadow, you need not plead. I would go regardless, for she is my senior sister. Whoever dares to harm her shall meet their demise. Suddenly, Yifan noticed the corpses at his feet and realized the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association had been targeted by this wave of assassins, likely linked to the foreigners at his senior sister's home. These individuals were ruthless, and Yifan's concern deepened. Senior sister, Shin Shuiwe, you must hold on. I will not allow anyone to harm you. Yifan patted Shadow on the shoulder. There is no time to waste, Shadow. We must move swiftly. In a certain ancient castle in Europe, the old butler Carson approached Duke Charles with a cup of coffee. Charles accepted the cup, gazing at the distant mountains. Do not tell me even the dance of death has failed? Carson's eyes narrowed, a tremor coursing through him. Duke Charles has just received the alarming news regarding the dance of death, revealing that the 3 assassins dispatched from the global top 50 have gone missing. Charles merely furrowed his brow and took a sip of coffee. Yifan, I have indeed underestimated you. I never anticipated that you possessed such capabilities. No wonder that old fool entrusted you with the silver card. However, it is unfortunate that I have always been exceedingly cautious in my dealings. To ensure safety, I have specifically allocated 30 billion to enlist the Warhammer Legion. Yifan, the game is nearing its end. Upon hearing the mention of the Warhammer Legion, Carson's eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting sharply. The Warhammer Legion is a renowned mercenary organization, celebrated for its advanced weaponry. The Legion operates with the covert backing of multiple national military forces. Having been secretly established by various countries, led by the Eagle Nation and the Bear Nation, many countries have set up specialized research institutes for the Warhammer Legion, dedicated to developing weapons tailored for martial artists. In comparison, European assassin groups are utterly insignificant before the might of the Warhammer Legion. Duke Charles is truly astute. With the Warhammer Legion involved, Yifan is surely doomed. Carson, the butler, bowed in deference. Outside the villa of Delicia in Jiangbei, Shadow gazed at the windows, each draped with curtains, rendering the interior completely invisible from the outside, and felt a growing sense of urgency. Yifan frowned slightly. Why do I only sense 20 heavenly-level martial artists, 5 masters, and 3 grand masters inside? Is there truly no martial spirit? Are they jesting, or have I miscalculated? The dragon's claw responded calmly, Kid, your senses are accurate. There is indeed no martial spirit. Just then, a mercenary spotted Yifan appearing around the villa through binoculars. Captain John, the target has appeared. Yifan is here. John, a Caucasian, reclined on the sofa with a glass of red wine in hand. Show him who's boss. Yes, a mercenary by the window immediately communicated via radio. Sniper team, show those outside what we're made of. Received. Deputy Eric, it's showtime. 3 dark sniper rifle barrels emerged from the gaps in the glass window. Bang, bang, bang. 3 rounds of specially designed bullets for martial artists spiraled rapidly towards Yifan and Shadow. While Shadow was still perplexed by the gunfire, Yifan suddenly tackled him to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. It was only then that Shadow realized his previous standing position had 3 1-meter-deep craters. He belatedly broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, What in the world are those firearms? How can they possess such power? The voice of the dragon's claw echoed, Kid, do not be deceived by their lack of martial spirits. The potency of these weapons is formidable. Even if a martial king were to confront those shots, they would not emerge unscathed. Yifan pondered uneasily. Could I have misjudged? Are these individuals not the same as those who massacred the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association? The dragon's claw cautioned, regardless, do not let your guard down. These people are not to be trifled with, unlike the assassins from Jiangnan. Heh, should I lend you a hand? But I must clarify, if I assist you twice in one day, it will take a significant toll on you. The cost may leave you exhausted for 3 to 5 days. Yifan retorted coldly, no need for assistance. I shall handle this myself. The dragon's claw sighed in resignation, very well, as you wish at that moment. A round of applause erupted from within the villa. Clap, clap, clap. A window on the 2nd floor suddenly swung open. I never expected you to be so young yet possess such remarkable skills. No wonder someone would pay 30 billion for your life. Perhaps even grandmasters are no match for you. John took a sip of his wine, casting a disdainful glance at Yifan. However, we fear not even a martial king. Why should we be wary of a mere Yifan? Ha ha ha! Yifan's eyes turned icy. Who are you? John leaned casually against the windowsill, swirling his wine glass with an air of relaxation, and uttered 4 words. Warhammer Legion. Shadow. standing beside Yifan, suddenly gasped, his expression turning grave. And he knelt before Yifan. Young master, I had no idea they were from the Warhammer Legion. Their weapons can easily slay a martial spirit, and taking down a martial king is no challenge. I never anticipated they would come to Dragon Country. I should not have sought you out. I have put you in danger, young master. I am truly sorry. Yifan's expression hardened. Shadow, get up. Your loyalty to my senior sister is unquestionable. You have nothing to apologize for. Even if you hadn't sought me out, I would have come regardless. She is my senior sister. Moreover, Shin Chuyue is also in there. Even if it means stepping into a den of peril, I, Yifan, will not hesitate. Chapter 69. Killing in the Shadows. John, looking down from his elevated position, wore an arrogant expression. Ha ha ha, stop boasting. Were it not for that individual desiring the card from you, would you still be standing here before me? Yifan's heart jolted, his gaze turning frigid as he fixed his eyes on John. Who exactly seeks the card I possess? John slackened his grip on the glass, and with a crash, the wine glass shattered on the floor below. That is not for you to question. John's demeanor shifted drastically, his tone becoming menacing. Now I have a question for you. Is that card in your possession? Should you fail to answer truthfully, someone will die. Yifan hurriedly produced the card and held it above his head. Of course, if you desire this card, I can hand it over, but I must see my senior sister and Shin Chuyue first. Otherwise, I will destroy it this very moment. John sneered maliciously. You dare to negotiate with me? Yifan bent the card at a 60-degree angle. This is not a negotiation. It is a command. John's composure faltered slightly. No. Yifan, let us discuss this. Don't be impulsive. Seeing Yifan continue to bend the card, John shouted to his men, Damn it! Quickly bring them out. The villa doors suddenly swung open, revealing Dulisha and Shin Chuyue. Bound with ropes, their mouths taped shut, pushed out at gunpoint. Upon seeing Yifan, their beautiful eyes flickered wildly as they shook their heads frantically. Why, Yifan? Stop! Don't break it. The card will snap. Damn it! John shouted in a panic. Seeing that his senior sister and Shin Chuyue were unharmed, Yifan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Release them, or I shall continue to bend it. A flash of malice crossed John's eyes. No, I cannot release them, unless you come in exchange. Yifan raised both hands, striding confidently towards the villa. All right, I will trade myself for them. John's heart swelled with wicked laughter. Do you think you would attempt to use the silver card to threaten me? I initially believed you to be clever, yet you are merely a naive fool. As soon as you step through that door, your life and the silver card will belong to me. Ha ha ha. As Yifan approached John's men, John signaled for the women to be released. Dulisha and Shin Chuyue took a few steps before pausing, their faces filled with worry as they turned to glance back at Yifan. He nodded reassuringly, prompting Dulisha to embrace Shin Chuyue and hastily flee. Once they were a safe distance away, Yifan followed the mercenaries into the villa. Upon entering, he found himself with a gun pressed against his head. As several mercenaries shut the door tightly behind him, John descended the staircase, looking down at Yifan with contempt. Now that you are inside, you shall not leave today. Hand over the silver card, and I will grant you a swift death. As he finished speaking, mercenaries swarmed around, 20 heavenly-level martial artists armed with heavy weaponry surrounding Yifan. With a whoosh, all weapons were aimed at him. At such a close range, killing Yifan would be effortless in full view of everyone. Yifan slowly approached the sofa and sat down, pouring himself a glass of red wine and taking a sip. It's the flavor my senior sister enjoys. The mercenaries exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? Did Yifan truly disregard the Warhammer Legion? Even a martial king would not dare to treat them with such disdain. Yet here was Yifan, leisurely savoring wine before them. John's expression darkened. Why, Yifan? What are you playing at? Yifan tossed the card onto the table. If you want it, come and take it. Do you expect me to deliver it to you? Gasp! The crowd inhaled sharply, astonished by Yifan's audacity in addressing their captain in such a manner. Although John was merely a Grand Master, his commanding prowess was terrifying. Over 20 martial spirits had perished at the hands of his team, and at least 10 martial kings had been severely injured. Yifan was clearly courting disaster. John fixed a cold stare on Yifan, his voice icy. Kill him! Yifan suddenly grinned devilishly. retrieving several flashbangs and smoke grenades he had discreetly pilfered from the mercenaries upon entering. What if your eyes can no longer see? In the next moment, several flashbangs and smoke grenades detonated among the crowd. Bright flashes illuminated the room, followed by a billowing cloud of smoke. Damn it. I can't see. Where is Yifan? Although Yifan could not see, he was able to discern the positions of everyone through the sensory perception of the dragon scale hand. He swiftly leaped into the crowd, exclaiming, "I am here!" Bang, bang, bang. Yifan unleashed a flurry of punches, striking down one heavenly warrior after another. Their heads burst open like watermelons, blood splattering everywhere amidst their anguished screams. In a mere second, he dispatched one opponent. Instilling terror in all that it was as if he was engaged in a contest with the dragon scale hand from earlier. After 20 seconds, the 20 heavenly mercenaries lay lifeless. The 5 masters flailed about like headless flies in the smoke, too frightened to fire their weapons, resorting instead to wildly swinging their fists. Using the sensory perception of the dragon scale hand, Yifan appeared directly before 2 of the masters, smashing their heads against the wall. Bang, bang! The heads of the 2 grandmasters exploded, their bodies collapsing like mush. Yifan then lifted his foot and landed it squarely on one master's chest, causing an instant implosion, with ribs shattering. The master crumpled to the ground like a dead dog. 2 other masters pressed against the wall, hoping to wait out the smoke. Yet, before the smoke dissipated, Yifan descended from above, crushing both of their skulls. 30 seconds later, all 5 master mercenaries were dead. Hearing the continuous sound of bodies falling around him, one of the remaining masters exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. How could Yifan kill amidst the smoke? We cannot see. How can he see?" The last 2 grandmasters stood resolutely in front of John. Though John could not observe his surroundings in the smoke, his instincts as a commander prompted him to make the right decision. Maintain a safe distance. We must not get separated. As soon as the smoke clears, we will strike Yifan down. At that moment, a chilling voice emerged from the fog. "I believe that is unnecessary. You will die imminently." Yifan suddenly materialized before the 2 grandmasters, shielding John. With 2 rapid punches, he penetrated their chests. John was abruptly struck by the scent of fresh blood. "Damn Yifan. Do you dare to kill members of the Warhammer Legion? Do you know that the military of Eagle Country and Bear Country backs us? If you kill me, you will be opposing both nations. Do you possess the strength to confront 2 countries? You foolishly overestimate yourself." "Noise," Yifan retorted, delivering a swift slap. Bang! John's head spun around, his neck snapping under Yifan's strike. The Warhammer Legion's squad was annihilated. The entire affair taking less than a minute. The dragon scale hand could not help but praise. "You actually thought to use the smoke to kill unseen. Young man, you are quite perceptive. Among those I have encountered. You rank in the top 10, Yifan replied nonchalantly. "Only the top 10? I thought I would at least make it to the top 3. Just then, Yifan's phone rang. It was Gu Xiaobai, informing him that the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association had been thoroughly cleaned up, and the families had been properly settled. He asked Yifan if he wanted to have Han Ruofei and Wang Yuan brought from the hotel to stay at the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Considering the safety of the association with himself and Gu Xiaobai present, Yifan agreed to have Gu Xiaobai pick them up. After hanging up, Yifan pushed open the villa's door. Outside, not far from the villa, Du Lisha, Shen Shuyue, and Shadow anxiously gazed at the villa. Upon seeing Yifan emerge, they finally felt relieved and rushed over. Shen Shuyue dashed into Yifan's embrace. "Yifan, we were so worried about you." Yifan gently stroked Shen Shuyue's head. "Everything is over. It's all right now." Du Lisha caressed Yifan's face. "Are you hurt anywhere? Let your sister take a good look." Yifan gently grasped his sister's delicate fingers. "Sister, I'm fine." Du Lisha playfully smacked Yifan's chest with her jade hand. "You scared me half to death, you little rascal." Yifan looked at the 3 before him and said, "By the way, I have something to tell you. In a few days, I will be going to Zhonghai. You should stay at the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association for now. I've arranged for Gu Xiaobai to keep an eye on you. That way, I can feel more at ease." The 3 widened their eyes in unison, exclaiming, "What? You're going to Zhonghai?" Chapter 70. Chun Xuaning's request in a 5-star hotel in Jiangnan. Han Ruofei lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. "What's wrong, Ruofei? Are you feeling unwell?" Wang Yuan quickly felt her forehead upon noticing her friend's demeanor. Normal temperature," Han Ruofei sighed. "Sister Yuan, I'm not sick. I'm just a bit worried about Yifan. He told us to rest here and that he would come to pick us up soon, but it's nearly evening, and he still hasn't arrived. Wang Yuan chuckled. Ruofei, you say you're not sick, but it seems you have a serious case of lovesickness. Sister Yuan, you're teasing me again, Han Ruofei protested, covering her face with a pillow. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Han Ruofei quickly tossed the pillow aside, slipped on her slippers, and opened the door. Young Master Gu, where is Yifan? Why hasn't he come? Han Ruofei frowned slightly. Feeling a pang of worry, he hasn't encountered any trouble, has he? Gu Xiaobai patiently explained. Miss Han, the master had some matters to attend to in Jiangbei and should be on his way back to Jiangnan now. He sent me to bring you both home. Han Ruofei's furrowed brow relaxed. That's good. She ran to Wang Yuan, beaming with joy. Sister Yuan, let us pack our things and go back to the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association with young Master Gu. Wang Yuan sighed. With Yifan around, you seem to have forgotten about your sister. Sigh. Han Ruofei's cheeks flushed as she hugged Wang Yuan. Oh, please don't say that. Young Master Gu is still at the door. The Jiangnan Martial Arts Association had been thoroughly cleaned by Gu Xiaobai's men, with not a trace of blood left behind. Yifan led Du Lisha and Shen Shuyue to 2 mountain view rooms. The surroundings were picturesque, surrounded by mountains, not inferior to Du Lisha's villa, perhaps even more splendid. Sister, Chuyue, these 2 rooms will be yours from now on. I just hope you can get accustomed to them. Yifan scratched his head. Du Lisha tightly embraced Yifan, junior brother. I never expected that this well-located Jiangnan Martial Arts Association would belong to you. This room is so much better than my sister's villa. Shen Chuyue's chest rose and fell with excitement as she exclaimed, Yifan, this room is absolutely stunning. I have always dreamed of living in a room like this, and today you made that dream come true. I am so happy. Yifan grinned. I'm glad you like it. I love it. Shen Chuyue suddenly wrapped her arms around him. Under the pressure of the 4 towering mountains, Yifan begged for mercy. That evening, Shen Chuyue prepared a feast of Yifan's favorite dishes. Just as Gu Xiaobai arrived with Han Ruofei and Wang Yuan. Yifan briefly introduced everyone, and they gathered around the dining table, enjoying each other's company and feasting heartily. Halfway through the meal, Yifan suddenly spoke up. By the way, Gu Xiaobai, before heading to Zhonghai, I want to relocate the Yi family's grave to the fragrant mountain behind the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Let's handle this matter together in a few days, Gu Xiaobai respectfully replied. Yes, master. The fragrant mountain is the highest peak in Jiangnan, falling under the jurisdiction of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. It is a place where spring prevails year-round, filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Those buried there are prominent figures in Jiangnan, making it a place ordinary citizens dare not even dream of now. As the president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, Yifan certainly had the right to lay his family to rest there. Du Lisha gazed at Yifan for a long time before finally speaking. Junior brother, what is this about going to Zhonghai? Yifan showed no hesitation. I want to refine pills. Moreover, I heard that my aunt used to stay in Zhonghai, so I might also be able to find clues about her through the elixirs. Du Lisha nodded. I see. Indeed, Zhonghai has a rich atmosphere for pill refining. It's arguably the province with the highest level of pill refining in the entire Dragon Country. But why are you suddenly interested in pill refining? Yuvi never mentioned it before. Yifan's expression grew serious. He did not want his sister to worry about his upcoming battle with the Eastern Sword Spirit at the Zhonghai martial arts platform. It's a long story. In short, I want to become stronger through pill refining. Please don't ask any more, sister. Du Lisha understood and said, All right, I want to pry. But you must prioritize your safety and remember to call your sister if anything happens. Don't worry, sister. Yifan smiled gently at Du Lisha. Late at night, in Zhonghai, at the office of a beauty cosmetics company, CEO Chen Xuanning, dressed in a fitted suit, fumbled with her buttons, nearly bursting open. What a predicament! This quarter's financial report has plummeted steeply. Staring at the report in her hands, Chen Xuanning appeared overwhelmed. Initially, thanks to the modified essence formula by Yifan, her company had turned from losses to profits and was flourishing. Chen Xuanning believed everything would continue to develop positively. However, she did not expect a sudden influx of alchemists into Zhonghai recently, seemingly to participate in the alchemy conference. Once these alchemists arrived, they were eagerly snatched up by various cosmetics companies. Chen Xuanning's competitors were willing to spend lavishly to hire an alchemist to develop beauty elixirs for their companies. In a short time, numerous beauty elixirs emerged from various cosmetics companies, quickly gaining consumer favor. Although the essence is quite commendable, it pales in comparison to the potency of elixirs. As a result, my essence has become a neglected item, and the company has reverted to its previous precarious state, teetering on the brink of collapse. At that moment, a figure suddenly crossed Chen Xuaning's mind. Her alluring legs, clad in black silk, instinctively tightened and rubbed together. Since Yi Fan can comprehend the formula, perhaps he possesses the ability to concoct elixirs? Do. Yi Fan answered the phone, only to discover it was Chen Xuaning calling. There's something you need? Chen Xuaning inquired tentatively. Yi Fan, could it be that you have the skill to refine elixirs? Yi Fan pondered. Refining elixirs? Isn't that something anyone can do with hands? Yes, I can. What's the matter? Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. Chen Xuaning was overjoyed, immediately rising in her high heels, her chest heaving with excitement. Why, Yi Fan, I would like to invite you to Zhonghai to assist me with elixir refinement. Had it not been for her phone call, Yi Fan might have almost forgotten that Chen Xuaning was in Zhonghai. Why, Yi Fan fell into contemplation. At that moment, the voice of the dragon scale hand echoed in his mind. Kid, what are you hesitating for? This woman is asking for your help in refining elixirs. Why not have her assist you in sourcing the materials? It would save you the time of searching for them yourself. You have a competition in a month. Our time is limited. It's a fair exchange. Yi Fan concurred. You're right, broken hand. Subsequently, Yi Fan agreed to Chen Xuaning's request. However, Chen Xuaning awkwardly expressed that her company had just regained stability and could not provide much monetary compensation. She could offer company shares or compensate Yi Fan in other ways, perhaps even by fulfilling his more personal desires. Yet, Yi Fan promptly declined. Listen carefully, Chen Xuaning, you need not worry about the financial aspect. I can provide that. I merely require you to assist me in gathering all medicinal materials in Zhonghai that are over 100 years old. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Chen Xuaning's breath quickened. Her legs instinctively tightened. Why, Yi Fan, I will do my utmost to fulfill your request. After hanging up, the dragon scale hand sighed. Kid, the road ahead is long and arduous. Now that you have help finding materials, you still need the furnace and the formulas. Yi Fan brimmed with confidence. Upon arriving in Zhonghai, I firmly believe all issues will be resolved. Let's hope so. I sincerely wish for you to swiftly refine the elixirs and transcend your current limits. Only then will you have the opportunity to obtain my treasures. Yi Fan's eyes gleamed with determination. Broken hand. You possess treasures as well? What else is there that I am unaware of? Chapter 71. The Elixir Refining Conference. The dragon scale hand feigned innocence. You never asked me. Yi Fan inquired eagerly. All right, broken hand. Let me ask you now. What treasures can I acquire from you once my strength progresses? After a brief pause, the dragon scale hand responded. Once you elevate your level by a small margin, one of my seals will be lifted. Upon the seal's release, a corresponding treasure from my previous collection will randomly drop. However, I cannot recall precisely what treasures they are. My memory is rather vague, but they should include weapons, martial skills, and elixir formulas. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Isn't this akin to opening a blind box? The dragon scale hand nonchalantly replied. You may interpret it that way. In essence, leveling up grants you the chance to open a blind box. A fervent desire ignited within Yi Fan. Broken hand. I must strive to reach the pinnacle of martial spirit as quickly as possible. I am eager to see the quality of your so-called treasures. Days later, atop the fragrant mountain, amidst a picturesque locale adorned with blooming peach and pear trees, Yi Fan and Gu Xiaobai stood before 3 neatly constructed graves, each holding a bundle of incense. Father, mother, elder brother, second brother, my abilities are lacking. I have yet to uncover the true culprits behind your murder 5 years ago. However, I have discovered that I have an aunt named Yi Qingmei. Though I cannot fathom why you never mentioned her, but rest assured, I shall exert every effort to locate her and uncover the truth behind what transpired 5 years ago. I will ensure that those responsible for your deaths are brought to justice. After this heartfelt declaration, Yi Fan placed the incense before the graves and knelt to bow 3 times. Following suit, Gu Xiaobai approached the graves, placing the incense and kneeling as well. Uncle Yi, Aunt Yi, esteemed elder brothers of the Yi family, please rest assured. I will diligently assist my master in uncovering the truth behind the grievances of the Yi family, allowing you to rest in peace beneath the waters of the spring. After bowing 3 times, Gu Xiaobai rose and approached Yi Fan. Master, the time is drawing near. The driver I arranged is waiting at the foot of the fragrant mountain. It is time for you to depart for Zhonghai. Wait, allow me to stay with them a moment longer. Yi Fan knelt before the tombstone, gently caressing it. It appears that my only remaining family in this world may be my aunt. Yi Fan sighed deeply. At that moment, a chorus of familiar voices rang out simultaneously. Who says that? Yi Fan, we are all your family. Yi Fan turned to see Du Li Sha, Shin Shuyu, Han Ruofei, Wang Yuan, Master by Mei, and Shadow suddenly standing behind him. Why Yi Fan was taken aback. I told you not to come. I didn't expect you all to show up. Du Li Sha, holding Shin Shuyu and Han Ruofei's hands, teased, what's wrong? With so many beautiful women concerned about you, are you not pleased? Yi Fan felt a bit awkward. Senior sister, that's not what I meant. I simply didn't want to trouble you. Shin Shuyu's beautiful eyes sparkled. Yi Fan, I will be waiting for your return. Yi Fan rubbed his nose. I must admit, if I can't have your noodles for a month, I would miss them. Shin Shuyu smiled charmingly. Then when you return, I will prepare some for you. Yi Fan nodded. All right. Han Ruofei looked at Yi Fan with concern. Why Yi Fan, you must prioritize your safety. Yi Fan furrowed his brow slightly. I hope you won't be so impulsive this time. Don't rush to Zhonghai to find me without a care. The Jiangnan Martial Arts Association has Gu Xiaobai, making it safer than Zhonghai. Han Ruofei's fair face flushed. Understood. This time, I will obediently wait for you to return home. Wang Yuan, having held back for long, finally spoke up. Why Yi Fan, I wish you a smooth journey. I will keep an eye on Ruofei. Yi Fan glanced at her. All right, Master by Mei, filled with enthusiasm, urged, President Yi. You must exercise utmost caution on this journey. Shadow bowed to Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, may your journey be smooth. Yi Fan approached each of them, giving a light pat on Master by Mei's and Shadow's shoulders. You all treat me as family, and I am truly grateful. Thank you for coming. I must take my leave. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yi Fan descended the mountain, boarded the vehicle arranged by Gu Xiaobai, and arrived at the Longdu train station. Upon receiving the news of Yi Fan's impending arrival in Zhonghai, the two prominent families, the Zhang and Qin clans, began preparations early in the morning to welcome him. With over an hour remaining until Yi Fan's high-speed train arrived at Zhonghai Station, members of both families gathered outside the station, eagerly awaiting. The atmosphere at Zhonghai Station was already bustling, and with the presence of the Zhang and Chen families, it became a spectacle. Whispers filled the air. Who is this remarkable figure visiting Zhonghai that has prompted both major families to mobilize? I have lived in Zhonghai for most of my life, yet I have never witnessed such grandeur. Even Zheng family's eldest daughter, Zhang Shuyi, and Qin family's eldest daughter, Qin Xuaning, are both here in person. I must see who possesses such influence. Chen Xuaning stood in front of a Maybach, glancing at her watch, while across from her, a Bentley waited, its front occupied by a strikingly elegant young lady, Zhang Shuyi, the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. The two women exuded an air of rivalry. Just then, Yi Fan emerged from Zhonghai Station, pushing his luggage. Qin Xuaning and Zhang Shui spotted him simultaneously, hastening towards him with eager steps. The onlookers were left in disbelief. Both women were the most sought-after heiresses in Zhonghai. Who could possibly elicit such fervor from them? Almost in unison, Qin Xuaning and Zhang Shui reached Yi Fan's side. Mr. Dai, Dr. Yi. Yi Fan appeared somewhat bewildered, as he had not informed either of them about his travel plans. Miss Qin, Miss Zhang, what brings you both here? In unison they replied, to pick you up. Yi Fan coldly retorted. There's no need. You both should return. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Many young men in Zhonghai regarded these two as dream figures, with countless affluent heirs longing for a chance to connect with them. Yet this young man had outright rejected both the Chan and Jing heiresses. Qin Xuaning and Zhang Shui stood frozen in place. Only after Yi Fan took a few steps away did they hurriedly follow. Qin Xuaning tugged at Yi Fan's suitcase, leading him towards the Maybach, while Zhang Shui grasped his arm, guiding him toward the Bentley. Yi Fan sighed in exasperation. I truly cannot comprehend the both of you. Ultimately, Yi Fan opted to ride in Zhang Shuyi's vehicle, instructing Qin Xuaning to take his luggage first and promising to meet her later that evening. After all, Zhang Lao had previously provided clues for his aunt, and Yi Fan was keen on seizing this opportunity to repay the favor by treating Jing Lao. In passing, one might inquire about Zhang Laozhong's elixirs, as it could potentially yield some clues regarding my aunt. Both caravans departed simultaneously, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonished bewilderment. Seated in the carriage, Yi Fan turned to Zhang Shuyi and inquired, Miss Zhang, I have heard that the alchemical atmosphere in Zhonghai is quite vibrant. Are there many formidable alchemists among you? Formidable alchemists? I am not entirely certain, but perhaps my grandfather would know. Zheng Shui's eyes suddenly brightened. Oh, I recall hearing from my grandfather that a grand alchemical conference is to be held in Zhonghai soon. Yi Fan echoed, an alchemical conference? Chapter 72. The contempt of the Eastern alchemy king. With questions swirling in his mind, Yi Fan arrived at the Han family estate. The Zhang family estate was remarkably opulent, featuring traditional Chinese architecture with pavilions, bridges, and flowing streams. Under Zheng Shui's guidance, they reached a scenic pavilion. Just as old man Zhang was about to raise a purple clay teacup to his lips, he noticed Yi Fan approaching and quickly set the cup down, rising to greet him. Dr. Yi, I did not anticipate your swift arrival. It is truly impolite of me not to have welcomed you properly. Old man Zhang said with a slight bow. This scene was witnessed by several maidservants in the courtyard, who gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape, eyes nearly popping out. Old man Zhang was a pillar of Zhonghai, and countless prominent families sought to curry favor with him, only to be rebuffed. Yet, he was unprecedentedly respectful towards a young man. Yi Fan maintained a stoic expression, no need for concern. I did not inform you of my visit to Zhonghai in advance. Your sending Miss Zhang to receive me is already a thoughtful gesture. Shuyi, what are you dawdling for? Serve Dr. Yi some tea. Zheng Shui finally moved with her graceful legs to pour tea for Yi Fan but was halted by him. Miss Zhang, it is unnecessary. I have numerous matters to attend to today, and after I assist old man Zhang with his treatment, I must depart. Yi Fan casually produced a row of silver needles and stated nonchalantly, Old man, the first treatment will help restore some of your blocked meridians, allowing you to regain 30% of your martial prowess. However, do remember not to overexert yourself during this period. Moderation is key. Zheng Hua stood up abruptly, his expression filled with excitement. Dr. Yi, you mean I can recover 30%? Yi Fan nodded slightly. Indeed, after 3 treatments, all your blocked meridians should be restored. If I am not mistaken, you should be at the peak of the Grandmaster level, correct? Old man Zheng was overjoyed, his face brimming with uncontainable happiness. Ha ha ha. I never expected that one day, I, Zheng Hua, would be able to step back into the realm of martial arts and reclaim my peak. This is wonderful, Dr. Yi. I am truly at a loss for how to repay you. Zheng Shui, standing beside Yi Fan, also trembled slightly, her face reflecting surprise. Grandfather, we have sought the best doctors in Zhonghai and even throughout the entire Dragon Country. None have been able to cure him. Dr. Yi, can you truly restore my grandfather? At this thought, she instinctively squeezed her legs together, her face flushing. Then I shall begin. Yi Fan promptly inserted the silver needles into the 362 acupuncture points within Old Zheng's body. Old Zheng felt a warm current surging through him, exclaiming, Ah, it feels as though my body has been rejuvenated. Ha ha ha. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Fan inquired, Old Zheng, last time you mentioned that my aunt's name is Yi Qingmei. Have you discovered any further clues about her? For instance, did she come to Zhonghai in search of any elixirs? Old Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly. In fact, I had someone investigate your aunt afterwards. But regrettably, all information regarding her seems to have been deliberately erased. Aside from knowing she is your aunt, I truly could not uncover anything else. At that moment, Old Zheng suddenly slapped his thigh. Dr. Yi, speaking of elixirs, tomorrow marks the 23rd Alchemical Conference in Zhonghai, where nearly all the finest alchemists of the Dragon Country will gather. Fortunately, my Zheng family has a quota. How about you accompany me to the conference tomorrow? Perhaps an alchemist might know the whereabouts of your aunt. Very well, I shall join you tomorrow. Yi Fan withdrew the needles from Old Zheng. Zheng Hua bowed deeply to Yi Fan, expressing gratitude. Subsequently, Old Zheng gestured to Zheng Shuyi. Shuyi, prepare the best guest room for Dr. Yi, and instruct the kitchen to prepare some delightful dishes to be sent to Dr. Ye's room. Dr. Yi, after your long journey, please take some time to rest with Shuyi. We can host a proper welcome for you tonight. Let us drink and converse, Zheng Hua exclaimed eagerly. Yi Fan declined. There is no need. My visit is merely to repay a favor to Old Zheng. I shall return here early tomorrow morning to meet with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan turned to leave. Zheng Hua appeared somewhat disheartened and hastily called out to Zheng Shuyi. Shuyi, do not just stand there. Hurry and see Dr. Yi off. Zheng Shuyi, feeling somewhat displeased, noted that her grandfather usually doted on her, yet today he treated her as if she were a mere servant. With a hint of annoyance in her tone, she replied, I understand, grandfather. Before long, Zhang Shuyi returned, and Zheng Hua's expression shifted. I asked you to see Dr. Yi off. Why have you come back? The previously willful and headstrong Zheng Shuyi now resembled a deflated balloon. Pouting, Dr. Yi did not want me to see him off. Grandfather, why do you care so much about Dr. Yi? Am I not as important as him? Zheng Hua, with hands clasped behind his back, replied slowly. Shuyi, aside from Dr. Yi, who in the entire dragon country can cure my illness? Dr. Yi is merely 23 years old. Such a prodigy is a once-in-a-century occurrence, if not rarer. Dr. Yi is truly a dragon among men. When will you seize such an opportunity if not now? Do be mindful. Zheng Shuyi's face flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her head. Grandfather, please stop. In the evening, within a five-star hotel in Zhonghai, Yi Fan gazed out at the city lights from the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite. Indeed, Zhonghai is a cosmopolitan metropolis, bustling with vitality. Chen Xuanning stood beside him, clad in a deep V-neck suit, her fair skin subtly visible. Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with the presidential suite I booked for you? It is said that many people choose this room for its magnificent view. Enjoying the scenery while attending to some matters is particularly pleasant. The dragon scale remarked playfully, Kid, you have quite the fortune. I sense this woman has an interest in you. Tonight may hold promise. Yi Fan replied coldly, Haha. I trust one have made my instructions sufficiently clear. I do not lack funds. Procure the finest medicinal materials for me. I will handle the elixirs. Is there anything you are still unclear about? Yi Fan's gaze turned icy as he looked at Chen Xuanning. Chen Xuanning shivered slightly. I understand. Yi Fan maintained a stoic expression. Since you understand, you may leave. Chen Xuanning hesitated. Mr. Yi, the money I have is only sufficient for this room. I doubt I have nowhere else to go. A night passed without incident. The next day, at the site of the 23rd Alchemical Conference in Zhonghai, it was a sea of humanity. This year's conference attracted nearly all the top alchemists from the Dragon Country. Excellent alchemists are exceedingly rare and are sought after by prominent families, as elixirs are crucial for practitioners. The elite families and wealthy magnates of Zhonghai gathered here, eager to make the acquaintance of some capable alchemists for their own benefit. Naturally, the most powerful alchemists had already been claimed by various factions, leaving only the lesser-known ones, yet even they were regarded as treasures by these affluent families. As several figures entered the venue, the crowd erupted in excitement. They have arrived. They have arrived. From the ancient martial arts Sun family, Grand Alchemist Sun Qiming. From the ancient martial arts Jin family, Grand Alchemist Jian Nanzhen. From the ancient martial arts Gu family, Grand Alchemist Gu Chunlei. From the Medicine King Valley, Grand Alchemist Hua Yuanjing. My goodness. This year's lineup is even more impressive than before. Even the Medicine King Valley has sent someone. The crowd parted to create a pathway. The Grand Alchemists, with deep-set eyes and dressed in various colored robes, strode confidently towards the main stage, chatting and laughing. Hua, I never expected you to come this year. Surely, it is not for that four-legged bronze cauldron? Brother Sun, Brother Qian, Brother Gu, this time, I, Hua, have been tasked with seizing the cauldron. I appreciate your understanding. Ha ha ha, we have yet to compete, and already Brother Hua is speaking nonsense. At that moment, the crowd erupted in astonishment once more. At the edge of the throng stood a slender, long-limbed figure from the east, clad in a white robe embroidered with a Bagua symbol. Following him was a stunningly beautiful woman with fair skin from the east, the Eastern Alchemy King. What brings him here? Chu Zhizai approached the Grand Alchemists with an air of arrogance. While the art of alchemy may have originated in your dragon country, you have failed to carry on this tradition properly. Fortunately, the art of alchemy has now been elevated by my great Eastern Empire. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the true essence of alchemy. Chapter 73. If you are the Alchemy King, then who am I? The entire venue fell silent, faced with the Eastern Alchemy King's provocation. The Grand Alchemists exchanged glances, appearing calm yet restrained from taking rash action. At that moment, Grand Alchemist Hua Yuanjing from the Medicine King Valley stepped forward, laughing heartily. How absurd! You, a mere Eastern fellow, dare to claim you have inherited our dragon country's alchemical legacy. Chu Zhizai sneered, foolish dragon country people. Rather than engage in idle banter, why not challenge me to a contest? The results will speak for themselves. Do you dare? Hua Yuanjing approached Chu Zhizai, his tone icy. How do you wish to compete? In the depths of Kuzadeo's gaze, a chilling glint emerged. Using the same cauldron and herbs, let us see who can refine a higher-grade elixir. The victor shall claim triumph, while the loser must forfeit their life. What do you say? A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. The Dan King of the Eastern Isles was indeed audacious, wagering lives with such ease. It was as if he held the esteemed master Huayuanjing of the Apothecary Valley in utter contempt. His demeanor suggested he was certain of victory over the master. Alas, with such overwhelming arrogance, the Dan King from the East might intimidate Master Huayuanjing into submission. As Huayuanjing's pupils constricted, he momentarily froze. He had not anticipated the Dan King's immediate challenge to wager their lives. He found himself in a precarious position, for as a Dan master of the Dragon Nation, he possessed a measure of pride. You wish to gamble with lives? Then I shall oblige. But do not regret this choice. Huayuanjing steeled himself and acquiesced. The assembled magnates and tycoons rallied behind Huayuanjing, eager to witness him deliver a resounding blow to the Eastern Isles' Dan King. Soon, both competitors stood before the ceremonial cauldron at the center of the stage, under the watchful eyes of several esteemed Dan masters. As their contest officially commenced, Huayuanjing cast the herbs into the cauldron, igniting the flames beneath. The Eastern Isles' Dan King, arms crossed, remained motionless, silently shaking his head at Huayuanjing's efforts. The Dan masters of the Dragon Nation truly are a pitiful lot. They do not deserve to be the origin of the Dan way. Before long, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air as Huayuanjing extinguished the flames and triumphantly retrieved a pill from the cauldron. Upon seeing the intricate patterns on the elixir, the esteemed Dan masters gasped in unison. It bore 5 distinct patterns. An earth-grade elixir. The crowd erupted in astonishment. In a mere few minutes, Huayuanjing has successfully refined an earth-grade elixir. And on the first attempt, incredible, last year's champion could only manage an earth-grade elixir after 2 failed attempts. Yet Huayuanjing succeeded on his first try. Remarkable. Elixirs are graded as celestial, earth, profound, and yellow, categorized by the number of patterns they possess. Yellow-grade elixirs feature 1 to 3 patterns, profound-grade elixirs 4 to 6, earth-grade elixirs 7 to 9, and celestial-grade elixirs boast 10 or more. The greater the number of patterns, the higher the elixir's value and potency. At that moment, Huayuanjing approached the Eastern Isles' Dan King, holding the profound-grade elixir aloft. Take a good look. This is a profound-grade elixir with 5 patterns, achieved on my first attempt. What about yours? Are you afraid to forge one? The Eastern Isles' Dan King offered no reply, striding directly to the cauldron and casually tossing in his herbs. He summoned flames that engulfed half of the cauldron. After 2 or 3 minutes, a powerful fragrance filled the air. Gasps of awe erupted from the crowd. What an exquisite scent! Even the esteemed Dan masters were filled with admiration. The Eastern Isles' Dan King extinguished the flames and extracted a pill. The eyes of the nearby Dan masters widened in disbelief, their bodies trembling as they staggered back. 7.7 patterns. This is an earth-grade elixir. Huayuanjing's eyes widened in shock, losing his grip on the earth-grade elixir he held, which rolled to the ground. What? Earth-grade? How is that possible? The elders of the Apothecary Valley can refine profound-grade elixirs, but the success rate for an earth-grade elixir is a mere 1%. Go think the Dan King of the Eastern Isles could achieve it on the first attempt is simply inconceivable. The Eastern Isles' Dan King tossed the elixir into the air and caught it deftly. The people of the Dragon Nation are truly ignorant. Have you never even seen an earth-grade elixir? You think your Dan way is superior? What a laugh! A bunch of worthless fools. He approached Huayuanjing with a malicious grin, delighting in the mockery. Your life is now mine. He drew a katana from a nearby Eastern woman. May I borrow your sword, Miss Songjing Huali? With a single stroke, he severed Huayuanjing's hand. Huayuanjing cried out in agony, blood splattering across the stage. The crowd instinctively shielded their eyes, unable to bear the gruesome sight. Your hands are meant for refining elixirs? You disgraced the Dan way. Another stroke followed, and Huayuanjing's remaining hand fell to the ground. Silence enveloped the arena, with only Huayuanjing's cries piercing the stillness. Several esteemed Dan masters retreated. Panic etched on their faces. The Eastern Isles' Dan King aimed the katana at Huayuanjing's forehead. Kneel. Declare that the Dan way of the Dragon Nation pales in comparison to our great Eastern Empire. Huayuanjing spat defiantly. I spit on you. Eastern invader. The Dragon Nation shall forever be your superior. You think I would kneel to you? Absolutely not. With a swift motion, the Eastern Isles Dan King struck again, severing both of Hua Yuanjing's legs, leaving him with only stumps. Yet Hua Yuanjing held his head high. The Dragon Nation will always be. Before he could finish, the Eastern Isles Dan King plunged his sword into Hua Yuanjing's heart. Withdrawing the bloodied blade, he pointed it at the onlookers. Who else wishes a potent and overwhelming fragrance of medicinal herbs engulfed the entire venue, far more intense than before? Several ancient martial arts grandmasters, their eyes gleaming with excitement, hurriedly gathered around. This is simply unbelievable. How on earth did this young man achieve such a feat? It is nothing short of miraculous. 13 intricate alchemical patterns, a heavenly grade elixir. Good heavens! I have never witnessed anyone personally concoct a heavenly grade elixir. Upon hearing about the 13 alchemical patterns of the heavenly grade elixir, the crowd erupted in fervor. A heavenly grade elixir. How splendid! Let that Eastern Yamato Dan King wail in despair. Keep barking if you dare. What an exhilarating moment. Who is this young alchemist? Zhang Shuyi's delicate figure trembled slightly, her thighs instinctively tightening. This man is called Yi Fan. Zhang Lao's pupils constricted, his expression one of astonishment. Joyful disbelief washed over him. Yi, the divine physician, is indeed a true dragon. Upon hearing several grandmasters proclaim that Yi Fan's elixir bore 12 alchemical patterns, the Eastern Yamato Dan King's face turned ashen, as if he had consumed something foul. Nevertheless, he refused to believe it and pushed through the grandmasters encircling Yi Fan. Baka, get away from me! When he beheld the heavenly grade elixir in Yi Fan's hand, adorned with 13 alchemical patterns, it struck him like a thunderbolt. Impossible! A heavenly grade elixir with 13 patterns? Absolutely inconceivable. Chu Zhizai's complexion darkened, and he staggered backward. With icy resolve, Yi Fan strode directly to Chu Zhizai. Crack! With a resounding snap, Yi Fan delivered a kick that shattered his leg. Baka! Yi Fan, I am the Dan King of the Eastern Yamato. What do you intend to do with me? Chu Zhizai retreated, limping painfully, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Yi Fan delivered another kick, breaking the only remaining leg he could stand on. Kneel, you wretched cur. How dare you question the alchemical prowess of my Dragon Nation? Chu Zhizai, stripped of his earlier arrogance, his pupils dilating, trembled uncontrollably. I beg your pardon. I was blind to your greatness. The alchemical arts of the Eastern Yamato are but trifles before the Dragon Nation. I am a frog at the bottom of a well. I am willing to sever my own arm, pleading for your forgiveness. Please, spare my life. Chu Zhizai picked up a katana from the ground and, in a public display, severed his own arm. Blood gushed forth, painting a gruesome scene. Chu Zhizai screamed, discarding the blade, I sever my arm in hopes of your mercy. Crawling like a dog to Yi Fan's feet. Yi Fan shook his head. Not enough. Chu Zhizai gritted his teeth. Then I shall sever another arm with that. He turned his gaze, filled with malice, towards the female envoy from the Eastern Yamato embassy standing nearby. Aoi Kiri, why do you hesitate? Do it. If you delay any longer, I shall perish. Aoi Kiri approached Chu Zhizai, picking up the katana with a reluctant expression. Seeing her indecision, Chu Zhizai urged frantically, hurry. With a swift motion, Aoi Kiri swung the katana, and Chu Zhizai's arm fell to the ground. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, his voice hoarse. I have lost both arms. I can no longer concoct elixirs. I beseech you, spare me. Yi Fan shook his head once more. Still not enough. Chu Zhizai, his face contorted in rage, barked, What more do you desire? Yi Fan replied coolly, I want your life. No sooner had the words left his lips than Yi Fan delivered a kick to Chu Zhizai's chest. Bang! Chu Zhizai flew backward like a dead dog, crashing into the alchemical furnace, creating a massive dent in its surface. The renowned Dan King of the Eastern Yamato, dead. Silence fell over the crowd. Zheng Hua felt a surge of excitement within. Yi Fan, I knew I had not misjudged you. Zheng Shuyi's lips parted in shock, her eyes wide. Grandfather, I finally understand why you said Yi Fan is a true dragon. He possesses such remarkable character. The ancient martial arts alchemists, their faces filled with horror, turned to flee into the crowd. Why? Yi Fan's icy voice rang out. Who gave you permission to leave? Chapter 75. The Serpent of the Medicine King's Valley. Sun Qiming, Qian Nanjun, and Gu Chunlei simultaneously turned their heads, narrowing their eyes at Yifan. What? You think you can stop us? Yifan, hands clasped behind his back, approached the three, a cold aura radiating from him. As citizens of the Dragon Nation, how dare you bolster other spirits while diminishing your own? Shouldn't you be punished for this? The three grandmasters' expressions turned grave. Sun Qiming stepped forward, nostrils flaring, and scoffed. How audacious! You must understand that we are from ancient martial arts families. How many lives do you think you have to spare by offending us? Yifan chuckled derisively, shaking his head. If your ancient martial arts families are so formidable, why did you not step forward when the Eastern Yamato Dan King provoked you? Why hide like a turtle? Die! As soon as the words left his mouth, Yifan's fist struck Sun Qiming's chest. Thud! Sun Qiming was sent flying, crashing to the ground, his chest caving in as his ribcage pierced his heart. You! Sun Qiming's eyes bulged, blood spurting from his mouth. He was dead. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Good heavens, the alchemist from the Sun family is dead. The sky has fallen. This is catastrophic. This young man is doomed. How can a mere mortal withstand the wrath of the ancient martial arts families? I refuse to believe he would dare kill another from the ancient martial arts families. Qian Nanjun and Gu Chunlei, their faces pale with fear, felt their hearts racing. They never anticipated that this ordinary youth would so boldly slay members of the ancient martial arts families without hesitation. Yifan sneered, the ancient martial arts families have truly disappointed me. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. With a few swift strides, Yifan caught up to the two. Bang bang. With two powerful punches, the sound of a tiger's roar and a dragon's cry echoed. The reflection of Yifan's fists filled their pupils. And then, like watermelons, their heads burst open one after another. The crowd stood in stunned silence. No one could fathom that Yifan had just killed the alchemists from the ancient martial arts families present at the alchemical conference. These alchemists, even when faced with martial spirits, would not yield. Yet today they were hunted down by a young mortal. Incredible. This young man is extraordinary. He has slain the Eastern Yamato Dan King and the alchemists of the ancient martial arts families. He is tearing the heavens apart. Meanwhile, among the crowd was Jun Ruanhui, the eldest scion of the Jun family, who had once sought to pursue Shin Shuiwe. He recognized Yifan at once. Yes, that's him. I remember him. He is the god of slaughter. I have dined with the god of slaughter. I know him. Jun Ruanhui beamed with pride. Surrounded by the scions of the Zhonghai elite families, they too had heard the name of the god of slaughter. Yifan, goodness, you actually dined with the god of slaughter? Incredible, Jun, you are my brother today. Just as Yifan was about to leave, an official from the organizing committee rushed over. Sir, please wait. Yifan turned and inquired. What is it? The official, panting heavily, replied, My apologies. As the sole victor of this alchemical conference, you are entitled to a prize. A four-legged bronze cauldron. Yifan was taken aback. He had not anticipated there would be rewards for the competition. A bronze cauldron would be perfect for his alchemical endeavors. How fortuitous. Yifan glanced around. Where is my cauldron? Where is it? The official looked embarrassed and said, Just now, the cauldron that was rightfully yours was taken. Yifan frowned slightly. What? Taken? Who has the audacity to steal from me? The official's expression turned anxious, but after a moment, he revealed, the culprits who took the cauldron are likely from the Medicine King's Valley. Yifan shook his head, a bitter sigh escaping him. Just moments ago, he had thought highly of the venerable Yuan Huajing from the Medicine King's Valley, but now he found it disheartening to learn that there were thieves among them. Yifan chose not to waste more words with the official and instead approached Zhang Lao, requesting all available information regarding the Medicine King's Valley. Zhang Lao promptly mobilized all his resources in Zhonghai to investigate, and within 10 minutes, he uncovered the whereabouts of the Medicine King's Valley. He, the divine physician, has located it. The Medicine King's Valley lies deep within the Hengduan Mountains, hundreds of kilometers from here. Its precise location remains a mystery. The valley is shrouded in secrecy. My apologies, Yi. I could only find out this much. Yifan nodded. Thank you, Zhang Lao. I shall take my leave now. Upon my return, I will continue your treatment. At that moment, Zhang Shuyi, displaying remarkable intuition, approached Yifan without waiting for Zhang Lao's prompt. Yi, the divine physician, allow me to drive you. Very well, soon. Yifan and Zhang Shuyi swiftly vanished from the crowd's sight. deep within the Hengduan Mountains, a 20-member expedition team traversed a dense primordial forest. Leading them was a middle-aged man, his demeanor exuding authority, his martial arts mastery at the mid-level of the Grandmaster realm. Beside him stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in exquisite mountaineering attire, radiating an extraordinary elegance, clearly a woman of high status. Uncle Skiong, do you have any idea where the entrance to the Medicine King's Valley is? We have been searching for 3 hours. Li Jiqiang glanced at the compass on his wrist, his expression one of helplessness. Miss, I apologize, the compass has malfunctioned here. We must press on regardless. The stunning woman remained undeterred. Uncle Jiqiang, thank you for your efforts to save grandfather. I must find the Valley of the Medicine King. Li Jiqiang glanced at her with concern. Miss, can you still hold on? Should we rest here for a moment? The enchanting woman shook her head. I have no time to rest. We must continue searching. This captivating woman, named Li Shirling, is the granddaughter of Hong Kong's wealthiest man, Li Huaqing. She has received elite education since childhood, her willpower far surpassing that of the pampered daughters of affluent families. After nearly an hour and a half of trekking, the trees around them grew increasingly towering, ancient trees reaching for the sky, blocking out the sun. The group found themselves on a winding path. Li Jiqiang exclaimed excitedly, Miss, the Valley of the Medicine King is right ahead. We are almost there. Just then, the winding path beneath them suddenly trembled, the world spinning as if in a great quake. The group staggered, struggling to maintain their footing. Boom, boom, boom. A gigantic python, over 30 meters long and as thick as a large barrel, erupted from the ground, blocking their way. Its golden vertical pupils radiated an icy menace. Sending shivers down the spines of all present, Li Jiqiang shouted, Jiaming and Zhehui, you too. Protect the miss. The rest of you, join me in slaying the python. The python's head lunged toward the crowd, revealing a mouthful of mangled limbs and severed arms. Dripping with blood, a horrific sight. The screams startled the birds perched in the trees, sending flocks soaring into the sky, darkening the heavens. In less than 10 minutes, 10 out of 15 celestial-level warriors in the group had been devoured. With the remaining 5 left maimed and gasping on the ground, Li Jiqiang was drenched in sweat. This python must possess the strength of a peak grandmaster. Jiaming, Zhehui, take the miss and flee. I will cover you with Zishuan. Under the protection of 2 peak grandmasters, Li Shirling hastily retreated. Just as they took a couple of steps, a massive mouth descended from above, severing Jiaming's head clean off. Zhehui selflessly shielded Li Shirling, but was unexpectedly snatched away by the python in the next instant. Startled, Li Shirling slipped and fell to the ground. The python opened its gaping, bloody mouth, lunging at her. Li Jiqiang leaped forward, using all his strength to close the python's mouth. Miss, run. I can't hold on much longer. At that moment, Yifan appeared before them, hands behind his back, exuding an air of calm indifference. Li Jiqiang shouted at Yifan, Kid, hurry and take our miss away from here. This place is too dangerous. Yifan not only ignored Li Jiqiang but walked straight up to the python, shaking his head with a sigh. What a pity! What a pity! You encountered me today. Chapter 76. Strike the snake at its vital point. Li Jiqiang stared, momentarily stunned by Yifan's approach. Then he roared at Yifan. Kid, do you not understand human speech? Are you seeking death? I can't hold out much longer. Quickly take my miss and escape. Yifan scoffed. Escape? Why would I escape? Li Jiqiang trembled with rage at the obstinate young man. At that moment, the python swung its head, sending Li Jiqiang flying and smashing him into a nearby ancient tree. Splintering the trunk, he spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Yifan with a resentful gaze. I told you to run, but you didn't listen. Now there's no chance left, alas. You have brought great trouble upon my miss. In the next second, the python shook its head, hissing as if to provoke Yifan. Seeing Yifan stand motionless with his hands behind his back, it opened its cavernous mouth and lunged at him. Hiss! When the python's mouth was merely 5 centimeters from Yifan, a terrifying white energy suddenly enveloped his fist. His arm bent back, then shot forward. Don't you know that to strike a snake, one must aim for its vital point? As soon as he finished speaking, his fist connected with the python's head just below its vital point. Boom! The sound echoed as the python emitted a mournful cry, its body convulsing violently. Its head fell limply to the ground. Yifan lightly jumped, crushing the python's head beneath his foot. Li Jiqiang gasped. Utterly astonished, Li Shiling's eyes flickered, her chest heaving. Then she rose from the ground and approached Yi Fan. "Thank you, sir, for saving us." Yi Fan turned to leave. Li Shiling was left dumbfounded. Her cheeks flushed as she watched him depart. Why does he act so smug? Is it such a grand feat to kill a mere large python? Does he really need to adopt such an air of superiority, just a few steps away? The dragon scale hand reminded him, "Kid, the python's gallbladder is a precious item for refining elixirs. Are you really going to leave it behind?" Yi Fan was taken aback. "Damn, why didn't you mention it earlier?" The dragon scale hand replied nonchalantly, "I thought you knew. Let it go this time, but please inform me sooner next time." Yi Fan had no choice but to turn back. Li Shiling crossed her arms, secretly chuckling to herself. "I thought you wouldn't to come back. Turns out you wanted to play hard to get. Humph. Let us see if I pay any attention to you." Yi Fan, his expression cold, walked past Li Shiling. She felt a twinge of indignation and turned to confront him. Just then, she saw Yi Fan punch the python's belly, causing it to explode, blood splattering onto her face. Startled, Li Shiling fell back onto the ground. Despite her beauty, Yi Fan showed no inclination to acknowledge her. Yi Fan retrieved the gallbladder and prepared to leave. Just then, a chilling voice rang out. "How audacious! You dare to kill the spirit snake of my Valley of the Medicine King? Do you also wish to steal its treasures?" Two middle-aged men clad in black robes approached, one in front of the other. These men were elders of the Valley of the Medicine King. Having just returned from foraging herbs when they witnessed Yi Fan claiming the snake's gallbladder. 2 Peak Grandmasters, it seems the strength of the Valley of the Medicine King is not as formidable as I presumed. Yi Fan chuckled coldly to himself. The dragon scale hand explained, "Kid, do you think that everyone can be as abnormally skilled in both alchemy and martial arts as you? Alchemists primarily focus on concocting elixirs. Having a peak grandmaster level of skill is already quite exceptional." Yi Fan inquired, "Dragon hand, am I really as strong as you say?" "I don't feel that way at all." The square-faced man in the black robe approached Yi Fan, extending his hand dismissively. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the gallbladder. Perhaps we can consider granting you a swift death." The square-faced man had not even realized that Yi Fan was the one who had slain the python. He merely sought to frame Yi Fan with an arbitrary accusation to seize the gallbladder for himself. The Valley of the Medicine King has many giant pythons, but he had never seen one as massive as this. Upon seeing the gallbladder in Yi Fan's hand, he couldn't help but feel greedy. Yi Fan coldly regarded him. "People from the Valley of the Medicine King." The round-faced man in black robes ambled over, his face filled with avarice. "Indeed, we are elders of the Valley of the Medicine King. Since you are aware of our identities, why not obediently hand over the gallbladder?" Yi Fan snorted disdainfully. "You came just in time. I was looking for you from the Valley of the Medicine King." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan seized the square-faced man's arm and executed a shoulder throw. Slamming him to the ground, boom, dust clouds erupted. The square-faced man smashed the ground, creating a large pit, his bones shattering upon impact. Who exactly are you?" The square-faced man's eyes widened in horror as he struggled to crawl out of the pit. "Battered and bruised, the one who will kill you." Yi Fan leaped high and crushed his skull beneath his foot. "Elder Su." The round-faced man howled, throwing a punch at Yi Fan's chest. Yi Fan dodged, and the round-faced man missed entirely. How is this possible?" As the round-faced man turned, Yi Fan's fist struck his abdomen. Bang! The round-faced man's dantian shattered, his entire strength dissipating as he collapsed to the ground like a dead dog. In less than 30 seconds, one elder of the Valley of the Medicine King lay dead, while the other was severely injured. Li Shiling's mouth fell agape, her entire body trembling. No wonder this man exudes such an overpowering aura. He is immensely powerful. Li Jiqiang broke into a cold sweat, self-mocking. What right did I have to ask this young man to escape when facing the python? Even 10 giant pythons would likely be unable to stop him. This kid is simply extraordinary. Yi Fan stood with his hands behind his back, resembling a deity of death before the round-faced man. "If you wish to live, lead the way. Otherwise, prepare to die." The round-faced man, trembling in terror, stammered, "Thank you for sparing my life. I will take you to the Valley of the Medicine King at once." Li Jiqiang, supported by Li Shiling, approached Yi Fan. Why? Yi Fan frowned slightly. Do you also desire the gallbladder? Li Jiqiang hurriedly clarified. No, no, no. Sir, you misunderstand. We have come from Hong Kong merely to seek medicine in the Valley of the Medicine King. We have no other intentions. Could you kindly allow us to accompany you to the Valley of the Medicine King? Yi Fan ignored Li Jiqiang and walked to the round-faced man. Lead the way. Seeing that Yi Fan did not refuse, Li Shirling and Li Jiqiang silently followed behind him. Chapter 77. A ruckus in the Valley of the Medicine King. The round-faced man guided Yi Fan and his companions through the winding paths until they reached a massive stone door at the entrance of the valley. He reached into his bosom and retrieved a jade tablet, inserting it into a small hole at the door. With a resounding boom, the stone gate slowly creaked open, revealing a vast expanse of medicinal fields beyond. Surrounding the fields were numerous ancient-style buildings, with a grand hall standing majestically at the center of the architectural ensemble. Some disciples of the Yawang Valley, clad in gray robes, were diligently planting the herbs brought back by the elders into the fields. Upon spotting a round-faced man dressed in black robes, the gray-robed disciples paused their labor and respectfully addressed him. Elder Qi, you have returned? Elder Qi awkwardly smiled and waved his hand, prompting the others to resume their work. Esteemed guest, this is Yawang Valley, Elder Qi said cautiously. Li Shirling and Li Jiqiang were left utterly astonished. Truly, it is the legendary Yawang Valley. It is indeed a hidden paradise, Uncle Jiqiang. I've heard that one can only acquire treasures from Yawang Valley in exchange for precious items. Money holds no allure for them. That is indeed the case. Yawang Valley is only slightly inferior to ancient martial families. Such a force would hardly concern itself with mere currency. Uncle Jiqiang, do you think they would be interested in our blank pill recipe? Alas, there is no other option. We can only bravely give it a try. Just then, Yi Fan stepped forward. Is it true that you people of Yawang Valley take pleasure in stealing from others? Who is your valley master? Have him come out and face me. The crowd erupted in shock. Who is this brat? How dare he accuse us of thievery? Does he wish to court death? Moreover, their valley master detested disturbances during his dreams. At this hour, he should be napping. All the gray-robed disciples ceased their tasks and turned their gazes toward Yi Fan. Li Shirling's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Her eyes wide. Li Jiqiang looked at Yi Fan with incredulity. Sweat beading on his forehead. This is the genuine Yawang Valley. You were allowed to be reckless outside, but this is the stronghold of Yawang Valley. Offending the valley master means making an enemy of the entire Yawang Valley. And everyone knows that the network of alchemists is intricate, with entangled forces behind them. How dare you act so brazenly? Li Jiqiang hurriedly pulled Li Shirling away from Yi Fan, fearing that the valley master might mistakenly think they were accomplices. Seeing that no one responded, Yi Fan scoffed. Are the people of Yawang Valley so cowardly as to act without accountability? Since your valley master hides and refuses to show himself, I shall force him to come out. Before his words had fully settled, 3 dark figures blocked Yi Fan's path. You insolent brat! What audacity to presume you can meet our valley master at your whim! One of the elders stepped forward. Laughing heartily, ha ha! You think you can harm anyone from Yawang Valley? Silence! Yi Fan delivered a powerful kick to the elder's chest. Bang! The elder flew away like a dead dog, lifeless. The remaining 2 elders' expressions shifted dramatically. Brat, this is Yawang Valley. Do you truly dare to strike? Not just strike. As long as your valley master remains hidden, I shall kill until he appears. Yi Fan unleashed 2 more kicks. Bang bang. The 2 black-robed elders' chests caved in. Their bodies propelled backward into the medicinal fields, destroying a vast area before they ultimately spewed blood and perished. The scene fell into profound silence. At that moment, a booming voice resonated from within the grand hall. Who dares to disturb my dreams? Following this, a figure leaped high into the air like a monkey, breaking through the roof of the hall and landing before Yi Fan in a few bounds. Clad in a flowing red robe, barefoot, with sharp eyes and long hair cascading freely, the figure commanded attention. Upon seeing this red-robed individual, all the disciples of Yawang Valley knelt in reverence. We welcome the Valley Master. Yawang Valley was divided into 3 ranks. The 3rd rank comprised gray-robed disciples, the 2nd rank consisted of black-robed elders, and the 1st rank was represented by the Valley Master in red robes, Yao Buran. Not only was Yao Buran a master of alchemy, but he also possessed formidable martial prowess, having reached the initial stage of martial spirit at the age of 35, making him an undeniable talent in dual cultivation. At this moment, Elder Chi hastily knelt beside Yi Fan. Valley Master, this man is beyond redemption. Elder Su and I were gathering herbs in the mountains when we encountered this brat killing a spirit snake, and we tried to intervene. Yet, not only did he refuse to cease his rampage, but he also killed Elder Su. He threatened me, stating that if I did not lead him, he would kill me too. I had no choice but to comply, and the moment he entered the valley, he began his slaughter, killing 3 of our elders. Valley Master, please see the truth. Elder Chi spoke with tears streaming down his face. No, he is lying. Li Shirling suddenly rushed in front of Yao Buran, pointing at Elder Sich was the spirit snake that attacked our party first. This gentleman fortuitously passed by and saved us. They intended to seize the treasure from him, which is why he retaliated. They are slandering him. Li Jiqiang regretted not keeping a closer eye on the young lady, realizing they were now in dire straits. This is the territory of Yaowang Valley. They have every reason to act as they please. At such a moment, who cares about the truth? Predictably, Yao Buran raised his hand and slapped down. With a resounding crack, Li Shirling was sent flying to the ground. Yao Buran glared viciously at the fallen Li Shirling. Yaowang Valley is not a place for you to speak. If you dare utter another word, I shall kill you, Li Jiqiang shouted in desperation. Miss, before charging frantically toward Yao Buran. I detest those who shout and scream within my Yaowang Valley. Guards, kill him. Yao Buran waved his hand, and 10 black-robed elders appeared around Li Jiqiang. After a flurry of brutal punches and kicks, Li Jiqiang's lifeless body lay upon the ground, unrecognizable. Witnessing this scene, Li Shirling was overwhelmed with grief and fainted. Elder Chi, brimming with pride, provoked Yi Fan. Ha ha ha. Boy, are you still arrogant? Now you understand the might of Yaowang Valley, don't you? Offending us leads only to death. Yi Fan seized Elder Chi by the neck. Just now, I said I would spare you. I retract that. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Elder Chi's neck was crushed. His eyes bulged, a look of astonishment etched upon his face, as if questioning how he dared to kill him before the eyes of Yaowang Valley. Elder Chi's corpse was casually tossed at Yao Buran's feet. Yao Buran's gaze turned frigid. Brat. You dared to intrude upon my Yaowang Valley, kill my elders, and steal my treasure. Yet you do not kneel and accept your fate? Kneel, your mother, Yi Fan replied succinctly and brutally. You seek death. Yao Buran lunged forward, shattering the stone path beneath his feet with a powerful stomp, cracks spreading like a spider's web. He then leaped high. Unleashing a thunderous punch, Yi Fan stood his ground, refusing to dodge as the fist neared his forehead. Suddenly, Yi Fan propelled himself forward. Bang! With a tremendous crash, Yao Buran was sent flying like a cannonball. Yi Fan followed suit, reaching out with lightning speed to grasp the airborne Yao Buran, hurling him down with force. Bang! Yao Buran crashed heavily to the ground, shattering the stone path beneath him. Yi Fan descended from above. Standing triumphantly atop Yao Buran, the arena fell into a profound silence, broken only by Yi Fan's icy voice. Speak. Where is my 4-legged bronze cauldron? Otherwise, you shall die. Just then, a tremendous crash echoed from the grand hall, and a golden light burst forth. An elder clad in a purple robe stood atop the eaves of the hall, hands clasped behind his back. Let us speak civilly. Please spare my guest, though there was a considerable distance. The elder's voice was clear and resonant. The disciples and elders of Yaowang Valley were struck with shock. It is that the ancestor of the Yao family has emerged from seclusion. The dragon scale hand suddenly cautioned. Brat! This man is at the mid-stage of martial spirit. Bang! Yi Fan stomped down, crushing Yao Buran's head, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. Apologies, but I have a flaw. I simply do not heed advice. Chapter 78. The ancestor of the Yao family submits. The ancestor's pupils constricted, his heart stopping for a moment. Then, an overwhelming aura surged forth, sending the tiles on the eaves flying. You dare kill my son? The ancestor of the Yao family propelled himself from the ground like a rocket, reaching Yi Fan in the blink of an eye, his eyes bloodshot as he struck toward Yi Fan's chest. Brat! Return my son's life. The dragon scale hand urged urgently. Brat, let me take over. I can swiftly eliminate this old man. Yi Fan coldly replied. No need. I wish to test my limits. The dragon scale hand exclaimed. You might get hurt. In that fleeting moment, as Yi Fan prepared to respond, the ancestor of the Yao family, suddenly halted, his gaze flickering. You resemble her too much. You look just like that woman. Yifan was momentarily taken aback. Brat, what is your name? The ancestor of the Yao family suddenly leaned in closer to Yifan. Yifan frowned slightly. Yifan, the ancestor of the Yao family, gasped. Do you know Yi Qingmei? Yifan was astonished. Do you know my aunt? In the next moment, the ancestor of the Yao family knelt before Yifan in full view of everyone. Young master, I beg your forgiveness for the offenses earlier. The crowd was left in utter shock. What is happening? The ancestor of the Yao family is kneeling to this brat. Is this young man of such notable lineage? Yifan, with a puzzled expression, inquired, What on earth is happening? Stand up and speak. It was only then that the elder of the Yao family rose and patiently explained to Yifan. As it turns out, Yifan's aunt had indeed resided in Zhonghai before and, by a stroke of fortune, had offered guidance to the elder of the Yao family. After receiving his aunt's counsel, the elder's alchemical prowess soared, ultimately leading him to establish the Yao Wang Valley. The current achievements of the Yao Wang Valley are inextricably linked to the guidance provided by Yifan's aunt all those years ago. Therefore, the elder has always held this debt of gratitude close to his heart. He had even sought out Yifan's aunt in hopes of repaying her kindness, only to discover that she had seemingly vanished without a trace, as if she had evaporated from the world. Why, Yifan pondered. So, Elder Yao, you have indeed sought out my aunt. The elder appeared to recall something. I just remembered. Besides myself, there were others who sought your aunt. Yifan hastily asked, Who were they? The elder narrowed his eyes slightly. Not long after your aunt disappeared, a group came to Yao Wang Valley inquiring about her whereabouts. I recall there were ancient martial clans, the Longdu Martial Arts Association, and, oh yes, it seems there were also people from the Easting. Yifan clenched his fists, an inexplicable fury rising within him. Easting people. They must have had ulterior motives. The ancient martial clans, the Longdu Martial Arts Association, and the Easting people. I will certainly seek them out for answers. Just then, Li Shirling suddenly awoke with a start. Upon seeing the headless corpse clad in a red robe on the ground, she was initially taken aback. Wai Yifan looked at Yao Boran's corpse and let out a cold laugh. Elder Yao, you wouldn't blame me for killing your son, would you? The elder of the Yao family bowed his head. I am ashamed to admit that I have failed as a father. My seclusion during this time has prevented me from guiding him, leading to his reckless behavior. Alas, one cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. He then turned to Li Shirling. Young master, is this person one of yours? Yifan shook his head. I am not familiar with her. It seems she came seeking medicine from your Yao Wang Valley. The elder approached Li Shirling. You seek medicine? Then you must be aware of the rules of our Yao Wang Valley. Li Shirling promptly produced a blank alchemical formula. Presenting the unmarked formula, she requested that Yao Wang Valley send someone to Hong Kong to save her grandfather. The elder of the Yao family, upon receiving the blank formula, was enraged. How dare you come to my Yao Wang Valley seeking medicine with nothing but a worthless piece of paper? Li Shirling's face turned pale. She had anticipated this outcome. I am the granddaughter of Li Huaqing. The richest man in Hong Kong. My family is willing to offer 1 billion to request Yao Wang Valley's assistance. Suddenly, the elder of the Yao family burst into laughter. Ha ha. Do you think my Yao Wang Valley is in need of such a trifling sum? Guards, throw her out. The dragon scale hand sensed that this formula was not simple. Kid, you are quite fortunate. If I am not mistaken, this formula should enhance the strength of martial artists. Yifan's heart jolted. An enhancement in strength is precisely what I need. The dragon scale hand replied nonchalantly. Let us take a look first. Several black-robed elders were about to expel Li Shirling when Yifan stepped forward. Miss Li, may I take a look at the blank formula you hold? Li Shirling handed it to Yifan. The elder of the Yao family rushed to Yifan, urging, Young master, do not be fooled by this. Do not listen to her nonsense. That so-called blank formula is merely a worthless piece of paper. The dragon scale hand exclaimed with delight. It truly is a remarkable item. Watch as I reveal a secret. A white mist emanated from Yifan's hand, enveloping the entire formula. Seconds later, tiny words appeared on the formula. Much to the astonishment of everyone present, the elder of the Yao family turned crimson with embarrassment, filled with regret. This is indeed a genuine formula. Yifan tucked the formula into his pocket. Since Elder Yao does not wish for it, I shall graciously accept it. The elder's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, his insides churning with regret. Damn it. It's not that I do not want it. Who knew that such a blank formula actually existed in this world? Every alchemist knows that the value of a formula is immeasurable. Especially for rare formulas, the elixirs produced are even more valuable. It is evident that this blank formula is quite uncommon. Li Shirling had never anticipated that this blank formula would turn out to be genuine. She had approached it with a sense of trial and error, unsure of its authenticity, which had led her to harbor significant doubts about the formula's legitimacy. Yi Fan gazed thoughtfully at Li Shirling. You mentioned your family is in Hong Kong? Li Shirling quickly replied, Yes, I come from the Li family in Hong Kong. Yi Fan appeared troubled. Could you wait for a month? After a month? I will definitely accompany you to Hong Kong to help treat your grandfather. Li Shirling looked puzzled. Mr. Yi, do you have something important to attend to? Yi Fan explained. In a month, there will be a martial arts competition in Zhonghai. I am to engage in a life and death duel with the East Ing sword spirit. Li Shirling was taken aback. A life and death duel? The elder of the Yao family gasped in astonishment. The East Ing sword spirit is at the pinnacle of martial spirits. Are you certain you wish to engage in such a duel? Yi Fan nodded. Li Shirling, with no other choice, decided to trust Yi Fan. Fine, I will wait for you for a month. The elder of the Yao family was startled. Wait, little girl, do you truly believe Yi Fan can defeat the East Ing sword spirit? Yi Fan, I believe in you. Upon hearing Li Shirling's words, the elder nearly stumbled. Goodness, by the way, Elder Yao, my cauldron is still with you. The elder of the Yao family suddenly realized. This rascal must have gone off to steal something again. Young master, please follow me. Along the way, the dragon scale hand sighed. Kid, you are truly fortunate. In just a few days, you have acquired a formula and a cauldron. All that is left is the medicinal materials to begin alchemy. Yi Fan scoffed. Medicinal materials? Aren't they everywhere here? The dragon scale hand exclaimed in realization. Kid, you truly are something. Yi Fan followed the elder of the Yao family through the main hall and arrived at the treasure hall. The elder opened the wooden door, revealing a central display of over 10 cauldrons, including the four-legged bronze cauldron, with shelves on either side filled with an array of medicinal materials. As Yi Fan approached the four-legged bronze cauldron, the dragon scale hand exclaimed, Kid, the first one on the left is excellent. Take that one. Yi Fan cleared his throat. Elder Yao, since you are so fond of my four-legged bronze cauldron, I shall gift it to you. In exchange, this cauldron shall belong to me. Yi Fan strode directly to the everlasting green cauldron. The elder of the Yao family stared wide-eyed, mouth agape. This is the treasured artifact of our Yao Wang Valley. Oh dear, what a loss. Yi Fan turned and asked, Elder Yao, what are you muttering about? Nothing, I merely said. If the young master likes it, then take it. The elder feigned calmness, while inwardly lamenting. Yi Fan nodded slightly. If there is nothing else, you may leave for now. I shall begin my alchemy. Remember, do not allow anyone to intrude, and protect me, young master. You aren't planning to use my century-old medicinal materials, are you? The elder of the Yao family glanced at the materials on the shelves. Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, Do not worry, I will only use a little. After the elder left, Yi Fan stood before the everlasting green cauldron, holding the formula in hand and surveying the shelves filled with medicinal materials. Now everything is ready. Chapter 79. The ancient martial clan surrounds Yawang Valley. The dragon scale hand sighed. It truly is effortless to obtain. Kid, are you ready? Yi Fan looked at the formula, frowning slightly. Can this formula truly produce an elixir to aid my breakthrough? There won't be any issues, will there? The dragon scale hand grinned confidently. Rest assured, my vision is keen. Allow me to share that this is a divine grade formula. Yi Fan was astonished. There are even divine grades? The dragon scale hand explained. This vast world is filled with wonders. The grades of medicinal pills are just the beginning. Above the heavenly grade lies the divine grade. And above the divine grade is the sacred grade. Yi Fan, growing impatient, interjected, Dragon Hand, stop, I understand. No need to continue. As long as the formula is sound, I will refine it, regardless of its grade. The dragon scale hand cautioned, Kid. In alchemy, haste makes waste. Maintain a calm mindset and proceed gradually. Yi Fan's expression hardened. Unfortunately, I do not have that much time. I must produce this elixir today. The dragon scale hand was startled. Kid, are you joking? This is a divine grade gathering chi pill, not something that can be compared to those heavenly grade pills. You will not be able to refine it today. If you manage to produce one within 3 days, that would be quite good, Yifan snorted coldly. Then let us give it a try. He swept the century-old and millennium-old medicinal materials from the shelves, gathering a large pile. Standing before the everlasting green cauldron, Yifan tossed all the materials inside and ignited the flames. The dragon scale hand grew anxious. Kid, hold off on adding so much at once. If this fails, it will waste the entire batch. Yifan replied coldly, the word failure does not exist in my dictionary. Boom. The flames roared to life, engulfing the entire everlasting green cauldron. 2 hours later, drenched in sweat, Yifan tore off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique. Another hour passed, and a refreshing fragrance wafted from the cauldron. Yifan immediately extinguished the flames and peered inside. It worked. Yifan was filled with excitement as he retrieved 13 perfectly round golden pills from the cauldron. With a gasp, Longlin Jisho exclaimed, "What the hell? In just 3 hours, you've managed to refine the chi-gathering pills, and not just one, but 13. You truly are defying the heavens," he continued. "Who did you learn alchemy from?" Yifan replied nonchalantly, "From my fourth master." Longlin Jisho was somewhat taken aback. Impressive. Even the most skilled alchemists cannot guarantee a 100% success rate, and the success rate for divine-grade pills is notoriously low. Yet, in my memory, Yifan has never failed in alchemy. Longlin Jisho felt an overwhelming joy within. This young man is indeed extraordinarily gifted. Yifan suddenly inquired, "Duan Shou, can these pills help me directly break through to the martial king level?" Longlin Jisho sighed, "Young man, you're thinking too highly of them. These chi-gathering pills can at most assist you in breaking through one realm. Jumping 2 realms is utterly impossible." Yifan glanced at the empty shelves on either side. "Unfortunately, I have already depleted the medicinal materials," Longlin Jisho comforted him. "You've already achieved something remarkable. I initially thought that with these materials, you would be fortunate to refine 5 chi-gathering pills. Don T put too much pressure on yourself." "All right." Yifan nodded. He took out 10 chi-gathering pills and swallowed them whole. Then, he bellowed, "At the peak of martial spirit, I, Yifan, am coming." As soon as the pills entered his stomach, Yifan felt a fiery sensation in his dantian. Waves of powerful inner strength surged through his limbs and bones like a torrential tide. Outside the treasure-gathering hall, the ancestor of the medicine family and Li Shirling stood guard. Earlier, Yifan had accepted Li Shirling's pill formula, and now the ancestor was particularly courteous towards her. "Miss Li, let me have someone take you down to rest. Refining pills is not a task that can be accomplished overnight." "I will stay here to protect young master," Li Shirling firmly rejected. "Now that I am on the same boat as Mr. Yi, since he is striving, what does it matter for me to stand here and wait for him?" The ancestor of the medicine family looked at Li Shirling with newfound respect and bowed to her. "Ha ha ha, Miss Li, I didn't expect you to be quite different from those young ladies of the aristocratic families." "You flatter me, senior," Li Shirling returned the gesture. Just then, a blood-soaked elder clad in a black robe rushed into the Medicine King Valley in a panic. "No, this is bad. The ancient martial Sun family, the ancient martial Qian family, and the ancient martial Gu family have breached. Before he could finish, the bloodied elder collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The ancestor of the medicine family furrowed his brow. "Miss Li, please stay here to safeguard the young master. I shall investigate." The ancestor approached the fallen elder and lifted him. The surrounding elders and disciples of the Medicine King Valley quickly gathered around. The ancestor of the medicine family shook his head. Just then, a cacophony of horse hooves echoed from the valley's entrance, causing the entire valley to tremble. Everyone's gaze converged on the gate, and suddenly, with a resounding crash, the massive stone door shattered. A formidable force of around 1,000 troops surged in, banners unfurled on 3 sides, billowing in the wind, exuding an imposing aura. The onlookers were startled by the large characters embroidered on the banners. Sun, Qian, Gu Yi. Their hearts raced. The ancient martial Sun family, the ancient martial Qian family, and the ancient martial Gu family. What brings them here? The ancestor of the medicine family's expression twitched as he gently laid down the black-robed elder's body. With a beaming smile, he approached the throng of elders and disciples of the Medicine King Valley. "May I inquire what brings the esteemed ancient martial families to my Medicine King Valley?" The 3 leaders, clad in silver armor and mounted on war horses, exuded an air of invincibility. Upon seeing the ancestor approach, they remained mounted, A stunning woman in her prime burst into laughter. I thought it was someone important. But it's just the ancestor of the medicine family. Aren't you supposed to be in seclusion? Why have you come out? Are you coveting my beauty and eager to meet me? This enchanting woman, named Qian Meiyu, was an elder of the ancient martial Qin family, at the mid-stage of martial spirit, notorious for her deadly charm. It was said that no man could leave her bed alive. Beside her stood a burly man with a thick beard who bellowed, "What is the meaning of this? How dare the Medicine King Valley conceal the murderer of our three families, alchemists? What audacity!" He was the eldest elder of the ancient martial Gu family, also at the mid-stage of martial spirit, known for his extraordinary strength. Legend had it that he could unleash 3 tons of force with a single punch. A terrifying feat. Dali, why are you shouting so loudly? A sage-like elder with a goatee frowned slightly. These ants wouldn't dare to oppose the ancient martial families. Why waste your breath on them? This elder, named Sun Jinlin, was also at the mid-stage of martial spirit and the master of the alchemist Sun Qiming. Upon hearing of his disciple's demise, he rushed over, together with Qian Meiyu and Gudali. They formed a coalition against Yifan. The elders and disciples of the Medicine King Valley gasped in disbelief. The alliance of the 3 ancient martial families, with 3 mid-stage martial spirits, was unprecedented. Alas, it seems the ancestor will have to comply and surrender the person. Suddenly, the ancestor of the Medicine family raised his hand and declared sternly, "The Medicine King Valley does not harbor the person you seek. If you wish to intrude, you must step over my dead body." A profound silence enveloped the area. Li Shirling felt a chill run down her spine. This is bad. Yifan is still in seclusion inside the hall. What should we do? Chapter 80. Ascending to the peak of martial spirit, Qian Meiyu playfully covered her face with her delicate fingers, laughing, "Old man, do you know what you're saying? If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as reaching into my pocket. I advise you to kneel and submit, or else you shall die." Gudali sneered, "Old man, you are quite bold. You dare to block the path of the ancient martial families?" Sun Jinlin looked at the ancestor of the medicine family with interest. "Ah, you, Yao Tianqing, think you are so important, don't you? If it weren't for the fact that our ancient martial Sun family values your obedience, do you think the Medicine King Valley could exist to this day? You should kneel like a dog. I'll warn you one last time. If you do not comply, there will be no need for the Medicine King Valley to exist." Although the Medicine King Valley had always been refining pills for the ancient martial Sun family, they had never regarded the valley as equals. They treated them merely as tools for pill refinement. Even less than ants. Whenever the Sun family demanded pills, the people of the Medicine King Valley had to toil day and night, resulting in the untimely deaths of numerous disciples. Yao Tianqing had long harbored resentment. But the ancient martial Sun family threatened him, saying that if he did not comply, they would kill his son Yao Buran. Out of necessity, he had reluctantly accepted. But now that his son Yao Buran was dead, he had no further concerns. Moreover, due to the favor his aunt bestowed upon him, he would never surrender Yifan. Yao Tianqing scoffed, "It is precisely because that woman taught me alchemy that I established the Medicine King Valley and achieved today's success. You expect me to hand over her nephew? Do you really think that is possible? Even if all the people in the Medicine King Valley die in battle, I will not take a step back." He then shouted at the 3 mounted figures, "When a man is enraged, blood spills 5 paces. All disciples of the Medicine King Valley, heed my command. Block their path. They must not set foot in the Medicine King Valley." The disciples of the Medicine King Valley erupted into a thunderous roar, converging from all directions. Qian Meiyu suddenly grew excited, squeezing her legs tightly. He is indeed hiding in the Medicine King Valley. Sun Jinlin shook his head, truly unaware of your own folly. Gudali bellowed, gripping the reins, ready to charge. "Kill!" With that command, countless warhorses surged toward the crowd, obstructing their path. The disciples of the Medicine King Valley were no match for the ancient martial families. And in an instant, the crowd was sent flying, chaos ensuing with countless casualties. Amidst the turmoil, Qian Meiyu ensnared a black-robed elder's head with her delicate legs. "Hee. Tell me, am I beautiful?" Though the elder was on the brink of suffocation, he mustered all his strength to spit out, "Beautiful, my foot." With a crisp snap, the elder's head burst open like a watermelon. Qian Meiyu retrieved a blood-soaked silk scarf, delicately wiping the blood from her beautiful legs. "Humph! The men of the Medicine King Valley truly lack appreciation for beauty. Then let me kill them all. Gu Dali charged past her, wrapping his arm around Qian Meiyu's slender waist. Main Yang, allow me to avenge you. He swung a fist into the crowd, and with a thunderous crash, several disciples of the Medicine King Valley surrounding Qian Meiyu were sent flying like dead dogs, their organs shattered. They bled out and died. Gu Dali leered at Qian Meiyu's alluring figure. I wonder if you would be so kind as to grant me a favor tonight. Qian Meiyu replied coyly, it depends on your performance. Upon hearing this, Gu Dali was filled with excitement, releasing his grip on her waist and plunging into the fray. In a short time, the medicinal fields were ravaged, corpses strewn about. Yao Tianqing was also embroiled in a bitter struggle. As Sun Jinlin kept pressing the attack, Yao Tianqing was forced to retreat. Already covered in wounds, he was on the verge of being driven back to the entrance of the Great Hall. Sun Jinlin sneered, you worthless fool. Don't think that just because you've reached the mid-stage of martial spirit, you can contend with me. Remember, you have only just reached this stage, while I stepped into it 5 years ago. In terms of martial prowess, you are leagues behind me. How dare you possess the audacity to defy our ancient martial family? Would it not be better to continue as a dog, refining your elixirs and preserving your life? Yao Tianqing stood his ground, glaring fiercely at Sun Jinlin, blood dripping from his clenched fists. Even if the King of Heaven were to arrive, he shall not take another step. Sun Jinlin let out a cold laugh. If you insist on choosing the path of death, then surely the person we seek must be within this grand hall. Allow me to demonstrate. With a lightning-fast strike, Sun Jinlin's palm crashed against Yao Tianqing's chest. Bang! Yao Tianqing's chest caved in, and he was propelled backward, crashing down upon the stone steps, shattering them to pieces. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. His ribs splintered. Li Shirling, pale with fear, rushed to Yao Tianqing's side, helping him to his feet. Elder, are you all right? Yao Tianqing forcefully pushed her away. Do not concern yourself with me. Hurry and inform the young master inside the hall. Li Shirling hesitated. But Mr.Ye is in seclusion. If we intrude recklessly, could it not endanger Mr. Yi? In a swift motion, Sun Jinlin appeared before Li Shirling. Naive? With me here, how could you escape? Ah, Li Shirling was startled, losing her balance and tumbling down the steps. At that moment, a tremendous crash resounded. The heavy wooden doors of the grand hall shattered into splinters. In the next instant, Yi Fan appeared before everyone, hands clasped behind his back. His bare torso revealed muscles chiseled like stone, radiating strength and beauty. Yao Tianqing, visibly relieved, exclaimed, Young master! Li Shirling's beautiful eyes sparkled. Mr. Yi? Long Lin's hand trembled with excitement. Congratulations, young man. You have successfully ascended to the pinnacle of martial spirits. Now, go and truly experience the power of the martial spirit pinnacle. Yi Fan clenched his fists, producing a series of crackling sounds. That is precisely my intention. He then leaped forward, closing the distance to Sun Jinlin, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Bang! Sun Jinlin felt as though he had been struck by a heavy truck, his body uncontrollably flying backward, crashing into the coalition of the ancient martial families. Boom! Dozens were reduced to a mist of blood, and only then did Sun Jinlin come to a halt, spitting out a mouthful of blood as terror gripped his expression. What kind of terrifying power is this? How could a mere mid-stage martial spirit be sent flying hundreds of meters away? Yi Fan's gaze turned icy as he addressed the members of the ancient martial family. Since you have slain so many of my Yawang Valley people, do not think you can escape. Stay here to accompany them in death. The hall fell into a profound silence. Chapter 81. A punch delivering 7 tons of force. Qian Meiyu, with a delicate arch of her brow, opened her cherry lips to place her slender jade finger within, lightly biting down. None of you dare compete with me. This man's life is mine. I shall make him perish between my legs. Sun Jinlin's brow furrowed in concern. Meiyu, do not underestimate him. This lad's strength is astonishing. He may not be weaker than any of us, Gu Dali sneered. Old Sun, it appears your frail frame is indeed quite vulnerable. Sun Jinlin's face flushed crimson. Gu Dali, what do you mean by that? Gu Dali replied nonchalantly. Nothing much. Just that you seem to be a disgrace to our ancient martial family. You, Sun Jinlin, infuriated, clutched his chest at that moment. Qian Meiyu gracefully approached Yi Fan, her waist swaying with each step, her alluring figure leaving the onlookers mesmerized. Idali swallowed hard. This enchantress, I must certainly have my way with her tonight. Hee hee. Qian Meiyu stood before Yi Fan, her gaze lingering on his bare upper body. You are the one who killed my family's alchemist? You truly are quite arrogant. Yi Fan, expressionless, retorted. Your alchemist, as a citizen of Longhua, chose to serve the Easterners. Does he not deserve death? Qian Meiyu, with every smile and frown, radiated the allure of a mature woman. Ha ha ha, Longhua? Even the Empress dares not contend with our ancient martial family. You, lad, are rather amusing. I offer you a chance. Come with me into the hall, serve me well, and I shall ensure your death is a comfortable one. The members of the ancient martial family, witnessing this scene, could not help but drool. Good grief. Such a death is far too lenient for this lad. How pleasurable would such an end be? This is Qian Meiyu, the first beauty in the hearts of countless men from the ancient martial family. Allowing a mere mortal to serve her? Meiyu, why not take a look at me? I too can serve you. Gudali, gritting his teeth, shouted. Whoever speaks out of turn again, I shall cut out their tongue. The crowd fell instantly silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Seeing Yi Fan frozen in place, Yao Tianqing felt a chill of foreboding. Oh no, could the young master be enchanted by this enchantress? If I were his age, I too would likely succumb to the allure of such a mature woman. Li Shirling furrowed her brow, feeling a pang of unwillingness. Could it be that M.Y. prefers mature women? Ah, no. At such a moment, why am I even entertaining such thoughts? The life of M.Y. is far more important. Just as Li Shirling was about to call out to Yi Fan, her words were cut short as Yi Fan coldly commanded Qian Meiyu, get lost. The entire assembly was rendered speechless, shock etched across their faces. Qian Meiyu's lips parted in disbelief. You dare tell me to roll, youth? You know not the value of a mature woman. I shall kill you for that. Let me show you my strength. As her words fell, Qian Meiyu lightly sprang into the air, her movements as graceful as a cat, her long legs slicing toward Yi Fan's neck like lethal scissors. Yi Fan let out a cold huff, raising his hands to seize both of her delicate ankles. Qian Meiyu's face was one of shock. How is this possible? My legs have crushed the heads of mid-stage martial spirits. Could he be? Yi Fan's cold gaze met Qian Meiyu's. Your words are too verbose. With a swift motion, he crushed her ankles. Ah! Qian Meiyu screamed in agony, collapsing before Yi Fan. The crowd gasped in horror. Good heavens! What kind of power does this lad possess? First, he sent Sun Jinlin flying, and now he has subdued Qian Meiyu with a single move. Can you believe it? Yao Tianqing exclaimed in excitement. Young master, you are incredible, truly a monster. Ha ha ha. Li Shirling, drenched in cold sweat, thought to herself, thank goodness I did not offend this man. He is simply terrifying. At that moment, a multitude of expressions crossed Qian Meiyu's face. Fear, disbelief, despair, regret. Her complexion drained of color as she crawled to Yi Fan's feet, begging like a dog. Young master, I was wrong. Please spare me. I do not wish to die. As she spoke, she began to unfasten her armor, revealing her pristine bosom. If you spare me, I shall obey your every command. Whatever you desire, I am willing. Other men praise me, and I will serve you well. Yi Fan, intrigued, looked at her. Then tell me, how will you serve me? I do not understand. The way that all men desire. Qian Meiyu transformed into a vision of seduction, continuing to unbutton her top, pressing herself against Yi Fan's leg. At this moment, she was brimming with confidence. She understood men all too well, and no man could refuse someone as captivating as her. She was well aware of their every little quirk. Why? Yi Fan scoffed. How can I trust your sincerity? You are from the ancient martial family. I do not believe you. Qian Meiyu, her hands gripping Yi Fan's thigh, raised her head. Young master, I am truly sincere. Yi Fan's icy gaze fell upon her. If your sincerity is genuine, then I shall see what your heart truly looks like. With that, Yi Fan pierced his hand through Qian Meiyu's chest, grasping her heart. You. Her pupils dilated in horror. You have seen it, but you are unworthy. In the next moment, Yi Fan crushed her heart, blood splattering everywhere, the scene utterly gruesome. Qian Meiyu's body crumpled to the ground like a puddle of mud. The hall fell into a profound silence. Gu Dali let out a furious roar, shaking the very earth. What the hell? I have not even had my fun yet, and you kill her. You little brat, I will kill you. Yifan smirked and shook his head. Not only will I kill her, I will also kill you. Gudali's legs tightened, and he charged toward Yifan on his steed. Ya, you little brat, come and face me. I, Gudali, can deliver 3 tons of force with a single punch. Today you shall surely die. 3 tons of force? How impressive! Yifan laughed coldly, propelling himself off the ground, the stone floor erupting beneath him, and he soared toward Gudali like a fighter jet. In the blink of an eye, the two figures were nearly upon each other. The warhorse reared its hooves, aiming for Yifan. Just as the hooves descended, Yifan unleashed a punch, bang, with a deafening sound. The warhorse let out a cry, swiftly being sent flying. Gudali, sensing danger, swiftly dismounted and landed gracefully, boom. In the next moment, the horse exploded mid-aired. Why Yifan was astonished. What power! How has my punch become so ferocious after my advancement? Long Lin's hand chuckled. What a ridiculous question. Previously, your punch was estimated to be less than 2 tons. Now, having reached the pinnacle of martial prowess, it is likely that you can unleash a force of 7 tons with a single strike. Blood splattered across Gudali's face. Why Yifan? How dare you kill my prized? This is my most cherished steed. Damn it. Prepare to pay with your life. Chapter 82. New Valley Master Yifan Gudali, in a fit of rage, tore his bloodied armor to shreds, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him. The temperature around the medicinal fields plummeted by several degrees, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Yao Tianqing broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, "Young master, this man possesses extraordinary strength. Remember not to confront him head-on." Li Shirling gazed anxiously at Yifan's retreating figure, her hands clasped in prayer. Sun Jinlin, however, was filled with delight. "Ha ha, Yifan, you should never have provoked Gudali." Gudali's punch was ferociously powerful, making him one of the elite among mid-stage martial artists. "Even if you can overpower me, you will undoubtedly perish beneath the fists of Gudali." With a swift bend of his knees, Gudali propelled himself toward Yifan. The ground where he had stood just moments ago cracked and buckled, revealing terrifying fissures. "Die!" Gudali closed the distance in an instant, swinging a punch that unleashed a tremendous force, uprooting the surrounding medicinal fields. "I've heard you possess great strength. Let's see how you fare against my punch." Yifan let out a cold laugh, meeting his strike with a punch of his own. The resounding crash echoed through the air as their fists collided. What is happening? How is this possible? Gudali's face was awash with shock, his heart racing. In the next moment, his entire arm disintegrated into a cloud of blood. Gudali's expression twisted in agony, howling continuously. "How dare you call yourself powerful?" Without granting him a moment to breathe, Yifan's second punch followed swiftly. Gudali's panic-stricken countenance prompted him to raise his hand in defense. Bang! The overwhelming force crushed down once more, reducing Gudali's arm to a mist of blood. And the force continued downward, shattering his skull. Gudali's lifeless body rolled several times before finally coming to a halt among the crowd of the ancient martial family. Gasps of disbelief arose from the onlookers. 2 punches? Just 2 punches. Gudali was utterly defeated by this youth? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gudali's punch was reputed to generate 3 tons of force. How could he possibly be bested by this young man? What on earth is happening? This boy is barely of age. He is simply extraordinary. Yao Tianqing stood in disbelief, utterly shocked. It seems the young master is even more formidable than I had imagined. Li Shirling took deep breaths, striving to control her excitement, slowly parting her legs. "If why you were to take action, perhaps my grandfather might truly be saved." Sun Jinlin trembled in fear. "What the hell? This is madness." He turned to flee, and the coalition of the ancient martial families followed suit, abandoning their armor and desperately retreating toward the valley. Chilling voice echoed behind them. "I, Yifan, have declared that you must all remain as offerings in death. Do you think you can escape?" Yao Tianqing bellowed. "Yawang Valley, heed my command. Follow young Master Yi and eliminate the remaining intruders. Kill, kill, kill." In an instant, the cries of the Yawang Valley warriors resonated throughout the valley, deafening and filled with fervor. Just as they reached the entrance of the valley, they suddenly looked up to find a bare-chested youth waiting with his arms crossed. How is he here?" He was just behind us. What the hell? A demon. He is a demon. Sun Jinlin leaped over Yifan's head, disregarding the lives of the other members of the ancient martial family. My apologies. I shall take my leave first. Yifan appeared before him like a specter, almost touching him. I ask again. Where do you think you are going, Yu? Sun Jinlin was so stunned that he could hardly speak. With a single slap, Yifan turned him into a mist of blood. His body shot toward the crowd of the ancient martial family like a cannonball. Boom. Dozens of members were instantly reduced to a gruesome pulp. The remaining members of the ancient martial family turned pale, many collapsing to their knees in terror. Their morale shat. Standing to the side, Yao Tianqing suddenly spoke. Master Yi, rest assured that this cauldron will remain untouched in the Yaowang Valley. I shall safeguard it for you. Just then, an emerald ring rolled to Yifan's feet. As Yifan bent down to pick up the ring, Long Lin's hand exclaimed with delight, Kid, you actually possess a storage ring? Yifan froze for a moment, asking, Storage ring? What is that? Long Lin's hand responded, somewhat incredulous, Kid, how could you not know about such a treasure? A storage ring contains an independent space, capable of storing pills, weapons, books, and various items. Yifan was taken aback. I never imagined that the item left by my aunt was actually a storage ring. It seems my aunt is quite extraordinary. Long Lin's hand, filled with pride, added, by the way, Kid, I assumed you already knew, so I didn't mention that the interior space of Long Lin's hand also possesses storage capabilities. Yifan gazed at the Wangu Chongqing Ding before him. How do I use this? Long Lin's hand replied, you need to concentrate your thoughts. To put it simply, you must reach a high level of martial arts. At your current stage, you cannot open it. Yifan felt a twinge of disappointment. Then what's the point? Long Lin's hand, brimming with self-satisfaction, declared, Kid, I am Long Lin's hand. Although you cannot open it, I can assist you. Since we share consciousness, do you understand now? Yifan retorted coldly, come on. You went around in circles just to show off. Didn't you? Long Lin's hand fell silent. Yifan donned the ring and waved his hand at the Wangu Chongqing Ding. In an instant, the cauldron vanished, startling Yao Tianqing. It disappeared. The cauldron actually vanished into thin air. I know it disappeared. The cauldron is in my ring. I'm leaving. Yifan tossed out the remark and turned to depart. Yao Tianqing gazed at Yifan's retreating figure, feeling an immense shock within. Master Yi, what other extraordinary powers do you possess that I am unaware of? At the foot of the Hengduan Mountains, before a jeep, Li Shirling opened the passenger door and respectfully said to Yifan, Mr. Yi, please, are you sure you don't want me to drive? Li Shirling smiled with confidence. Mr. Yi, trust me, my driving skills are top-notch. I passed all driving school tests on the first attempt. All right. Yifan got into the car without further ado. Li Shirling elegantly hopped in, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned driver. She started the engine, and with a roar, it stalled. Did it stall? Yifan sighed. Why did you press the brake while shifting gears? You should press the clutch. Li Shirling looked innocent. Huh? Does a manual transmission require pressing the clutch to shift? I learned on an automatic. Yifan promptly kicked Li Shirling out and took the driver's seat himself. As Li Shirling sat in the passenger seat, she watched Yifan skillfully maneuver the off-road vehicle along the mountain road, her legs clenching tightly, eyes sparkling with admiration. Yifan drove directly to a 5-star luxury hotel where Li Shirling was staying. She invited Yifan to her room for a visit and to take a shower, to which Yifan gladly agreed. An hour later, Li Shirling emerged in an elegant red evening gown. Her aura elevated significantly, resembling a noble queen. Yifan stepped out of the cloakroom dressed in a clean suit. Li Shirling was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Yifan looked entirely different from the one she had seen at the Yaowang Valley. Oh no, I'm feeling butterflies. Noticing Li Shirling lost in thought, Yifan approached her. Is it strange for me to wear a suit? This was Yifan's first time wearing formal attire since descending the mountain, and he was uncertain about how he appeared in a suit. Li Shirling's cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered. Not strange, it fits well, and it looks very handsome. At that moment, Li Shirling turned to grab an invitation card. Mr. Yi, do you have time tonight? I would like to invite you to watch a boxing match. With the upcoming Zhonghai Martial Arts Tournament, a series of promotional events were being held, and this octagonal cage boxing match was one of them. Coincidentally, Yifan also wished to understand the martial prowess of various nations, thus he readily accepted Li Shirling's invitation. Just then, his phone rang. Beep beep beep, a Upon answering, he realized it was Old Zheng calling. Is something the matter, Old Zheng? Dr. Yi, have you retrieved your cauldron? Old Zheng inquired with concern. I didn't get the original back, but I acquired an even better one, Yifan replied nonchalantly. Old Zheng was somewhat bewildered but refrained from probing further. By the way, Dr. Yi, there's a boxing match at Zhonghai tonight. I happen to have VIP seats and was thinking of inviting you along. Zheng Shuyi, standing beside Old Zheng, wore a worried expression. Grandpa, will Yifan go? Will he go? Old Zheng gestured for her to be quiet. Yifan, feeling a bit conflicted, replied, I will go. However, I have already been invited by someone else. Old Zheng's expression shifted. No problem. If you don't mind, you can sit in my VIP area tonight. Yifan immediately responded, all right. After hanging up, Zheng Shuyi pouted, Grandpa. Who is it? Old Zheng shook his head. I don't know. You'll find out tonight. In the evening, the Zhonghai Comprehensive Sports Center was bustling with crowds. Tonight, martial artists from various countries would compete in the octagonal cage boxing match. ASA promotional event for the Zhonghai Martial Arts Tournament. Numerous wealthy tycoons and foreign dignitaries gathered here, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Before the match commenced, Old Zheng personally arranged for a 1982 La Fight in the luxurious box. Yifan occupied the central position, flanked by two stunning women. On his left sat Li Shirling, the granddaughter of the richest man in Hong Kong, and on his right was Zheng Shuyi from a prestigious Zhonghai family. All eyes instantly turned toward them, displaying a mix of jealousy, envy, astonishment, and surprise. They were not only amazed by the unparalleled beauty of the two women but also puzzled as to why Yifan's expression remained remarkably calm, seemingly unfazed. Wow, this young man is incredibly composed. He is flanked by two stunning beauties. How is he managing that? Little did they know, at that moment, Yifan was atop a massive stone platform within the chaotic space of Long Lin's hand. Facing Long Lin's hand itself, Broken Hand. What happened to the promised rewards for your upgrade? Long Lin's hand replied, Why are you in such a hurry, kid? Hold me with your palm facing down and shake vigorously. Yifan retorted, Broken Hand, I don't have time to play with you. Where's the treasure? If you shake me, it will drop. Long Lin's hand explained. As soon as he finished, Yifan grasped Long Lin's hand and began shaking it vigorously. Why didn't you say so earlier? With a thud, a manual fell before him. Yifan quickly picked it up. Body Protection Chi. Is there a grade? Let me see. Chapter 84. The Octagonal Cage Boxing Match. Mortal grade? Yifan felt disheartened. The name did not bode well. After exhausting himself refining pills in hopes of a breakthrough, to end up with a manual of mortal grade was even more disappointing. Long Lin's hand seemed perplexed. Kid, what are you pretending for? You drew a divine grade martial technique on your first try. Are you acting coy about it? Yifan was astonished. Divine grade? It clearly states mortal grade. Long Lin's hand exclaimed excitedly, Look closely. Is there not a small slash on the mortal grade? Flip to the next page, and does it not say divine grade? Yifan finally noticed that indeed, there was a slash on the mortal grade. And flipping to the second page revealed the words divine grade. Incredible, divine grade martial technique. Is it really that extraordinary? Long Lin's hand explained, As far as I know, martial techniques in this world are categorized as mortal. Mysterious, earthly, heavenly, divine, and sacred. Divine grade martial techniques are exceedingly rare, let alone heavenly grade. It is no exaggeration to say that divine grade techniques are exclusive to me. Your luck is truly remarkable. Yifan disregarded Long Lin's hand's chatter and began cultivating the Body Protection Chi. The Body Protection Chi was divided into 3 levels. Mastering the first level could withstand small caliber bullets, such as those from handguns. Mastering the second level could defend against conventional bullets from assault rifles. And mastering the third level could endure grenades and heavy armor-piercing rounds. Yifan sat cross-legged on the stone platform, allowing Long Lin's hand to attack him continuously. After 20 minutes, Yifan entered the first level. Long Lin's hand's attacks began to lose their vigor. Kid, your talent is indeed extraordinary. You mastered the technique and reached the first level in just 20 minutes. Don't overdo it. It might be best to stop for today. Yifan shouted, I'm not tired, Broken Hand. Please continue your attacks. Long Lin's hand complained, You're not tired, but I'm nearly exhausted. An hour later, with a loud bang, an invisible barrier repelled Long Lin's hand's assault. Long Lin's hand was astonished. Kid, impressive. You truly managed to cultivate it. Congratulations on reaching the second level. Yifan coldly shook his head. Is reaching the second level in an hour considered fast? I still wish to break through to the third level, but you seem to be struggling to keep up. Long Lin's hand grumbled, Kid, don't be ungrateful. If it weren't for dropping treasures for you, would I expend such energy? Yifan stood up, broken hand. Take a good rest. I'm leaving. In the VIP room, Li Shirling and Zhang Shuyi appeared to be smiling at one another, yet inwardly, they were gritting their teeth, speculating about the nature of each other's relationship with Yifan. As Yifan's consciousness returned to his body in the room, sandwiched between the two women, he instantly sensed a terrifying undercurrent of tension between them. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward at that moment. Old Zhang strode in, holding a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Dr. Yi, this is a fine wine I've been keeping for myself. We simply must indulge today. Upon seeing Old Zhang, Yifan felt as though he had discovered a lifeline and immediately rose. Old Zhang, let us hold off on the wine for now. While the match hasn't yet commenced, allow me to administer some acupuncture first. After this session, your meridians should be nearly restored, and your martial prowess may reach the pinnacle of a master. Old Zhang's eyes widened in alarm as he hastily set down the Lafite. Dr. Yi is right. Why drink when we can proceed with the acupuncture? Ha ha ha. Following Yifan's deft treatment, Old Zhang's body astonishingly returned to the level of a master. Overcome with excitement, Old Zhang bowed deeply to Yifan, exclaiming, Thank you, Dr. Yi. Yifan waved his hand dismissively. Old Zhang, I am not doing this for free. Only one more session remains. I hope you can gather all the rare medicinal herbs available on the market that are of considerable age. Old Zhang immediately responded, As long as it is Dr. Ye's request, I shall spare no effort in collecting the herbs, rest assured. Yifan nodded slightly. Now that he possessed a storage ring in the chaotic space of the dragon scale hand, acquiring more medicinal herbs was undoubtedly advantageous. Relying solely on Chen Xuaning would likely be less efficient than collaborating with Old Zhang, which was why Yifan had proposed the exchange of acupuncture for herb collection. Just then, Li Shirling's beautiful eyes sparkled as she involuntarily exclaimed, Master Yi, your medical skills are extraordinary. You will undoubtedly save my grandfather. Both Old Zhang and Zhang Shuyi looked at Yifan in disbelief. Master Yi, could it be that Dr. Yi has already taken control of the medicinal King Valley? Old Zhang was astounded. Realizing she might have misspoken, Li Shirling quickly covered her mouth. Why Yifan appeared unconcerned. It's no secret. Both Old Zhang and Miss Zhang are allies indeed. From this moment forth, the medicinal King Valley is under the Yi banner. Old Zhang's mind felt as if it had been struck by a thunderous explosion. What? Dr. Yi has claimed the medicinal King Valley for himself. The medicinal King Valley is second only to the ancient martial families. Previously, he had thought himself an equal of Dr. Yi, but now he realized he had overreached. Old Zhang poured 2 glasses of red wine, handing one to Yifan, bowing his cup slightly below Yifan's in a gesture of respect. Dr. Yi, no, Master Yi, I toast to you. Zhang Shuyi stood frozen in place. Oh no, I am unworthy of Dr. Yi. In the adjacent VIP room, the Japanese official Aoi Kiri sat elegantly in a kimono on the sofa, accompanied by a gaunt, sharp-eyed middle-aged man in his 50s, Mitsui Kintaro. The head of the Mitsui group, who had traveled from Japan to execute a long-planned secret agenda in Zhonghai. He gazed intently at the 2 Caucasian men engaged in a fierce battle in the octagonal ring. I hear that tonight, Miyamoto Han's nephew, Miyamoto Sho, is also set to compete, the official explained. Indeed. I didn't expect Miyamoto Sho to come to Zhonghai as well. Could he also be part of our plan? The official crossed her legs. Precisely. Alas, the Dan King of Japan, Kurushizas D. Kuin, perished at the alchemy conference. Mitsui Kintaro's gaze flickered toward the gap between the official's legs. I am not the least bit regretful. That worthless fool lost to a Dragon Kingdom citizen in alchemy. He deserves his fate. The official hesitated before saying, I accompanied D. Kuin to the alchemy conference. I witnessed with my own eyes that he was defeated by none other than Lord Miyamoto Musashi's opponent in a month, Yifan. Mitsui Kintaro's eyes narrowed. What? Our plan has been thwarted by Yifan. What does Lord Miyamoto Musashi say? The official sneered, in a month, Yifan's demise will be upon him. Lord Miyamoto Musashi will personally ensure his death. In the octagonal ring, a wounded Caucasian man was carried off the stage. The next round of combat was about to commence. The referee announced the upcoming match in the center of the ring. Dragon Kingdom's Zhao Xian vs. East Japan's Miyamoto show. Upon hearing the names of the contestants, Yi Fan rose and walked to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, astonished to see a familiar figure on stage. Zhao Xian, it really is you. Chapter 85. You seek his life? I object. Zhao Xian was Yi Fan's close friend from high school, a passionate youth with grand aspirations, determined to enroll in Zhonghai's martial arts academy and become a martial artist to serve his country. Yi Fan never expected to encounter him in Zhonghai.it, was a surprise to see that Zhao Xian had indeed become a martial artist. However, Yi Fan's brow furrowed slightly, puzzled. Given Zhao Xian's character, his martial path was about defending his homeland, not engaging in conflict. He would surely disdain such competitions. Why was he standing in the ring at this moment? Old Zheng stood beside Yi Fan, holding a wine glass. Master Yi, do you know this person? Yi Fan scoffed. Know him? He is my close friend from high school. Old Zheng was taken aback, nearly losing his grip on the glass. Zhao Xian is your friend? Yi Fan looked at him in confusion. Indeed. Do you know him as well? Old Zheng sighed. Master Yi, you may not be aware, but a few years ago, Zhao Xian's incident caused quite a stir in Zhonghai. It was common knowledge. Yi Fan furrowed his brow. What incident? Old Zheng explained. I happen to know some insider information. Zhao Xian is exceptionally talented. After graduating from Zhonghai's Martial Arts Academy, he directly entered the Zhonghai Martial Arts Association. However, Zhao Xian is too principled. He couldn't stand the president's son, Gao Tiandi, who often bullied others and acted with impunity. Once, after a drunken night, Gao Tiandi assaulted a female university student. Zhao Xian witnessed the entire ordeal. When he reported it to the Martial Arts Association, he was met with the fact that Gao Tiandi's father is the president, Gao Mizhe. Old Zheng took a sip of red wine and sneered. But later, not only was Gao Tiandi not punished, but the entire family of that female student was also slaughtered one night. The matter was soon buried. At that time, the news had been tightly controlled. But somehow, Zhao Xian had learned of it. Old Zheng's eyes suddenly brightened, as if he had an epiphany. Zhao Xian has a sister, and it seems she attended the same school as that female student. Perhaps he learned about the massacre through her. Fueled by anger, Zhao Xian filed a report with the Longdu Martial Arts Association. Yi Fan looked intently at Old Zheng. What was the outcome? Old Zheng shook his head. The report had no effect. It was discovered by the president of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Association, Gao Mizhe. He promptly expelled Zhao Xian from the association, after which no company in Zhonghai dared to employ your friend. If I am not mistaken, your friend is here to participate in the boxing match, perhaps for a livelihood. The winner receives a considerable cash prize. With a crash, Yi Fan crushed the glass in his hand, coldly stating, if no one can reign in the Zhonghai Martial Arts Association, then I shall take it upon myself. In the ring, Miyamoto Sho delivered a powerful punch to Zhao Xian's face. Bang! Zhao Xian's face caved in, and the mouthguard flew out. He was sent sprawling backward, colliding with the cage before coming to a halt. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Wow! What incredible power! How can this East Japanese be so formidable? This Dragon Kingdom fighter is simply no match. Both fighters were masters. Why was there such a vast disparity? Due to the format of the competition, which matched fighters of equal rank, masters against masters and grandmasters against grandmasters, there was no possibility of a higher-level fighter dominating a lower-level one. The previous rounds had shown some back and forth, but this round had turned into a one-sided affair. Unbeknownst to the audience, Miyamoto Sho had spent a significant sum to bribe the committee officials, concealing his true martial ranking during registration, aiming to play the part of an underdog and humiliate the Dragon Kingdom fighters for his amusement. He had registered as a master in the early stage, but in reality, he was already at the mid-level of a grandmaster. Miyamoto Sho looked disdainfully at the fallen Zhao Xian. Bakayaro, Dragon Kingdom scum, get up. I'm not finished playing with you yet. Zhao Xian staggered to his feet and swung a punch at Miyamoto Sho. You East Japanese, call your mother. Miyamoto Sho's expression darkened, his aura turning cold like a venomous snake. Bakayaro, he retaliated with a punch. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Zhao Xian's arm snapped. Pain surged through him, and he broke into a sweat. Impossible. How can a master possess such strength? Miyamoto Sho slowly approached Zhao Xian, whispering as a grandmaster, Why do you think I possess such power? Zhao Xian gritted his teeth, trembling all over, his gaze fixed with fury on the smiling faces of the committee members on the podium. Damn. What makes you any different from those beasts in the Zhonghai Martial Arts Association? Miyamoto Sho's fingers curled into a claw-like grip, pressing firmly onto Zhao Xian's shoulder. Crack! Zhao Xian's shoulder was crushed, his arm limply falling across his chest. The agony he endured was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person. Yet he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and spat defiantly at Miyamoto Sho's face. Despicable scoundrel! A collective gasp escaped the crowd. This Dragon Kingdom individual would have been better off conceding. Why did he seek to inflict further suffering upon himself? What use is mere bravado when one cannot prevail in combat? It seemed that this Dragon Kingdom warrior was the most severely battered of the night. What madness possessed him? Bang! Miyamoto Sho's gaze turned icy as he delivered a harsh kick, sending Zhao Xian crashing to the ground, and he advanced menacingly towards him. The referee rushed forward to intervene. Miyamoto Sho, your opponent is no longer capable of fighting. I declare you the victor. Slap! Miyamoto Sho sent the referee flying with a backhand. Baka, get out of my way. The East Japan sword sage Miyamoto Hans is my uncle. And today, I shall take this brat's life. Anyone else who dares to stop me will meet the same fate. The crowd gasped in shock. What? He is actually the nephew of the East Japan sword sage? Who would dare provoke him? Are the East Japanese truly this arrogant, even more so than us, the Eagle Nation? How is it that none of the many Dragon Kingdom representatives here dare to intervene? Not even a peep from the committee members. Is there no one left in the Dragon Kingdom? At that moment, Mitsui Kintaro, seated in a private box, watched the scene unfold with unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha, this Miyamoto Sho truly is audacious. It appears the Dragon Kingdom is not as formidable as they claim. The female official, Aoi Kiri, wore a sly smile. The Dragon Kingdom is about to submit beneath our feet. Just then, with a resounding crash, Yifan shattered the glass before him with a punch. He then leaped into the air, descending with tremendous force. Boom! The arena was left with a massive crater where he landed. Yifan, arms crossed, coldly declared, if you seek his life, I shall not permit it. Chapter 86. Revenge is best served. Hot. Yifan's eyes were icy, exuding a disdain for all existence. Instinctively, Miyamoto Sho stepped back, a flash of fury igniting within him. Am I truly being intimidated by a Dragon Kingdom citizen? Baka. What nonsense is this? Beneath the stage, 6 East Japanese warriors, clad in black, gripped their swords tightly, ready to charge onto the stage at a moment's notice. Miyamoto Sho waved his hand dismissively. Seeing this, the 6 East Japanese warriors relaxed slightly. With a cold snort, Miyamoto Sho wore a mocking smile. Unwise Dragon Kingdom fool, you dare to challenge me. Before he could finish, Yifan appeared before him like a specter. Bang! Thud! Miyamoto Sho was caught off guard, taking a blow to the chest that sent him reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. Yifan leaped, pinning Miyamoto Sho beneath his foot. Until that moment, Miyamoto Sho had wore a smug grin, oblivious to the threat Yifan posed. As a leading contender in the East Japan Sword Sages cohort for the current Zhonghai Martial Arts Tournament. His prowess far surpassed that of other warriors, being the nephew of the East Japan Sword Sage, who would be foolish enough to attack him. Yet, to his shock, Yifan not only dared to harm him but had him at his mercy. Miyamoto Sho's pupils constricted in terror. Yuda, who are you? What do you want? Yifan coldly replied. What do I want? Surely you must know. With a firm press of his foot, Miyamoto Sho's face turned ashen. Ah, let us speak civilly. Do not kill me. The East Japan Sword Sage is my uncle. You cannot take my life. At that moment, 6 figures leaped onto the stage, surrounding Yifan. He had already taken note of these 6 individuals. 3 were at the peak of the Grand Master level, and 3 were at the pinnacle of the Master level. Among them, a middle-aged man, pale and devoid of color, shouted at Yifan with authority, Bakayar, release our young master. Yifan smirked derisively. Release your mother. Bang! With a single stomp, Miyamoto Sho's head exploded like a watermelon, brain matter splattering across the ground. The 6 East Japanese warriors erupted in a chorus of anguished roars. Young master, Bakayar, they raised their swords, charging at Yifan with fury. As the 6 blades descended, poised to cleave him asunder, Yifan remained unfazed, instead shaking his head with a cold laugh. Protective aura, an invisible force encased Yifan, forming a transparent barrier. Clang! The swords met an impenetrable shield, as if striking steel. What? Why can't their swords penetrate? Impossible. How can this be? In the next instant, the 6 East Japanese warriors, pale and defeated, were flung away, crashing into the corners of the arena. Foreign guests and wealthy elites of Zhonghai stared in disbelief. What just happened? Is this young man performing magic? He hasn't even moved, yet those East Japanese flew away. Incredible, truly incredible. Just then, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Look, how high is he jumping? Yi Fan's sword, nearly 3 stories high, landing atop the head of a tall, slender East Japanese warrior who had just risen. Using his head as a springboard, he leaped onto another warrior's head. Thud, thud, thud. One kick after another, seamlessly executed. In less than 6 seconds, the heads of the 6 East Japanese warriors turned to a mist of blood, leaving behind headless corpses. Yi Fan's display stunned the gathered foreign fighters. My God. Is this the true strength of the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts? So powerful. To think the East Japanese could not defeat him even with 6 against 1. It seems the martial prowess of the Dragon Kingdom cannot be underestimated. Quickly send the video back to headquarters for thorough analysis. In the VIP box, Zhang Shi stood beside Elder Zhang, her earlier worries dissipating. Her chest heaving with excitement. Grandfather, Master Yi is so impressive. Elder Zhang cast a glance at Li Shirling, who remained calm behind him. As expected, Master Yi's ascent to the position of leader of the Medicine King's Valley is no mere coincidence. It is due to his extraordinary strength. I never anticipated that Master Yi possessed such formidable martial prowess. It seems the true dragon is about to take flight. Meanwhile, in the adjacent box, the East Japanese official Aoi Kiri was pale, slumped weakly against the floor-to-ceiling glass. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can Yi Fan be here? How could Miyamoto Sho be dead? How do I report this to Lord Miyamoto Hans? Mitsui Kintaro narrowed his eyes, remaining composed. Yi Fan? He is the one who killed Tsusher Zadeo. I never expected him to be so young. Aoi Kiri, pull yourself together. At this critical juncture, we cannot afford any missteps. It seems we can no longer wait for the Zhonghai Martial Arts Tournament. Quickly, notify Miyamoto Hans. Inform him that his nephew has perished at the hands of Yi Fan and that he must come at once to exact vengeance. Yi Fan, carrying the unconscious Zhao Xian, ascended to the second-floor VIP box. Elder Zhang, Zhang Shuyi, and Li Shirling all came to assist. Yi Fan signaled for them to leave, knowing that having them around would not serve any purpose and could become a liability. Given that he had just slain the nephew of the East Japan Sword Sage, he would stay to tend to Zhao Xian's injuries. The 3 departed silently. Yi Fan retrieved silver needles, inserting them into Zhao Xian's body. Employing the revitalizing 9 needles technique, within half an hour, Zhao Xian's shattered bones were mended. Yi Fan stored the needles away, exhaling deeply. Sure to. I never imagined you would be driven to the point of competing in fights for survival. I will demand an explanation from the Zhonghai Martial Arts Association. At that moment, Zhao Xian opened his eyes, filled with excitement. Brother Yi, this can't be a dream, right? Before I fainted, I saw a figure resembling you. Yi Fan nodded. It is indeed me. I can't believe it's really you. Brother Yi, you're alive. I thought I'd never see you again. Zhao Xian grew increasingly agitated, tears streaming down his face. The two had known each other since childhood, having attended the same high school. Their bond solid as iron. Yi Fan patted Zhao Xian on the shoulder. Sure to. It's the first time I've seen you cry. Enough. A man should not shed tears lightly. Zhao Xian hastily wiped his tears, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Brother Yi, aren't you going to ask why I'm here in this fight tonight? Yi Fan's expression turned serious. Sure to. I have heard all about your situation. I know how the president of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Association, Gao Mija, treated you back in the day. Zhao Xian was astonished. Brother Yi, you know all of that? Yi Fan replied coldly. Not only do I know, but I also intend to take you to seek revenge. Let us go to his home and demand an explanation. Zhao Xian hastily advised. Brother Yi, let it go. In this world, where is there absolute justice? It was merely my impulsive passion back then. I have come to terms with reality. I have a sister who depends on me. I can barely make ends meet fighting in these matches to support her education. I just hope she doesn't follow in my footsteps. I have resigned myself to my fate. Smack. With a resounding slap, Yi Fan struck Zhao Xian's face. Sure to. Have you truly resigned yourself to this fate? How did you speak to me back then? If there is no path ahead, I shall forge one. If the world does not accept me, I shall reshape it. Upon hearing these familiar words, Zhao Xian momentarily froze. His pupils quivering violently. Brother Yi, thank you for waking me up. I've made my decision. I will join you on this venture. Yi Fan nodded slightly. Revenge must not be delayed. Let us go. Chapter 87. Towards the Zhonghai Martial Arts Association, let's move. Zhao Xian clenched his fists and sprang up from the sofa. Wait, didn't those Easterners incapacitate my arms? Suddenly, realization dawned upon him as he looked at his arms. Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, I am the heir of the 9 needles of returning Yang. Such injuries are trivial in my eyes. To have his arms crushed to bits, even the best hospital in Zhonghai could hardly guarantee their restoration. Yet, in Brother Ye's perspective, it was of no consequence. Brother Yi, where have you been for the past 5 years? Zhao Xian gazed at Yi Fan with astonishment. It's a long story. You could say I spent those years honing my skills. Zhao Xian's expression was one of utter shock. His pupils flickering. So, those Easterners were defeated by you. He hastily approached the shattered window, hearing the announcement echoing in his ears. The octagonal cage boxing match has concluded. Please exit in an orderly fashion. The event was abruptly terminated due to Yi Fan's decisive defeat of Miyamoto Sho and several Eastern martial artists. Staring at the 7 corpses in the arena, Zhao Xian exclaimed, What the hell? Brother Yi, must you be so formidable? You annihilated those damned Easterners. Ha ha ha. It feels so satisfying, truly a relief. So, Brother Yi, you must have reached the Grand Master level. Zhao Xian's perception of Yi Fan was repeatedly shattered. He could hardly fathom that Yi Fan not only survived but had become a martial arts powerhouse. Yi Fan stepped forward and shook his head. I stand at the pinnacle of martial spirits. Zhao Xian was left speechless, astonished. Martial, spirit. Pinnacle, Brother Yi. U.U.A.R.E.A.T. the martial spirit pinnacle. It was no wonder Yi Fan exuded such confidence when he spoke of vengeance. His martial prowess had escalated to an alarming height. At the Zhonghai branch of the Eastern Embassy within a white martial arts hall, Eastern sword spirit Miyamoto Hans wielded a wooden sword, diligently practicing against a striking post. Just then, his phone rang. Do. Upon answering, he heard Songjing Huali inform him that her nephew had just died in the octagonal cage arena. How is that possible? Who killed my nephew, Miyamoto Sho? Upon hearing the name from the other end, Miyamoto Hans crushed his phone to dust. Raising his wooden sword, he struck the white wall with a resounding crash. The dust billowed, and as it settled, a deep dent marred the wall, a testament to the force of a mere wooden sword. Miyamoto Hans's eyes turned crimson as he roared, Yi Fan, I will not let this rest. He then stormed out of the martial arts hall, vanishing into the night. After using the restroom, Yi Fan emerged to find Zhao Xian already outside the Zhonghai Comprehensive Sports Center. Suddenly, a sports car blocked their path, and a young man with a chiseled face and fair skin stepped out, his demeanor suggesting he had just awoken, exuding a nonchalant arrogance. His lips curled into a subtle sneer. As if everyone else in the world were beneath him, he exited the vehicle. 2 alluring women who had been crammed into the passenger seat quickly followed suit, nestling into his embrace. Upon seeing this man, Zhao Xian clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles white with fury. Gao Tiandi approached the 2 seductive beauties and remarked, Oh, isn't this the one who reported me? Zhao, you're back to challenge me again? You're quite the resilient one, still breathing despite everything. Ha ha ha. Gao Tiandi then turned to the 2 women beside him. By the way, do you think he resembles a waist? One of the women, clad in black stockings, giggled in Zhonghai. Who could possibly compare to you, young Master Gao? The other, with flowing waves, whispered sweetly into Gao Tiandi's ear. No one is as formidable as you, young Master Gao. You nearly drove him insane in the car. Gao Tiandi smugly embraced the 2 women, casting a proud glance at Zhao Xian. I almost forgot that you make your living fighting in underground boxing matches. Zhao, if you beg me and agree to let your sister serve me, I might consider allowing you to work as a security guard at my place. Ha ha ha. Zhao Xian roared, Gao Tiandi, you scoundrel. How many heinous acts have you committed? Not just you, but the entire Gao family shall descend into hell today. Gao, have you lost your mind? You, who cannot even defeat me, dare to bark here. Gao Tiandi shoved the two women aside, drawing a sharp dagger from his possession and lunging it towards Zhao Xian's chest. I want to see who meets their end first. Yifan, having finished in the restroom, was just in time to witness this scene. In the next instant, he appeared before Gao Tiandi like a specter. With a clang, the dagger was flung away by an invisible force, Yifan's protective energy. Gao Tiandi glared at Yifan with displeasure. Who are you? Do you know who I am? How dare you? Silence. Bam! Yifan's icy gaze met Gao Tiandi's, and with a single slap, he reduced him to a mist of blood. The splatter hit the faces of the two alluring women, who shrieked in terror. Zhao Xian, having fainted moments ago in the arena, was witnessing Yifan kill for the first time. He trembled all over, his blood boiling. Gao Tiandi was a mid-level grandmaster, yet he was obliterated by Brother Ye's mere slap. What the hell? What the hell? Yifan walked towards the sports car, stating calmly, "These two women are yours now." Zhao Xian looked at the trembling women and coldly scoffed, "Since you adore Gao Tiandi so much, you can accompany him." Moments later, Zhao Xian approached Yifan as he was about to enter the driver's seat. "Brother Yi, let me take the wheel. I can find the Gao family's location even if I turn to ashes." "Very well." Zhao Xian ignited the engine. Its roar akin to a beast's growl. In the next moment, the car surged forward, racing towards the Gao residence. Not long after Yifan and Zhao Xian departed, a woman with a dragon emblem on her chest entered the Zhonghai Comprehensive Sports Center. "Have you found out who is responsible? I can't believe someone dared to publicly assassinate the Eastern Sword Spirit's nephew. It is indeed perplexing." Several soldiers from the Dragon Special Forces presented her with a segment of surveillance footage. "We've identified the suspect. I can't believe he's so young, and he dominated the fight. This won't do. I must report this to the marshal immediately." The short-haired woman, Shui Weiqi, was a squad leader in the Dragon Special Forces, tasked with monitoring international martial artists to maintain Zhonghai's stability. She promptly dialed Zhou Lena, sending her a video clip. "Marshal, a homicide just occurred in Zhonghai. The assailant is not a foreign martial artist, but he is very young and possesses formidable strength. This is my report." Zhou Lena opened the video and, upon realizing it was her junior disciple, chuckled softly. "I didn't expect that in just a few days. My junior's martial prowess has significantly advanced." She then spoke into the phone. "He is a major general of the Dragon, a comrade." After hanging up, Zhou Lena felt a twinge of concern. After all, Yifan had killed Miyamoto Han's nephew. She immediately ordered preparation for a flight, determined to reach Zhonghai as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, Shui Weiqi stood frozen, her mind racing with shock. At that moment, a soldier rushed over, panic evident on his face. "Captain, it's bad. We found the body of Gao Mija's son, Gao Tiandi, outside the venue. The young man in the video not only killed Miyamoto Sho but also Gao Tiandi. He is now en route to the Gao residence." Shui Weiqi's heart sank. This is not good. Gao Mija is a mid-level martial spirit. The Major General is in danger. She hastily gathered the Dragon Squad members. "Dragon Squad, assemble immediately. Follow me to the Zhonghai Martial Arts Association." Chapter 88. Old man? Don't forget about me. Outside the Gao family's courtyard, tranquility reigned, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of crickets. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a sports car barreled into the Gao family's gate, splintering the heavy wooden door and crashing into the courtyard. Yifan expressed his surprise. "Sure too. This doesn't seem like you?" Zhao Xian gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. "Brother Yi, just the thought of seeking revenge ignites a fire within my veins, feeling utterly out of control." Yifan said calmly, "All right, tonight, you may unleash your fury. If you are unable to vanquish your foes, leave them to me." Zhaoshan, filled with exhilaration, yanked open the car door and bellowed, "You members of the Gao family have humiliated and ridiculed me. You have looked down upon me as if I were a mere dog. Today, I, Zhaoshan, have come to claim your lives. Who are you? Do you have any idea that this is the residence of Gao Mija, the president of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Association? How dare you act so recklessly here?" A burly, bearded, middle-aged man, leading hundreds of guards, approached with an imposing demeanor. All the guards were formidable martial artists, and the bearded man was a peak master. As they drew closer, they recognized the luxury sports car beside the two men as belonging to young Master Gao. The bearded man immediately identified Zhaoshan and sneered. "Zhaoshan, so it is you, the worthless one. Have you been drinking again?" Not only did you steal young Master Gao's car, but you also dare to create a ruckus at the Gao residence? Have you lost your mind? I advise you to kneel immediately. I will summon President Gao, and he will personally deal with you. Zhao Shen let out a cold laugh. A pack of lapdogs. When I came to the Gao residence in the past, I was met with nothing but scorn. You all deserve to die. The bearded man squinted his eyes, his tone menacing. Zhao Shen, I have given you face. Now, attack. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of guards armed with daggers and clubs surged toward the two men. Yi Fan snorted coldly. Protective aura. The splintered wood beneath their feet instantly transformed into hidden weapons, swiftly shooting toward the oncoming guards. Thud, thud, thud. Ah! In an instant, cries of agony erupted as the first wave of attacking guards collapsed to the ground. Wailing, my eyes, damn it. My eyes have been gouged out. Ah, my hand. My hand has been severed. Everyone be careful. This person has hidden weapons. The bearded man shouted loudly and charged forward. At this moment, the remaining guards, previously stunned, followed him in a renewed assault toward Yi Fan and Zhao Shen. Yi Fan patted Zhao Shen on the shoulder. Sure too. Are you ready? It's about to begin. That bearded man is mine. The rest? You handle. Zhao Shen's gaze turned icy, his fists clenched tightly as he darted toward the crowd. Brother Yi, this is exactly what I wanted. The bearded man looked at the advancing Zhao Shen with a cold smirk. Seeking death, just as he was about to close in on Zhao Shen, a shadow blocked his path. Yi Fan coldly regarded him. Where do you think you're going? Your opponent is me. Without even glancing at Yi Fan, the bearded man retorted, Get out of the way, and threw a punch in response. Yi Fan delivered a resounding slap to the bearded man's face. Bang. With a swift strike, Yi Fan turned the bearded man's head into a mist of blood. The bearded man never anticipated that the youth before him could be even more terrifying than Zhao Shen. In less than 2 seconds, Yi Fan had dispatched the bearded man. He turned to Shirtu, who was in a frenzy, pummeling the guards surrounding him. Yi Fan leaped to Shida's side, crouched down, and executed a sweeping kick. Let me give you a speed boost. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed as the legs of the guards surrounding Shirtu were all swept away. Shirtu exclaimed, Brother Yi, you are ridiculously strong. Take your time. No rush. Yi Fan replied, hands clasped behind his back, slowly advancing forward. From behind, the sounds of bones shattering and screams of agony persisted. By the time Yi Fan took his 30th step, all sounds abruptly ceased. Shirtu eagerly approached Yi Fan, his face stained with blood. This is exhilarating. Those bastards deserve to die. Yi Fan remained unfazed. Look at how excited you are. This is nothing. Soon, I will incapacitate Gao Mija, and you can unleash your full potential. Shida's pupils dilated in shock. Brother Yi, really? Damn it. In the inner courtyard of the Gao residence, Gao Mija had just settled down for the night when he was suddenly stirred by the sounds of battle outside. He immediately summoned the Gao family members to the conference hall. Sitting in the position of the head of the family, Gao Mija scrutinized the gathered members of the Gao family. Someone, tell me, what is happening outside? Am I to abandon my sleep? Gao Mija's brother, Gao Shi, stepped forward casually from the crowd. Brother, you are overthinking it. Perhaps it is just foreign forces attending the martial arts convention. This has happened in previous years, hasn't it? They want to test the strength of our Gao family, but it won't be that easy. The noise has now ceased. It must be that the guards led by Ma have dealt with the intruders. Gao Mija narrowed his eyes. That may be true. However, this commotion does not sound simple. Gao Shi scoffed. Ma is a peak master. Do not worry. If the enemy were formidable, why would Ma not report it? Just then, a thunderous crash echoed as the door to the conference hall was shattered by a single punch. The crowd gazed in shock toward the entrance. Yi Fan, hands behind his back, strode into the hall. No need to guess. All of your guards are dead. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Kid, do you know what you were saying? All killed. Such audacity. Do you wish to be our enemy? Our patriarch is the president of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Association. Is your head made of iron? From behind Yi Fan, Zhao Shen stepped forward, his voice cold. President Gao, do you remember me? Gao Mija slowly rose, exuding authority. So it is you. What? Zhao Shen, have you not learned your lesson from the last encounter? How dare you, an ant, challenge me? Zhao Shen lifted his chin, exhaling 2 puffs of white breath. Today, I, Zhao Shen, seek justice for those oppressed by you in Zhonghai. I also seek revenge for myself. Gao Mija laughed disdainfully. Just you? Yi Fan's icy gaze fell upon Gao Mija. Old man, do not forget that I am also here. Chapter 89. Shocking secrets. Gao Shi emerged from the crowd, his face twisted with malice. Who the hell are you? To speak to my brother like that? Bang! Yi Fan delivered a kick to Gao Shi's calf. Gao Shi cried out as he fell to the ground, his leg bent at a gruesome angle, bone piercing through flesh. Why? Yi Fan's expression turned cold. Did your mother not teach you to be polite when asking for someone's name? Gao Shi's face paled with fear, cold sweat pouring down. Why you? What about me? My name is Yi Fan. Yi Fan slapped him again. Bang! Gao Shi was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Shirtu watched in utter excitement. Damn, damn, damn. The members of the Gao family appeared somewhat flustered. After all, a grandmaster had perished at Yi Fan's hands within mere seconds, a reality that was hard for anyone to accept. Only Gao Mija, sitting in the patriarch's position, maintained a semblance of composure. Yi Fan! That name sounds quite familiar. Suddenly, from within the crowd of Gao family members, a woman with a plump figure, adorned with jewelry, glared at Yi Fan with fiery eyes and shrieked, "It is him! It is him! He killed my husband, Gao Da, and my son, Gao Wang. Brother, you must avenge me." This woman, named Gao Chuanli, was the wife of the former vice president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, Gao Da. She harbored an intense hatred for Yi Fan, wishing for nothing more than to see him descend into the depths of hell. Ever since her son and husband were brutally murdered by Yi Fan, she had been fervently praying to the heavens, yearning to witness Yi Fan's demise with her own eyes. Little did she expect that today, Yi Fan would truly appear. She believed that her sincerity had moved the heavens. Heaven has eyes today. I can finally witness Yi Fan die before me. This fulfills a long-held wish. Gao Mija narrowed his eyes at Yi Fan. So you are the one who has turned Jiangnan upside down? I did not expect you to be so young. Gao Mija's expression immediately soured. Yi Fan, kneel before me at once and swear allegiance to me and the Gao family. I may spare your life. Gao Chuanli gasped in shock. Brother, how can you let him go? He killed our brother-in-law and your nephew. You cannot simply let him off the hook. Yi Fan coldly shook his head. It seems you have yet to grasp the situation. Today, all of you from the Gao family shall perish. Gao Mija sneered. Yi Fan, you wish to kill me? Ha ha ha. You are too naive. Do you know that the Gao family's elder holds immense power and a significant position within the Longdu Martial Arts Association? Are you sure you dare to kill me? It is utterly ridiculous. Yi Fan paid him no heed, turning to Zhaoshan. Sure too. My apologies for making you wait. I shall deal with this old fool now. Zhaoshan scratched his head. Brother Yi, you need not apologize. I am in no hurry. Gao Mija roared. Preposterous. Since you seek death, I shall not spare you. Someone, kill this brat. No sooner had he spoken than three figures landed before Yi Fan. The members of the Gao family gasped in shock. It was Elder Zhang, Elder He, and Elder Gu, the three top masters of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Association, who had simultaneously appeared at the Gao residence. Ah, the cunning and scheming patriarch indeed. With three elders alongside the head of the family, Yi Fan is doomed. Yi Fan immediately discerned that all three individuals before him were at the initial stage of martial spirit. Elder Zhang turned to his fellow elders and declared, Elder He, Elder Gu, allow me to handle this brat. The two elders exchanged amused glances. All right, we concede. Elder Zhang, you truly relish picking on the weak? Elder Zhang disdainfully approached Yi Fan, stating, Kid, do not claim that we are ganging up on you. I alone am sufficient to take your life. Yi Fan responded with a cold laugh. Is that so? I have no desire to squander time. You may all come at me at once. Elder Zhang furrowed his brow slightly and, with lightning speed, struck towards Yi Fan's chest. You little fool! You seek death. Protective energy enveloped Yi Fan as he stood with his hands behind his back. Unmoved, bang! Elder Zhang's palm seemed to strike an invisible barrier, and a sudden numbness surged through his hand, rendering it unresponsive. Staggering backward, he realized with widening eyes that Yi Fan had yet to make a move. What on earth had he just struck? Elders He and Gu suddenly gazed at Yi Fan with avaricious eyes. There must be some treasure on this lad. How could he possibly withstand a blow from a martial spirit master? Without hesitation, Elders He and Gu lunged at Yi Fan, their fists enveloped in a fierce energy, resembling two tigers pouncing upon their prey. In a flash, Yi Fan retaliated with two punches. Bang, bang. The elders silently cursed their miscalculation. Their fists disintegrated instantly as Yifan's overwhelming strength descended upon them, creating two gaping holes in their chests where their hearts once resided. Thud, thud. The lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground, their expressions frozen in shock, eyes bulging and mouths agape in utter disbelief. The arena fell into an eerie silence as the members of the Gao family were left dumbfounded, their scalps tingling with fear. Gao Mija, sensing the dire situation, activated a mechanism on his chair. A hidden door appeared in the wall behind him. Yifan scoffed, thinking of fleeing. As he prepared to pursue, Gao Mija seized both Elder Zhang and Gao Chuanli by the arms. Elder Zhang, bewildered, asked, "President, what is the meaning of this?" Gao Chuanli exclaimed, "Brother, what are you doing?" Without answering, Gao Mija hurled the two individuals toward Yifan and hastened towards the secret passage. Bang bang. Yifan's fists obliterated the two figures into a crimson mist. He turned to Han Xian and instructed, "Sure to, can you manage the rest here? I will pursue Gao Mija." Zhao Xian, rubbing his nose, replied, "Brother Yi, rest assured. I will handle things here. You go ahead with that." Yifan swiftly made his way toward the dark passage. Upon descending into the secret tunnel, Yifan discovered that its end was blocked by a massive iron door. The dragon scale hand spoke, "Kid, that man is inside. However, there are two individuals within." Yifan responded nonchalantly. "Two individuals? Could there be more experts inside?" The dragon scale hand lamented. "This door forged from mysterious iron is too thick. I cannot sense their levels." Yifan coldly retorted, "No matter. I shall break down the door and find out." Inside the chamber, Gao Mija exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing the frail elder in the cage. He had not anticipated that the dark chamber built to imprison this old man would serve its purpose at this moment. The elder, lying in the cage, weakly lifted his withered finger and pointed at Gao Mija, his voice barely audible. "You despicable traitor, one day the secrets of your betrayal against that woman will be revealed." Gao Mija thrust his hand into the cage, seizing the elder's bony chin. "What do I have to fear? I am not the only one who has betrayed her. Besides, even if you uncover the truth, old president, everyone believes you have long since perished. Save your strength and cling to life." The elder spat a mouthful of black blood in fury. Just then, a deafening crash resounded as the 10-centimeter-thick mysterious iron door was breached. Leaving a human-sized hold, Yifan burst into the secret chamber. The dragon scale hand gasped, "Kid, you are too reckless. How could you shoulder the impact against mysterious iron?" Yifan replied calmly, "I have protective energy." "Did you forget?" The dragon scale hand finally understood. "Kid, your mind is quite sharp. I did not expect you to manipulate your protective energy so skillfully." Gao Mija looked at Yifan in disbelief. Yifan's gaze turned icy as he addressed Gao Mija. "Speak. Who is the elder in the cage? What secrets were you discussing earlier? Otherwise, you shall die." Chapter 90. Shirtu's sister in danger. The elder in the cage was startled upon the sudden intrusion. His pupils contracting in recognition. He looks so familiar. He is remarkably similar to that woman. The elder, with hands as frail as dried grass, leaned against the cage bars, filled with excitement. "Could you be Yi?" Gao Mija's heart sank in alarmed eye. In a swift motion, he struck the elder's face with a punch. Bang! The elder flew backward, crashing against the iron bars and immediately lost consciousness. Yifan furrowed his brow. "Do you wish to die?" Clang! Gao Mija knelt before Yifan. "Please spare me, Mr. Yi. This old man in the cell is mad. I feared he might utter nonsensical words that would disturb you. That is why." Yifan's expression remained cold as he demanded, "Continue. What was the secret you were discussing?" Gao Mija's eyes flickered with unease as he hastily explained, "Mr. Yi, you must have misunderstood. No one was speaking just now. How could I concern myself with a madman? If you wish to know anything, I, Gao Mija, will certainly tell you the truth." Gao Mija attempted to divert the topic, but the dragon scale hand interjected. "Kid, his heartbeat has quickened. He was clearly lying just now." Yifan scoffed. "I have long since recognized it. Gao Mija, let me ask you, is your son Gao Tiandi stronger than a female university student?" Yifan's icy gaze fixed on him. Gao Mija's expression darkened, panic rising within him. He realized that if he did not speak the truth, he would likely face death. Gritting his teeth, Gao Mija confessed. "Yes. Did you subsequently send people to slaughter her entire family?" Yi Fan continued his inquiry. Gao Mija's back was soaked with sweat as he admitted, "It was my people." Yi Fan nodded. "Excellent. Then there is nothing more to discuss." With a swift kick, he struck Gao Mija in the abdomen. Gao Mija was sent flying, crashing into the iron bars of the cage, causing them to bend inward. He spat out blood, clutching his abdomen, glaring fiercely at Yi Fan. "How dare you cripple me? The Gao family patriarch will not let you off lightly. You are doomed. The Martial Arts Association of Long Country will hold you accountable." Just then, Zhao Xian's voice rang out, "Brother Yi, I have taken care of it. How about you?" Zhao Xian rushed in and was taken aback by the scene, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Brother Yi, you truly have incapacitated Gao Mija. Incredible!" Yi Fan lifted him as if he were a mere chicken and tossed him before Zhao Xian. "Sure to. He is now your responsibility." Zhao Xian, fist raised, unleashed a flurry of blows upon Gao Mija's terrified face. "Ah, Zhao Xian, are you mad? Stop immediately. I am the president of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Association. Have you considered the consequences? How dare you?" Zhao Xian showed no signs of stopping, raining punch after punch upon Gao Mija's already contorted face. "Ah, Zhao Xian, I was wrong. I admit my mistake. Please, spare me. I will give you anything you desire. Just let me go." As a prominent president of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Association, Gao Mija had never endured such humiliation. He begged for mercy as Zhao Xian suddenly halted, grinding his teeth in fury. "Spare you? Did you spare the family of the female university student your scoundrel son assaulted? When you pressured me so mercilessly? Did you ever consider sparing me?" Zhao Xian raised his fist again, but Yi Fan called out, "Sure to. Wait." Yi Fan approached the cage, snapped off a bar, and handed it to Zhao Xian. "I worry for your hands. Use this." Zhao Xian, realizing his knuckles were already scraped, replied, "Thank you, Brother Yi." He picked up the iron bar and began mercilessly striking Gao Mija's head, as if pouring out all the pent-up anger from years of grievance against the Gao family. The sounds of Gao Mija's cries gradually faded until only the sound of iron striking bone remained. Yi Fan chose not to intervene, allowing Zhao Xian to vent his frustrations. He approached the frail elder, who lay unconscious, and produced several silver needles to insert into his body. Before long, the elder's eyes flew open, and he slowly moved, crawling towards Yi Fan to scrutinize him closely. Suddenly, the elder's gaze flickered with excitement. "Kid, who are you? How do you resemble Alliance Leader Yi so closely?" Yi Fan shook his head. "I do not know who this Alliance Leader Yi is." The elder squinted, pressing for answers. "Could it be that I misjudged?" "Yi Qingmei, do you truly not recognize the Leaf Alliance leader?" Upon hearing the name Yi Qingmei, Yi Fan's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed with fervor, "Yi Qingmei is my aunt." "Elder, do you know my aunt?" "You are actually Yi Qingmei's nephew." The old man initially responded with excitement, but soon sighed deeply before sharing his tale. It turned out that 20 years ago, Yi Fan's aunt, Yi Qingmei, secretly established the Martial Arts Alliance, becoming its leader. According to the elder's recollection, 3 factions joined the Martial Arts Alliance at that time: the Zhonghai Martial Arts Association, the Longdu Martial Arts Association, and the Hero Society. However, the good times were short-lived. Within a year, the Longdu Martial Arts Association and the Hero Society, coveting Yi Qingmei's elixirs and artifacts, betrayed her. Only Lin Chongyue, who was then the president of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Association, remained steadfast in his integrity, choosing not to collude with the other 2 factions and resolutely supporting the alliance leader. As a consequence, he was brutally attacked by his disciple Gao Tiandi, imprisoned in this iron cell, deprived of daylight. The elder standing before Yi Fan was none other than the former president of the Zhonghai Martial Arts Association, Lin Chongyue. After listening to Lin Chongyue's account, Yi Fan was filled with skepticism yet still bowed respectfully, saying, "Elder, I thank you on behalf of my aunt." Lin Chongyue, with great effort, attempted to rise, his voice trembling with emotion. "Young master, you mustn't. Your aunt has treated us with great kindness. If there is gratitude to be expressed, it is I who should thank her." Suddenly, Yi Fan recalled something and inquired, "By the way, elder, I am familiar with the Zhonghai Martial Arts Association and the Longdu Martial Arts Association, but what kind of organization is the Hero Society?" Lin Chongyue shook his head at that time. "All I knew was that the Hero Society was a very mysterious organization, often elusive and difficult to trace. Moreover, having been trapped for over 20 years, My awareness of the outside world has greatly diminished. Meanwhile, outside the Gao family estate, Xue Weiqi led a squad of wild dragon soldiers to the scene. Upon seeing the shattered entrance, she gasped in shock. This is bad. She quickly strode forward. What on earth are all these bodies? Could it be? Panic surged through her as she realized, oh no! The Major General may have already entered. Xue Weiqi swiftly maneuvered through the courtyard and noticed the conference hall of the Gao family wide open. She rushed inside. The sight of the Gao family members' corpses, unrecognizable and gruesome, sent chills down the spine of this battle-hardened warrior. Just then, Yi Fan, Zhao Xian, and Lin Chongyue emerged from a hidden door. Young Major, are you unharmed? So, the deceased is Gao Mijia. Xue Weiqi trembled. Yi Fan looked at her, puzzled. Who are you? How do you know my identity? Xue Weiqi proudly displayed the dragon emblem on her chest, declaring, I am Xue Weiqi, captain of the 15th team of the Wild Dragons, reporting to you. Yi Fan nodded, realizing she was affiliated with his senior sister, Zhou Lena. Zhao Xian, utterly astonished, exclaimed, Major, Brother Yi, you are actually a Major General. Wow, that's incredible. Knowing that joining the military had always been Zhao Xian's dream, Yi Fan patted his shoulder reassuringly, Stone. As long as you strive for it, you too can achieve it. Upon seeing the old man beside Yi Fan, Xue Weiqi gasped in surprise. Elder Lin Chongyue, you are still alive. Lin Chongyue nodded silently. Yi Fan, observing Xue Weiqi's excited expression, asked, do you know him? Know him? He is my idol. However, I had heard that Elder Lin suffered an unfortunate incident 20 years ago. I never imagined he would still be alive. At that moment, Yi Fan felt an increased trust in Lin Chongyue's earlier words. Suddenly, Zhao Xian's phone rang. On the other end, a woman was crying out for help. Hearing her desperate pleas, Zhao Xian became frantic. Yi Fan frowned slightly. Stone, what happened? My sister is in danger, Brother Yi. I must leave at once. Yi Fan scoffed. Do you think I would ignore your plight? In the most upscale nightclub in Zhonghai, Zhao Xian's sister, Zhao Yiru, felt a pang of guilt for her brother, who fought in underground fights to pay for her tuition. Thus, she secretly took a job as a waitress at the club to alleviate his financial burden. Zhao Yiru was both charming and beautiful, a quintessential campus belle, particularly noted for her long, slender legs that left a lasting impression. With the Zhonghai Martial Arts Conference approaching, the club was flooded with foreign guests. Since Zhao Yiru was studying languages and proficient in multiple tongues, the owner offered her triple the salary, eagerly awaiting her arrival. Seizing this golden opportunity, she rushed to the nightclub after class, having worked there for half a month straight. The night's business was booming, with foreigners constituting the majority. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the VIP section. Zhao Yiru rushed over upon witnessing her colleague, Xiao Hua, being slapped by a white man in the VIP area. Four intoxicated foreign men glared at the woman sprawled on the floor. Damn it, Dragon Country women, you must drink with us. How dare you refuse me? In our country, not only would you have to drink, you would have to comply with everything. The man speaking, named John Miller, was an Eagle Country representative at the Martial Arts Conference, and his true identity was that of a major in the Eagle Country military, possessing mid-level martial prowess. Beside him, a burly man grinned lasciviously, saying, General Miller, why get so worked up? Just deal with this unruly woman right here and now. No one in Dragon Country would dare to touch you. Ha ha ha. This burly man, named Ivan Petrov, was a representative from Bear Country, also a major in his military, boasting mid-level martial abilities. Before his words could settle, a tall, imposing white man named Michael O'Connor, representing Wolf Country and also a military major, stood up with a whiskey bottle in hand and approached the woman, forcefully prying her lips open to pour the liquor into her mouth. No, please don't do this, the woman struggled desperately. Ha ha ha, it seems this woman is enjoying herself. Let us add a little more fuel to the fire. Another portly man, Pierre Dubois, representing Lion Country, seized a bottle of brandy and without hesitation drenched her head with the fiery liquid. The alcohol instantly soaked her white blouse, revealing glimpses of her black seductive lingerie beneath. Pierre gulped, then ripped open the buttons of her blouse, casting a lecherous look at his companions. Can you all still tolerate this? Come on, let us have some fun with her. Dragon Country women are even more delightful than ours. Just then, Zhao Yiru arrived just in time to intervene. This is Dragon Country. You must abide by our laws. You cannot behave this way. The four men crouched before the woman, preparing to tear her clothes off, when they suddenly turned to Zhao Yiru. I must say, this girl is too bad either. She looks so tender. It'd surely be enjoyable. Pierre's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Zhao Yiru's beautiful legs. John Miller nodded in agreement. Michael O'Connor smirked wickedly. Since we're here, let us keep the fun going. Ivan Petrov moved closer to Zhao Yiru, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Don't just stand there. Let us have some fun together. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yiru gasped in alarm. As onlookers witnessed the scene, several burly dragon countrymen rushed in to separate Ivan from Zhao Yiru, only to find they could not budge him. With a cold snort, Ivan Petrov released Zhao Yiru and swung his fist, sending the men who attempted to intervene crashing to the ground. The once boisterous nightclub fell eerily silent as patrons stared in terror. Ivan Petrov bellowed, "Dragon country people, consider this a warning. If anyone dares to ruin our fun again, I will kill them." Seizing the moment, Zhao Yiru dashed to a corner to call her brother for help. Inside the Gao family conference hall, Yifan retrieved the keycard for the presidential suite that Chen Xuaning had reserved for him and handed it to Xue Weiqi, instructing her to take Lin Chongyue to rest while he swiftly followed Zhao Xian out. After Yifan departed, Xue Weiqi ordered the Wild Dragon team members to clean up the battlefield and seal the news, not daring to delay as she escorted Lin Chongyue to the hotel Yifan mentioned. Yifan parked his sports car outside the Zhonghai nightclub and immediately followed Zhao Xian inside. The dragon scale hand cautioned, "Kid, there are 4 mid-level martialists inside. It may be challenging for you, a peak martialist, to deal with them." Yifan scoffed. "How can I know without trying?" the dragon scale hand remarked. "Your courage is commendable. I sense a change in your demeanor since reaching the peak of martial prowess." Yifan replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? I, Yifan, have always acted this way." As the nightclub was dimly lit, Zhao Xian anxiously scanned the surroundings but did not see his sister. Just then, Yifan's gaze fell upon a particular corner. My fortune is truly remarkable. There happens to be a solitary one over there. In this moment, Ivan Petrov has cornered Zhao Yiru. Zhao Yiru clutches her chest tightly. "My brother will arrive soon. If you dare to lay a finger on me, he will not let you go." Ivan Petrov slapped her across the face. "Your brother? Ha ha ha. I am a major general of the Bear Nation. Even the Dragon Nation dares not cross me, let alone your brother. Even if I were to kill you now, the Dragon Nation would not be foolish enough to go to war with us over a mere you. You are far too naive. Speaking of your brother, kneel down obediently, move on your own, and I shall spare your life." Zhao Yiru, covering her swollen cheek, trembles all over. "Even in death, I will not comply with your demands." Ivan Petrov seized Zhao Yiru's fair neck with a vice-like grip. "I will kill you." Zhao Yiru's face turned pale as she felt as though she were suffocating. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, and a chill ran through Zhao's heart. "Surely, my neck is broken." Then, Ivan Petrov let out a shriek, and Zhao Yiru felt her neck loosen. "Huh? What just happened?" She opened her eyes wide, only to see a young man standing before her, crushing Ivan Petrov's wrist on the territory of the Dragon Nation. "I shall not allow you white-skinned pigs to run rampant." Chapter 92. Werewolves, vampires, cyborgs. Petrov could hardly endure such humiliation. He was already a man of fiery temper, coupled with his status as a major general. People generally avoided him, yet he was referred to as a white-skinned pig by Yifan. His eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed at Yifan, seeking death. He then swung a punch toward Yifan's head. Yifan remained unperturbed, raising his fist to meet it. Bang! The two fists collided, and Petrov's arm was instantly broken by a surge of immense power, the bone piercing through the skin. Thud, thud, thud. The tremendous impact propelled him backward. Yet Yifan had firmly grasped his other hand. With a ripping sound, under the force of their struggle, Petrov's arm was violently torn off, blood splattering everywhere. Petrov let out a cry of agony, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Yifan tossed the severed limb aside. "I didn't expect the martial spirits of the Bear Nation to be so mediocre. You have greatly disappointed me." Petrov gazed at Yifan, who was advancing relentlessly, his expression shifting to one of horror as his pupils constricted. His heart plummeted into an abyss of despair, his body trembling incessantly. "What do you intend to do?" "Stay back," Yifan replied coldly. "To kill you." I am Major General Yifan of the Dragon Nation. You have no right to kill me. If you kill me, it would be a provocation against the Bear Nation, igniting the wrath of our esteemed president, a fury that even the Dragon Nation could not withstand, let alone you. Yifan chuckled derisively. Right? How arrogant of a Major General from the Bear Nation. He then swiftly produced a golden dragon head insignia from his pocket. I am Major General Yifan of the Dragon Nation. Petrov, you have already violated the laws of my nation. For the first offense, publicly harassing a woman of the Dragon Nation. For the second offense, attempting to bring a Major General of the Dragon Nation to his demise. Regardless of whether you plead guilty, I hereby sentence you to death. Upon hearing Yifan proclaim his identity, Petrov was initially taken aback but gradually regained his composure, even appearing quite relaxed. Ha ha ha, as a Major General of the Dragon Nation, you should understand that our nation is currently isolated and helpless. Dragon Nation's Major General, do you not realize that we desperately wish to alter this situation? Killing me would only escalate tensions between the Dragon Nation and the Bear Nation. I do not believe you dare. Slap! Yifan sent Petrov's head flying with a single strike. Petrov stared in disbelief at his own body lying before Yifan, unable to fathom how this Major General of the Dragon Nation had the audacity to kill him. Thud! Petrov's head landed amidst the crowd on the nightclub dance floor, causing a cacophony of screams to erupt. Ah, a murder has occurred. John Miller and his companions, who were about to commit unspeakable acts upon a nearly undraped woman, suddenly heard the screams from within the nightclub. Michael O'Connor sneered. That fellow Petrov really lacks restraint. He was supposed to capture a woman, yet he ended up killing her. Pierre Dubois cursed loudly. Fuck. How could he kill such a tender young woman? He should have enjoyed her instead. Nonetheless, this one is not too shabby. The three exchanged knowing glances, preparing to pounce upon the woman. Suddenly, a headless corpse appeared before them. Fuck. It's Petrov. My heavens, what on earth has transpired? How could Petrov be dead? Yifan appeared before them, hands clasped behind his back, and coldly declared, Now it is your turn. Michael O'Connor's eyes turned crimson, and his body suddenly swelled several times in size, ripping his suit apart to reveal a furry physique. Yes, you. You killed our comrade Petrov. Yifan looked on with surprise. A werewolf? In the next moment, O'Connor extended a razor-sharp claw, aiming for Yifan's neck. Dragon Man, die. This claw came with tremendous force, as if the very air were being rent asunder. Even at the pinnacle of martial spirits, one could easily be torn apart if caught off guard. Yifan planted his feet and leaped high into the air like a monkey. O'Connor's strike missed, and the fierce momentum of his claw shattered several marble tables behind him. Boy, do you think you can hide in the shadows? O'Connor, with exceptional vision, could pinpoint Yifan's location even in the dim light. He lifted his head and swung both claws violently overhead. Overconfident, seeing Yifan remain still, convinced of his victory, he grinned triumphantly. Protective energy. Clang. O'Connor's claw suddenly seemed to strike against something. Its power diminished. Fuck. What the hell? There was nothing there. Why did it feel as though I hit a steel plate? Yifan chuckled coldly, shaking his head. It seems protective energy can also mitigate the attacks of the enemy. The dragon scale hand cleared its throat. Ahem. Protective energy is a divine-grade martial skill. Do you know the worth of divine-grade martial skills? Yifan replied helplessly. You're starting up again about the severed hand. Bang. Yifan descended from the sky, his foot aimed at O'Connor's claws. How is this possible? How can this kid possess such immense strength? Crack. O'Connor's claws were brutally crushed. His furry feet sank deep into the concrete floor. The last image that flashed through his mind was of Yifan's sneakers. Bang! O'Connor's head exploded like a watermelon. Pierre Dubois and John Miller exchanged shocked glances, both reading the profound astonishment in each other's eyes. Then Pierre Dubois sneered. O'Connor was too complacent. This kid relies solely on brute strength. Fighting requires cunning. Dubois swiftly removed his coat, revealing a deep red cloak hidden beneath. Yifan scrutinized Dubois closely. You wouldn't he happen to be a vampire, would you? In an instant, a frigid aura enveloped Dubois, revealing his two fangs. Indeed, tonight I shall make your blood my dinner. No sooner had he spoken than Dubois shot forward like an arrow, a dark shadow rapidly approaching Yifan. Boy, are you petrified? With my speed, It's only natural for you to be intimidated. Yifan's fist collided with the shadow, only to discover it was merely a vampire's cloak. Ha ha ha, you fell for my trick. Prepare to die. A mocking voice echoed behind Yifan. Suddenly, he twisted his hand 90 degrees, seizing Dubois's pale neck. How could this be? Your reflexes cannot be this swift. Dubois's face registered disbelief, unable to accept the reality. Little did he know, Yifan had already locked onto his position using the dragon scale hand. Why Yifan was merely playing along, allowing him to lower his guard. Crack, with a sharp sound, Dubois's pupils dulled. Losing their luster, John Miller sneered, Dragon Man, I concede your strength, unfortunately for you. Today you have encountered me, just in time to test the latest technology from the Eagle Nation. John Miller tossed his suit into the air.